What's up? Your zombie mother is about to give birth again? Lu Yun was curious. Stop it. I've already thought about it. I'm going to join Easy University with you. Zhao Qingsong grinned as he gasped for air. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, instinctively wanting to say why he was so thoughtful. Lu Yun didn't even want to stay in that kind of shitty place. The bastard actually tried to go over there on his own accord. Why do you suddenly want to go there? Lu Yun retrieved his thoughts and asked curiously. With Zhao Qingsong's achievements, although he cannot go to the first-class university, at least the second-class university is not a problem. There is absolutely no reason to go to this ghost place to suffer. I'm just an excellent level transmuter. The upper limit of talent is right here. Other people would rather be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. I'm just the opposite. Not all excellent level transmuters have Lin Ying's background. I may not be able to reach level 60 in my lifetime. Maybe going to Prosperity University would be more nourishing. And being able to follow this guy of yours to school. It's pretty good to think about. All right. Lu Yun nodded, more or less a little moved. He wasn't overly dissuaded, because now he has not seen the appearance of the University of the Free. Wait until the place to see the shabby appearance of the University of the Free. I believe that this goods will know the depth. By the way, where are you guys going now? Why do you look like you're in a hurry? Zhao Qingsong narrowed his eyes and laughed. Could it be that some elementary school girl has asked you to go on a date? Lu Yun wanted to slap this bastard on the back of his head. I'm just going to say goodbye to Ginger and the others, and check their grades on the way. So that's how it is. Goddess Shirshir is definitely at the top of the list. There's no doubt about that. Now the results of the 3rd and 6th forms will be announced uniformly at the 6th form, so we can go there directly. Hearing Zhao Qingsong's words, Lu Yun didn't hesitate when he immediately walked towards 6th form. Elite monuments have also been erected in the 6th form playground, filled with densely written names. Lu Yun looked up to the top of the rankings on the elite monument, and sure enough, he saw the names of the two women, Jiang Shirshir and Yumi. Both women were respectively number 1 in their respective schools. As for the 6th form side of Jiang Shirshir, this one was ranked behind Zhang Wentian. In addition to these familiar people, Lu Yun also saw some familiar names. For example, that fatty Hai who had once cooperated with him in acting within the replica. This guy's ranking was also similar to Zhao Qingsong's, ranked 15, and also ranked as a jerk. He Junhong, the Chaos Bladesman, was also ranked surprisingly high at number 4, and Chaos Bladesmen really do explode with damage. Just as Lu Yun was looking at the rankings, Jiang Shirshir and the others who were inspecting the results in the crowd spotted Lu Yun. I had thought that Lu had already reported to the Magic Martial University, but I didn't expect to see you again. Jiang Shirshir laughed. With Jiang's talent, it is estimated that passing the examination of the Magic Martial University is not too much of a problem. Lu Yun said with a smile. That's natural. My sister is a legendary level lightning mage. Zhang Wentian stood out and said proudly. He was ranked 2nd. In fact, his grades would have allowed him to go to Xianling University no matter what. Although his occupation level was the same as Jiang Shirshir's, which was legendary, he was still slightly inferior in comparison. And Jiang Shirshir was his sister, and also had an even more awesome profession than him. When his own old sister was bullish, he naturally followed suit. He had no idea about the Magic Martial University. Even if he could also pass the test of the Magic Martial University, there were too many demons in the Magic Martial University, and the competition was too fierce. He was used to a life of leisure and ease, and didn't want to go to Magic Martial University to give people green leaves. After all, with the background of the Zhang family and a legendary career talent, there is no need to live so tired. Is it not good to pretend in front of the epic level career? Why do you have to go against those legend level demons? So he favors the next level of Xianling University. With my grades, it's not too difficult to join the Magic Martial University, so I guess we'll meet again in the future. Yumi winked at Lu Yun and smiled playfully. I guess I won't see it. Zhao Qingsong sighed on the sidelines. What's wrong? Noticing that something was wrong, Jiang Shirshir hurriedly asked. Could it be that Lin Ying is looking for trouble from you again? That's not true. Lu Yun shook his head, and then he also explained the origin. Upon hearing that Lu Yun had joined Easy University, a university they had never even heard of, the crowd was silent. Let's not talk about that. With my talent, it doesn't matter what university I join in my opinion. This time I found you guys here mainly to say goodbye, and I don't know when we'll be able to see each other in the future. Lu Yun used to have no time to make friends for the sake of high money, and the only one who could be called a friend in the first middle school was Zhao Qingsong. As for the others, though after he became a mythic rank profession, there were many people who wished to befriend him instead, but Lu Yun knew that this kind of person could never be called a friend. His friends in Jinsha City, strictly speaking, besides Zhao Qingsong, were also Jiang Shirshir and the others. The 5 of them then went back to the State of the Union for a meal, and when they were done, they each went home. Back home, Longcore and Weaving Spirit came out from the marriage space. Longcore was sitting on the sofa, playing the game seriously, her white jade feet clenching and stretching as the game was fiercely engaged. Weaving Linger, on the other hand, was watching intently, and Lu Yun was also watching intently. Only the two were looking at different places. After 10, Longcore turned off the game on time, pulling Lu Yun to get ready for bed. On the big bed, Longcore pressed Lu Yun underneath her and laughed evilly. After giving you such a long vacation, it's time to pay your rations today, isn't it, Lu Yun? He then said how Longcore was so nice these days actually didn't even look for him. So that's what was being played. After we finish today, our bond level should come to 40%, and then you'll be able to unlock more skills and become stronger again. Lu Yun was also energized upon hearing this. The two were just a foot away from a 40% bond. That step can be taken tonight, right at this moment. Longcore, however, suddenly turned her words around and said, "When are you going to do the thing with that girl Weaving Linger?" Ha? Lu Yun blinked in confusion. What does that mean? Longcore instantly rolled her pretty eyes. You're about to start your college career and it's time to start a second career. And while I don't want you to get too exposed to women, it definitely won't be a stumbling block on your way to becoming stronger. Weaving Linger, that girl is quite good. And since this girl is also from the Fire Dragon Divine Realm, I feel relieved to let her become your woman. The race that Weaving Linger belongs to is not too far behind me in the Fire Dragon Divine Realm. After establishing a bonding degree with her, your second profession is also estimated to be a mythic rank profession. And 2 mythic rank professions will definitely put you several notches ahead of other geniuses. Hearing Longcore say that, Lu Yun was extremely excited. Most of the dual careers that have been documented are very weak in the second career if the first career is very strong. Dual transmutators are inherently rare, and the probability of both professions being equally powerful is even lower. It's all a matter of luck. Let's leave it at that for now. Lu Yun rolled over and backhanded Longcore underneath him and laughed. Let's solve the problem at hand now. Let me unlock 40% of the bonding degree first. It was a night destined to be sleepless. The next day when he woke up, Lu Yun realized that his bond unlock level with Longcore came to 40%, successfully unlocking a new ability. Current bond unlocking level, 40%. 40% bonding bonus, Ancient Dragon Claw Strike, active skill, has been issued. Ancient Dragon Claw Strike, the daughter of the dragon god Dragon Korevi Hiljafire, shared the sharp claws of a giant dragon with her husband during a soul meld with him, wishing only to fight alongside her lover in the strike. Effect, consumes a large amount of stamina and increases damage by 6% for every attack performed, with no upper limit to the damage bonus. There is no cap. It's pretty scary stuff. It represented that as long as Lu Yun could attack his opponent 10 times in a row, the increase would be 60%. If the number of attacks was high enough, Lu Yun's damage from this move would be increased to a very terrifying level, and he would be able to kill his opponent in seconds with just this move. However, although the damage increase of this skill was terrifying, it also had a drawback, which was that casting the skill was more physically demanding. With Lu Yun's current stamina he would only be able to perform it 10 times at best, which meant that at most the attack power of the Ancient Dragon Claw Strike could be increased to 60%. But with a 60% boost, think it's enough. After getting up and simply washing up, Longcore still thoughtfully prepared a good meal. There was just something wrong with the meal. Stir-fry the cashews. 5 whip soup. Leek and egg pancakes. How can you look at these foods? They don't look like they could be on the breakfast table. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he looked toward Longcore, who had just walked out of the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist. Longcore smiled coyly and said, "It's not because I'm afraid that you'll be squeezed for nothing, so I'm giving you a little nutritional supplement." Lu Yun was filled with black lines and said, "Then I thank you." Longcore shyly waved her hand repeatedly. "This is all proper. I'll really be embarrassed if you praise me like this." Lu Yun felt that his body wasn't so weak that he needed to use these things for a big tonic. But after thinking about Longcore's fighting prowess last night, he still decided to finish these breakfasts. I have to admit, my body was full of energy after breakfast. There were still 2 more days until the opening day of the university at large. But there was still one more thing Lu Yun needed to do within these 2 days. Each university in Kyoto holds a freshman test every year after enrollment, which is actually a competition between major schools. Lu Yun naturally participated as a student of Easy University. However, Lu Yun didn't want to participate at all, so he wanted to go and ask the old man for a vacation. For incoming freshmen who will soon be entering college, events like this showcase their full potential and can lead to more resources once they enroll, so it's not usually a refusal to participate. But Lu Yun was different. He really didn't think there was anything good in Easy University, even if he performed brightly. It's better to take a vacation and rest than to bother. This kind of thankless thing Lu Yun didn't want to do. Before leaving the small villa, Lu Yun turned around and took a deep look, very reluctant to leave. I don't know when I'll be back after this outing. After sighing, Lu Yun boarded the plane to Kyoto. Lu Yun managed to return to Kyoto a few hours later. This time Lu Yun learned smartly. Knowing that Easy University is located in the deep mountains and old forests, it is not convenient to take a taxi. Directly in the neighborhood swept a shared bicycle. With the Dragon Knight's super strength, hard to ride to Easy University. Should I say no? Biking is indeed much faster than walking, and it takes hours to walk such a long distance, while biking takes a little over an hour to get there. After parking his car, Lu Yun came to the square of Easy University and called out loudly, "Mr. Principal, Lord Headmaster, Old Timer, Old Man, Old Den, Deadbeat." After calling out for a long time, Lu Yun's voice was muffled and he did not receive any response. At that time, he left in a hurry, and Lu Yun did not know where this old man's office was, so he had no choice but to look for it one room at a time. Lu Yun came to the building that looked like a rural elementary school academy. The building had 3 floors. Lu Yun first turned around on the first floor. Most of the rooms were empty. There was a room that seemed to have been used as a storage room, piled with miscellaneous items. Lu Yun saw a box of uninflated balloons inside, and looking at the color, it didn't look new. There were also piles of hats in the corner, colorful in every color. Lu Yun even saw several pairs of worn socks and high heels in the room. This room is too strange. What is all the mess? Lu Yun searched around, but he just couldn't find the principal's office. So Lu Yun came to the second level. The second level turned around, and there was still nothing to be found. Lu Yun came to the third floor, where he finally saw the principal's office. Outside the office there was a gold plaque with large letters twisted on it, "Principal's Office." Through the glassless window, the old man could be seen sitting in his office with his feet up on the desk, leisurely sipping from a wine gourd. Lu Yun pushed open the door of his room, which made a creaking sound. The house was in a rather dilapidated condition, with extensive chapped and peeling wall coverings and badly discolored tables and chairs. "Something?" the old man asked casually as he glanced at Lu Yun. "I want to take a vacation and don't want to participate in this Kyoto University examination." Lu Yun directly opened the door. "No." The statement was dismissed by the old man. "Don't I have the right to refuse to participate?" Lu Yun said with some irritation. "You certainly have that right." The old man took another gulp of wine, wiped the corners of his mouth and laughed. "But I refuse your refusal." Lu Yun. Again. It is said that old people are broad-minded and know how to sympathize with people, because they have lived for a long time. They are used to the flurry of the world, and they take a dim view of many things. But the old man in front of me always had the image of being a shameless man for his old age. Lu Yun was extremely irritated when he looked at this fellow and couldn't wait to beat up this old guy. But Lu Yun didn't do so. It wasn't that he didn't care to bully the old man. It was mainly because he couldn't beat him. When he was jerked around before, he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. And even now Lu Yun didn't know the other party's exact occupation. Lu Yun didn't have any confidence at all in fighting such a person. It wouldn't matter if a few students at other universities took a leave of absence and didn't participate in the Kyoto examination, but not us at Easy University. Only when he saw Lu Yun standing in place in displeasure did the old man put down his wine gourd and began to explain. "Why?" Lu Yun's curiosity was piqued. "Because I only have a total of 3 students at Easy University, and there's already a brat who took a leave of absence from this Kyoto examination, so the remaining 2 can't take a leave of absence anymore," the old man said righteously. Lu Yun's entire body was dumbfounded at his words. There were only 3 people total in the huge university. Or if you counted him. "Blanche, why do you feel more and more like you've fallen into a den of thieves? Don't worry about going to participate in the examination. Fight for my Easy University. With your talent and strength there shouldn't be any problem. This examination your senior sister will also accompany you. The road will not be too lonely." The old man scowled at Lu Yun, then clenched his fists into fists and said, "Come on young man. I'm optimistic about you." After saying that, he gave the order to leave. "You can go now if there's nothing else." "I'm Nima." That's a quick change of subject. Lu Yun's face was filled with black lines, and in the end, he could only leave helplessly. Lu Yun left the office and Long Kor suddenly came out from within the marriage space. "If you don't want to go then don't go." Long Kor stood beside Lu Yun and said, "After all, after being a marriage partner for such a long time, she already had feelings, and would still be heartbroken for Lu Yun. Is that okay? I've already promised him." Lu Yun was a little hesitant. What's not to like about this? Think about the means this old man used to trick you into coming here, and still need to trust with him to use it? Long Kor skimmed her lips and said, "Yeah." Hearing Long Kor's words, Lu Yun then woke up as if in a dream. This old man had used all his means to lure himself here. Why couldn't he hide and not go to the Kyoto examination? After making up his mind, Lu Yun was ready to wipe his feet and bolt. But just then, his cell phone suddenly rang, and he found out that it was a friend request from a person named Chemo Harvest Fire. After agreeing to the application, a message was sent over there. It's Lu Yun's senior brother. Right. I enrolled in school before you. You can call me senior sister Lu. You're still in school now. Right. I'll go over to pick you up. Let's go to participate in the Kyoto examination together. After seeing the message, Lu Yun's entire body was bad. He had only just decided to bolt, and on the back foot, this yet-to-be-revealed senior sister took the initiative to contact him. No way. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to contact him, the plan to bolt would have to go out the window. Longcore also cast a sympathetic look towards Lu Yun before returning to the marriage space to continue playing the game. She didn't really care about things like appraisals. She was still happy staying in her marriage space and playing games. Lu Yun hadn't waited in place for long when a sudden roar came from the vault of heaven. Lu Yun then saw a pure white giant bird suddenly descend overhead. Lu Yun thought that it was some monster within a copy that had escaped, and was about to pull out his dragon fortress to strike, and was also planning to try out his newly unlocked skills along the way. As a result, the next moment, the giant bird's back jumped down to an imperial sister wearing an ultra-short skirt. The imperial sister had a sweet look, a tall figure, and a good-sized chest. Only the scale was not as direct as Longcore's. Your schoolmate Lu Yun, aren't you? Hello, my name is Lu Qiushui. Lu Qiushui greeted Lu Yun with a smile as she extended her white palm. Lu Yun reached out and gave the other party a symbolic handshake. It turned out that this was his own yet-to-be-met senior sister. I didn't expect this senior sister of his to look so pretty. He shouldn't be lonely during this time in Easy University. After all, with such a big beautiful woman accompanying her, it was very eye-pleasing just to look at it. Good day, senior sister Lu. Lu Yun nodded. Aya. Since we are all students of Easy University, that's our own family, there's no need to be so formal. Let's go to the tea party first without further ado. Lu Qiushui smiled exceptionally brightly. This smile was like a short-lived flower blooming quite beautifully. This tea party Lu Yun is aware of, often held the day before the Kyoto examination. Simply put, it is to convene the new students of the major schools, to explain for tomorrow's examination, but also to allow everyone to communicate with each other and understand each other. Although we are in different schools, we are all Xia people, and in the future, we will all graduate and become the pillars of Xia, and we need to lift each other up. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was a pretending conference, and even though they were all just freshmen, there was still a difference between high and low. The strong ones show their talent, form a high-end circle, and gain the followers of others. The weak follow the strong, and after graduation, they get promoted by the strong. Originally, Lu Yun was supposed to be the one to be followed, but it was just a pity that since the moment he joined Easy University, all of that had ceased to exist. Maybe he'll be the laughingstock of the crowd now instead. Mythic level profession, or a double transmuter, letting go of the good old magic martial university, had to go to the University of Prosperity. Oi! Lu Yun didn't even need to think about it to guess that surely many people had already taken him for a fool. Come up, this is White Spirit is my battle pet and my mount. Flying speed is very fast. It can save a lot of time. Lu Qiushui jumped onto the back of the giant bird and rushed Lu Yun. Turns out it's a war pet. Lu Yun was very envious and jumped up after him. He didn't know when his coyote would reach adulthood, but it was a pity that the coyote didn't have the ability to fly. But the coyote's appearance was still very domineering, and if he could take it out as a mount, it would still be quite a sight to behold. When both of them came up, the giant bird swung its huge wings up into the sky and disappeared. On the bird's back, Lu Yun only felt a strong wind suddenly blowing. His eyes could barely open and his breathing was somewhat affected. However, this feeling soon disappeared as Bai Ling had already arrived at the location of the tea party. This is one of the more famous tea houses in Kyoto, and it is said that many other poets in ancient times once again recited poems. After arriving at the bottom of the tea house, the two walked in without any obstruction, but as they were about to go up to the top floor, they were stopped by the staff. I'm sorry you two, the penthouse is booked up for the day, the staff member said with a smile. This is our student ID, Willow Qiushui said as she pulled out her own student ID. That staff member saw this and immediately respectfully invited Lu Qiushui to go in. The top floor was rounded off just to hold a tea party, and Lu Qiushui could naturally go in by showing her student ID. Immediately, the staff looked at Lu Yun again, waiting for him to show his student ID. Lu Yun, however, froze in place and did not make his next move. Senior brother Lu, take out your student ID. What are you waiting for? Lu Qiushui said in disbelief. My student ID seems to have forgotten to bring it. Lu Yun scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, if this student can disclose his attribute panel, he can pass without a student ID. The staff quickly said, this happens every year at the tea party and the staff is not surprised. These were the students of the major schools, the future pillars of the Summer Kingdom. The tea house would never dare to leave them out to dry, so as long as they could release their breath to prove their identity, they could also go in. Lu Yun didn't hesitate when he heard this and immediately disclosed his attribute panel. Then it was released by the staff. When the two arrived at the top floor of the restaurant, no less than 100 freshmen had already gathered here. Don't look at Kyoto University, there are many institutions. In fact, all the universities' combined annual enrollment is less than a few hundred people. Not everyone can go to college because of the tough admission requirements, especially like this kind of existence like the Magic Martial University. The annual enrollment quota would definitely not exceed double digits. Because of the more demanding requirements, the number of freshmen who can come to Kyoto for school will naturally be scarce. Have you guys heard about it? It seems that a mythological genius has appeared in Jinsha City, and it's rumored that he's also a dragon knight. Of course I've heard about it. This kid still seems to be a double transmuter. I just don't know what level that second profession is. So what if his second career level is high? Obviously, he has already gotten a guaranteed place at the Magic Martial University, but he actually ran off to Easy University. Even if his talent is high, he's basically wasted. Just after coming outside the box, Lu Yun heard someone inside talking about himself. He didn't even need to think that he must be a freshman from a local university in Kyoto. And for this matter Lu Yun himself couldn't defend himself, because his choice like this was difficult for any normal person to understand. I really can't figure out how that Lu Yun's brain circuits are so odd. Letting go of the top academies and having to go to a shitty place. That's not true. I've never even heard of Easy College. You outsiders don't understand. Only the local people in Kyoto know. Easy University has only been established for a short time. The president of Easy University is an old cleric. Every year after the examination will fool the new students to join. But there is a ruthless person in Easy University you guys better not mess with. I heard there are only 3 in total at Easy University. With the conditions of Easy University, it's very outrageous that that old man managed to trick people. Or 3, and even more outrageous that one of them is that mythical professional from Jinsha City. It's a pity. Lu Yun originally wanted to wait for the crowd to finish before going in, so that he could avoid embarrassment to the greatest extent possible. Who would have thought that this group of people had endless things to say, and the more they talked, the more energized they became. And the words used were getting more and more tricky. And Lu Yun's face changed drastically when he heard them. Are you alright, schoolmate Lu? Lu Qiushue, who was on the side, was concerned. It's not easy for anyone to be talked about like that, is it? Not bad. Lu Yun nodded. Aha. Lu Qiushue nodded before stretching out her long legs and violently kicking the door of the compartment room open. Bang! This huge commotion caused the originally noisy box to stutter. And even Lu Yun, who was next to him, was startled. Lu Yun looked at Lu Qiushue with a face full of puzzlement, not understanding what this senior sister of his was trying to do. The students inside the box heard the loud banging of the box door and wondered from which nook or cranny of the countryside had come the barbarian who was so unruly. They all looked sideways, wanting to teach them a lesson. However, after seeing the person who came, the group of people stiffly closed their just open mouths, simply because they could see Lu Qiushue's appearance. It is so beautiful and valiant. It's a royal aura. If it was such a beautiful woman who was being unreasonable, it seemed to be forgivable. And so an eerie silence fell over the scene. The crowd was wide-eyed and wondering how to strike up a conversation with this beautiful woman. At this time the box on the seat of a slightly chubby, blossoming face of the man got up people to meet. He showed respect. A sarcastic smile, said, Sister Lu, come here to do what? Lu Qiushue lightly swept a glance at this person and said, What do you care? Who gave you the guts to speak ill of my schoolmate? Say, who gave you the guts? Bang! After these words, Lu Qiushue's whole body breath instantly exploded, blowing the surrounding seats and stools rattling. Suddenly one of the freshmen couldn't stand it and slammed the table, ready to lash out. Several others also looked displeased and got up at the same time. Their occupational talents were of different levels, with the low ones being at the excellence level, while the high ones had surprisingly reached the mythic level. Those who can come to Kyoto University to study are not ordinary people. They all have pride that belongs to them. Now they were being questioned by people who stomped on their noses, which made them feel greatly insulted. Just then, a message tone suddenly sounded in the group's heads. It was the same blonde student who had opened his mouth earlier who had sent it. His name was Wang Jianjian, and unlike these out-of-town freshmen, he was a native of Kyoto and was familiar with the situation in Kyoto. Others might not know, but he was familiar with the various deeds of Lu Qiushue. Wang Jianjian, I advise you not to do anything stupid. Do you know who she is? This is Lu Qiushue. Once shocked the whole Kyoto ruthless, provoke her absolutely no good fruit to eat. Talent, Senior Wang. A woman. Can she be that scary? When we chatted before, Because Wang Jianjian was familiar with Kyoto and introduced the situation in Kyoto for everyone. Everyone was willing to give him a face and call him Senior Brother Wang. Stable Wang, you guys know about Magic Martial Arts University, right? Li Muzi, of course I know. The Magic Martial University is the highest academy in my summer country. And the geniuses inside are also the most demonic in the entire summer country. Steady Wang, not counting the current year's freshmen. There are a total of 6 very powerful demons in the Magic Martial University. And all 6 of them are all mythical grade talents. And all of them are under the thumb of this one in front of them. And they were beaten without any power. 6 mythological geniuses of the Magic Martial University would be beaten by this one in front of them without the ability to fight back? How is that possible? For a moment the crowd stared in disbelief. Disbelief written all over their faces. Even if this woman in front of her was also a mythic level genius, she wasn't so terrifying, was she? Steady Wang, this woman's awakened profession is very special. It is a Thousand Thunder Warlock of the Thunder and Lightning Department. A rare profession in the Thunder and Lightning Department. Her attacks are endless and it is difficult to defend effectively. Thousand Thunder Warlock was a rare profession amongst the legendary level professions. Although it was legendary level, it was actually not too different from mythic level until the level reached 60. After all, the mythic and legendary professions, the time when the difference really manifests itself is when the level reaches level 60. Therefore, Lu Qiushui was also a genius that was favored by countless people, and everyone felt that she would go to the Magic Martial University after graduation, and the Magic Martial University had also launched a guaranteed invitation for her. But when the examination was over, this one actually chose to join the University of the Promised Land. At that time, many people thought that Lu Qiushui was stupid and privately laughed at her stupidity. Later on, it was also in this same tea house and at this same tea party, Lu Qiushui came to the appointment, and when he heard these guys taunting themselves, he pulled the crowd outside to the open space for a group beating right then and there. At that time, hundreds of freshmen were stiffly beaten by Lu Qiushui without any power to fight back. Later on, this incident spread rapidly in Kyoto, and was known by the executives of the major colleges and universities. Hearing that their own freshmen had been beaten up, each school was naturally upset, but the older generation was not in a position to step in, so they sent out their respective cultivated geniuses with the intention of teaching Lu Qiushui a lesson. I had no idea that this decision would cast a lifelong shadow on the universities of Kyoto. After the many geniuses from the school appeared, Lu Qiushui didn't even look at the group and directly launched an attack. Then numerous university geniuses were educated by Lu Qiushui and were beaten without any power to fight back. And this matter was finally put to rest only when the top management of the Xia Kingdom stepped in. However, this incident also became the shame of all the major schools, and Lu Qiushui also became the psychological shadow of those geniuses. After that day, no one in the younger generation in Kyoto dared to belittle Lu Qiushui, and she even got a nickname for it, Lu Ruthless Man. Hiss. Hearing this Senior Brother Wang's account, the freshmen who were ready to make a move sucked in cool breaths, and the blood in their entire body followed. If this woman was really so terrifying, what they had just thought was tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, Senior Brother Wang stopped them in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable, and the crowd gave Senior Brother Wang a grateful glance, looking at the people who saw that they were about to go on a rampage, but suddenly froze in place at the same time. Lu Yun was a bit puzzled. What happened? Why are these guys suddenly not moving? This skill of Sister Lu is bullish. Do you guys want to fuck me? Lu Qiushui swept a glance at the crowd and spoke without surprise. Lu Yun immediately twitched the corners of his mouth. This school sister of his own family was quite pretty, but he didn't expect that his verbal prowess was even more formidable. Just when Lu Yun thought that this group of freshmen would not be able to resist teaching Lu Qiushui a lesson, a young man wearing backpack pants with a granny gray hair color on his head took a step forward with his right foot as he squeezed out a far-fetched smile. Explaining. Don't get me wrong, Senior Sister Lu. I'm just having a cramp in my leg from playing basketball and I'm standing up to move around a bit. Me too. The rest of them nodded their heads in a similar fashion and said. For a while the scene was strangely incomparable and harmonious. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Yun's pupils shrank as he fiercely looked at this Senior Sister Lu of his family. He could see a strong color of panic in the eyes of this group of people, an expression that was like a sheep seeing a fierce tiger. Obviously, before this group of people were still disdainful. How did they suddenly become like this? I see. By the look in their eyes, they should be communicating through a privately created chat channel. Lu Yun guessed that this group of people must have just exchanged something secretly through the privately created chat channel communication. I just don't know what their exchange was about. But no matter what, at this moment it wasn't hard to imagine that this Senior Sister Lu must have done something earth-shattering in the past. Otherwise this group of people wouldn't be so scared. You have the right to remain silent. But I will personally come to your door and ask questions if anyone speaks ill of my schoolmate behind his back again. Lu Qiushui swept a glance at the crowd and faintly said. The crowd all winced in unison at the words, and a shuddering fear bubbled up from the depths of their souls. Seeing that no one dared to say anything, Lu Qiushui did not say anything more and pulled Lu Yun to find a seat. Then an eerie silence fell over the scene. The crowd was wide-eyed and hard-pressed. It is not that they are socially terrified. The main thing is that Lu Qiushui this here. They really do not dare to talk nonsense. In case they say the wrong thing, offend this woman how to do. Even the geniuses of various universities in Kyoto couldn't beat the person. Those sitting here were freshmen who had just enrolled this year. Naturally, they were even less of a match for Lu Qiushui, who in the hearts of the crowd was the strongest person present. With that senior brother Wang's warning, they no longer had the arrogance they just had. The coldness of the scene caused Lu Yun to be a little embarrassed even as he just sat in place and fumed. The silence didn't last long before it was broken. However, as a man named Zhang Heng suddenly launched a private chat to Lu Yun. Zhang Heng, kid, don't hide behind a woman if you have the guts. Aren't you a mythical genius? If you have the guts, let me see what you can do. This person who initiated the chat was none other than the Xianling University's current year's freshman, as well as a legendary genius. Although on the surface, due to Lu Qiushui's strength, the crowd didn't dare to have any opinions about Lu Yun, but in private there were still many people who looked down on Lu Yun. Before they didn't understand why Lu Yun would choose Easy University. Now they see the point. Lu Yun must have known Lu Qiushui's strength long time ago, and when they found out that she chose to join Easy University, they just followed her to join together. Lu Yun is just a pug wagging its tail to please its master, and he doesn't have any pride as a mythic level professional's pride is not there. Although there are people present who want to give Lu Qiushui as a dog, Lu Yun raised his eyes to Zhang Heng in the crowd without speaking. Zhang Heng saw this and sent the message again. Zhang Heng, are you afraid to accept my challenge as a mythic ranked talented profession? If you are a man, come out now and spar with me. I want to see if this mythic rank profession of yours is a waste of time or not. Mythic level professions themselves were the topmost professional talent. Even if it was only a supportive mythic level profession, joining the Magic Martial University was basically not a problem. Lu Yun, on the other hand, hadn't joined the Devil's Martial University, and had instead joined the Unknown Prosperity University. This made Zhang Heng feel that Lu Yun's mythic rank profession was mostly problematic. Just as Zhang Heng finished his words and waited for Lu Yun's feedback, Lu Yun, however, suddenly looked at Lu Qiushui beside him before reaching out and pointing at Zhang Heng. Senior sister Lu, this guy taunted me as trash and wanted me to fight him one-on-one. Senior sister, you have to do it for me. After saying this, Lu Yun even endeavored to squeeze out a tear. That expression was quite aggrieved. Upon hearing these words, everyone present simultaneously looked at Zhang Heng with extremely odd expressions. Zhang Hengren was also dumbfounded. Lu Yun, your grandma's leg. It's amazing that you don't have any pride in being a mythic level professional. He had never expected Lu Yun to be so unmartial. He actually took the initiative to bring this matter to light and even told Lu Qiushui in public. Is this guy a fucking man or not? After being provoked in the face, he actually managed to hold back and find a woman to back him up instead. My schoolmate is a mythic rank profession, and a double transfigurator. You're very unconvinced of him, so you're confident in yourself? Lu Qiushui asked, narrowing her eyes. Zhang Heng's face was suffocating red, half a day hard to say a word. It looks like you do have confidence in yourself. If that's the case, then let's compete? Zhang Heng's entire face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Dueling with Lu Qiushui? Who doesn't know the horror of this woman? The man who could psyche out the geniuses of every university in Kyoto. He was definitely no match for this man, but now that it has come to this, it would only be more humiliating to just slink away and not say anything. So Zhang Heng broke the pot, clenched his teeth and looked at Lu Yun and roared. Lu Yun, if you're but a man, fight me now and let everyone see what you're made of. Lu Yun skimmed his lips and said indifferently, why should I fight you? Why should I let you see how powerful I am? Are you afraid? A double transmuter, a mythic ranked professional is actually afraid of my mere legend ranked transmuter? Zhang Heng clenched his teeth and began to agitate. However, his agitation had no effect on Lu Yun at all. You think I'm scared? So let's say I am. Lu Yun spread his hands with an expression of indifference, which made Zhang Heng almost collapse. While most geniuses were more attached to their reputation, Lu Yun was an anomaly. He'd never seen anyone so feckless in his life. Just then, Lu Yun once again turned his words around. But it's not impossible to get me to agree to spar with you. But just fighting is too meaningless. We can add some color. What do you mean? Zhang Heng asked. Lu Yun didn't say anything and directly took out his Flower C bank card. There are still a lot of gold coins inside this card. If you can defeat me, this card is yours. When Lu Yun took out the Flower C bank's card, the crowd was so surprised that their mouths could not close. The Flower C bank was the largest bank in the Summer Kingdom. and its operations spread throughout the entire Summer Kingdom they were well aware of. It's a symbol of identity and status to have a Hanami bank card. The crowd didn't expect Lu Yun, the guy who had walked out of Jinsha City, to actually have a card from the Flower Sea Bank as well. Shocked, the crowd was also a bit surprised. This Lu Yun didn't seem to be as simple as imagined. Originally, Zhang Hong was confident that he would be able to defeat Lu Yun and decide the winner of the battle. Professional talent was only one aspect. In addition to that, there were also levels, equipment, skills, physical quality, combat skills and so on. Although he is also from a small place, but it is from nothing through their own efforts to fight step by step to get here. Combat experience is not to say rich, at least it is far beyond his age. He was very confident that he could defeat Lu Yun, but now that he was being messed with by Lu Yun like this, he was a little less confident. The fact that this guy dared to take out the Hanahai Bank's card as a bet showed that he had some confidence in his own strength. What to do? Having said that, I am afraid that if he suddenly retreats from the battlefield, he will become the laughingstock of the crowd. With this in mind, Zhang Hong could only grit his teeth and pull out a drawing with a stiff upper lip. It was a somewhat tattered yellowish drawing, on which some locations could be vaguely seen marked. What kind of crap is this? Lu Yun laughed outright. This is a treasure map I got within the duplicate. It records the location of a treasure. Only the map is mutilated and I haven't found it so far, but I'm sure there's a heavy treasure hidden here. Lu Yun glanced at the map and said in his heart, "System, parse the map. Parsing successful. Damaged treasure map 3. It records the burial place of a diamond-level flight equipment. This flight tool is limited to fire elemental professions and requires the user to be equal to greater than level 20. This map is split into 3. Damaged treasure map 1. Owner, Lin Ing. Damaged treasure map 2. Owner, Chu Feng." After seeing the system parse, Lu Yun was thrilled and bad, and at the same time, he developed an infinite good feeling towards the system. It's still system dad who's good to me. Not only parsing the map's treasure information, but also analyzing where the other 2 remnants of the scrolls are. And that's not the point. The point is that the system suddenly continued after it was done. As long as the host can obtain any of the remnant scrolls, this system will be able to parse out the location of the treasure. At this moment, Lu Yun was flushed and couldn't help but shout out that the system was bullish. Originally thought that this guy took out a piece of broken paper to fool himself. Did not ever think that it is really a treasure. Flying equipment was already rare, let alone diamond-grade flying equipment. You have to know that Lu Yun's Dragon Fortress was only platinum level as well. I'm not lying to you. This map was popped from killing a boss. It's definitely worth a lot, and it's the most valuable thing I have on me. Seeing Lu Yun not speaking, Zhang Hong explained somewhat anxiously. Lu Yun had a systematic analysis and knew that the bastard wasn't lying, but the others were a different story, and their expressions became incredibly odd. Any way they looked at it, they felt that it was just a piece of broken paper, and its preciousness couldn't be compared to Lu Yun's Flower Sea Bank card at all. This guy is also pulling his crotch too much, actually using a piece of broken paper as a bet. I think he's not confident of winning. The stakes are too high to lose. Alas, it's really a disgrace for us. Since we can't afford to lose, then simply don't compete. Maybe he is really poor, cannot take decent good things? Take a piece of paper can fool Lu Yun. After all, Lu Yun to join the University of the Prosperity. May. Although the gang's voices were lowered, they were still heard by Zhang Hong. Zhang Heng's face instantly turned red, feeling immensely humiliated. What he said was obviously true, but the gang didn't believe him at all. They were looking down on Lu Yun, but they were equally looking down on this wave of Zhang Heng's maneuvers. This picture is really a treasure. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I can take out other things as a bet besides this picture. Zhang Hun suddenly pulled out another pile of gold coins and placed them on the table. These gold coins total 3,000. How about counting them among the ranks of the wager? 3,000 gold coins was already Zhang Heng's entire fortune. He was really pushed this time and planned to throw his money away. Fine. I accept your challenge. Originally, Lu Yun would have accepted the challenge for the sake of this map. Unexpectedly, the bastard took out another 3,000 gold coins. Another 3,000 gold coins for nothing. Even if he already had more than 10,000 gold coins now, there was always a time when the gold coins would be spent. No one is too rich. Are you sure about this? Mr. Lu, if you're not sure, just don't bother with this guy. No one dares to do anything to you when schoolmate is here. Lu Qiushui said softly. Being cared for like this, Lu Yun was more or less touched. But he really wasn't afraid of this Zhang Hong. Don't worry, senior sister Lu. Since I dared to agree to his challenge, I'm sure of it. Lu Yun said with a smile. Hearing that, Lu Qiushui didn't say anything more. When both sides' bets were set, they immediately looked for a place to cut. Everyone in Xia is a martial artist, and killing is a crime. But if there is an irreconcilable conflict, it can be resolved through open PK. That way is the challenge. A number of makeshift rings have been set up in the streets of Kyoto. Two sides with conflicts can fight it out here. In the ring, you can do anything you want except kill your opponent. Below the tea house was a ring, and the crowd came in great numbers to the vicinity of the ring, with Lu Yun and Zhang Hong being the first to get into the ring. To be able to spar head-on with a mythic-ranked professional and defeat a mythic-ranked professional in public was originally something to be happy about, but the current Zhang Hong could not smile at all. This was because Lu Yun was filled with confidence, and his bland expression carried an endless calmness. It made Zhang Hong feel like he was the one who was the prey, but the arrow had to be fired, and there was no other way back for him. System, parse. Lu Yun looked at Zhang Hong and directly unleashed the power of his golden finger. Zhang Hong, rank, 21. Occupation, hammer writer, married to, dwarf centaurs. Stamina, 300. Blood, 4,500. Power, 190. Agility, 101. Mental power, 100. Skills, hammer slam. Night charge. Dwarf escape. Steel reinforcement. After taking a rough look at the other party's basic information, Lu Yun's eyes filled with contempt. Thanks to the fact that this bastard had acted so confident earlier, many of his attributes were no match for his own. These skills are also more crotch-pulling. Hammer Slam swings a huge hammer attack. Each attack boosts attack power by 3% up to 3 times. Knight's Charge, on the other hand, launches a charge on a mount, and the opponent enters an unavoidable state causing a 3-second stun. Dwarf Transportation, on the other hand, is an escape skill that allows you to vanish and flee instantly. As for Steel Reinforcement, as the name suggests, strengthening the body to enhance defense and become more durable. One of this bastard's skills is an attack type skill. Lu Yun, I'll show you how weak you are. So what if you're a Dragon Knight? I don't believe you're that powerful when you're the kind of guy who only hides behind women. Zhang Heng's body suddenly flickered with a burst of white light, and after the white light dissipated he had an extra pair of silver armor all over his body, and a head also appeared as centaur draped in silver armor, with the head and forelimbs of a dwarf in profile, and the torso and hind hooves of a horse in the back. This was Zhang Heng's marriage partner, the dwarf centaur race, because of the short legs of the dwarves, resulting in the whole body leaning forward. It looks very incongruous, and is said to be a product of the combination of the dwarves and the horse. Zhang Hong rolled onto his horse, his right hand stretched out into the air and gripped it, and a huge silver-colored war hammer appeared in his hand. I'll show you what it means to be a true genius. I heard that you're also level 21, so I'm not really bullying you. I'm going to show you what a genius should be given the same level, even if Lu Yun was a mythic dragon knight. So what? With his combat experience he thought he could completely defeat Lu Yun. Stop barking and just strike. Lu Yun buckled his ears and said indifferently, as you wish. Zhang Hong roared and charged at Lu Yun on his silver warhorse. Knight's Charge. Zhang Han let out a roar, and the silver warhorse under his crotch instantly increased its speed, and in the twinkling of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Yun. What's going on with this Lu Yun? Why hasn't he summoned his marriage partner to fight? I don't know. Could it be that he knows he's not as good as Zhang Hong and is ready to sit and wait for death? Seeing that Zhang Hong had already made a move, Lu Yun was still standing still without making a move. The crowd was a little confused, but in the very next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yun finally made a move. Buzz. Mockery of Justice. After casting Justice Taunt, Lu Yun's entire body was slowly wrapped in a pale yellow halo. After the halo wrapped around Lu Yun, it quickly spread out in all directions with it as its center, enveloping Zhang Hong in just the blink of an eye. And that's when it happened. Zhang Hong actually felt that his entire body was beginning to be out of control, and even the warhorse under his crotch was agitated, constantly emitting hoarse roars. It was obvious that Lu Yun was already close at hand, but he was unable to move forward by the slightest bit. His body dismounted uncontrollably before dropping the silver hammer in his hand and slamming his fist at Lu Yun. This is exactly the effect of righteous mockery. Interrupts the opponent's skill read, making it necessary for them to use a basic attack, and the taunted target's damage to the caster will be reduced by 70%, an effect that lasts for a period of 10 seconds. This skill can only be described as perverse. Imagine that both sides have just experienced a good fight, and the opponent wipes off the sweat from his forehead with a crooked smile. This sun must not be kept. Watch my big move directly blast you to death. Then the sky darkened, the earth trembled, and a terrifying pressure radiated heaven and earth. Just then you cast Justice Taunt and your opponent is forced to retract his move and attack you with a basic attack. The image must have been extremely dramatic. An operation like this is sure to break your opponent. Zhang Hong was in such a state of mind right now. Blanche, I blanched the ghost. Why is my body suddenly out of control? I'm going to perform the skill Night Rush. How did it turn out like this? Seeing that he was just one step away from touching Lu Yun, His body was out of control at the critical moment. Zhang Heng's psyche was near collapse. This is a living hell. However, what made Zhang Heng even more desperate was that his right fist had been lightly delivered to Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly reached out and gripped his opponent's fist before twisting it with force. There was a click. The sound of bone cracking came out. -500. Zhang Heng's wrist was forcibly broken by Lu Yun, and Zhang Heng's face instantly twisted in pain as he let out a pig-killing scream. What the hell? What kind of operation is this, Zhang Heng? I don't know. What the hell is it when you don't use a skill but instead use a poke? Could this guy have received favors from Lu Yun and is deliberately letting water out? The freshmen present were dumbfounded as they watched. Zhang Heng was at least a legendary level A. Even if he really couldn't beat Lu Yun, he wasn't in such a sorry state, pretending to be a bit fake. Zhang Heng shouldn't be so weak. He's been killing his way up here. Not to say invincible at the same level, but at least at the top of the list. So how could he be acting so weak? The few people who were familiar with Zhang Heng at this time were also quite puzzled. They felt that Zhang Heng was playing a fake game. It's outrageous to have your wrist broken before you even touch your opponent. Zhang Heng didn't forget to resist under the pain. After all, the combat experience was here. He immediately swung out his other hand and quickly smashed it towards Lu Yun's face, not giving the other party time to react at all. If this was smashed, Lu Yun's blood level would drop by at least 300 blood. Bang! This punch Zhang Heng did indeed hit. Rather than saying that he hit it, it would be better to say that Lu Yun did not dodge at all. 90. This strike that should have dealt 200 points of damage actually only dealt 90 points of damage to Lu Yun. This painless damage once again confused Zhang Heng. You're open. Did someone cast an assisting skill on you? Zhang Heng suddenly looked at Lu Yun and roared. If you can't beat them, say they're open. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is good? Lu Yun sneered and suddenly took hold of the bastard's other hand again, then squeezed it hard. Click. -500. The other wrist was also pinched off, and Zhang Heng once again let out a pig-killing scream, feeling like his entire being had collapsed. He was at least a legendary level profession. How could he be so unbeatable in front of this guy? He felt like a fish on a chopping board, without even the slightest resistance. Right at this moment, the pale yellow halo that wrapped around Zhang Heng's body suddenly dissipated. The effect of the justice taunt is gone. After all, although this skill was counterintuitive, it could only last for 10 seconds. Seeing this scene, it dawned on Zhang Heng that it must have been a skill effect just now, and he instantly rekindled his confidence that his chance had come. He yelled, "Dwarf Recluse." The name of this skill was not too elegant, but the effect was immediate. Zhang Heng's body was covered by a layer of mud, and the ground under his feet began to sink as his figure slowly disappeared in place. At the same time, the ground 3 meters behind Lu Yun suddenly sunk into a mound, and Zhang Heng grimaced as he burrowed out of it. A flash of viciousness appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yun. When you just released Dwarf Escape, your body didn't lose control. It does seem to be the effect of that guy's skill. It's worthy of being a mythic rank profession. The skill is indeed heaven-defying. However, the effect of your skill has already been exposed, and you are in skill CD during this period of time. Lu Yun, you're finished. Swish! Zhang Heng roared and the silver hammer flew into his hands. He held it with both hands and slammed it at Lu Yun. Hammer slam! Boom! When this blow landed, a white light rose from the surrounding space, and even the metal railing of the ring made a dang sound. Lu Yun also sensed the changes behind him. His lips rose slightly, and he directly pulled out the dragon fortress and slung it across his body. The opponent was not a fire elemental's profession, and the flame dragon's intimacy had no effect on him, so he could not let the opponent's hammer hit him directly. Boom! Sparks overflowed in all directions, and the terrifying force caused the ground beneath Lu Yun's feet to sink. -250. Under the offset of the dragon fortress's own skill solid barrier, Zhang Heng's strike only dealt 250 points of damage to Lu Yun. This guy's defense is so strong, it's worthy of being a dragon knight. His defense is pulled right up to full strength. Although this guy's brain isn't good, but after all, he's a mythic rank profession. This profession attribute isn't something to be reckoned with. Holy shit, don't talk big nonsense. Be careful of being overheard by Ruthless Willow. How wonderful it would be if I were also a mythic rank profession. The many melon eaters watched in immense shock as Lu Yun's performance far exceeded their expectations. Originally, it was thought that Lu Yun chose Easy University either because he had a bad head and was crippled by the president of Easy University, or because he was dizzy with lust and wanted to pursue Lu Chou Shui. I didn't expect this guy to have quick reflexes and a lot of combat experience. If they were to face Zhang Heng, they definitely wouldn't be able to do what Lu Yun was doing right now with such a cloudy demeanor. It was important to realize that Zhang Heng had been on fire from the moment of the battle, and Lu Yun had yet to summon his betrothed. This pair of comparisons is a tall order. Just as the crowd was spitting out all sorts of bad things about Lu Yun, they suddenly felt a chill coming from behind them. Turning his head, he found Lu Qiushui, the ruthless man, staring at them with icy eyes. The crowd was so scared that they no longer dared to fart. And at this moment, the battle belonging to Lu Yun was far from over. Are you still a man? If you have the guts to fight head-on, don't keep hiding behind a shield. Seeing that his attack was once again resisted, Zhang Heng broke his defense, and with his attacking power, with this shield in place, he could do nothing but break into a rage. Lu Yun was also helpless. This was a public place and he didn't want to expose his strength. Kyoto was not like Jinsha City, where there were so many experts that Lu Yun needed to take it step by step, or else he would easily lose out. Also Lin Ying was here. The other party would definitely come to trouble him. If the bottom card was exposed now, it would allow the other party to make a precaution in advance. This was also the reason why, until now, he hadn't summoned Long Kor out to participate in the battle. If he was on fire, he would definitely be able to end the battle quickly, but then his bottom card would also be seen by the crowd. Ugh, what a headache. What should I do to defeat this guy at the smallest possible cost? Lu Yun rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache. Although this guy's values in all aspects were inferior to his own, he was at least a legendary rank profession, and it was too difficult to defeat his opponent without revealing his skills. Lu Yun, act like a man and have a man-to-man duel in a dignified manner. Don't let me look down on you. Zhang Heng held the hammer with both hands and forked his legs as he started another round of verbal attacks on Lu Yun. Watching him do this, Lu Yun had a flash of light and thought of a way to break the situation. I don't really want to fight you because I'm afraid of hurting innocent people, but since you insisted on asking for it, then I naturally have to be an adult. Lu Yun no longer hesitated, dropping the giant dragon fortress and charging directly towards Zhang Heng. This scene directly stunned the crowd. This guy actually dropped his equipment. Is he planning to launch an attack with his bare hands? A mythic rank freshman from the Magic Martial University said with a shocked face. Looking at him, it seems like he doesn't intend to cast a skill. What kind of operation is this? Another mythic rank profession from the Magic Martial University was also quite confused. Mythic level professions were certainly more powerful than legendary level, but you move your fists directly without applying skills, and at the same level, such behavior was too arrogant. Not to mention this group of people, even Lu Qiushui, who was quite optimistic about Lu Yun, was also very puzzled. What the hell is this kid doing? Is he really ready to strike with his bare hands? If it were her, she could easily defeat Zhang Heng with her bare hands, but that was also because of the premise that her level was far higher than Zhang Heng's. She really couldn't figure out what Lu Yun was planning to do. At this moment, Zhang Heng also wailed with excitement when he saw Lu Yun rushing in like this. Lu Yun's brain was really not too smart. A few words of provocation could make him lose his mind. Without dodging, he placed the hammer in front of his chest, and his whole body armor instantly emitted a white glow. Steel reinforcement. His defense and blood quantity were both boosted by a small amount. He was prepared to stiffen the blow. Both were level 21, and he had used skills, so if Lu Yun could block his attacks, he was bound to be able to block Lu Yun's attacks as well. He wouldn't have dared to do so if Lu Yun were to display his skills, but right now, Lu Yun was barehanded, so there was no need for him to be afraid. On the premise of not taking into account the participation of the marriage partner in the battle, the biggest difference between the talent levels of different professions, in addition to the gap between the numerical values, is the professional skills, but what he didn't know was that it would be the worst decision he'd ever made. In a flash of lightning, Lu Yun appeared in front of Zhang Heng and threw a punch at the latter's chest. Boom! The punch landed on top of the hammer, which took most of the damage, but Zhang Heng still took 50 points of damage. However, 50 points of damage did not hurt Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's lips rose in an arrogant smile as he said, "Is that all you've got?" Lu Yun also leaked out a smile as he sniffed. Zhang Heng had a bad feeling when he saw this expression on Lu Yun's face, but he couldn't figure out what else Lu Yun had up his sleeve. Lu Yun once again swung out a punch. Zhang Heng did not see any changes in this circle, and he continued to stand still, ready to take the blow. However, what he did not expect was that Lu Yun's punch was not aimed at his chest. Instead, it was his most vulnerable spot, his crotch. Blanche. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted violently, and his entire face instantly darkened. His steel reinforcement can steel the surfaces of his entire body to defend against damage. However, there are some parts that are not usually attacked. On the one hand, monsters would only attack the head, neck, and heart, which were the key to death, and rarely attack there. On the other hand, with the protection of the limbs, the opponent cannot attack. There was also another problem. That part of the body might develop functional disorders after stealing, affecting fertility. Zhang Heng was still young and had to nurture his offspring, so naturally, he would not steal strengthen that part as well. But Lu Yun did just that. Shit, Lu Yun, you don't talk about martial virtues. It turned out that the previous punch was just a front. And this punch was the real killing move. I'm going to be cut off from my grandchildren. You fucking idiot. Where's your fucking modesty? Are you really a fucking mythic transmogrifier? Can you have some fucking class or not? Fuck you. Zhang Hong frantically greeted Lu Yun in his heart. However, he soon stopped cursing as he had felt a strong wind blowing against his crotch. The wind was already raging even before the fist arrived. I recognize. Zhang Heng's scalp instantly tingled. He could already imagine the pain that tore his heart and lungs apart. He had experienced countless battles in his life and had never been as desperate as he was now. In order for the second brother to avoid suffering instantly, he was ready to admit defeat. It's just a shame it's already too late. Bang! Lu Yun's punch slammed down solidly. The moment. Zhang Hong was in a trance when he heard his second brother's sigh. Zhang Heng's second brother, alas, after all, it is still me, a Kuan, who has resisted all. Bang! A fist fell and the egg shattered. -666. A string of damage numbers popped up as well. And although it was only 666 points of damage, the pain could instantly disable a person. Zhang Hong then didn't even have the strength to shout. As if his soul was instantly drained away, his five senses twisted into a ball. His body began to shake madly, and he slowly squatted on the ground with his hands holding his crotch. Ouch! It fucking hurts. The pain is unspeakable. Indescribable. Only those who have experienced it know. Hiss! The many boys present simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air, and all of them involuntarily reached out to cover their crotches. Even though they were just eaters, they still empathized with the fact that this attack was a fatal one for men. This guy called Lu Yun is really desperate. There is no bottom line at all. This kind of attack was used. Don't push your face. At this moment, all the males in the room were secretly alerted that they must guard against Lu Yun's hand when facing him. This kind of attack, as long as it's a guy, who can carry it? Still want to continue? Lu Yun looked down on Zhang Hong with a smile on his face. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him attacking like this. After all, the purpose of battle was to win, and if he could win the battle at the smallest cost, Lu Yun naturally wouldn't hesitate. Lu Yun, you son of a bitch, you don't fucking talk about martial virtues. I'm not done with you. Zhang Hong was in heartbreaking pain, curled up on the ground in a cold sweat from the pain. When he heard Lu Yun's words, his heart burst with anger, and he began to explode with nationalism on the spot. Lu Yun didn't get angry when he heard that, but instead said with a frivolous frown, "Oh, it seems that you are still unconvinced and want to continue fighting with me. Worthy of being a senior student of Xianling University, you really do have the courage. In that case, I hope you can catch my next attack." After Lu Yun finished speaking, he stepped back 3 meters while his feet were forked. Then he stretched out his right hand with a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Monkey stealing peach." The instant he heard this, Zhang Hong couldn't help but clench his legs. Hiss! Ouch! It just got better and gave itself a bit of a kick in the ass. I fucking. Seeing that Lu Yun was ready to strike, Zhang Heng's eyelids jumped as he forced himself to endure his second brother's pain and shouted, "Stop! Something's wrong?" Lu Yun teased. "If you're a man, wait for me to recover and fight head-on. Don't use these underhanded tricks." Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain angrily. "A very good offer." Lu Yun nodded, then shook his head. "It's a pity that I refuse your offer. What kind of cowhorse is this guy? You really don't know how to write the word shame. Are you ready to carry on the shamelessness to the end?" Zhang Heng's face was filled with black lines, and he was on the verge of breaking down inside. As a grassroots origin all the way through the thorns and thistles, what kind of people have not encountered, but never met Lu Yun, this kind of brazen guy? There's no point in talking more. Since you're still not convinced, the battle continues. Lu Yun didn't talk nonsense with this bastard and immediately set up his offense. Zhang Hong was furious when he saw this, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Just then, the dwarf horse blocked in front of Zhang Hong. I had been fighting just now and hadn't noticed what the horse looked like. This dwarf horse was only about 1.3 meters in height, although her height was not high, but her looks were good. Doll face, smooth and delicate face. Such looks were a perfect match for her height. In addition, this one had another advantage. Her size was quite outstanding. Every step she took was a spectacular scene of waves. Even Long Kor, the princess of the Fire Dragon clan, couldn't match it. Also, dwarf centaurs have the appearance of a human horse's hips, which is wonderfully useful. "You insolent fellow! How dare you be rude to my master?" the dwarf centaur roared as he glared at Lu Yun, that gaze itching to dismantle him. TSK, I didn't realize that this marriage partner of yours, brother Zhang, is quite good," Lu Yun said as he rubbed his fingers against his chin and stared at the dwarf centaur with interest. "What do you want?" Zhang Hong asked, instantly alert at the sight. This guy's eyes were off. 9 out of 10. Does he want to do god-awful things to his betrothed? This was the marriage partner that he had chosen from the matrimonial room. A partner to be with for the rest of his life. If Lu Yun dared to do nasty things to his marriage partner, he would never agree to it. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I'm actually the chosen one. Ever read a web novel? The kind with a system. I activated the hearth system. So as long as I engage in dual cultivation with the marriage object of other transmutants, I'll be able to raise my strength. I see that you're a good marriage partner. So, speaking here, Lu Yun paused for a long time, revealing an evil smile. This appearance really had a sense of the villain. And thanks to Long Core and Weaving Linger not being here, otherwise they would definitely have to roll their eyes. Often Lu Yun was truly uncouth, probably due to the fact that he had lived a long hard life in the past, and this had led to Lu Yun not being particularly attached to face. The chosen one? Web novels? Hearth system? If you fucking want to hijack my marriage partner, just say so, and find all these weird reasons. Not only do you have no bottom line, it turns out that you're also a smelly hooligan. Even if I die here, I can't let you touch my marriage partner. But he couldn't get up to meet them now. He had to surrender to protect his marriage partner. I admit defeat. Zhang Hong clenched his teeth and said with extreme reluctance. Earlier, a smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. He was pretty feckless, but he wasn't perverted enough to defile someone's marriage partner in public. Does master still hurt? The little filly came to Zhang Heng's side and looked at him with a concerned face as she asked. I'm fine. Zhang Hong forced himself to endure the pain, but his forehead was already oozing dense sweat. The fragile second brother was smashed. It's a wonder that he's okay. I guess it'll take a year and a half of recuperation to recover. It's alright. Slave will help you back to rest, give you a good rub and apply medicine. You will definitely be fine. Heartbroken, the dwarf centaur Loli hurriedly helped Zhang Hong walk out of the ring, and glared fiercely at Lu Yun before leaving. How could she not be angry when her favorite food was broken by the human in front of her? I'm afraid she won't be a mushroom-picking little girl for a long time to come. When Zhang Hong left, the ring under the tea house fell into an eerie silence as the crowd stared at Lu Yun in deep thought. I heard all of you talking about me when I first arrived, and I wonder who else sees me as unpleasant? Come forward now. Let's have a man-to-man encounter. Lu Yun swept a glance at the crowd and said with a cordial smile. The crowd sniffed but the corners of their mouths twitched at the same time. A man-to-man encounter? You have the nerve to say such a thing. With your dirty tricks, are you sure it's a fight between men? They didn't want to experience Zhang Heng's kind of egg-light sadness, and for a while no one on the scene even responded. There were actually still a few mythic-level transmigrators amongst the people present, and their strengths were not weak. Some of them were even above Lu Yun's rank, but none of them spoke at this time either. The reason was simple. We were all here simply to get to know each other. There was no deep hatred, so why should we offend each other and make enemies for ourselves? Moreover, even if they defeated Lu Yun here, they wouldn't gain anything, but would instead expose their own cards. At this point everyone's thoughts coincide. Neither want to expose their cards. It seems that all of you are fine with me. Lu Yun sighed and said with an unfulfilled sense of humor. Originally, I wanted to continue to have several encounters between men, but it seems that I can only wait for the next time. Lu Yun waved his hand before leaving with Lu Qiushui, leaving the crowd in the wind. Right after the two of them left the tea house, Lu Qiushui suddenly said to Lu Yun with interest. I didn't see that school brothers still had this kind of skill. Don't laugh. Senior sister Lu. I didn't really want to expose my strength here today, and that guy surnamed Zhang named me and challenged me, so I had no choice but to come up with this plan. Lu Yun said with a bitter smile. If he didn't have no choice, Lu Yun wouldn't want to do something like this. But it didn't matter, as long as the end result was good. You could have chosen to hide behind me and not make a move. Now this will inevitably be looked down upon by these guys, but the effect of killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey has been achieved. Lu Qiushui hit her mouth and laughed softly, causing her body to flip in front of her. Lu Yun didn't expect Lu Qiushui to react this way, and he knew that his trick of stealing peaches from monkeys wasn't a bright and honorable tactic. It's getting late. You've kind of been in contact with these freshmen today. I was going to introduce you to the group properly, but now it seems unnecessary. Speaking of this, the corners of Lu Qiushui's lips couldn't help but rise even higher. Prosperity University, have really picked up a treasure this time. She did have plans to introduce Lu Yun to these new students. After today's tea party, tomorrow would be the official Kyoto examination. By then the new students would be competing against each other. It was naturally better to know oneself and one's enemy. However, with Lu Yun's strength and shrewdness, he thought that this information would not matter to him. Being said so by Lu Qiushui, Lu Yun was also embarrassed. He didn't have a sense of belonging to Easy University, but this senior sister Lu was very kind to him. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back to rest early as well. You still have to take the Kyoto examination tomorrow. so you have to get your strength up tonight. Lu Qiushui softly said. Well, I'll listen to all of you. Senior sister. Lu Yun nodded. Lu Qiushui giggled. School brother is quite obedient. Unlike some people, stubborn and conceited. Totally a guy who is not easy to get along with. Every time I get along with this guy alone, it's quite a headache. The person that senior sister Lu was talking about is another student from this school? Lu Yun was curious. According to that old liar, there should be one more person in Easy University besides him and Lu Qiushui. So it wasn't hard to guess that the guy that Lu Qiushui spoke of as not getting along well should be that person. Well, that's the guy. Senior sister Lu. What's that person like? Lu Yun asked curiously, guessing that the other party had most likely been lured in by that old con artist as well. And for someone who could be seen by that old crook, Lu Yun was curious about what caliber the other party was. That guy's strength is not bad, but unfortunately, he is just too stubborn. Forget it and don't mention it. You guys will have the chance to get in touch in the future. Now go back to rest earlier. Lu Qiushui shook his head and said. She was clearly unwilling to explain too much on this matter. Lu Yun saw this and did not ask, and immediately the two of them retraced their steps back to Easy University in Bailing. Alright, it's getting late. You go rest first. Lu Qiushui greeted Lu Yun, collected the white spirit and prepared to go back to his room to rest. At this time, Lu Yun called out to Lu Qiushui. That. Senior sister Lu. Where is my room? Lu Yun asked awkwardly as he scratched his head. He'd only been tricked into coming to Easy University last time, and he still didn't know where his room was. Ah, rather forgot you didn't have a room yet. Lu Qiushui came to a sudden realization, and then immediately reached out her slender jade hand to hold her chin in thought. It was only after a long time that he sighed. I'm sorry Senior Lu Yun. You've seen the environment of our Easy University. There are quite a few extra rooms here, but they are very messy inside and need to be cleaned before you can move in. How about this? Tomorrow I'll organize a new room for you, and tonight you'll just spend the night at my place? Sharing a room with Lu Qiushui? Just for one night? Looking at Lu Qiushui's rippling arc, Lu Yun only felt his mouth and tongue dry and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. I'm afraid this isn't very good, is it? What's wrong with that? We're all adults with marriage partners. I don't mind. Do schoolmates still mind me? Lu Qiushui let out a light laugh. Then she brought her mouth to the base of Lu Yun's ear and whispered, You don't look too bad. If you really want to eat your senior sister doesn't mind. Oh, he didn't know if Lu Qiushui was intentional or unintentional, but Lu Yun suddenly felt a hot breath coming from the base of his ear, which also carried the scent of lavender. Lu Yun had a flash of energy and immediately felt a certain place start to fill with blood. School brother. Lu Qiushui's voice was full of flirtation. What's going on? Lu Yun looked back and found Lu Qiushui staring at a certain place of his. Seeing this, Lu Yun also followed her line of sight to look, and he saw a green dragon looking down at the sky, manifesting a talent against the heavens. This green dragon has the qualifications of a great emperor. Lu Yun was embarrassed at that time. Senior sister Lu, listen to my sophistry. Bah! Listen to my explanation. Lu Yun's old face reddened with embarrassment as he panicked and tried to explain, but was stopped by Lu Qiushui shaking her head. Young people are bloodthirsty and it's easy to get strange ideas in your head. I get it. I understand. Lu Qiushui winked at Lu Yun, smiling like a flower, but an undetectable blush rose on her face. What about this one? Mainly because my profession is a knight. My physical strength is too much, and a lot of the time it's not under my control. Lu Yun said wryly. Well, mainly because of his profession and never admit that it's his problem. Then can school brother Lu Yun let school sister me experience the energy of a knight tonight? Lu Qiushui suddenly leaned over to Lu Yun and stared into his eyes as she asked. She was wearing a very cool top, and when she bent down, a picture of rippling waves appeared in front of Lu Yun's eyes. A mess of flowers. Good poem, good poem. As the saying goes, it is the hidden that is the most attractive. And as a man of principle, Lu Yun naturally made his own reaction in a timely manner. First, he took a deep breath. Then his eyes widened as he probed for a closer look. Don't get me wrong. He wasn't taking advantage of the opportunity to be a hooligan, but he was watching purely with the mindset of appreciating something beautiful. He was a person who was used to being poor before, both before and after crossing over, and he didn't have any lofty hobbies. His only hobby was appreciating beauty. Seeing Lu Yun staring at himself so unobtrusively, and even taking the initiative to come up, with a face that was almost pressed against his own waves, even Lu Qiushui instantly blushed with shame, only for this change in expression to be quickly collected by her. As a senior sister, she couldn't show any passive reaction because it wouldn't fit the setting of a senior sister. What the hell is going on in that head of yours? Come with me. It's getting late. Get some early rest and sleep. Lu Qiushui reached out her jade hand and gently knocked Lu Yun's head. Then she turned around and left. Lu Yun nodded his head and quickly followed. But his mind was still immersed in the earlier picture of the waves and was unable to extricate himself from it. And he did not notice Lu Qiushui's somewhat hurried footsteps. All the way behind Lu Qiushui, Lu Yun smelled a faint scent of lavender. Smells good. It's like the ultimate charm released when a flower blooms. Lu Qiushui brought Lu Yun to a room. Lu Qiushui's boudoir was actually a transformed classroom room. Here is still the layout of the classroom. The room has been simply decorated, but it is very cozy. The overall layout of the room was relatively simple, and the color was not the pink that Lu Yun imagined, but a purple with a mature flavor. A poet once said that purple has a rhythm, and that statement is true. At least this color was perfect for Lu Qiushui's temperament. When he entered the room, he could smell a stronger lavender scent, and Lu Yun felt like he had arrived in a paradise of sexual bliss. Looking toward the center of the room, Lu Yun's gaze rested on the large purple bed. Looked around. There is just one bed here. Did Sister Ryu had asked herself to stay here temporarily for the night, so it seemed that the two of them were going to sleep together in a big bed? Isn't this developing a little too fast? However, since senior sister Lu insisted, he could only be a guest. Don't look around. I'm going to take a shower first. Rest yourself. There's a water fountain over there. Get yourself some water if you're thirsty. Lu Qiushui barked at Lu Yun, grabbed her bathrobe, and walked into the corner converted bathroom. Lu Yun was the only one left in the bedroom. It's not as messy as I thought it would be. It's said that a lot of ostensibly glamorous girls' homes are cluttered, so it seems that this saying doesn't apply to Ryu-senpai. Lu Yun was undeterred and looked around once again, and did not see any randomly placed little underwear or anything like that. It would be a lie to say I'm not disappointed. A lot of things in senior sister Lu's room are purple. That one should be purple too, right? Lu Yun murmured softly. After a long time, Lu Yun retrieved his thoughts and began to plan out his next college life. And then it got depressing. Coming to a hellhole like Easy University, where would he have any future to plan for? Truly the future is indefinite. It's better to find a chance to run. Lu Yun has not been depressed for a long time. The bathroom suddenly sounded a sound of running water, interrupting Lu Yun's thoughts. Lu Yun's mind cannot help but begin to fantasize about Lu Qiushui's powerful body, under the wash of running water. Stop. Stop. You can't keep thinking about it. You're going to make a mistake if you keep thinking about it. Lu Yun simply sat in place and began to meditate, his mouth still chanting, Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store, turn misfortune into good fortune, stabilize my Tao heart. Well, it didn't take long for the sound of running water to stop in the bathroom. Lu Yun then saw Lu Qiushui, who was wrapped in a bathrobe and was holding a towel to wipe the water droplets on her head, swaying her enchanting figure from within the bathroom as she slowly walked out. Does it look good? Lu Qiushui blinked at Lu Yun, her voice charming and moving. Good looking, Lu Yun said seriously as his gaze met his. He liked looking at beautiful women, one of his few hobbies, and he didn't avoid the other man's gaze. In Lu Yun's opinion, appreciating beautiful things was a man's nature, and it was not something shameful. Want to see? Lu Qiushui's lips rose, with 3 points of teasing and 7 points of flirtatiousness. She said, If senior sister Lu wants to show me, I'm naturally willing. Lu Yun also grinned. Then he got a solid blow to the back of his head from Lu Qiushui. What are you doing, Sister Willow? Lu Yun asked, scratching his head as he endured the pain. Little rascal, take an early rest. Don't think about something you shouldn't think about all day long. Your priority now is to think about how to face tomorrow's Kyoto examination. This examination is related to the face of our Easy University. You are the only freshman in our term. Our face can all count on you. Lu Yun instantly rolled his eyes. Where is the facade to be maintained when the University of the Promised Land is in this state? Sleep. Without saying anything more, Lu Qiushui laid down on the bed in front of Lu Yun, then covered her proud body with the purple bedding. Lu Yun sniffed and also felt that Lu Qiushui had a point. No matter what, going to bed early and getting up early was good for the body, and it was indeed time to go to bed now. So get up decisively and get ready for bed. However, Lu Yun had only just made it to the bed when Lu Qiushui suddenly called him to a halt. What are you doing? Lu Yun was filled with black question marks. I'm sleeping. Why did you come to bed when you were sleeping? Ah, shouldn't sleep be in bed? You little rascal think so. Lu Qiushui rolled her eyes in dismay and pointed to the sofa next to her and said, It's already exciting enough for a man and a woman to be in the same room together, but you actually want to sleep under the same bed? Think beautiful. Go sleep on the sofa. Sleep on the couch. If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier? Look what we've got here. It's a big misunderstanding. Lu Yun touched his nose, then obediently went to lie down on the sofa. Seeing Lu Yun's deflated appearance, Lu Qiushui's lips involuntarily rose. She didn't know why. Seeing Lu Yun like this made her feel amused. Spinning around, he reached out to turn off the lights. The room was then plunged into total darkness. The only thing that shone into the room was a ray of moonlight along the edge of the window. Night. A starry night. Silence. The room was just as quiet, and the two could even hear each other breathing. Lu Qiushui lay on the bed covered with the quilt, but her mind was wandering. Since coming into contact with Lu Yun, this guy had not shied away from admiring his body, but Lu Qiushui did not resent it in the slightest. Instead, he was somewhat secretly pleased. There were many men who sized themselves up like Lu Yun, but those men's gazes were nasty and carried a nasty purpose. Lu Yun, however, was different from them, although Lu Yun also liked to look around. His eyes were very pure. They were a kind of eyes that did not have any desires, only appreciation. Interesting little hooligan. Sneak play hooligan I have seen, but the public openly and honestly play hooligan, but I am the first time to see. It seems that in the future the life of the University of the Free will not be so boring. Lu Qiushui raised her eyes and glanced at Lu Yun on the sofa, sleepy and slowly entering dreamland. Early the next morning, the two of them woke up and simply washed up before arriving at the Magic Martial University. As the bearer of the Summer University, every session of the Kyoto examination was held here. Because the Devil's Martial University had the most complete apparatus, this place had the largest number of copies, and it was the most appropriate place to do so. It was only when the two of them arrived outside the Magic Martial University that Lu Yun deeply felt what the gap was. Outside the gates of Easy University was a deep forest, while Magic Martial University was the opposite. Outside was the busiest shopping street. The land here alone is worth thousands of dollars, and the Magic Martial University covers tens of thousands of acres here. Outside of the Magic Martial University, there stood a statue of a monster that had been penetrated by a long sword. The monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its facial expression was very grim, and there were countless runes flickering all over its body. But the long sword was even more powerful, and it even directly penetrated the monster and nailed it to the ground. According to rumors, this sword is the equipment of the founder of the Magic Martial University, a starburst level equipment, the highest level in equipment. This founder once used this sword to slaughter countless powerful monsters, and during the era of war in the Xia Kingdom, he alone defended the Xia Kingdom with this sword. Lu Qiushui looked at the statue in front of him and explained softly. Lu Yun, however, frowned slightly and said softly, the founder of the Magic Martial University? Well, this one is an extraordinary existence, a resounding figure in the entire history of the Summer Kingdom. You should have heard of Sword Sengtian, right? Heard that. Lu Yun nodded his head. Jian Sengtian was the strongest swordsman in the Summer Kingdom, and was likewise a mythic rank profession. Every 10th level after a transmogrifier exceeds level 20 is a watershed, and level 100 is a super watershed. It's this watershed that has trapped so many geniuses. Instead, this Sword Sengtian was the one who had broken through level 100 more than a decade ago. This one had already become a myth in Xia, and as for what rank he was now, Lu Yun didn't know, but it shouldn't be lower than Akagi Sakurako, the town goddess of the Sakura Kingdom. Are you ready? Just then Lu Qiushui asked in a sudden pictorial turn. Prepare for what? Lu Yun wondered. Be prepared to be humiliated. Lu Qiushui winked at Lu Yun and said, in most people's opinion, with your talent you should have joined the Magic Martial University, but instead you joined the University of Prosperity, although it was you who was wise and made the right choice. But other people won't see it that way. In their eyes you're already no different from a fool. Every session of the Kyoto examination will have countless people coming to observe, and there will surely be no shortage of taunts later on. Lu Yun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Who in their wisdom would choose to join the University of the Promised Land? I was totally suckered in by that old con man's sweet dates and a big stick. And his behavior like this was no different from that of a fool, not to mention in the eyes of others, even in his own eyes. I'm a person who doesn't have any other skills, but my cheek thickness is definitely enough. So don't worry, senior sister Lu. Lu Yun sighed in his heart and grinned. I'm not worried about your cheek. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Lu Qiushui nodded. Lu Yun. It was obvious that senior sister Ryu had expressed her affirmation of her abilities, but why couldn't she be happy? Go. Lu Qiushui said. Lu Yun nodded his head and followed Lu Qiushui towards the inside of the Demon Martial University. On the way forward, Lu Yun thought about it and released the coyote. The coyote came out from the marriage door and barked at Lu Yun, his little tail wagging up in a very excited manner. Why are you like a dog? The little one is very young after all, and it does get boring staying in the mating space all the time. Still need to let it out occasionally to let the little guy get some air. Lu Yun squatted down and rubbed the coyote's doggy head. Ah, no, it's a wolf's head. The coyote also spat out its tongue in excited response, rubbing against Lu Yun one by one. This is your battle pet? I can see that she likes you a lot. Battle pets are usually forced to be taken in. It's rare to see such a docile battle pet. Lu Qiushui was slightly surprised. Don't look at her white spirit at her beck and call. But it was actually the mandatory effect of the battle pet orb. But the battle pet ball could only guarantee the absolute loyalty of the battle pet. But it couldn't make the battle pet so docile. At this Lu Yun just smiled and didn't answer. His coyote was one that had fallen out of a quest card. And its loyalty was naturally not comparable to monsters taken in through a battle pet ball. Just as the two of them were talking, they had already arrived at the interior of the Magic Martial University. And what caught their eyes was the huge square and the towering teaching buildings. The buildings here are so far away that it's more of an isolated world than a school. Lu Yun was greatly shocked by what he saw, and for the first time in his life, he had the feeling of Lu entering the Grand View Garden. The impact of everything here was simply not too great for Lu Yun, who used to live off of moving bricks. If I successfully join the Magic Martial Arts University, the more Lu Yun thought about it, the more he regretted it and couldn't help but sigh. It's a sin. Just then, the coyote suddenly woofed twice before running to the corner and lifting his hind legs and starting to drain. Wow! A yellowish fountain opened its gate from the middle of the wolf's leg. Lu Yun's face instantly changed when he saw this. This coyote is so clueless. He really picks the place to pee. This was the Magic Martial University, the top academy in the Summer Kingdom, a holy place that had trained countless transmigrators. Lu Yun had originally released this little one to let her get some air. And secondly, he also wanted the little one to feel the atmosphere of this place. Whoever thought this little guy would come out and pee? Today was the day of the Kyoto examination, and there were quite a few people passing by around. Seeing a coyote lifting its legs to drain the flood here, the expressions of the people passing by instantly became wonderful. Whose battle pet is this, to be so bold as to excrete filth in such a sacred place? Didn't you learn the Summer Animal Disease Prevention Act? Lu Yun rushed forward in 3 steps and pulled the coyote up. You guys really don't know any better. Don't you know to pick a deserted place to pee? Lu Yun said with a face full of black lines. At that moment an old man came running in the distance with a windy and angry face. As the highest academy in Xia, this was a place where the security guards were all level 20 transmuters. Only the career level wasn't that high. The old man came to Lu Yun with quick steps, pointing at him with a flurry of angry curses and spittle flying. Is this your battle pet? This is the highest academic institution in the Summer Kingdom. Your battle pet is actually performing such filthy deeds here. Do you know what mistake you have made? I know it's wrong. Lu Yun hastily admitted his mistake and instinctively raised the coyote to ward off the bossman's verbal attack. As we all know, opening the floodgates to release floodwater is great, but as soon as the gates are opened it is very difficult to stop in the middle of the process, and there is no difference between human beings and animals. So when Lu Yun aimed the coyote at the bossman, the muzzle of a wolf-shaped bared water gun lashed out in front of him. Wow! The pale yellow warm spring water continued to gush, arcing through the air and shooting directly at the oldest man's body. Even part of it sprayed into his mouth. Oh, shit! I chow and I ma. Those warm liquids poured on the body seemed like fertilizers in the soil, giving the oldest man endless strength at once. Let the oldest man turn into an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage in a second. The beautiful national essence of the mouth. Crap! Lu Yun was also dumbfounded. He also didn't expect the coyote to be so capable of peeing. Coyote, you're in trouble. You know that? Hurry up and stop. Lu Yun urged the little wolf in his arms. Ow! The coyote let out an aggrieved howl. She wanted to stop too, but the slave girl can't do it. The floodwaters that opened the floodgates were like arrows off a string. Lu Yun also had to be good to move the coyote's prospective head away, and it was only after a minute that the flood was gradually drained away. However, before Lu Yun could breathe a sigh of relief, the oldest man came to Lu Yun with a twisted face, ready to raise an accusation. Your mom! The oldest man's sword brows went up, and with his anger and blood surging he was ready to say something in the nationalist language to instruct Lu Yun's mother. However, the 2 words had only just fallen when Lu Yun held a pile of gold coins and handed them to him. Lu Yun naturally knew that it was the little wolf that had caused trouble, so he was completely out of temper, and in order to prevent the situation from continuing to expand, he endured the pain and took out 300 gold coins and handed it over. Seeing these 300 gold coins handed over by Lu Yun, the boss's originally furious eyes turned human and harmless in an instant. How's your mom? Moncler outlet store reaching out. He took the gold coin and threw it into the marriage space, a gentle smile on his face. It's like a kindly elder making small talk with his juniors. Giving Lu Yun the whole won't do it. It's said that money makes the world go round, but this is too much of a contrast, isn't it? My parents died a long time ago. Lu Yun's expression was a bit gloomy. This was a sad story that he had always been reluctant to bring up. Alas, my condolences. The grandfather patted Lu Yun's shoulder softly and comforted him, and a few tears even flowed out of the corner of his eyes. Moncler outlet store. Thank you for your concern. Moncler, in fact, this incident is long past, and I know that people should move on, so I won't be beaten down. Lu Yun touched his somewhat sore nose with a serious look on his face. Seems to feel Lu Yun's words of perseverance. Moncler Outlet Online nodded in delight, stroking his beard and smiled. Rock one day with the wind. Rocking up 90,000 miles. Young people should be so. Go for it, young man. Moncler Outlet Online, I look forward to you. Seeing that the old man who was previously ready to eat people suddenly started to turn to comfort Lu Yun, the corner of Lu Shui's mouth next to him had gone numb. Originally, she had thought that things were out of control and was planning to make a personal appearance to set things right. The matter of a battle pet peeing inside the Magic Martial University was neither big nor small. But one thing was for sure, if this matter was provoked by someone with an ulterior motive, and one was not handled well, Lu Yun would be in big trouble. However, what Lu Shui never expected was that after Lu Yun had done so much, the ending was actually reversed. The oldest man had unexpectedly become good brothers with Lu Yun. Well, men don't cry. Go about your business, young man. I'm not crying. I'm just having a heart attack. Thank you, my lord. Go go go. After the two of them made some simple courtesies, Lu Yun rejoined Lu Shui. The surrounding people who were ready to watch the scene revealed when disappointed, also thought that they could watch a lively. Did not think that it would end so hastily. After this incident, Lu Yun had also learned about the coyote's ability to get into trouble. He also didn't dare to continue to allow the coyote to come out for a walk, and directly sent the coyote back to the mating space. Senior sister Lu, let's go. Lu Yun laughed. It's okay? Lu Shui looked at the far side of the room, the janitorial master who was still waving at Lu Yun with a rather odd expression. Something's up. Lu Yun sighed and reached out to cover his chest with a face full of pain. I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now. Uncomfortable? Lu Shui was instantly a bit anxious. Today was the day of the Kyoto examination. Lu Yun had a bearing on the face of the University of the Free, so he could not afford to have anything happen. I'm heartbroken. 300 gold coins were directly dried out by a single pea. These 300 gold coins are enough for me to eat for a month. Lu Yun had a pained look on his face. The corner of Lu Shui's mouth twitched, and she suddenly developed the urge to violently beat this kid up. The Magic Martial University was huge, and there were 6 cafeterias here alone. It was said that 3 of the cafeterias were so extravagant that if you had enough gold coins, you could savor a starred meal. There are 3 playgrounds at the Magic Martial Arts University. This examination was held in one of the playgrounds. The playground was already overcrowded with people who came to see the fun. The Kyoto test is really a solo show for Kyoto freshmen, and those who could come to Kyoto to attend university were naturally the best of the many students, the future pillars of the Summer Kingdom. Their examination was naturally expected by all. When Lu Yun arrived at the playground, he was shocked by the crowded scene. Sweeping eyes were filled with a bobbing head. Boy, I didn't expect that so many people would actually come to this examination. Is this what Kyoto is all about? In addition to the crowded viewing gallery, there was a place in the center of the playground that was divided into several areas. A plaque was erected in front of each area. The names of the universities are written separately. University of the Future, University of Magic and Martial Arts, University of Yaoqi, University of Kowloon. Every university in Kyoto has its name in it, and Easy University is no exception. Go ahead and get ready. Lu Shui pushed Lu Yun. Make sure to perform well this time and bring glory to Easy University. Competition? Lu Yun didn't have a sense of belonging to Easy University in the first place, so of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to do such a thing. Just go with the flow. Don't look at the scale of this Kyoto examination, but even if you can become the first place, there is no reward. This Kyoto test is a competition similar to the performance nature of the festival type, not a formal competition. Sister, among the people in this Kyoto examination, there are several mythic rank transfigurators besides me. It's not that easy to get a good score. All I can say is that I'll do my best. Lu Yun touched his nose and said softly, if you can finish in the top 3, sister can give you a special reward. And if you can win first place, I can let you have a good night's sleep. Lu Shui gave Lu Yun an ambiguous look. At the end of the words, a good night's sleep, but also deliberately aggravated tone, suggesting not too obvious. This light-hearted remark was instantly inspiring. Let me get a good night's sleep? How do you sleep? Lu Yun's mind couldn't help but associate it with Lu Shui's proud figure, and immediately his chi and blood surged, and his nose slightly itched as liquid flowed out. Don't worry, senior sister. Since I'm a part of Easy University, I naturally have to fight with all my might for the face of Easy University. I'll fight for first place. Lu Yun reached out and wiped the blood off his nose, his gaze never more determined. It wasn't because of the special rewards that Lu Shui was talking about. He simply wanted to get a good night's sleep. That's all. As a man, Lu Yun didn't think there was any problem with his idea. Then school sister will wait here for your good news. Lu Qiushui giggled. Just between the two talking, several figures suddenly walked side by side into the area of the Magic Martial University. This group of people were the freshmen of this session of the Magic Martial University. When the group appeared, there was a deafening cry. Being able to join the Magic Martial University was the goal of almost all students. Being able to join the Magic Martial University was enough to prove that this person had extraordinary talent. Upon hearing the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, the group of freshmen from the Magic Martial University only nodded their heads and acted in a very low-key manner. Soon, people also came from the side of Nine Dragons University, Future University, and Xianling University one after another. Although there were also people shouting and cheering when these people appeared on the stage, in terms of both sound and scale, they were no match for the Magic Martial University. Just then, deafening waves of sound suddenly stirred from the crowd. Lu Yun felt his eardrums almost shatter. The sound at this time was much louder than when the freshmen of the Demon Martial University made their appearance. Raising his eyes, he only saw a group of young girls striding towards within the area of Yaoqi University. It's the Yaoyogi University people who have arrived. Although Yaoqi University was not comparable to the Magic Martial University in terms of overall strength, there were clear female students here, and everyone's face value was very high. No wonder the reaction to their appearance was so crazy. Looking at the group of coolly dressed young girls out, Lu Yun felt that both of his eyes were completely inadequate. If he hadn't been in the way, he would have wanted to yell a few times. Yaoqi University is as popular as ever. Just then, Lu Yun suddenly heard Lu Qiushui's words coming from behind him. Lu Yun's curiosity was also piqued and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior Sister Lu, has this Yaoqi University always been popular?" In Lu Yun's opinion, it was understandable that Yaoqi University was a girls' school, so it was popular with boys. However, listening to Lu Qiushui's meaning, it seemed that this Yaoqi University was not only popular with boys. Lu Qiushui gave Lu Yun a meaningful glance. "Don't you see that Yaoqi University's comprehensive strength is inferior to that of the Magic Martial University? Its admission standards are not inferior at all to the Magic Martial University. Even though there is only one mythic rank student here, those who are able to join Yaoqi University have very high individual ranks, no matter what level of occupational talent they have." Words to hear. Lu Qiushui seems to think of something. Suddenly dumbfounded laugh. Also all thanks to that Yaoqi University schoolgirl is not in. Otherwise here again have to, and a lot of people roar through the voice. "Yaoyogi University flower?" Hearing these words, Lu Yun couldn't help but see a beautiful face in his mind, Xinyu. At first, the news of his coming to the capital was spread. The executives and presidents of the major universities personally showed up to invite him to join. At that time, the beautiful principal of Yaoqi University, Yao Yun, was also present, and had also called over numerous students with excellent posture. He also asked Lu Yun if he wanted a wife. Looking at the other party's kind of stance at that time, as long as Lu Yun was willing to join Yaoqi University, he would be able to receive a wife on the spot. And Xinyu was present at that time as well. When he thought of this, Lu Yun felt another pang of regret. Had he known that he should have promised Yao Yun and joined Yaoqi University in the first place. How the strength enhancement would be in the future by joining Yaoqi University was unknown, but it would certainly be very exciting. That Yaoqi University flower that senior sister Lu was talking about is Xinyu? Lu Yun was curious. "You know each other?" Lu Qiushui was a bit surprised. Listening to Lu Yun's tone, it seemed that he had met with the other party. There was only a one-sided relationship. When Yao Yun insisted on making her my wife, but I'm a man of principle, so of course I chose to reject it, because I knew that my true love wasn't her. Lu Yun's face was full of seriousness, which made Lu Qiushui roll her eyes. She had sort of realized that this little rascal not only had no sense of decency, but also liked to brag. "Yoyin made her your wife?" The other person, Shen Yu, was the school flower of Yaoqi University, the dream girl of many young talents in Kyoto, the top-ranked genius in Kyoto. He didn't know how many people were pursuing Xinyu. Even Lin Ying had pursued Xinyu, but unfortunately the other party had ruthlessly rejected her. One could imagine just how popular Xinyu was in Kyoto. Who is your true love if not her? Could there be another woman in Kyoto who was better than her? Lu Qiushui asked again. However, Lu Yun did not reply. Instead, looking straight at Lu Qiushui was stared at a little unnaturally and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" "I'm looking at my true destiny," Lu Yun said with a serious face. The corner of Lu Qiushui's mouth tugged as she rolled her eyes once again. She didn't even know how many times she had rolled her eyes since she had met Lu Yun. However, Lu Yun's words made Lu Qiushui quite receptive. Women love to be complimented. Lu Yun said that his true destiny was superior to Xinyu, and now he was saying that he was his true destiny. Didn't he mean that he was superior to Xinyu in Lu Yun's mind? Although he knew that this kid was blowing smoke and kissing ass, it didn't stop Lu Qiushue from being happy. Just as the two of them were talking, the freshmen from various universities had basically finished entering. Lu Yun didn't continue chatting with Lu Qiushue and also came to the center of the playground, walking to the location that belonged to the Prosperity University. However, when Lu Yun arrived at the area of Prosperity University, the originally coaxing scene was suddenly quiet. Immediately afterward, there was the odd murmur of the crowd. Is this that mythic class Dragon Knight? This is that great cleverness who has received a guaranteed place at the Magic Martial University but chose to join the University of the Free. Ha ha ha, I don't know what this guy is thinking, letting go of the Magic Martial University and having to go to Easy University. I remember that after this brat came to Kyoto, the executives and presidents of all the major colleges and universities had personally come out to invite him, and all of them were rejected by him. TSK, I've also heard about this matter. At that time, I thought that this guy would choose the Magic Martial University, but I didn't expect that he would actually join the Easy University after rejecting the invitations from these universities. It's such a waste to put this mythic profession on him. Joining a pheasant university doesn't use a mythic profession, does it? The content of the crowd's arguments varied, but the core outlook was the same, looking down on Lu Yun, and some of them say particularly nasty things. However, Lu Yun had acted as if nothing had happened from the beginning to the end. In the past, when he was moving bricks, he had not been pointed at much. At that time, in order to make money, Lu Yun could only endure, and over time he had gotten used to it. Not to mention that the current Lu Yun was a mythic ranked profession, and was completely guilty of not bothering with this group of people. There was another reason why Lu Yun felt that what they were saying made sense. When he had rejected the invitations from various universities and chose to join Easy University, it did seem brain dead, but he was forced to join Easy University. So in the face of these arguments, instead of being angry, Lu Yun felt that they had a point. I'm afraid that this group of people never dreamed that Lu Yun would react in such a psychological manner. When Lu Yun entered, the freshmen from the rest of the universities also looked in his direction. There are quite a few familiar figures here, having seen them in the tea house yesterday, because they had seen Lu Yun's monkey stealing Peach and also knew that he had Lu Ruthless Man behind him. These people didn't dare to say anything bad about Lu Yun, at least not to his face. Although they didn't say it on the surface, a strong look of disdain filled their eyes. Joining a pheasant university like Easy University, even if Lu Yun's talent was high, his future achievements would be limited. After all, the later a transmogrifier gets, the harder it is to level up, and it's hard to grow up without a good college grant. However, the young girls from Yaoqi University were enthusiastic in their attitudes towards Lu Yun, and a number of young students even nodded their heads kindly at Lu Yun. They had long heard that the principal had taken a group of students to find them husbands some time ago. Later on, according to those students who came back, that teenager who was pulled in by the principal's favor was very handsome, almost like the image of a domineering president who came out of a comic strip. At that time, they didn't believe it and thought it was too much, but the moment they saw Lu Yun right now, they knew that they were still too simple, because Lu Yun is really handsome. It's really like the perfect male lead from the manga. It fits their fantasies perfectly. Lu Yun also didn't expect that this group of girls from Yaoqi University would be so enthusiastic towards him, so he immediately nodded his head kindly in response. Seeing the interaction between the two sides, many of the boys gritted their teeth, feeling offended. The words envy and jealousy were written all over their eyes. Some of them had once pursued a girl from Yaoqi University and put in tremendous effort, but they couldn't get a ride from the goddess. Right now, this group of girls were taking the initiative to interact with Lu Yun, and this contrast was unacceptable to them. Someone in Xianling University suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is just a piece of trash who joined a pheasant university. Even if he has a mythic level talent, joining this kind of trash school in the future is also very limited. I really don't know why this group of girls like him so much." The person beside him sneered, "Little white boy chanting, who let this guy grow a face that can feed on his face value?" With these words, the crowd was quite comfortable. Indeed, this guy is nothing more than a handsome face. That aside, he is nothing. In this era, it is the rank that determines everything, and the higher the rank, the higher the status naturally rises. Just simply being good looking doesn't really mean much. Aside from Xianling University, students from almost every university were talking about Lu Yun, even though they were trying their best to hide it. But it wasn't hard to hear their jealousy in the words. Don't look at them. Disparaging Lu Yun is nothing but a face value. If they also had a face value like Lu Yun's, high or low, they would have to have a six fly and have a good time. This did not last long. A tutor from the Magic Martial University stood out. In the Magic Martial University, teachers were all uniformly referred to as tutors. As a tutor, the responsibility of being a tutor has become greater. and it is no longer simply a matter of imparting knowledge to students. This tutor first glanced at Lu Yun upon arriving at the scene, then faintly said, "Silence." These words were like thunder, and the originally noisy scene was suddenly silent. Without further ado, the Kyoto assessment will begin directly. The rules of the assessment are very simple. Using the Battle Royale mechanism, later you will be transported to a special copy within a copy. The most common monsters within the copy are boss level. There will also be random outbreaks of Beast Tide. In the Pinnacle Hall within the copy, there are disposable props, which are important props to win the game, and the props can only be used within the copy. When everyone enters the copy, they will be randomly teleported to a different location, and after a minute, a storm circle will appear at the edge of the copy. The storm circle will shrink as time passes. Once you stay in the storm circle for more than 10 seconds, you will be eliminated from the game. All you need to do is to look for props, fend off the threat of monsters, as well as be wary of the threat of the other participants, and the 10 people who remain at the end will be the winners of this time. After briefly recounting the rules of the Kyoto examination, the tutor looked at the many new students. "Have you all heard the rules clearly? Listen up." The crowd responded in unison. "Let's get started then." This mentor nodded his head, and immediately a staff appeared out of thin air in front of him, which released purple lightning bolts as it hovered in front of the mentor. Lightning spread out instantly along the void, actually condensing a portal in front of each participant. The crowd saw this and also walked straight in without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that all the people had entered the teleportation portal one after another, Lu Yun did not hesitate to flash around and prepare to walk in. But just then, that mentor called out to Lu Yun, "Just wait a minute. Something's wrong with Senior?" Lu Yun said in disbelief. "I'm curious as to why you chose to give up and join Easy University instead when you've obviously already obtained an enrollment spot in my Magic Martial University." This one looked straight into Lu Yun's eyes, and his majestic face was filled with a feeling of not being angry and having a bad attitude. Lu Yun was about to reply when that mentor suddenly waved his hand. "That's just it. Since you've already joined Easy University, there's no need to tell me the reason why you're doing this because it's pointless and I'm not particularly interested. But joining Easy University and abandoning the Magic Martial University will be the worst choice you've ever made in your life, and you'll regret it because of it." Lu Yun instantly frowned at his words. In fact, he was forced to join Easy University. He more or less felt some guilt towards Magic Martial University. After all, he had already gotten the enrollment quota, but letting people off the hook like this was tantamount to making the Magic Martial University lose face. But the other party as a mentor actually had this condescending tone, as if he owed this old man money. Lu Yun didn't like this feeling very much. "Elder, I have always felt that things happen for people. Even if I don't join the Magic Martial University, I will definitely be able to walk out on a path of my own." "Ha!" In response, that mentor just grunted coldly. The later a transmogrifier gets, the more money it burns, and it's safe to say that most transmogrifiers who reach relatively high levels do so by burning money. Without the support of the Magic Martial University's underpinnings, it was obviously difficult to do this with just Lu Yun. Seeing that his mentor didn't say anything, Lu Yun didn't bother to say anything more and directly stepped into the teleportation portal. Right after Lu Yun walked into the portal, that mentor suddenly waved his staff in hand at the sky once again. A huge projection actually appeared above the sky dome. What was shown on the inside of the projection was exactly what was going on inside the replica. At this point, the people were all randomly transported to different places. Lu Yun was also teleported to a random area, but unluckily, there was something special about the place where Lu Yun appeared. Lu Yun was surrounded by a group of lizard monsters, which were dancing around a bonfire, and above the bonfire hung a thigh of an unknown monster, which was sizzling under the bonfire. The group of lizards had been reveling when a flash of light made a human appear out of nowhere. This gang of lizards froze in place at that time. Stunned, for the first time in their lives, they encountered the good thing of heavenly delicacies, and only reacted after half a day, showing their teeth, their inverted pupils showing a ferocious color. Lu Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, scratched his head and smiled coyly. "If I run now, you guys shouldn't chase me, right?" After the scene fell silent for a few seconds, numerous lizard monsters hissed and charged towards Lu Yun. Blanche! Lu Yun exploded. The 13 lizards instantly rushed towards Lu Yun at lightning speed, which directly confused Lu Yun. What's the point of playing this game? We're in the enemy's spring at the start of the game. He had only just arrived at the copy. How did he end up in the center of a bunch of monsters? If he didn't know that the teleportation location was randomized, Lu Yun would even think that he wasn't being targeted. Right now, when he saw this group of lizard monsters suddenly rushing towards him, the hairs of sweat on Lu Yun's entire body instantly stood on end. A straight-up crouch came out of his mouth. It happened suddenly, and Lu Yun didn't have time to utilize his system to parse the weaknesses of this group of guys. It can only come straight out of the gate. Boom! Lu Yun's large hand directly pulled out the giant dragon fortress and slammed it against one of the first lizard monsters to rush in front of him. Bang! Minus 800. The lizard monster was knocked away by the dragon fortress and directly lost 800 blood. However, Lu Yun couldn't smile in the slightest because the other 12 lizard monsters had already surrounded him from all sides. It's already close at hand, outside of the replica. Through the projection, the audience also saw Lu Yun's current situation. Most of the areas where people were teleported to were relatively safe. And even if someone was teleported to an area where monsters were active, the monsters would not be too strong, and their numbers were even less numerous. Lu Yun's situation was unlucky. Ha 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 ha. Opening teleportation into a monster swarm. This kid is finished. Easy University is too unlucky. It was hard to trick a mythic level professional, but as a result, the opening is going to be the first to be eliminated. Everyone was not optimistic about Lu Yun's situation and thought that Lu Yun would soon be eliminated. The current level of the monsters within the copy was about the same as Lu Yun's level, but there were too many monsters, and even though Lu Yun was a mythic rank profession, he had not yet grown up. Facing so many monsters of the same level, what could be done? In addition, Lu Yun was the only freshman in this class of Easy University, and he didn't have any help. People from other universities have the option of joining forces if they encounter the situation within the replica. Lu Yun was left to fight alone from the beginning to the end, which was the reason why the crowd didn't favor Lu Yun. Boom! Within the replica, Lu Yun had just repelled a lizard monster, and there were 12 others charging at Lu Yun. These guys don't look too smart for their own good, but work together quite well. If Lu Yun made a move to deal with the lizard monster in front of him, the attacks from the surrounding lizard monsters would inevitably fall on Lu Yun. No matter how Lu Yun chose, he was quite passive. Is this treating me like I'm soft? A touch of heart-stopping coldness flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Don't look at him as usually dangling without any sense of propriety, but when it came to fighting, Lu Yun was more thunderous than anyone else. Swish! Suddenly, Lu Yun moved, his entire body's blood instantly boiling, and his maximum life value directly skyrocketed at this moment. The blood boils. Lu Yun was too late to parse the specific attributes of these monsters through the system, but Lu Yun could sense that these lizards wouldn't be much higher in level than himself. To play it safe, Lu Yun directly cast Blood Boil to boost his maximum life value to prevent himself from being killed in seconds. Immediately afterward, Lu Yun stretched out his finger and gently pointed it toward the front. Flaming Dragon Breath Slash. Boom! A red-colored sword shadow suddenly burst out and chopped into the surroundings, and in an instant, firelight directly enveloped the nearby space. These 12 lizard monsters were directly knocked back by this attack. Minus 900, 500, 758, Blitz minus 1100. As a series of damage numbers popped out, the lizard monster's blood levels instantly dropped by a large margin. However, they still possessed the power to fight, and Lu Yun's current crisis was not lifted. Ow! Just then, a lizard monster roared angrily, then opened its bloody mouth. A green halo flashed, and a ball of sticky green liquid jetted towards Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun didn't know what the effect of the opponent's skill was, he knew with his ass that it was definitely not something good and immediately dodged out of the way. Zip! 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 The viscous green liquid fell on the ground. The ground instantly white smoke. The land was directly corroded by the liquid depression. Blanche! Lu Yun sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing it. Luckily he had dodged it. This would definitely not be pleasant if it was sprayed on his body. Not knowing what other skills these guys had in their possession that needed to be dealt with carefully, Lu Yun was already pumped up. I'm only here to pass the test. I don't want to add to the killing. It's not too late for you guys to get lost. Lu Yun tried to communicate with these lizards. He only wanted to enter the top 10 in this round. His main goal was to find Lu Qiushui to exchange for special rewards, and he didn't want to kill monsters here. Nay, these monsters didn't have much spiritual intelligence and couldn't understand the meaning of Lu Yun's words at all. Ow! Just then, a lizard monster suddenly threw back its head and roared. Immediately after, the rest of the lizard monsters opened their bloody mouths, and a green halo was condensing within their hideous maws. They actually released their skills to attack Lu Yun at the same time. Well. Lu Yun also said 3 times in a row when he saw this. Since we're going to play, I'll play nice with you. Mockery of justice. Lu Yun stretched out his right hand to grip it through the air. Boom! A light yellow boundary was immediately propped up in all directions with Lu Yun at the center, and the lizard monsters enveloped by the halo instantly stopped releasing their skills. Turning around, he charged directly at Lu Yun. The skills they release are forcibly interrupted by Justice Taunt. Lu Yun rushed to the frontmost lizard monster with a single stride and stretched out his hands to directly press down on the opponent's large mouth. Then a hard yank. Rip! The sound of muscles being torn was chilling to the back. This lizard monster's mouth was actually forced apart by Lu Yun with a terrifying force. For a moment blood flowed and bones shattered. This one's brain flower is clearly visible. Minus 1,500. And while this strike caused great damage to this lizard monster, the other party remained undead and struggled to continue attacking Lu Yun. Unfortunately, Lu Yun wouldn't give it that chance, breaking open the opponent's large mouth with one hand. And with his other hand, he directly put his fingers together. Flaming Dragon Breath Slash. Boom! A flaming sword shadow instantly burst out from Lu Yun's fingertips, penetrating the lizard monster's head. 2,000. The blow went straight through the opponent's head, instantly ending the bastard's life. The huge body fell straight to the ground like a slab. However, Lu Yun did not stop his movements and dodged to another lizard monster as he did. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! In just the blink of an eye, all 13 lizard monsters were killed by Lu Yun, all of them having their mouths broken open alive by Lu Yun and their heads blown apart with the flaming dragon breath chop. The deaths were exceptionally gruesome. Successfully killed a lizard that spits. Experience plus 3,600. Successfully killed a lizard that spits. Experience plus 3,600. Successfully killed a lizard that spits. Experience plus 3,600. Just then 13 halos of light surged into Lu Yun's body, and the system's prompt rang out. This group of lizard monsters were all about the same level as Lu Yun, and were all level 20 plus existences. There was also a lot of experience in killing them, but this experience was far from allowing Lu Yun to break through right away. Unlike the examination copies in Jinsha City, the monsters within the current copy are also able to drop experience and equipment when they are killed. Lu Yun walked forward and collected the materials from the lizard's body. Collect lizard carcass X1. Harvest lizard skin X1. Collect lizard carcass X1. Harvest lizard skin X1. Collect lizard carcass X1. Harvest lizard skin X1. Collecting lizard corpses times 1. Harvesting lizard skins times 1. Harvesting magic leather boots, gold equipment, times 1. These materials were not useful to Lu Yun for the time being, and the attributes of the equipment were relatively poor. Not much use to Lu Yun. Lu Yun didn't even look at it before he directly put it into the marriage space, ready to take it out and exchange it for gold coins. Just as Lu Yun had just finished doing this, a heavenly rotation occurred and it seemed as if the entire copy shook. Lu Yun saw a huge curtain of light that enveloped the heavens and earth appear at the far end. The curtain of light was pale yellow in color, and there was a terrifying storm surging inside. Lu Yun was silent. He knew that this should be the circle of storms that the Magic Martial University instructor was talking about. A minute has passed and now the copies are starting to shrink. Lu Yun withdrew his gaze and started walking towards the center of the replica. He wanted to rush as close as possible to the center of the replica before the storm circle approached. Lu Yun was certainly aware that the closer he got to the center, the higher the probability of encountering other people. He was just alone and definitely had a numerical disadvantage against the other universities. But no one could shake his determination to get Lu Qiushui's special reward. After seeing this wave of horrifying killings by Lu Yun, the people outside who had originally looked down on Lu Yun were simultaneously silenced. They had always felt that Lu Yun was stupid, or else he wouldn't have chosen to join Easy University. However, it was only after seeing Lu Yun's performance just now that the group came to the realization that they had been ignoring the power of the mythic rank transfigurator. Regardless of where Lu Yun chose to go to college, there was no doubt that he was a mythic transmigrator, and just that alone would be able to crush 99% of the people. If they were surrounded by 13 level 21 bosses, could they follow Lu Yun's example of killing all of these bosses back? Ask themselves. They couldn't do it, and not only did Lu Yun do it, he did it quite perfectly. This thunderous tactic made countless people tremble with fear. This guy's methods are too brutal. This kind of smooth and natural killing can only be seen in high-level transmuters. I didn't expect a college freshman to be able to do it. Someone suddenly let out such a sentiment, and upon hearing this one's voice, the crowd was amazed. Because the person who opened his mouth was none other than the professional evaluator who had been in the limelight recently. Evaluator is also a profession, but not a transmogrifier, just a profession responsible for parsing the transmogrifier's power or lack thereof. The man who opened his mouth was named Qing Shan, and he was already a very famous evaluator in his old age. Although he was only a level 30 excellence ranked professional, he had studied various professions in depth. Every time there was a professional assessment competition, he would show up and analyze the profession of the person being assessed. It can be said that his analyses are very accurate and he has great authority in the industry. Master Aoyama. Is this kid really this powerful? You've seen the battles of other mythic ranked transmutants, but they've never been rated this high. Someone shocked said. Aoyama had seen many transmogrifier battles, but had never given such a high rating. This also made the crowd more and more curious about what kind of caliber Lu Yun was now. What determines whether a transmogrifier is powerful or not besides complex factors such as occupation, level, and skills? Combat experience is also indispensable. Although this is the first time I've seen Lu Yun fight, his combat experience is also at a relatively top level among his peers, and his fighting style is something I've only seen in the older generation of transmogrifiers at this point in time. In the face of the crowd's confusion, Aoyama gave his own assessment. The fighting style is comparable to the older generation. This was undoubtedly high praise for Lu Yun. Hiss, I didn't realize that not only is this guy high-leveled, but his combat experience is as terrifying as it is. Hearing Qing Shan's explanation, the crowd also became more and more shocked. It's just a shame. However, right at that moment, Qing Shan made another turn of phrase, whetting the crowd's appetite. It's a pity that he joined a pheasant university. If he joined the Magic Martial University, with his talent, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses the 100th level and becomes the next batch of super powerhouses in the Summer Kingdom. As the words came to this point, Qing Shan let out a long sigh. Although combat experience can make up for the gap in attributes, but that's only useful if the level range is relatively small. The level gap is too large, and the attribute gap is also huge. Low-leveled professions, even if they have a lot of combat experience, there's no way they can make up for that big of a gap in attributes. Lu Yun is still a mythic ranked professional. He doesn't get the resources to level up. And with a 30+ leveled ranked professional, how much combat power can a mythic ranked professional have, even if they are experienced in combat? The crowd also nodded their heads once again after hearing these words from Castle Peak. Lu Yun's talent and strength was beyond reproach. He should have had a bright future. It was just a pity that he had made the wrong choice. Lu Yun was still unaware of the crowd's comments about him, and at this point, he had already begun to go deeper into the copy. He encountered some monsters on the way, all of which were taken care of by Lu Yun in 3 or 5 hits. According to the rules, the replica possessed many disposable props, and although they could not be taken out of the replica, they could be of great use at critical moments. So at that moment, Lu Yun headed to the Pinnacle Hall. Lu Yun raised his head to look at the dome of the sky, and at a glance, he saw more than a dozen special golden pillars of light rising up into the sky. These pillars of light were the coordinates of the location of the Pinnacle Hall, and as long as one approached in the direction of the pillars of light, one could find the Pinnacle Hall. Not far from Lu Yun's front, there happened to be a golden pillar of light. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yun hurried over at a quick pace. The shape of the Pinnacle Hall was similar to a pyramid, with a rougher surrounding and a special red pattern on it, making it look unusually bizarre. Lu Yun came to the front of the Pinnacle Hall and realized that the stone door at the entrance of the Pinnacle Hall was already open, and the sound of fighting was faintly coming from inside. Apparently someone has already gotten a head start. Lu Yun did not leave with a frivolous frown, but instead collected his breath and leaned over. Inside the Pinnacle Hall, at this moment, a 5-member squad from Sanqing University was teaming up to attack a wolf-shaped monster with 3 heads. Sankey University is a third-rate university in Kyoto. These 5 people were level 20, and the most professionally gifted transmuter was only at the excellent level. Each of the 5 summoned their own matrimonial objects and used their occupational characteristics to fight back and forth with the 3 wolves in front of them. However, the damage was insufficient. It was all scraping damage and did not cause much damage to the 3 wolves. Instead, as time passed, the 5 gradually became physically exhausted. Look out! Just then someone suddenly exclaimed. The 3 wolves suddenly opened their mouths and spewed out 3 blue fireballs, crashing over at the 5-member squad. Although the mage among the 5 held up the boundary in time to block the attack, the boundary shattered at the first touch, and the powerful force instantly shook the 5 away. Withdraw! The 5 people had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths full of panic. They knew that there was no chance to kill this monster now. This scene happened to be captured by Lu Yun, who was standing in the doorway. It seems like this special prop isn't that easy to get, Lu Yun said softly. As the 5 of them darted towards the door, they also saw Lu Yun in the doorway. They recognized Lu Yun, but they just didn't know him well either and were running for their lives at the moment, so they didn't have the heart to pay attention to him. At that moment, Lu Yun's mouth was hooked into a weird smile, and he actually stretched out his hand to block the 5 people's way. This road was made by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass this way, leave the money to buy the road. The 5 were forced to stop where they were full of low spirits. What are you doing? The man at the head of the 5-man squad roared. Didn't see it coming? Lu Yun shook his head, a harmless smile on his face. Robbery. Isn't it obvious? Robbery? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the faces of the 5-man squad instantly turned ugly. They didn't expect that Lu Yun would dare to suddenly jump out and rob them at this time. This is not taking advantage of the fire. And the reason Lu Yun did so was simple. The moment the examination began, everyone was in a competitive relationship. Last time when he was at the tea house, Lu Yun had seen these 5 guys. At that time, these 5 guys didn't have idle mouths, so Lu Yun had no shame in robbing them. Lu Yun, Can't you see the guy behind us? Is there any mistake? Jumping out to rob at this time. We're all going to die here if we don't get out of the way. The man at the head of the group glanced back behind him and roared up at Lu Yun. His words filled with urgency. The remaining 4 also glanced back and saw that the 3 wolves were already approaching. A look of trepidation appeared on their faces. So what if it's a mythic rank profession? He's just 1 person. But we have 5. If he doesn't let us go, we'll just charge and see how he stops us. Lu Wei couldn't bear it anymore and charged directly towards Lu Yun. Lu Wei was clad in armor and wore a helmet on his head. And on top of the helmet was a pair of 1-meter-long bull horns, which were chilling, behind Lu Wei, followed by a woman who also had huge bull's horns. Huge bull's horns were the unique symbol of the Minotaur race. The woman was none other than Lu Wei's marriage partner. Lu Wei's marriage partner is a Minotaur, and his awakened profession is Minotaur warrior. He directly cast the skilled bullhead charge, increases its own armor-breaking effect by 15%, and enemies charged have a 50% chance of being knocked back. When the remaining 4 saw this, their eyes hardened. They had no time to hesitate. They had to get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the 3 wolves behind them caught up, everyone would have to die. So they all rushed towards Lu Yun as well. Just as the 2 sides were getting closer and closer, they saw that a physical collision was about to happen. Boom! A crimson-colored boundary suddenly blocked in front of Lu Yun, and the marriage door open. Long Kor stood in front of Lu Yun with a frosty face. A flash of crimson color stretched out from the bottom of her eyes, and it was obvious that this crimson boundary came from her hands. Who gave you the nerve to make a move on my man? Long Kor's eyes were cold, and the flames above her palm fluttered in the air and she threw out a slap at the front. LV Wei was caught off guard and was directly jerked off, rolling on the ground one after another for a dozen times before he was able to stabilize himself. Blitz -999. Blanche. Lu Wei wiped off the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, got up in a sorry state, and opened his mouth to burst out a nationalist. It was only because the 3-headed wolf had already appeared behind Lu Wei, and it opened its bloody mouth and directly sprayed out a volley of blue fireballs. Lu Wei's body was instantly covered in blue flames and disappeared in place along with his marriage partner. He was teleported out of the copy. It was a copy made by the school to select professionals with excellent talent and did not want to destroy these young students. In the current copy, you will be teleported out if you enter the storm circle for up to 10 seconds, or if you are teleported out if you are subjected to a devastating attack, and the school will do its best to safeguard the lives of the students. Seeing their teammates being eliminated, the expressions of the other 4 immediately became incredibly ugly, and their original forward-charging figures hardened and stopped in place. Lu Yun's marriage partner was so strong that it shocked them. They couldn't beat Lu Yun's marriage partner, nor did they have the strength to defeat the 3 wolves. It was too suffocating. What the hell do you want? The man in the lead clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Lu Yun swept a glance at the 4 and said indifferently, "Those who don't want to be eliminated, hurry up and take out 1,000 gold coins for protection." 1,000 gold coins. You're crazy about money. The 4 of them were so angry that their livers cracked, but they could do nothing about it. If they couldn't come up with 1,000 gold coins, Lu Yun would only have to stop here, and they would have been cleaned up by the 3 wolves that had rushed to the scene without him even needing to do anything personally. "I give." Without much hesitation, the man at the head of the group gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Immediately, he pulled out 1,000 gold coins from the marriage space and handed it over to Lu Yun. The remaining 3 saw this, and although they were helpless, they had no other choice but to endure the pain and follow suit by pulling out 1,000 gold coins and handing them over to Lu Yun. Their families weren't rich, and 1,000 gold coins wasn't a small amount for them. But right now, if they didn't take out gold coins, they would only be eliminated. They are still thinking that they can get a few more places in the front, so that they can get the key cultivation of the school. If they were eliminated so quickly, then school leaders would surely be disappointed in them and give all their resources to other students. For the future, they have no choice. You guys can go, have fun working together, and come back next time, including the 4,000 gold coins in the marriage space. Lu Yun instantly changed his face and took the initiative to get out of the way. Nice working together? Next time? The 4 of them greeted Lu Yun's ancestors in their hearts and gritted their teeth to leave. But just as the few people walked away, the guy in the lead suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lu Yun. "Lu Yun, I'll remember you. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. However, as soon as this one spoke, Lu Yun's figure disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Lu Yun held a lance condensed by the power of flames and directly stabbed out a shot under the lance proficiency. The shot went through the chest of the leader guy, causing the latter to freeze in place for half a day. "I hate being threatened," Lu Yun said word for word as he looked at this one with his flaming lance in hand. "You." He looked at Lu Yun, chills running down his back, endless remorse welling up in his heart. Originally, he had wanted to put in a harsh word to get back some face, Who had thought that Lu Yun would actually be so fierce? He's level 20, and he's one level lower than Lu Yun. How could he not expect that with just a difference of one level? Lu Yun actually possessed the ability to kill himself in seconds? If this wasn't a copy of the test, this shot would have killed him. In the end, nothing was said before his body disappeared into pieces and vanished into thin air, along with his marriage partner. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 people were shocked and confused. The level difference between the two sides wasn't that big, so why could this guy be so strong? Is this the terror of a mythic rank profession? Just then, Lu Yun suddenly turned his head to look at the 3 men. When they saw Lu Yun looking at them, the 3 of them shivered in unison and were filled with trepidation. You guys can go, Lu Yun said indifferently. The 3 of them looked deeply at Lu Yun, and with that one's previous experience, they didn't dare to put in any harsh words. With a flash, he quickly disappeared to the end of the outside of the pinnacle hall, and the moment the trio left, a growl suddenly sounded behind Lu Yun, and as the trio left, the 3 wolves had already targeted Lu Yun. Lu Yun did not panic. His body flickered and dodged the blow while saying to the system, "System, parse the boss." Parsing complete. Hell's 3-headed wolf boss. Level 22. Class, Platinum. Rarity 3 stars. Attack power, 1000. Blood, 6500. Skill 1. Hell's Whale. The 3-headed wolf from Hell roars to enhance its overall attributes and summons 3 body doppelgangers, which have 50% of the body's blood and attack power. Skill 2. Spectral Flame Burst. The 3-headed wolf of Hell gathers its strength and shoots out blue fireballs, dealing fixed damage and adding a 10-second critical injury effect. Weakness. The 3-headed wolf of Hell is a dark creature in Fear's Light. Evaluation. Creatures from Hell with powerful attacks. If you are less powerful than the opponent, please run away as soon as possible. Upon seeing the other party's attribute panel, even with Lu Yun's composure, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The attribute panel of the 3-headed wolf of Hell was also too strong. And even though the level was only one level higher than Lu Yun, if both sides were to really fight it out, Lu Yun wouldn't feel too good even if he managed to win in the end. Now that the storm's circle had begun to shrink, it would obviously be extremely unfavorable for Lu Yun if he encountered the others in a severely injured state. It looks like a hard fight won't work. Lu Yun quickly made his judgment after gathering all this information. Can't fight hard. But since you can't fight hard, what can you do? If he ran away directly, he might have made a wasted trip and not gotten that special prop. Suddenly Lu Yun's breath stuttered and his gaze involuntarily looked towards behind the 3-headed wolf of Hell. Behind the other party was a stone platform, on top of which lay a small horn with a powerful aura on it. This is exactly the special props within this pinnacle temple. Weaver, Lu Yun suddenly spoke through the air. In the next moment, the marriage door opened again, and Weaving Linger rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out from it. During this period of time she was in the marriage space all the time. Apart from playing games with Long Core just sleeping, the days were quite boring. However, upon seeing the raging Hell's 3-headed wolf in front of her, Weaving Spirit also quickly entered the battle state. What are your orders, Master? You stole this guy with Kagome. I'll be right there, Lu Yun said softly. He already had an idea in his head. Since he didn't want to fight this bastard to the death, the best way was to let Long Core and Weaving Linger hold off the other party while he himself went to fetch the special equipment. This solution is not really hard to be thought of. Nay, it is quite troublesome to implement. Because most of the people's marriage partners had limited strength, it was impossible to slow down the 3 wolves from Hell in front of them. However, Long Core and Weaving Spirit were both mythic creatures, although right now, they were both limited by Lu Yun's level to only level 21 as well, but their attributes were all perverted, and it was perfectly fine to temporarily stall this guy. Don't worry, Master, Weaver will definitely stall this fellow. Weaving Linger nodded seriously. Go on, leave this place to us. Long Core also nodded and said, yes. Lu Yun didn't say anything, and immediately rushed in the direction of the stone platform with a flash of his body. Seeing Lu Yun's movements, the 3-headed wolf of Hell let out a roar, and a cold aura flashed within its enormous eyes as it was about to block. The human in front of him had the audacity to hit the equipment right in front of his face. However, just as the 3-headed wolf of Hell was about to block Lu Yun, the 2 Long Core girls appeared in front of it. Flaming Dragon Breath Slash. Long Core didn't say anything. Her whole body rose up with red-colored flames and directly released the skill, even though it was also a Flaming Dragon Breath Slash. Long Core's utilization of the power of flames was clearly far superior to Lu Yun's. The damage from this strike burst was quite terrifying. Directly blasted 1200 blood of the 3-headed wolf of Hell. Weaving Linger was not willing to lag behind. Her delicate body flashed up in a single bound, and the silhouette of a weaving yin-young bird appeared behind her. Phoenix danced to the 9 heavens, as Weaving Linger let out a delicate snort. Countless feathers instantly exploded from the sky towards the three-headed wolf of hell. The feathers seemed like sharp arrows instantly shooting the skin of the three-headed wolf from hell. Although the damage wasn't as bad as Long Core's, it still dealt a terrifying 1000 damage. However, these damages clearly didn't add up to enough to kill the three-headed wolf of hell, and in turn angered the other party. Roar! The three-headed wolf of hell threw back its head and roared. Its three huge wolf heads suddenly ejected three blue fireballs. Spectral flames erupted. Boom boom boom. It was a pity that the three fireballs didn't touch the two women, but were easily dodged. Seeing that his attack could not touch the two women, the hell three-headed wolf was a bit annoyed and actually turned his head to charge at Lu Yun. Want to go? Have you asked this young lady? Long Core let out a cold laugh and dodged together with Weaving Linger to block in front of the other party. Seeing that the two women were so entangled, the three-headed wolf of hell suddenly let out a wail, and a wisp of ethereal orchid-colored light also surged around its body. This wisp of ethereal light coalesced around it, and it actually transformed into three figures that looked exactly like the three-headed wolves of hell. It's just that the bodies of these three heads are somewhat illusory, not as solid as their real bodies. They are the doppelgangers of the three-headed wolf of hell. Seeing this, the two women glanced at each other and immediately took the initiative to rush over. Long Core was responsible for dragging down the three-headed wolf of hell, while Weaving Linger tangled with the three-headed doppelganger. At the beginning of the battle, the two women were still at ease, but with the passage of time also gradually fell into the wind. Although their skills could deal great damage, they were not high-leveled and did not have enough stamina to cast their skills all the time. The current situation can only be stabilized for the time being, but this will not last long. We won't last long. You have to hurry, Long Core suddenly exclaimed to Lu Yun. I understand. Lu Yun nodded his head, and by now, he had already arrived on top of the stone platform, reaching out to directly hold the ethereal-colored horn in his hand. It's done! Lu Yun was overjoyed, and then he directly dashed back to the two women. Withdraw. After saying this, Lu Yun directly sent the two women back to the marriage space with a wave of his hand, while he himself dodged and slipped away directly on his feet. In just the blink of an eye, Lu Yun's figure disappeared outside the pinnacle hall. Roar! The three-headed wolf of hell wanted to go after it, but as a monster within the peak temple, it would be restricted and not be able to leave the area. One could only stand at the entrance of the pinnacle hall and wail at the gradually fading Lu Yun. After leaving the pinnacle hall, Lu Yun ran wildly all the way until he was sure that the three-headed wolves of hell hadn't caught up with him before gradually stopping. Spinning around, he pulled out his sylph-colored horn, system, parse. At this moment, Lu Yun was curious as to what the purpose of this horn that he had gone through so much trouble to obtain was. Hopefully, I won't let myself down. Parsing complete. The prop is a ghost horn. Evaluation, disposable equipment that can only be used in specific copies. After blowing the horn, it can summon 300 hellish three-headed wolf doppelgangers. 300? Hiss. Seeing the results of the system's parsing, Lu Yun was filled with horror, even though it was only a diversion. This number was too terrifying. The attributes of the three-headed wolf of hell were not low, and even if the doppelganger could only inherit 50% of the attributes, it would still be quite terrifying. It's a good one. Lu Yun put the ghost horn away and grinned. It's worth a lot of money, and it's a worthwhile trip on its own. It was just that while excited, Lu Yun could not help but think, the special equipment within this copy could be more than just the ghost horn. I wonder what kind of attributes the other equipment had. There were a few other pinnacle halls in Lu Yun's vicinity, and Lu Yun had wanted to stop by to see if he could do the same. Unfortunately, the storm circle had contracted towards where he was, and would be overwhelmed by it in 3 minutes at most. Lu Yun no longer had time to explore the pinnacle halls. He could only consider exploring the pinnacle halls at the center of the replica. I don't know who else has gotten the special equipment besides me. Lu Yun softly murmured one, and then he quickly left the place. Apart from him, there were 5 other universities whose people had gotten special props, and apart from Easy University, which Lu Yun represented, there was also the Magic Martial University, Nine Dragons University, Future University, Yaoqi University and Xianling University. However, the process of these people getting their equipment wasn't as easy as Lu Yun's, and all of them got their rewards after fighting to the death against the bosses within the Pinnacle Hall. So counting Lu Yun's ghost horn, there were currently 6 special props with outstanding effects. As he went deeper along the way, Lu Yun inevitably encountered many monsters, but these monsters weren't of a high level, and since they weren't in groups, they were all killed by Lu Yun in passing. Lu Yun also received a sea of experience as a result, and was 1 step away from upgrading. If it weren't for the fact that the experience I need to upgrade far exceeds that of a transmuter of the same level, with all this experience I would have upgraded a long time ago. Lu Yun sighed lightly, still feeling 10,000 times more depressed about this. He didn't know if it was a Dragon Knight trait or what. He just needed more experience to upgrade than the others. It was fine in the early stages. The level was relatively low anyway, and the experience needed to upgrade was not much overall. Even if it required more experience than others, Lu Yun was able to pull his level up quickly. However, as the level came to 20, this gap became more and more obvious, making Lu Yun quite uncomfortable. I also wonder if this will happen to other mythic level transmutators. Lu Yun was pondering this matter in his mind. Who would have thought that the sounds of battle suddenly came from the front? Lu Yun instantly raised his eyebrows and immediately gathered his breath to slowly approach towards the source of the battle. Upon peeling back a cluster of bushes, Lu Yun realized that there was someone fighting. 5 in total. However, these guys were slightly stronger than the 5 from before, and belonged to a second-rate university. Each of them was level 23, but their profession levels were relatively low, with the highest being only epic. And the object of the gang's battle was very special. A special creature with a white body. A creature that had neither eyes nor senses. It's a little twitchy. It's Golem? Lu Yun's eyes instantly glowed as if he had seen a mountain of gold. Golems are and its special creatures that appear randomly within the copies, but are not technically considered to be any kind of monsters, because this creature didn't have any aggressiveness, but instead had surprisingly high defense and blood. As long as you could kill it, you could gain a large amount of experience. The higher the level of the copy, the higher the probability of Golem appearing, and the higher the level of the Golem, the more experience it will pop. No one knew where this creature came from and why it appeared within the copy, but it wasn't easy to kill Golem, because Golem's appearance will only last a minute. At the end of a minute, Golem performs the special skill transportation and is unstoppable. That means if you can't kill Golem in a minute, it's the same as a foregone conclusion. Lu Yun had also been to quite a few copies when he walked here from Jinsha City, but he had never encountered Golem, and he didn't expect to actually meet him here. It just so happened that he was still short of some experience for upgrading. If he could kill the Golem in front of him, then he should have enough experience for upgrading. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh at the thought, but he didn't go out immediately and continued to hide in place. As a steady and ethical person, Lu Yun would not step in to snatch the Golem that someone else had discovered first. He would only step in to help the gang make up for the damage at a critical moment. Don't ask. To ask is to do a good deed without leaving a name. 30 seconds left. This guy is going to slip away soon. Let's not hide it. Don't let the Golem that appeared so easily run away. Just open the big move. The 5-member squad had a burst of crazy output against Golem, and although they had knocked out quite a bit of blood, they were still far from a kill. Seeing that a minute's time is about to pass, the leader of the guy is a bit anxious when immediately shouted. The rest of them nodded their heads at the words, and then cast their respective big moves. Rumble. After the furious bombardment of the 5 moves, Golem's blood level also finally bottomed out, releasing a faint red halo all over his body. It's a sign that Golem's blood is bottoming out. Golem's blood level is bottoming out, and all it needs now is one last hit to kill it. The squad of 5 were all a bit excited to see this. The teenager in the lead even licked his dry lips and took a step forward with his large sword in hand before preparing for the final attack. But just then, Lu Yun, who did good deeds without leaving his name, appeared. Seeing Lu Yun's sudden appearance, the squad of 5 stiffly froze in place without returning to their senses. And just as they froze, Lu Yun had already walked to Golem with a firm stride and used the power of flames to condense a lance and hurl it. Bang! The lance ran through Golem's body. -500. As the string of damage numbers jumped out, Golem's body instantly dissipated into streams of light. At the same time, a majestic experience instantly surged into Lu Yun's body. Lu Yun's entire body flashed with a shimmering light, and then his level smoothly arrived at level 22, and his attributes in all areas had also grown tremendously. Congratulations! You've leveled up to level 22. The system's voice came. Lu Yun closed his eyes and felt the indescribable comfort within the power enhancement brought about by leveling up. But the next moment Lu Yun opened his eyes again as he realized that the squad of 5 was staring at him viciously. I'm sorry. I was afraid this Golem had escaped. I was trying to help you guys make up some damage. Who would have thought to accidentally strike it down? Lu Yun scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed. Let's put it this way. We can add a contact first, and I'll treat you guys to dinner when we get out. The 5 people successively came back from the shock, so angry that their whole body was trembling, and their eyes were red, as if they had seen their father's murderer. They were already angry, and when they suddenly heard Lu Yun's words, they were so angry that they almost spat out blood. It's so hard to meet Golem, so the other side gets the short end of the stick. Is this a meal thing? Blanche, the teenager at the head of the group, was furious at that moment, holding a staff surrounded by lightning, and suddenly began to chant an obscure incantation. Zip, 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 boom. As the incantation began to chant, countless purple thunders flashed around the teenager, and these thunders actually coalesced into a huge figure behind him under his guidance. Purple Thunder Warlock. This type of profession was somewhat special, able to condense thunder elemental power into thunder giants for battle. The higher the level, the more thunder giants it could condense and the more powerful it was. The golem that we met with great difficulty was robbed by you just like that. I'll fight you today. The teenager holding the staff was so angry that he was about to cry out. He's one step away from promotion. Now it was destroyed by Lu Yun himself. Although it was permissible to fight each other within the copy, Lu Yun's behavior like this was too heinous. He couldn't bear it. Why bother? It's not like I'm not going to make it up to you guys. Didn't I say I was going to take you to dinner? Lu Yun rubbed his temples and said with a headache, we are all civilized people. Can we not make a move? Don't look at your levels higher than mine. But your professional talents are too low. So if you really want to get your hands dirty, you won't necessarily be able to beat me. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. You fucking less look down on people. Today I will swear by the sun and moon to make you pay. The teenager's forehead veins rippled. Where did he listen to Lu Yun's words in his rage? Holding his staff and bringing the thunder giants behind him to charge towards Lu Yun. At this moment he seemed to have forgotten all about the fact that he was a mage and wasn't good at close combat. Boom! A minute later the bastard was blown away by Lu Yun with a bruised nose. And the thunder giant behind him was blown to pieces. Too weak. Long Kor stood with her arms crossed full of contempt and said, weak. Weaving Spirit nodded in agreement. After posting their comments the two women went back to the marriage space. Lu Yun stood in place with his hands on his knees and smiled as he watched the scene. Convinced? The entire 5-member squad was silent. And it was only after a long time that they finally left the place unwillingly. That mage was the strongest among them. And even he was no match for them, let alone the rest. When the 5 left in disgrace, Lu Yun continued to go deeper. There was no question of what he did being authentic or not. This was supposed to be the world of the weak and the strong. In Lu Yun's opinion it was a cheap bastard who didn't take advantage of it. Not to mention it's not like he didn't offer to make amends and that his original intent was to help the gang make up for the damage. Killing Golem was just an accident. Just as Lu Yun was about to leave the place, a group of figures suddenly walked out from the front. Lu Yun, you're making me look for you. There were a total of 6 people coming, all in mythical magical martial university attire. 5 of them were legendary ranked, while a yellow hair at the forefront was a mythical ranked existence. This Lu Yun had met him before. He was there during the last tea party. In fact, there were several mythic level professionals in this class of freshmen at the Magic Martial University, but those few had taken a leave of absence and didn't show up. You asked for me? Lu Yun looked at the leading yellow hair in disbelief and queried. There doesn't seem to be any grudge between us, right? Is no grudge? Just simply look at you unhappy. My name is Sima Guei. Last time in the tea party you out of the limelight. That time I would like to teach you a lesson. Just in the way of that woman and I did not say anything. Sima Guei clasped his hands on his knees and sneered. Lu Yun suddenly realized. So you're so afraid of my senior sister Lu. Sima Guei instantly lost his face when he heard this, and said angrily, this is not the point. The point is that you make me very upset. Are you withdrawing from the copy and abstaining from the game by yourself right now? Or am I going to personally send you out? Lu Yun put on an embarrassed look and said, are you sure you guys are my opponents? Ha ha ha. Sima Guei let out a loud laugh when he heard this. You're just one person while there are 6 of us. Besides, I'm also a mythic rank profession. Do you think that so many of us can't do anything about you? You are too arrogant. Sima Guei was right. The strength of this group of people was not bad. After all, 5 legend level and 1 myth level. And several of them were not low level. The lowest leveled ones were all level 23. And the highest was Sima Guei, who was already level 24. If the two sides really got into it, Lu Yun might not be able to win even if he played all his cards. So Lu Yun had no intention of going head to head with this group of people from the beginning. It's not too late for you guys to get lost. I don't have time to play with you right now, Lu Yun said coldly. Ha ha, now you know you're scared? It's a pity that it's already too late. At that time, when you were pretending in front of me by virtue of that woman, you should have thought of this kind of consequence. However, Sima Guei was unforgiving and directly yelled at the remaining 5. Get ready for battle. Let's have some fun with this dragon knight today. Lu Yun sighed as he sniffed. He didn't simply pretend to be a bully last time at the tea house. It was really that this group of people were bullying people too much. Lu Yun himself would look down on himself if he didn't show something even after being humiliated in front of him. It seemed to Lu Yun that he was just defending his rights. And it's that kind of behavior that actually falls in the eyes of this group of people who are actually playing hard to get. It is true what they say. Different paths lead to different things. Lu Yun felt that he didn't have a common language with these idiots. So he didn't bother with nonsense and directly took out his ghost horn and blew it with force. Buzz. As an ancient sound came out, the space in front of Lu Yun suddenly rippled. Watch out. It's a special prop. Seeing the ghost horn in Lu Yun's hand, a legendary genius was on guard. It's not like we don't have special props. Even if he also has special props, it won't change the ending. Sima Yi laughed confidently with a face full of disdain. However, the next moment the smile on his face froze. This was because as the ghost horn was blown, a full 300 teleportation portals actually appeared in front of Lu Yun's heels. Immediately, the 300 Hell's three-headed wolf's doppelgangers walked out of the teleportation portal at the same time. Seeing this three white-headed Hell three-headed wolf's doppelganger, the 6 people directly froze in place as if their souls were out of the body, and their hearts were already racing with 10,000 horses. What the hell is this? A horn actually summoned 300 monsters? More than people? Lu Yun stood in front of the 300 Hell's three-headed wolves and said with a smile, "Are you worthy?" When these 300 Hell's three-headed wolf splitters appeared, the scene was filled with an aura of solemnity. The 300 hellish three-headed wolves would begin their merciless slaughter at Lu Yun's command. Sima Gui's 6 people froze in place, and it was only then that they realized how funny they were earlier, that they felt that they had the upper hand in terms of numbers. Now Lu Yun just moved his finger and all of them would be out of the game. Something they had never expected from playing. This is what the special props do, to directly summon monsters? A legend rank student was so shocked that his voice trembled as he spoke. What now? 300 monsters were no match at all. Another legend rank student said in fear. 300 monsters were all level 15. Such a scale was already equivalent to a large beast tide. They couldn't compare to the other party's numbers even though they had the level advantage. With so many monsters plus Lu Yun, their advantage was gone. Shit. Sima Gui was shocked and angry. He had wanted to teach Lu Yun a lesson, but he hadn't expected that the effects of the special props that Lu Yun had obtained would be so counterintuitive. But so what? Don't they have special props? Big brother Sima, why don't we retreat? This guy's prop attributes are too unbelievable. We don't have a chance of winning. In the panic some people simply offered to retreat. Panic about what? Sima Yi sneered. Is he the only one with special props? It was only after hearing this that the crowd suddenly woke up, and then they were overjoyed. Yeah, Lu Yun has the ghost horn. They also have special props. Before coming here, they had explored a pinnacle temple and killed the boss in it under a joint effort to get special props. Sima Yi immediately pulled out the prop he had obtained, which was a blue crystal. Above the crystal, a light green smoke was released, suspended in Sima Yi's palm, appearing extremely strange and mysterious. Lu's kid, think you're the only one with special props? I didn't expect it. We have them too. Big brother Sima, hurry up and use the props. Let him see how powerful we are. Is the Dragon Knight great? I'm going to beat him to death today. The people of the Magic Martial University started to coax, their tone as arrogant as they wanted it to be. Seeing the other party also pull out special props, although Lu Yun was disdainful on the surface, his heart was also tightened to become vigilant. He didn't know how effective the other people's props were. The effect of his ghost horn was quite unbelievable, and the power of the other special props shouldn't be bad either. System, parse the props, Lu Yun said directly to the system. Fortunately, he had a system that allowed him to directly parse the props to see the effects. Parsing successful. The prop is a holy light crystal. Evaluation, disposable props unique to the special copy. After crushing it can restore 10,000 points of blood for the whole team, and can quickly restore the team's status. Swish. After seeing the results of the system's parsing, Lu Yun's expression instantly became odd. Recovery type props? It should be said not to mention that the recovery effect of this thing was truly unbelievable. Just take Lu Yun's current situation. His blood pressure was not 10,000 at all, and this holy light crystal can directly restore 10,000 blood. Having this crystal is equivalent to having 2 lives, but unfortunately, Sima Gui and the others didn't analyze it systematically, and they didn't know what this crystal did. It looked like they appeared to be using the crystal as an offensive prop. Lu Yun's lips rose as he deliberately provoked. I didn't expect you guys to have special props as well. Use them and let me see whether your props are powerful or mine. But I advise you to get the hell out of here now. I'm in a hurry and don't want to waste time with you here. Arrogant. Sima Yi held back his anger and laughed coldly. There's no point in trying to show off your tongue. So let's see what reality is called today. Mythic level professions are cool, Dragon Knights are awesome, having special props means you're the chosen one, aren't you a dual transitioner? Today, I'm going to trample your dignity under my feet. After saying this, Sima Gui did not hesitate to directly crush the holy light crystal in his hand, then wait for a miracle. However, after waiting for half a day the miracle did not happen. Instead, the crystal was crushed and turned into a pure power that surged into the 6. Then a string of numbers flashed in front of the 6, plus 10,000. Just be afraid that the space will suddenly go quiet. Looking at the string of green numbers, the 6 were instantly confused. The gray numbers are normal damage. The white numbers are real damage. The red numbers are bludgeoning damage. The green number is the value of the returned blood. Their blood level returned to 10,000 directly after crushing the crystal in front of them. But that's not the point. The point is that their blood level itself is full. Blanche. The six quickly reacted to the fact that this crystal was restoring blood. It was so disgusting that I almost threw up. Paralyzed. This thing is how to restore blood. This screwed up. Sima Gyi was like eating a pound of dead flies with a face full of low spirits. The expressions of the remaining five were not good either. Their biggest reliance was this crystal, and now that the crystal was used, the blood was restored, and they don't know what to do. Full blood plus blood. This wave of operation was dazzling enough even when looking at the entire Xia kingdom. Sima Gyi forced himself to hold back the hard feelings in his heart and looked up at Lu Yun, and only after seeing Lu Yun's teasing expression did he then harden his head and squeeze out a smile on his face and said, "Actually, I was joking just now. You have to believe me. You believe me." Lu Yun laughed a few times and snapped his fingers. Ow! The 300 Hell's three-headed wolf doppelgangers in the surroundings instantly and simultaneously tilted their heads and let out the sound of a wolf's howl. The atmosphere of the scene became tense. Gollum! The six people also swallowed in unison at the sight. Instantly panicked. Let's get straight to the point. I cannot eliminate you guys. Lu Yun suddenly opened his mouth, and the six were almost moved to tears at his words. They had run here to try and humiliate Lu Yun, but the other party was willing to let them off the hook at a critical moment. Compared to Lu Yun they were worse than animals. This Lu Yun is a good man, but after hearing Lu Yun's next words they thought otherwise. But letting you go is fine. Your sudden appearance here threatening to humiliate me has already inflicted serious trauma on my mind, and I am a timid and fearful person, and your behavior has touched my bottom line. So 5,000 gold coins each and I'll let you go. 5,000 gold coins each. The main reason why Lu Yun asked these people for so many gold coins was because with the status of these people, they could definitely come up with so many gold coins. Since the other party was able to take out so many gold coins, Lu Yun would be really sorry if he didn't ask for a lion's share. 5,000 gold coins? Why don't you go and grab it? Sima Gyi and the others were still celebrating, but when they heard Lu Yun's lion's share of the money, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. For them to be able to join the Magic Martial University, in addition to their demonic talents, their families were indeed relatively wealthy. But 5,000 gold coins isn't something you can just take out. Why don't you go grab it? Lu Yun touched his nose and was a bit shy. Otherwise, what do you guys think I'm doing right now? 6. In the end, the six could only endure the pain and hand Lu Yun 5,000 gold coins each, totaling 30,000 gold coins. Together with the several thousand gold coins in front of him, Lu Yun had made a fortune. I never thought that I could make money by thinking about taking a Kyoto test. I'm such a little wit. Don't ask me why I want to earn gold so much. I used to be so scared of being poor that only gold can soothe the psychological shadow I once had. After handing over the gold coins, Sima Gui and the others hurriedly left with black faces. After a few people left, Lu Yun continued to go deeper as well. Lu Yun realized that the Hell's three-headed wolf split summoned by the ghost horn had no time limit. Unless he was killed, Lu Yun could always exist as long as he was still within the copy, which led to Lu Yun's next process being very smooth. But anyone who encountered Lu Yun was walking around as if avoiding the plague. Even the monster didn't dare to look at Lu Yun more than once for fear of being violently beaten up by this three-white-headed hellish three-headed wolf doppelganger. Ugh, how am I supposed to stay in business like this? Lu Yun covered his forehead with some distress. Now it was an individual who ran away when he saw him. He didn't even have the chance to open his mouth to talk business with the other party. Even among this group of escapees, there were quite a few squads that had obtained special props. This also made Lu Yun realize one thing. Special props also had strengths and weaknesses, and the effect of his ghost horn seemed to be the best. Lu Yun turned to look at the 300 Hell's three-headed wolf's doppelgangers, and immediately pulled out his ghost horn to blow it again. He wanted to take back these Hell's three-headed wolf's detachments for the time being, but alas the horn was blown and still nothing happened. Neither a new Hell's three-headed wolf doppelganger had been summoned, nor had the 300 Hell's three-headed wolf doppelgangers at hand been retrieved. It seems that this thing is really disposable, and the three-headed wolf of hell can't be retrieved after it's summoned. But there is a saying, there's nothing wrong with the world but the people who want it. It only took a moment of depression for Lu Yun to come up with the perfect solution. Immediately, he dodged and quickly walked towards the center of the replica. According to the shrinking pathway of the storm circle, the storm circle will eventually shrink to here, and the final top 10 will be contested here. Therefore, Lu Yun only had to wait here, and he would definitely be able to meet the others. And at that time, under the restriction of the storm circle, there would be no way for the group to meet and escape. It didn't take long for Lu Yun to arrive at the center of the replica, and right now most of the people were still wandering around the periphery. exploring the pinnacle hall or looking for a chance to ambush other squads. Lu Yun was the only one who came here first. Lu Yun looked behind him at the 300 hell three-headed wolf splitters. You guys hide first. Everything is at my command. Got it? Ow. The 300 hell's three-headed wolves let out a wolf howl at the same time before they hid in the surrounding shrubs. Lu Yun nodded with satisfaction at the sight. He couldn't put these guys away. Letting them hide on their own wasn't good enough? After doing all of this, Lu Yun acted like he was fine, pulling out a beach chair and some marinated meat from the marriage space, casually finding a few branches to skewer the meat on and started roasting it. Zip, zip, zip. As the flames sizzled, the roasted meat continued to emit flavor and its surface gradually took on an attractive golden color. It is important to know that although there is no reward for this Kyoto examination, since it is called an examination, there is naturally competition. Many people had tightened their breath since the moment they entered the copy, fearing that they would expose their whereabouts and be detected by others. Lu Yun, on the other hand, did the opposite, and there could only be two reasons that could explain his behavior. Either Lu Yun is a reckless novice, a newborn, then Lu Yun is a hunter waiting for his prey. Magic Martial University Plaza. The audience had been watching what was going on inside the replica through projections. Upon seeing Lu Yun's performance, countless people set off waves of shock in their hearts and no longer dared to taunt Lu Yun. They were not qualified to judge Lu Yun. Regardless of Lu Yun's choice of university, his talent was truly outstanding, and there was no one currently in the replica that could compare. Even that Master Qing Shan had given Lu Yun a rather high evaluation. Right now, when they saw Lu Yun suddenly come to the center of the replica, the crowd was a bit expectant, and they were all guessing what Lu Yun was planning to do. What is he doing? The examination hasn't ended yet, and he's actually grilling meat inside the copy? He's here on vacation? I admit that he has a demonic talent that I'm not qualified to judge, but isn't his behavior like this a bit too outrageous? Numerous spectators of the younger generation had failed to understand Lu Yun's maneuver, and even those of the older generation shook their heads inside. Although this son belongs to the mythic level, it's just a pity that he's impatient and starts to float around with a little bit of ability. He's destined to be hard to become a great man in the future. The crowd felt that Lu Yun was crazy. His behavior like this directly his whereabouts were exposed. Most people chose to team up with someone from the same school as soon as they entered the copy to protect each other. A small number of people chose to be voodoo devils, meticulously sneaking into nooks and crannies to attack people passing by. Either way, their goal is to hide themselves as much as possible and keep themselves safe. Lu Yun's behavior was unique and quite outrageous. Even that Magic Martial University tutor who was responsible for overseeing the examination couldn't understand it. If any students from Jinsha City came to the scene, they would definitely be able to guess Lu Yun's intentions. This one is clearly trying to make another fortune. What kind of operation is this for schoolmate Lu? Lu Qiushui looked at Lu Yun within the projection, crossing his legs and humming a little song with a cozy face, revealing a puzzled look. In the next moment, Lu Qiushui's eyes suddenly shrunk violently as a small team had appeared in front of Lu Yun. And this squad was not simple. It was from Xianling University. The person leading the group was none other than Zhang Heng. Although Zhang Heng had lost to Lu Yun in the ring under the tea house, Lu Yun had won by trickery. And now that the two sides had met again, it would be difficult to predict whether they would win or lose, because the other side had 5 men. If they were to fight again, it would be difficult to predict whether they would win or lose, because the other side was a full 5 people. At this moment, Lu Yun, who was roasting meat, also sensed the commotion in front of him and looked up with a raised eyebrow. Then he looked right at Zhang Heng, who was at the head of the group. The air froze in the moment. Lu Yun had long been prepared for this, and he didn't expect that the first person to come here would actually be an acquaintance. Seeing Lu Yun, Zhang Heng also froze in place. In a daze, Lu Yun was grilling meat here, and the aroma of the grilled meat had already drifted out a long way, and he had only just arrived in the vicinity when he smelled the odor. He had originally planned to take his squad to the nearby Pinnacle Temple to try his luck and see if he could get another piece of special equipment. Upon smelling the aroma, he immediately changed his mind and decided to come here first to see what great cleverness was roasting in his copy. How did you get here? Zhang Heng asked as the corners of his mouth twitched and he took a few steps back warily. Since the end of the last tea party incident, Lu Yun's monkey stealing peach had left an extremely deep shadow on him, causing him to feel a pain in his crotch as soon as he saw Lu Yun now. And he was on the verge of forming a muscle reaction. I didn't expect us to meet again. It seems quite fateful. Lu Yun put down the tree branch that was picking at the fire and clapped his hands as he stood up. Then he took out 5 small bowls from the marriage space and sliced the roast down to 5 portions and placed them in the bowls. Since we are destined to be together, let's come over and eat something to replenish our strength, Lu Yun said as he looked at the 5 people. However, the 5 were full of vigilance and made no move to go forward. Last time in the ring under the tea house, Lu Yun wasn't so kind. Now why did he suddenly act like a different person? There must be a trick in it. Lu Yun blinked his eyes in a harmless manner and was a bit puzzled. Why are they all dryly watching? Someone's treating you and you're actually indifferent? What the hell are you playing at? Zhang Hong was the first to speak up after taking a deep breath. He didn't believe that Lu Yun would be so kind as to invite them to eat. This guy must have some kind of conspiracy. Alas, it's out of place to say this. Although we are in different universities, we are all Xia people after all, and we will definitely be fighting side by side in the future. I invited you all to dinner, but also simply to express my apologies for what happened at the tea house last time. Lu Yun touched his brain full of guilt and said, I'm a person with a relatively straight character. When I went back from the tea house, I couldn't think of anything to eat or sleep all night, and felt that what I did was indeed a bit excessive. That's why I purposely roasted meat here to entertain you. I didn't expect to really meet you. As he spoke, Lu Yun pulled out another 5 bottles of beer from the marriage space. There's wine and meat. Would you like to have some? This is something I prepared especially for you guys. Even if you don't like me, you should at least give face and have a few bites. Hearing Lu Yun say this, Zhang Hong and the others were less nervous. They had been fighting other squads since they arrived at the copy, and had long been exhausted. Now smelling the aroma of roasted meat, saliva involuntarily began to secrete, but they still did not go forward. Is there something wrong with this roast? Are you trying to count us out? Zhang Hong said in a cold voice. Lu Yun sighed and cut off a portion of barbecue meat for himself and ate it, then opened another can of beer and took a big swig. Yes. Lu Yun wiped off the oil stains at the corner of his mouth with a face full of enjoyment. Seeing Lu Yun even eat it himself, Zhang Hong was puzzled. Could it be that this guy was really waiting for himself here to apologize? This was too outrageous, but Lu Yun's brain circuits were indeed not quite the same as others. So maybe it was true? Thinking this way, Zhang Hong also gradually lowered his guard and led the squad to the front. Taste my handiwork. Lu Yun handed a roasted meat to Zhang Hong and smiled. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and took a bite of the roasted meat. His eyes immediately lit up. Not to mention, the flavor is really good. It's on par with a big restaurant. The flavor is indeed good. I didn't see that you still have this skill. Zhang Hong praised with a thumbs up. At this moment, he was completely convinced that Lu Yun had really appeared here to apologize to himself. The tea house incident at the beginning had filled him with resentment towards Lu Yun. And how could he tolerate the fact that his most important second brother had almost died? But now that he saw Lu Yun's actions, he wasn't so angry. I was also in the wrong for what happened at the tea house in the first place. My words were too aggressive at that time. And it's no wonder that you took action. Brother Lu, if I really want to apologize, the one who should apologize should be me. I didn't expect Brother Lu to actually take the initiative to put his foot down. I am truly ashamed. Zhang Hong had a bad taste in his heart. At first he had thought that Lu Yun was a reckless man who only knew how to strike, but now he was sort of convinced by Lu Yun's character. This Lu Yun is a man of pattern and great wisdom. Alas, see what you say is where the words, when the thing I do have responsibility, we are also considered not to fight. Today the wine and meat tube enough. Lu Yun patted Zhang Heng's shoulder and laughed brightly, while not forgetting to urge the others. You guys eat more as well. Taste how my handiwork is. Seeing that Zhang Hong was fine, the rest of the group lost their guard and began to feast. Then one by one, he praised Lu Yun's roasted meat. Half an hour later, a large roast had been built right through. Beer had been built in 3 large cases by the quintet, and the crowd was all sitting on the floor with full stomachs and belching. The physique of transmigrants was stronger than ordinary people, plus the alcohol content of the beer wasn't too high, so the crowd was only slightly tipsy and not drunk. The spectators outside the replica saw the scene here through the projection, and they were all very bewildered. They had originally thought that Lu Yun was either making a fool of himself by roasting meat here or had other plans, but now it didn't seem to be the case at all. Could it be that this Lu Yun's fanfare of grilling meat here was really to apologize to Zhang Hong? Everyone has pretty much eaten, right? Just then Lu Yun suddenly asked with a smile that had a touch of meaning in it. The taste is very good. Thanks. It's almost time for the shrinking circle. We have to rush to the nearby Pinnacle Hall to look for props, so we won't stay here for a long time. I'll remember this favor. I'll treat you to a meal when we have time after we get out. Zhang Hong nodded his head in satisfaction with a full stomach, and then prepared to leave with his 5-man squad. However, Lu Yun suddenly stopped the 5 in their tracks. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Zhang Hong said in disbelief. You all haven't paid for your meals yet. Isn't it too bad to leave now? What the fuck? Money? Wasn't this meal something you bought us in order to apologize? Zhang Hong shrieked out in shock, his entire being bad. It's true that I'm apologizing for this meal, but I didn't say I was buying you guys a meal for nothing. The smile on Lu Yun's face grew even wider as he stretched out 5 fingers and laughed. I personally made this meal. I'm a mythic level transmigrator, and I don't have the chance to eat the meals I make, So you guys being able to catch up with each other today is already a blessing in your past life. We are all acquaintances, so I'll give you a friendly price. Each person pays 10,000 gold coins. 5 people total 50,000 gold coins. After saying that, Lu Yun was worried that the other party did not have cash. Kindly pulled out a POS machine from the marriage space, smiled and said, I don't know whether you are swiping card or cash. Blanche. Seeing this scene, Zhang Heng's 5 people were all dumbfounded. Why would this guy have a card-swiping POS machine in his marriage space? Also, it's true that this guy is a mythic-level transmuter, but he's not a mythic-level chef. It's just a meal of barbecued meat plus some low-priced beer, which adds up to 50 gold coins at the most. But to charge them 50,000 gold coins, what's the difference between this and robbery? Are you serious? Zhang Hong asked with a lowered face. The expressions of the remaining 4 weren't too good either. 50,000 gold coins for a meal. This was treating them like fat sheep to be slaughtered. Of course it's serious. Do a few of you think I look like I'm joking? Lu Yun still looked like he was smiling, but the smile seemed so sinister to the 5 men today. Lu Yun, don't get ahead of yourself. There are 5 of us on our side. Even though you're a mythic transmigrator, it's ultimately hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Last time at the tea house, I hadn't shown my bottom card yet. You only won me through underhanded means. Don't think that you're sure to have me. If we really fight now, do you believe that I will send you out right now? Zhang Hong was already short-tempered. Otherwise he wouldn't have been the first to turn on Lu Yun in the first place. And now being extorted by Lu Yun like this couldn't be tolerated then. Straight away, he got up and released his aura. The other 4 saw this and all released their own auras as well. Boom! A fierce wind hung over the scene in an instant, and the entire sky and earth seemed to change color. However, Lu Yun still had a cloudy expression and suddenly sneered. Look at a few of you are ready to eat a king's dinner. Ha! So what if I am? What can you do to me? Zhang Hong also laughed coldly. It's only natural to pay for your meal, and since a few of you are being unreasonable, I'll have no choice but to resort to extraordinary means. Lu Yun suddenly clapped his hands. The shrubs underneath the 4 suddenly shook violently, and then 300 hell's 3-headed wolves appeared all around at the same time, surrounding the 5 people. It's the 3-headed wolf of hell. Upon seeing these hellish 3-headed wolves, the expressions of Zhang Heng's 5 once again became grave. Even though these hell's 3-headed wolves weren't of a high level, they were superior in number. One glance couldn't even see the end. If you all want to eat a kingly meal, ask them if they agree first. After Lu Yun said this, the 3-headed wolves of hell around him suddenly threw back their heads and roared. At this moment a strong killing intent filled the space, making people scared. The special props you got? Zhang Hong was the first to think of things where these 3-headed wolves from hell came from. Looks like you're not too stupid. Although Lu Yun didn't answer positively, he didn't object either. Zhang Hong sniffed and his face became ugly once again. Do you think you're the only one with special props? Swish! As the words fell, Zhang Hong pulled out a palm-sized statue from the marriage space, and an extremely special pattern was drawn on the statue, which made his mind a little dizzy just by looking at it. This was exactly the special prop that Zhang Hong and the others had gotten. System, parse. Lu Yun immediately turned on the system to analyze this prop. Parsing successful. The prop is King of Security. Evaluation, a one-time prop unique to the special copy that can summon a legendary security team after use. King of Security? This prop is somewhat interesting. At least it's much better than the last one the guys had that only returned blood. However, it was just a security squad that obviously couldn't fight against his 300 hell's 3-headed wolves yet, so Lu Yun wasn't the least bit weak. Let us go now and I can still pretend that nothing happened. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Originally, he had thought that Lu Yun was a naive person, but now it seemed that he had completely thought wrong. This man is a fucking animal. I can't believe I'm running a black store in a replica. It's really not putting them, the college freshmen, in their eyes. Do it, eating bully food and still being so righteous. I really don't know how your parents raised you. Lu Yun skimmed his mouth and said indifferently. Blanche. Zhang Hong was so angry that his face almost exploded. Eating a meal? It's obvious that you're the one who's counting on us. Do it, brother Zhang. I just can't watch anymore. Zhang Hong fell into hesitation when he heard this. He didn't have a system like Lu Yun and didn't really know what the function of this prop was. This prop was supposed to be used as a base card. Did he really want to use it up here? That's right, treating us like fools. We're also people with tempers. Do you really think that a mythic rank profession can do whatever it wants? The rest of the 4 started to coo as well. They all wanted to beat up Lu Yun and let him know why the flowers were so red. Hearing his teammate's statement, Zhang Hong no longer hesitated. It seemed that he could only use it early. You made me. Zhang Hong pondered for a moment and finally decided to use the prop. His eyes hardened as he directly instilled his power into the statue. Buzz. The next moment the statue directly flashed with a dazzling light, followed by 5 figures in security attire appearing in front of the 5. These 5 silhouettes couldn't see their specific features, and their whole body was wrapped by light, but the costumes on their bodies could vaguely be seen as typical security uniforms. Any time, any place, security brigade, at your service. The 5 appeared and began to recite their lines. Then the head security captain took a step forward and stepped out, shouting, "Our security brigade has been tasked with 2 major duties since Pengu opened the world. Now tell me out loud what our duties are." The 4 guards spoke in unison. "Put down the disobedient owners. Catch the fallen delivery man." The security chief was not pleased. "Not a loud enough answer. Tell me out loud what our duties are." The 4 security guards riveted themselves together and yelled in unison. "Put down the disobedient homeowners. Catch the fallen delivery man." Only this time did the security chief nod his head in satisfaction. "Very good. Very imposing." Only then did he turn around to look at Zheng Hong and the others and asked, "May I ask where the fallen takeout operator and the disobedient owner are? We'll launch an operation right here." Zheng Hong and the others froze. This is the special prop they went through so much trouble to get? Summoning a bunch of security guards? What the fuck is all this shit? There's no delivery man or owner here. The person I want you to deal with is him. Zheng Hong pointed to Lu Yun in front of him. Lu Yun clasped his hands on his knees and seemed to smile without saying anything. But the 3-headed wolves of hell around him suddenly tilted their heads and roared. For a time, killing intent stirred the air, giving this place a bit more of a sullen flavor. Seeing this scene, a few moments of fear welled up on the security chief's face that was wrapped in light. "I'm sorry, our duty is to fuck over the owner and the takeaway. This kind of thing is out of our ability. Love to help. Bye." The security chief shook his head at Zheng Hong and the others before scampering off. It wasn't until the backs of these security guards disappeared at the end of the haze that Zhang Heng's 5 people reacted, and their minds just instantly exploded. Nima! Zheng Hong was the one who was the most angry, and was so enraged that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. In order to obtain this special prop, they fought to the death with the boss within the peak hall, and in the end, Zheng Hong had to fight for half his life before he managed to win the battle. Yet this special prop that was so hard to get, and now the guy who summoned it, just straight up left him behind and ran away? Is there any fucking justice in this? My time is limited. 1 minute of time, 50,000 gold coins a point, or else suffer the consequences. Lu Yun stood with his hands in the air overlooking Zhang Heng's 5 people with a calm face. Zheng Hong clenched his teeth, his heart filled with remorse. If he had known, he wouldn't have come for the barbecue. It was just a pity that it was already too late to say anything now that it had happened. "I'll give it." Zheng Hong clenched his teeth and finally agreed. But where did he have any gold coins left? Last time at the tea house, Zheng Hong had already lost all his gold coins to Lu Yun, and he had no choice but to borrow 10,000 gold coins from his teammates, and handed them over to Lu Yun with a trembling voice. Although it was a normal thing to be eliminated in the examination, there were a total of 50 people who were still inside the replica. If they were eliminated at this time, it would be tantamount to losing face, and Zheng Hong ultimately chose to use gold coins to buy back his face. After seeing that even Zheng Hong had compromised, the other 4 teammates didn't dare to say anything more, and they all pulled out 10,000 gold coins and handed them over to Lu Yun. Just as Lu Yun had guessed, the fact that this group of people could join Xianling University, in addition to their talent being stronger than the others, their family backgrounds were also richer. 10,000 gold coins was not a small amount of money for most professionals, yet they could casually take it out. "Looks like we'll have to take care of these guys from prestigious universities more in the future," Lu Yun said softly, and immediately put away the 50,000 gold coins, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "I don't know if a few of you have enjoyed your meal. Do you want to get some more? I'll manage enough wine and meat." Zhang Heng's 5 people were all so angry that their livers cracked, itching to rush up and fight Lu Yun. 50,000 gold coins for one meal. They're really treating them like fat sheep. "Forget it. We have things to do, so we won't bother." The 5 people turned around and were about to leave after forcibly enduring their humiliation. Lu Yun didn't stop him. He had now thought of a perfect means to get rich. In Jinsha City, everyone's economic strength was relatively poor, and Lu Yun simply couldn't ask for a few dollars. But this is Kyoto, the most prosperous city in Xia, and the students here are really rich. Lu Yun felt that with his head for business, he should be able to make it big here. Just as Zhang Heng's 5 were about to leave this place, several figures suddenly appeared in the area, and the people who came were none other than the squads from Nine Dragons University and Future University. The 2 sides met after entering the copy, but instead of fighting, the second team reached a consensus and chose to join forces for the time being. They intended to join forces first to form a numerical advantage, eliminating the other school's people first, and when all the other school's freshmen had been eliminated, Their 2 squads would add up to just 10 people. That should make a top 10 finish a nail-biter. Upon seeing the arrival of these 10 people, the air at the scene froze with them, and the footsteps of Zhang Heng's 5 people instantly stopped in place. Just then, Lu Yun spoke out. Everyone should have worked hard for so long exploring within the replica. Do you want to have a barbecue feast? The corners of Zhang Heng and the others' mouths twitched when they heard this. This guy had only just finished pitting them, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was about to pit others again. Future University and Nine Dragons University could both be quite excellent universities. Although they were not as good as the Magic Martial University, they were still famous first-class universities in Kyoto. And a quick glance at the eye shows that people from these 2 universities have secretly joined forces. Lu Yun is still thinking about making money at this time. The old man ate arsenic. Is it too much for him to die fast enough? Zhang Heng hated Lu Yun so much that his lips flicked out, about to tell the gang the truth. However, Lu Yun opened his mouth in the private chat channel. Lu Yun, if you don't want to die, cooperate with me on the sidelines. Zhang Heng's face was filled with black lines, and he turned to look at the 4 people beside him, only to see that these 4 people were similarly filled with unnatural faces. Apparently these words Lu Yun had also given them a lecture. Li Chun, brother Zhang, what should we do now? Should we tell them the truth? Zhang Heng, we, Xianling University, are not related to them. Why should we tell them? And the other party may not necessarily buy our account. So let them bite the dog. You're that Lu Yun from Easy University? What are you doing here? The leader of Future University asked with a puzzled look on his face. This kid offended me at the tea house last time, so he specially roasted meat here to make amends and apologize. And by the way, he wants to make more friends. Zhang Heng looked at the Future University's leader with a calm face and said. These words were naturally what Lu Yun told him to say. So that's how it is. At those words, although the group felt that roasting meat in a copy was outrageous, it wasn't unacceptable. If one wanted to stand firmly in Kyoto, besides talent and wealth, connections were naturally indispensable. I've never experienced what it's like to eat a big meal inside a copy. Since this mythic-ranked genius is treating us, how can we refuse? At this time, the head of Nine Dragons University also stood out and said. Lu Yun then started grilling meat for the gang. And by the way, he took out a few cases of beer from within the marriage space. Lu Yun was already kind-hearted and worried that the gang would not have enough to eat. He even took out a pressure cooker to make a pot of chicken soup for the gang. Ahaha, here comes the chicken soup. All of you eat well and drink well, huh? Wine and meat enough. Soon the aroma of grilled meat filled this space, and the people from Future University and Nine Dragons University began to dry their meals. As for Zhang Heng and the others, they did not leave, but stayed here to watch the fun. Want some? Seeing Zhang Heng and the others watching blearily from the sidelines, one of them suddenly picked up a large piece of roasted meat and handed it to a few people and asked. No need. We just ate. You guys enjoy yourselves. Zhang Heng refused with a forced smile. Want some? Come on, what a joke. He had already been screwed out of 10,000 gold coins, not to mention the roasted meat at the moment, but in the future, he wouldn't even touch anything made by Lu Yun. Half an hour later, the 2 waves were also drunk and ready to slap their asses. What a wonderful thing to be able to enjoy a grilled meal within a replica and have such a flavorful bowl of chicken soup. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun once again stood out, as he had earlier dealt with Zhang Heng and the others, still with a warm smile on his face, but that smile was filled with extreme cunning in the eyes of Zhang Heng and the others. Extravaganza. 10 people totaling 100,000 gold coins. Are you all cash or swipe card? Lu Yun excitedly made the motion of a fly rubbing his hands together before directly pulling out the card swipe machine and laying it on the ground. Give money? Are you kidding me? Isn't this meal your treat for us? The leaders of the 2 universities frowned in displeasure. It looks like you all want to eat a king's dinner. Lu Yun was distressed. I don't know if Future University and Nine Dragons University have a bottom line or not. How can they even accept scum like you? I really feel ashamed for them. Lu Yun didn't say anything and clapped his hands, and the 3-headed wolves of hell around him immediately roared and surrounded those present. You didn't summon these hell 3-headed wolves? The 2 leaders were instantly dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Heng at the same time. They had inquired about these hell's 3-headed wolves before, and at Lu Yun's gesture, Zhang Heng told them that these hell's 3-headed wolves were summoned by himself through a special prop. At that time, the 2 of them believed it and didn't think much about it. They just thought that Zhang Heng could get this kind of props, and it should be no problem for him to rush into the top 10. Who had thought that they had actually been tricked? Right now anyone could see that these guys were following Lu Yun's orders. I'm a person who emphasizes on peace and harmony. 100,000 gold coins. If you guys don't give it, Ican is going to be sad. Can you guys bear to do that? A few people looked around at the hell's 3-headed wolf split that was eyeing them intently, and their faces turned blue. Can you bear it? They couldn't bear to see Lu Yun grieving, and weren't afraid of these 300 hell's three-headed wolf splitters around them. They were just so kind-hearted, and it was only natural that they must pay after eating someone's meal. So the group of people had each pulled out 10,000 gold coins and handed them over to Lu Yun. Receiving the money, Lu Yun then contentedly recruited let a few people have time to come back. This group of people also forced themselves to hold back the hard feelings in their hearts and slipped away. You guys aren't leaving yet. Haven't you had a good meal yet? Or else I'll make a pot of chicken soup for you guys too? Lu Yun stared at Zhang Heng and the others and asked with a smirk. No. Or no. We are leaving. Zhang Heng's face stiffened as he hurriedly led the crowd to run away. Earlier he was quite distressed after being pitched 10,000 gold coins by Lu Yun. But now that he saw that the people from these two universities had also been pitched by Lu Yun, he suddenly felt much more balanced in his heart for some reason. After a few people left, Lu Yun resumed his old business and started roasting meat at the same spot. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted out and soon attracted another wave of people. Seeing Lu Yun extorting and enriching himself inside the replica, the spectators outside were nonplussed. This guy is openly extorting within the copy. Is there any king's law left? Doesn't anyone come out to take care of it? Someone suddenly protested loudly, and at the sound of that many others chimed in. While the copy was a place of assessment, Lu Yun was here to extort a lot of money, and it hadn't been long before more than 100,000 gold coins had already arrived. This is making money at a rate that's almost as fast as robbing a bank. Many people couldn't sit still, feeling that Lu Yun was insulting the test and must be severely punished. Just as the emotions of the audience were getting more and more violent, the tutor of the Magic Martial University who was in charge of the examination voiced out to signal the crowd to be quiet. There is no provision in the test that you cannot extort. Cough cough. Not to mention that this Lu Yun is not strictly extortion, but doing business, at best. The charges are expensive, completely reasonable. Even though this mentor was also not used to seeing Lu Yun's shameless behavior, Lu Yun's actions really did not violate the rules. There's really no way around it. Hearing that this tutor of the Magic Martial University had said so, the crowd of people protesting around them could not do anything about it even though they were no longer willing to do so. Ah! Senior brother, senior sister has underestimated you. In the crowd, Lu Shui's eyes were wide open. She had fantasized about countless possibilities in her head, only she had never thought that Lu Yun would actually do such a thing within the copy. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Lu Yun's behavior. Everything was based on strength anyway. It's normal. As time passed, many people were pitted by Lu Yun and never dared to approach Lu Yun's territory after that. During this period, Lu Yun also encountered the Magic Martial University squad. After they finished their barbecued meat and beer, Lu Yun followed his previous routine of charging money as usual. And naturally, the Magic Martial University squad disagreed and was ready to teach Lu Yun a lesson. Lu Yun then let the 300 hell's three-headed wolves that were hiding come forward. This group of people instantly wimped out. They are also ruthless people. They would rather die than give in, put down a vicious sentence, and then directly took the initiative to abandon the game and leave the copy. Angry Lu Yun's face was full of meat pain. Which of these roasted meat and beer was not paid for by him? These guys are freeloading, and in the end, they actually prefer to run away and abandon the test rather than pay. It's the world that's gone downhill. Moral turpitude. When the team from the Magic Martial Arts University voluntarily forfeited the game, the latter part of the session was meaningless. As the storm circle was already close at hand, the crowd began their final jousting, and with Lu Yun's story having spread throughout the replica, no one was fooled anymore. The final corner was also quite boring, with a large group of people all playing their own game completely ignoring Lu Yun, with 300 hellish three-headed wolf doppelgangers as bodyguards. No one really dared to mess with Lu Yun unless they had a brain cramp. It didn't take long for this examination to end. Lu Yun did nothing and ended this examination with the first place. When the examination was over, Lu Yun returned to Lu Shui and blinked. Senior sister Lu, I'm in first place, so your promise should be valid, right? Of course, school sister. I've never been one to keep my word. Lu Shui giggled. The waves on her chest began to rise and fall again. Lu Yun nodded his head, and at that moment, he was ready to follow Lu Shui to leave. Just then, that Magic Martial University instructor stopped in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun, it was only by luck that you were able to win first place in this examination, but only because you were lucky enough to get a powerful prop. If it was a real encounter, you would never make it this far. Lu Yun could not deny this because the other party was telling the truth. Among this group of people participating in the examination, there were a few whose ranks were above Lu Yun, and whose occupational levels were no lower than Lu Yun's. Likewise were all mythic levels. Trying to finish first in such a situation would normally be difficult. Well, I think you have a point, but what can you do if I'm just lucky? Lu Yun spread his hands and laughed. Sometimes luck is part of strength, isn't it? That demon Marshall University tutor was dumbfounded by the anger on the spot, and continued in the middle of the day. Your talent is good. If you know your mistake now, and return to the demon Marshall University, you will still be able to receive key cultivation, otherwise you will be eliminated. Lu Yun sniffed with a cold smile. At first, he still had an excellent impression of the Magic Marshall University, and had always considered joining the Magic Marshall University as his goal. But now it seems that this instructor of the Magic Marshall University is a self-righteous fool. People grouped together in groups, and with this mentor being this virtuous, the rest of the hierarchy was no better. Lu Yun suddenly lost his favor with the Magic Marshall University. Thanks for your concern, mentor. This is my own matter, so I won't bother you to worry about it. See you later. Lu Yun waved his hand and left with Lu Qiushui without looking back. You will regret this. That Magic Marshall University instructor stood in place and clenched his teeth as he roared with unwillingness. This Kyoto test ended in such a way. Due to his brilliant performance in the examination, Lu Yun's name had also begun to spread in the Kyoto circle. Lu Yun, on the other hand, followed Lu Qiushui back to Easy University in the White Spirit. You've done well in this examination. Fighting hard for my Easy University. Lu Qiushui put away the White Spirit and said appreciatively to Lu Yun, it's a pity we didn't meet any acquaintances. Otherwise this examination would have been much more interesting. Lu Yun somewhat missed his former classmates. The students of KS, who have passed the grades, should also be in the universities of their choice by now. Although wanting to come to Kyoto to attend university was a relatively difficult thing to do, with the talent of a few people such as Zheng Shishir and Yumi, it wasn't a difficult thing to do. But unfortunately, the two girls didn't seem to be participating in this Kyoto examination. Life is like this. Not everyone can accompany you to the end. Everyone's destiny is different, and the road to becoming stronger is always lonely. Lu Qiushui said softly. Just then, the old crook swaggered out from the front, nodded his head at Lu Yun and smiled. Kid has performed well. This time he has won glory for my Easy University. This is your reward. After saying that, he threw Lu Yun a plastic bag containing 2 meat buns. Lu Yun was speechless at that time. If it was in any other university, if he had achieved the top spot in the Kyoto examination, how generous the reward would have to be. This old crook actually gave himself only 2 meat buns. What kind of reward is that? You want to send a beggar? Are you serious? Lu Yun carried the plastic bag with a slightly odd face. It was fine if the reward was just 2 meat buns, but the key was that the stuff was actually still cold. That's too abstract. What? The old crook glared directly. You're still not satisfied? Lu Yun skimmed his mouth and didn't say anything. Even if you don't give me a reward, it's fine. Since you're planning to give a reward, you have to give a good one anyways. What's with the 2 meat buns? That's the condition of our Easy University. If you don't want it, give it to me. I'll use it as a snack at night. The old liar stretched out his hand at Lu Yun. Lu Yun had thought that the old man was joking. Who would have thought that the other party was actually serious? He walked to his heels and retrieved the 2 meat buns, then turned around and left. Lu Yun, it's true that our Easy University is not as good as other universities, because it was just established not long ago and there is no money injected into it, so it's more difficult. Seeing Lu Yun's face look a little strange, Lu Qiushui spoke out to explain. Ugh. Lu Yun sighed and nodded. But our Easy University never treats its students poorly, and your reward for this great achievement will definitely be unavoidable. Lu Qiushui pondered for a moment and said, you should go back and rest well today. Come find me tomorrow and I'll take you to a good place. Lu Yun didn't know what kind of place Lu Qiushui was talking about as a good place, but looking at this serious expression on the other party's face, Lu Yun guessed that this place shouldn't be bad. Good. Lu Yun nodded his head and then smiled. Senior Sister Lu, now that I've achieved the top spot, the special reward you said should still count, right? When he was at the Magic Marshall University, Lu Qiushui had said that if Lu Yun could achieve the top spot, he would reward him with a good night's sleep. Lu Yun felt that this good night's sleep must have a deep meaning. It is a well-known fact that a good night's sleep is only possible after the body has reached extreme exhaustion. Therefore, Lu Yun felt that the reward that Lu Qiushui was talking about should be the double joint training. Only when you're tired from training can you rest better, no? Lu Yun was looking forward to it. Of course it counts. Senior sister, I've always been true to my word. Come find me tonight. Lu Qiushui winked at Lu Yun before waving her hand and leaving. Lu Yun hemmed and hawed, then went back to his room as well. After preening in Lu Qiushui's room for the night last night, Lu Qiushui had packed Lu Yun's room early this morning when he left. Although the room is not big, but there should be all the things, but the daily necessities here are hard to say. They are all quite worn out, although all can be used, but these things are filled with thick traces of age. Do not know also thought that it was picked up from which garbage station. It's been a while since I brought Long Core out to play. Looking at the time, there were still a few hours left until evening. and having counted the bills earned from the copies, Lu Yun decided to take Long Kor's two daughters to go downtown to buy some things. Lu Yun called out the two girls, Long Kor, and said his idea, and the two girls were instantly excited. Weaving Spirit wanted to buy some white silk because Long Kor had told her that her leg shape was perfect for white silk, and she wanted to buy some to try it out. As for Long Kor, she had already bought a lot of clothes during this period of time, and she was more interested in trying out the food. Just as the three of them were preparing to depart, two black-robed figures wearing ghostly masks on their heads suddenly appeared in the room where the old liar was. The aura of the two men was terrifying, and although their rank was not as good as the old liar's, their aura was quite overbearing. Old Man Lu, shouldn't you give us an explanation for the matter of the fire elemental crystal core? Explanation? Old Man Lu blinked his eyes full of innocence. I don't know what you guys are talking about. The two men held back their anger, and one of them suddenly said, you infiltrated Deng Fengji not long ago and stole a level 50 fire elemental crystal core. How should this account be settled? Another person also said, seeing that you have a special identity, hand over the crystal nucleus now, and we can still take the blame. Otherwise, it can't be handed over. Old Man Lu interrupted the other party and spread out his palms. The crystal core has already been given away by me. It's no longer in my hands now. Gave it away? Neither of them knew what to say when they sniffed. It's not even if this old man sneaks into their Deng Fengji and steals the fire elemental crystal core. He actually dares to give it away. Does he really think that Deng Fengji wouldn't dare to touch him? Deng Fengji was a huge organization when placed in the entire Xia kingdom, and there had never been a precedent of something being stolen from someone. Where's the stuff? Who did you give it to? After a moment of silence, one of them suddenly asked in a low voice. Lu Yun, that's that new guy from my easy university. If you guys are looking for trouble, go find him. Old Man Lu waved his hand and said. Both of them froze once again at the words. Obviously neither of them expected that Old Man Lu would give the fire elemental crystal core to his student. And what the two didn't expect was that this old man had just given something to his own student, but now he had actually given the other person up. Is this guy the president of Easy College or not? A moment later, just as Lu Yun and his trio were about to go out, two black-robed figures suddenly walked out from the side. The moment the two appeared, Lu Yun was immediately on guard as he felt that the duo was not coming from a good place. The two girls, Long Kor and Weaving Linger, entered the battle state at the first moment, ready to strike at any time. Are you Lu Yun? A black-robed man suddenly asked. It's me. Lu Yun nodded his head in an unassuming manner. It's good that it's you. The man in black nodded back, then held out his hand. Hand over the loot. Lu Yun? Lu Yun is now a bit confused. He and the other party just met for the first time. Before that there was no interaction. The other party opened his mouth and let himself hand over the stolen goods. What's this all about? But soon Lu Yun thought of someone. Lin Shadow. Because of Jiang Shishir's sake, this guy has long held a grudge against himself. When he failed to get back in Jinsha City, he must be thinking of retaliating in the future. Could it be that these two guys were the helpers that Lin Ying had found? But with Lin Ying's strength, did he still need to find helpers? If the other party was really Lin Ying's helper, then there was absolutely no need for nonsense. Since they are enemies, the best way to respond is to fight. Just as Lu Yun was about to make his move, the words of the two men caused Lu Yun to be confused once again. Hand over the fire elemental crystal core. A fire elemental crystal core? Lu Yun's eyes widened as he had gotten a total of 2 fire elemental crystalline cores so far, one of which he had gotten by working with the Heavenly Vault creation, and the other had been given to him by that old crook just a short while ago. These two people in front of him wanted him to hand over the fire elemental crystals, and it was obvious that they weren't coming at him, which meant that the other party wasn't sent by Lin Ying. Could it be that there was something wrong with the fire elemental crystal core that old crook had given himself? What do you two mean by this? Can you make your words clear? Lu Yun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. I do have a fire elemental crystal core, but this one was given to me by the president of my Easy University not long ago. This crystal core was originally ours. It was that old man who sneaked into our treasure trove and stole it. Now give it back to us and we can still forget about it. Even though the two were wearing ghost face masks, Lu Yun could still hear the exasperated tone of the two. However, Lu Yun didn't completely believe the words of the two men. He felt that even if that old crook was outrageous, he wouldn't be able to do this kind of thing of stealing chickens and dogs, right? How can I believe that what you two are saying is true? Lu Yun asked. If you don't believe me, you can confront that old man now, the two said in a deep voice. Lu Yun also felt reasonable when he heard this, and he couldn't say anything more before things were finalized, so he immediately brought the two to the office where old man Lu was. I don't recognize them. When looking to learn the purpose of a few coming here, old man Lu was shaking his head and playing dumb. Ghostface masked two people at that time hard as if 10. 000 head Cha Nima rushed through. You this old Biden's talk with fart. Just now also said. Old man Lu, do you know what you're doing? We are. Forget it. The other person shook his head and said indifferently. We only came here this time to warn you. And now that you've been warned, if you fail to return the fire elemental crystal and nuclei in a timely manner, you will suffer the consequences. After saying that, the two of them simply left. When the two left, Lu Yun then stared suspiciously at Old Man Lu and said, Old man, give me an explanation for this matter. Although he didn't know how true or false what the two said was, Lu Yun felt that there were never any empty words in this world. The origin of the fire elemental crystal core that this old liar had given himself was definitely not simple. I don't need to explain anything to you. This thing itself is something I got by accident. It has nothing to do with them. Old man Lu shook his head, and then laughed. You kid, don't think too much. Since this thing is now given to you, it's yours. Just take good care of it yourself. Besides, I'm your principal. Is it hard to harm you? Lu Yun also felt reasonable when he heard this, so he didn't say anything more. But he still felt strange in his heart. When Lu Yun left, only then did Old Man Lu return to his position and sit down. I didn't expect these guys from Dengfeng Jiqi to check on me so quickly. At that time, what I did was clearly very subtle. Lu Old Man touched his temple, some headache. Elemental crystal nuclei, this thing, although there is no special heavenly effect, but to build some specific equipment required by the necessary materials. It is also the material used by some special professionals when they need to break through. Elemental crystal cores and such things were all strictly controlled by Xia, and this fire elemental crystal core he had given to Lu Yun was indeed something he had stolen from Dengfeng. He just didn't expect the other party to find this place so quickly. Judging from the identity of the person who came, the summit should not have gotten hold of conclusive evidence. Otherwise it would not have sent two random people to test the waters. But the top brass would have directly stepped in to ask for the crime. As long as he refused to admit it, due to his special status, the other party couldn't do anything to him. Leaving the office where Old Man Lu was, Lu Yun took the two girls, Long Core, and went to spend money in the city. On this day Lu Yun finally experienced the life of a rich man, buying a brand new set of game consoles for Long Core and a lot of clothes for Weaving Spirit. Then the three of them went to the amusement park for another round. And after they finished, they took the two women to a Western restaurant for a candlelight dinner. Overall it all went pretty well, except that the atmosphere during dinner was a little odd. The Western restaurant that Lu Yun took the two women to was a place where couples went. The ones who dined were also two couples, a man and a woman. Lu Yun was the only one who dined with two sisters, both of whom were also extremely beautiful. The eyes of the boys in the neighborhood went straight. There were quite a few sea kings these days, but they had never seen Lu Yun, who had his feet in two boats at the same time, and the two boats did not interfere with each other. When Lu Yun re-entered Easy University, the time was just 9:30 p.m. It's about time for senior sister Lu to fulfill her promise, isn't it? Lu Yun glanced at the time and with a hefty smile, he whirled to Lu Qiushui's door and knocked on the door of the room. Fantasizing about what might happen next, Lu Yun couldn't help but have his heartbeat accelerate, and his entire body became a little excited. Soon the door to the room opened and Lu Qiushui in her pajamas smiled at Lu Yun. Coming? Coming. Lu Yun nodded. Go take a shower first. Lu Qiushui said. Taking a shower so soon? Don't you need a little foreplay? Is school sister Ryu in such a hurry that she can't wait to get to the point? It turns out that I'm so attractive. Lu Yun entered the bathroom with excitement and took a hot shower, and made a point of washing every part of his body clean. When Lu Yun came out of the bathroom, he found Lu Qiushui already lying on the bed. Ready? Lu Qiushui stared at Lu Yun, those black eyes refracting a tantalizing luster under the light. Ready? Lu Yun took a deep breath before he began to undress. Just before the clothes came off, a burst of conversation broke out. Patrick, I like you. SpongeBob, I like you too. Lu Yun raised his eyes and then saw SpongeBob SquarePants playing on the television set in front of him. Schoolmate Lu, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes just to watch TV? You still have a fetish for watching TV naked? Lu Qiushui realized that Lu Yun was taking off his clothes and said with a face full of weirdness. Lu Yun's expression stiffened a bit. Senior sister Lu, the reward you're talking about is, let you have a good night's sleep. Lu Qiushui pointed to the SpongeBob SquarePants that was playing on the TV and laughed. More than 3,000 episodes. That's enough for you to have a good night's sleep tonight, isn't it? Lu Yun silently put on his clothes, then walked to the corner and silently squatted down. Lu Qiushui covered her mouth and snickered, thoughtfully saying, Schoolmate, sit on the sofa and watch. It's easy to catch a cold on the floor. Lu Yun was lifeless and somewhat autistic. No, I'll just sit on the floor. Seeing the situation, Lu Qiu said, her lips unconsciously rose. The former Easy University, just her and that stuffy bottle, two people. Not fun at all. Life had become interesting since Lu Yun had arrived. Seeing Lu Yun in this depressed state right now, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel physically and mentally happy. She didn't intentionally tease Lu Yun. She did promise to give Lu Yun special rewards. And above that point Lu Shui didn't break her word. It was just that the rewards promised by Lu Shui were a bit different from the rewards Lu Yun had imagined. If Lu Yun knew what was going through Lu Shui's mind, he would definitely be unable to hold back a mouthful of old blood. Sister, it's not as simple as some gap. Your so-called reward and my imaginary reward. It is not the same thing at all. The next morning, Lu Yun woke up early, and Lu Shui personally cooked a morning meal for Lu Yun. Beef-flavored instant noodles. Normally a university should have a cafeteria. Even in a pheasant university it is an essential infrastructure. But there's no such thing as a cafeteria at the University of the Promised Land. And instant noodles are available in unlimited quantities. Senior sister Lu, this is what we're going to eat in the morning? Lu Yun looked at the instant noodles in front of him with a slightly odd expression. Even if they already knew that Easy University was poor, they weren't poor to this extent. It's fine if there are no better rooms, but it's not so bad that they can't even provide normal food, right? Hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Shui also couldn't help but sigh. Alas, you don't know, senior brother. This is the situation in our Easy University. Other universities either have sponsors or backers behind them. Only our Easy University is all alone with no one to rely on. Although the environment is a bit worse, but as long as we endure, it won't take long for it to improve. Lu Yun asked curiously, could it be that the school side already has some countermeasure to improve the overall environment? That's not true. Lu Shui stroked the broken bangs in front of her forehead and spread a smile. The main thing is that you put up with it, and naturally get used to it in time. Lu Yun. It is good that Lu Yun is not a rich kid, and he has never moved bricks at construction sites before, and at that time, in order to save money, he did not eat a lot of instant noodles. But he hadn't eaten instant noodles since he became a mythic rank professional. After finishing breakfast, Lu Shui then suddenly smiled mysteriously. School brother Lu, didn't forget my words yesterday, did you? Senior sister Lu said she's going to take me to a good place. Lu Yun nodded. He was also curious about this good place. Just what kind of place could be called a good place by Lu Shui? Go. Lu Shui didn't say anything, and directly brought Lu Yun to the back of the mountain of Easy University. The trees here were dense, and Lu Yun had just come here to see many wild animals. The ecology here was good, but other than that there was nothing special about it. Senior sister Lu, is this the good place you were talking about? Lu Yun swept around and said with some skepticism. This sister Lu is not fooling herself. Is she deliberately tricking herself into this deep forest to tease herself? Although he hadn't known Lu Shui for a long time, Lu Yun could sense that Lu Shui wasn't such a boring person. Watch well, Lu Shui said mysteriously, and immediately pulled out a translucent key. There were runes flowing within this key, filling it with a dense spatial power. Lu Yun frowned slightly. This thing was condensed by the power of space. No surprise it should be the old crook's handiwork. Should I say no? Although the moral ground of this old crook is debatable, the ability of the space department is truly enviable. Senior Lu, this good place is the most special place in our Easy University and needs to be kept highly confidential. Lu Shui, holding the key, suddenly looked at Lu Yun with a change of seriousness. I can take you in, but you must promise not to divulge any information about this place. Good. Lu Yun nodded. Originally, after arriving here, he was a bit disappointed to find the place plain and uninteresting. Now that he saw such a serious expression on Lu Shui's face, the curiosity in his heart was aroused. Seeing Lu Yun promise, Lu Shui didn't hesitate and immediately injected a force into the key. Buzz! The key instantly emitted a lavender glow under the force, and that glow projected itself in the space in front of him, actually transforming into a teleportation door. There's actually a copy here? Lu Yun was shocked beyond words by the scene before him. When the portal opened, a special aura spread out from within. To Lu Yun's surprise, the breath within this portal was yet somewhat different from the copies Lu Yun had explored. This is indeed a copy, but it's not the kind of copy you think it is. Things are complicated and can't be explained in a few words. You don't need to know that much. Come in with me first. Lu Shui didn't talk nonsense, and led Lu Yun into the teleportation portal. As the two entered the portal, it disappeared in place. After entering the portal, Lu Yun first felt a flash of light in front of him, and as the light disappeared, the two of them, Lu Yun and Lu Shui, had appeared in a unique world. This world appeared a reddish color, surrounded by endless mountains, and there were also dense jungles on top of the mountains, only that the shape of these jungles was extremely strange, as if a devil's palm was reaching out from hell. At a glance, there was actually no living thing to be seen, and the scene was terribly quiet. It was as if this place was a dead place with no vitality. Apart from the fact that there were no living things to be seen, the sky here was also a bizarre deep red color. Lu Yun looked up and actually realized that there was a dark red sun hanging in the sky. The sun's rays were strong, but Lu Yun didn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. Instead, his body was chilled all over. Senior Sister Willow, what exactly is this place? Why is it completely different from the copies I've explored? Lu Yun could no longer hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. The environment here made Lu Yun very uncomfortable. From the moment he stepped into this place, it seemed as if he was being watched by countless pairs of eyes in a trance, a feeling that Lu Yun had never felt before within any of his copies. This is not an unusual copy. The monsters here are also more special. Influenced by special powers, their abilities will be more terrifying than unusual monsters, and their personalities will be more brutal and bloodthirsty. But because of this, the monsters here provide more experience, Lu Qiushui said in a condensed voice, and before Lu Yun could continue to ask, he stepped forward. Follow me first, I'll slowly tell you the specifics. Lu Yun followed Lu Qiushui as he began to delve deeper into this eccentric copy. On the way, Lu Qiushui gave Lu Yun a general overview of the situation here. At the end of this copy was a corridor, and every so often many powerful creatures would appear within the corridor. These creatures were different from the monsters in other copies in that they possessed spiritual intelligence, comparable to that of humans. Whenever these guys appeared, the monsters within the replica would then go on a collective rampage and their strength would rise, at which point they would attack the replica boundary and flee the place. So whenever these creatures appeared, the students of Easy University needed to enter the place and kill as many of them as possible. Lu Yun was now a part of Easy University, so there was no need for Lu Qiushui to hide this matter from him. After listening to the narration, Lu Yun was shocked and felt that his worldview had been refreshed. This particular creature Lu Yun didn't know what it was, but listening to Lu Qiushui's description it shouldn't be any good. For some reason, when he heard of this creature, Lu Yun's mind actually thought of that dark transmuter from back then, Hawkeye. Lu Yun vaguely felt that there might be some connection between the two. Senior Sister Lu, since these monsters appeared from the end of the corridor, have you explored this corridor? Lu Yun asked curiously. Not really. Lu Qiushui shook her head. This corridor is very strange. Outside of the corridor is a special boundary, and in order to enter it one must disintegrate the boundary. Trying to do this, even my grandfather couldn't do it. Lu Yun nodded his head and did not ask more questions. His intuition told him that Lu Qiushui had deliberately concealed some information from him, and that information was the most important. However, Lu Yun was also clear that if Lu Qiushui wanted to tell himself, he didn't need to ask the other party to take the initiative to tell him. On the contrary, if Lu Qiushui didn't want to tell himself, even if he pursued the question, it would be pointless. Lu Yun simply didn't ask straight away. Without realizing it, the two had gone deeper into the jungle, and the creepy feeling intensified as they walked. The surrounding trees seemed like twisted evil spirits, the blood-colored sunlight shone on the earth, and the entire ground was as if it had been infiltrated by blood, crimson in color. If hell had a mold, this place would fit the image of hell that most people visualize in their minds. Just as the two of them were moving forward, the space in front of them suddenly distorted, and a cloud of dark red smoke suddenly spread around. Immediately after that, a 5-meter-long, reddish python abruptly sprang out of the smoke. The giant python opened its bloody mouth, its two fangs refracting the cold aura of a serpent under the light of the bloody sun, and directly bit over at Lu Qiushui's head. Lu Yun's pupils instantly shrunk. It was obvious that this giant python was a monster within the replica, but so far, Lu Yun had never seen a monster with such strange means of attack that one could not defend against. Just as Lu Yun was about to remind Lu Qiushui to be careful, Lu Qiushui suddenly stretched out his large hands, his lips rose, and he began to chant an incantation. Thunderbolt! Zip! 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 5 purple thunderbolts erupted from Lu Qiushui's fingertips, turning into a giant net of thunder that instantly bound this giant python in place. The giant python struggled frantically in the giant thunder net, and its huge body was electrocuted to the point where the skin and flesh were turned over. Seeing that it couldn't break free, the python suddenly opened its bloody mouth, looking like it wanted to cast a skill. However, Lu Qiushui did not give the other party a chance. Her white onion-like fingers suddenly tightened, and the thunder giant net followed suit with a violent contraction. Bang! Immediately under the contraction of the giant net, the huge body of the giant python was hardened and squeezed into a blood mist. When the python lost its life force, a ray of light also surged into Lu Qiushui's body, which was precisely the experience of the python. Hiss! Lu Yun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in response. The python that had just appeared was a level 30 monster, but it was actually killed by Lu Qiushui's cloud of lightness just like that. It seems like this schoolmate is quite something. The strength must be at least level 30 and up. Before this, Lu Yun had never known what profession Lu Qiushui was, but now it seemed that the other party was a lightning attribute profession. It appeared to be a mage. Isn't it curious as to what profession I am? School sister? Lu Qiushui asked with a smile as if she had read Lu Yun's thoughts with a wink. Quite curious indeed. Lu Yun nodded. Lu Qiushui hooked her hand at Lu Yun, and then brought her head to Lu Yun's front. Her lips slightly opened and blew a mouthful of hot air at the root of Lu Yun's ear. I won't tell you. Lu Yun. Looking at Lu Yun's depressed expression, Lu Qiushui giggled straight away before saying in a proper manner, Alright little pervert. School sister won't tease you. School sister is a Thousand Thunder Warlock, a legendary level profession, both a mage and a warrior. Thousand Thunder Warlock? Lu Yun did know about this profession, although it was only a legendary level profession. Not as good as his Dragon Knight. However, the Thousand Thunder Warlock has no shortcomings. The average mage has a horrific output, but a fragile body plate, and is very susceptible to being seconded. Mages are afraid of the sudden advancement type of enemies, and when entering a copy, they also tend to look for companions to team up with to make up for the shortcomings. The warrior is the opposite of the mage. Most of the warrior class professions are thick-skinned, blood and defense are relatively high, but the opposite is that the explosive power is not as horrible as the mage. Therefore, many warriors will also choose to team up with other transmutants when they brush copies, and act as a meat shield in the team. Thousand Thunder Warlock, on the other hand, was able to be both a mage and a tank. It's a more comprehensive profession. Lu Yun remembered that the Xia Kingdom had a general who guarded the borders, and it was the occupation of a Thousand Thunder Warlock. It was known as the Thunder Law King of the Xia Kingdom. Though Thousand Thunder Warlock is good, unfortunately it's still not as good as your profession, and school sister would love to experience riding a dragon. Lu Qiushui sighed and then said in a proper manner, back to the topic. You've seen the situation just now, senior brother. The monsters here are quite bizarre in their appearances and very strong, but the experience gained from killing them is also huge. I brought you here just to let you feel the terror of these guys. Later on, I'll bring you to the outer perimeter, where the monsters are generally of a lower level, and it's more appropriate for you to practice there. As for the inner perimeter, try not to come here. The monsters here aren't something you can deal with yet. I haven't come here to level for a while either. I need to practice as well. After saying these words, Lu Qiushui brought Lu Yun to the periphery of the copy before going off to practice on his own. Still really left. Ha! Seeing that Lu Qiushui had really left, Lu Yun jerked the corners of his mouth fiercely. This senior sister Lu was truly assured of herself. Wasn't she worried that she would encounter any danger? Although this is the periphery, but nothing is absolute. No one can guarantee that high-level monsters will not appear here. In fact, this was something that Lu Qiushui knew, and she could have given Lu Yun some life-saving props before she left. However, she did not do so because the purpose of Easy University was independence and self-improvement. The only way to grow fast. Don't look at the time in the tea house when Lu Qiushui had made various appearances for Lu Yun, but in the matter of becoming stronger, she would definitely not provide Lu Yun with any additional help, and doing so would only harm Lu Yun. As she had said to Lu Yun last night, the path of the strong had always been lonely and isolated. Since one wanted to become stronger, one couldn't keep thinking about relying on others. The only person you can rely on is yourself. The monsters here could provide a lot of experience. There was no time to waste, and shortly after Lu Qiushui left, Lu Yun began to take action. First, he summoned the two girls, Long Core and Weaving Linger, out of the marriage space, just to be on the safe side. Lu Yun directly used blood boiling and also pulled out the Dragon Fortress, ready for any unexpected situation. There's something wrong here, Long Core said softly with a slight frown on her brows just as she came out. Watch out for the guard, Lu Yun reminded up. Immediately, the three of them began to look around the periphery. Roar! And just as the three talents advanced not long ago, a sudden roar deafened the ears, and immediately a huge monster appeared in front of Lu Yun and the others. The monster's entire body was covered with sharp barbs, and there were curved hooks on top of the barbs, which would definitely tear off a large piece of flesh if it was stabbed. There was no need for the system to parse Lu Yun to recognize the identity of the monster. Spiked Porcupine. This guy is just a basic monster within most of the copies and is generally no higher than level 15. However, the spiked porcupine at hand was as high as level 20, and the aura was also more terrifying than the unusual spiky porcupine. Lu Yun keenly realized that there were some crimson crystals all over the spiked porcupine's body. These crystals were like scales covering the spiked porcupine's body, and although there were only a few scattered ones, they exuded a special aura. Apparently it was the presence of these red-colored crystals that made this spiked porcupine so special. This should be the special power that senior sister Ryu was talking about. Lu Yun frowned. Then without any nonsense he directly greeted Long Core and the two girls rushed up together. Dragon Charge. Mockery of Justice. Flaming Dragon Breath Slash. Rumble. Lu Yun didn't take it lightly, and simply cast many skills directly in a single glance. The opening round was on fire. Plus with the cooperation of the two girls, Long Core and Weaving Linger, the battle was soon over and the spiked porcupine was killed. Then a majestic surge of experience directly poured into Lu Yun's body, and Lu Yun's level instantly came to level 23. Upgrade. Although he wasn't far from upgrading before, he didn't expect to upgrade by killing a spiky porcupine all the time. Based on the experience value provided by this spiked porcupine, as long as he killed another dozen or so spiked porcupines, Lu Yun would be able to move up a level to level 24. That's too scary. This could not help but make Lu Yun very surprised, followed by incomparable excitement. Even though Lu Qiushui had already told him earlier that the monsters here could provide a great deal of experience. However, it was only after feeling it personally that he realized the horror of it. If one were to kill a normal spiked porcupine, even killing hundreds of them wouldn't have as much experience as this one. It wasn't that Lu Yun was making a fuss, but this was all really too surprising. After tasting the sweetness, Lu Yun immediately took the two women to continue wandering around the periphery to start hunting monsters. Lu Yun and his trio encountered many monsters along the way, but with the perfect coordination of the three of them, these monsters were killed one by one. Half an hour passed. Lu Yun's trio had already killed 16 monsters, and their level had successfully arrived at level 23, with all aspects of their attributes receiving a huge boost. It was also thanks to the fact that the monsters in the periphery were all around level 20, and even certain monsters were only level 19 or less. Otherwise Lu Yun would never have been able to kill so many monsters in such a short period of time. But before Lu Yun could be happy for long, he was a little too happy. This was because upon killing these few monsters, Lu Yun could no longer encounter any other monsters. The three had been out around for a long time without encountering any more monsters. As far as the eye could see, there was dead silence. Not to mention monsters, not a single hair could be seen. It was as if there were no other living creatures in this replica other than Lu Yun's trio. Sister Lu said that every once in a while, the people from Easy University would come in and slaughter the monsters and those special creatures once again. Could it be that all the monsters here have been slaughtered? Lu Yun frowned. Undeterred, he continued to circle around the outside a few more times, and the result was still nothing. Long Core stood in place and released her power to sense the surrounding area, then shook her head. I can't feel any breath fluctuations in the vicinity. There should be no monsters here. Lu Yun sighed. Monsters that could provide such a large amount of experience really did still have a limit to their number. Upgrading wasn't that easy. If he wanted to continue killing monsters, it seemed that he would have to appropriately go deeper into the replica in order to do so. However, Lu Qiushui had specifically instructed Lu Yun not to go deeper easily before he left, as the monsters in the inner perimeter were not something Lu Yun could deal with. But right now there's nothing to do without a deep copy. After tasting the sweetness of the upgrades, Lu Yun didn't want to leave so easily, so after much hesitation, Lu Yun decided to continue to look deeper. The monsters encountered should still be manageable as long as you go a little deeper with the proper nature. As long as it was on the edge of the inner perimeter, there shouldn't be much of a problem. And even if they encountered monsters they couldn't deal with, they could quickly run back to the outer perimeter. After making up his mind, Lu Yun immediately continued to go deeper with the two girls, Long Core, and just a short while after the three of them had just left the outskirts, they had indeed encountered a long-lost monster. It was just that what made Lu Yun somewhat devastated was that the guy in front of him was clearly not something he could deal with. Parsing complete. Immortal Cloud Crane. Level 35. Class, Platinum. Rarity 4 stars. Attack power, 3900. Blood, 13. 500. Skill 1. Immortal Cloud Fugue. Immortal Cloud Crane chirps, reducing the enemy's attack speed by 50% and increasing the chance of evasion by 15%. Skill 2. Enchanted, Immortal Cloud Crane inspires the power in his body to enter the state of enchantment, attacking with a flame burn effect, and entering a state of dominance. Weaknesses, Xian Yunha's values are relatively balanced in all aspects. No weaknesses for the time being. Evaluation, this is a monster with balanced attributes. If you are hostile to it, please use your strength to fight to the end, so that it can see what a real man is. Upon seeing the contents of the parse, Lu Yun's entire face instantly turned ironic. He was just thinking of going appropriately deeper, but he didn't expect to directly encounter a level 30 monster. Lu Yun was only level 23 now, and he obviously wouldn't be a match for a level 30 monster when he encountered one. Danger! Long Core reacted and took a step forward to block Lu Yun. Weaving Linger was also Lu's pupils shrunk slightly to protect Lu Yun behind her, fire flickering within her crimson eyes. The two women were limited by Lu Yun's level though, which was equally at the level of 23. But they were, after all, mythic levels, and despite being at the same level as Lu Yun, Their attributes in all aspects still exceeded Lu Yun's. Later on, you go first and we'll break the back, Long Kor said in a condensed voice. But, Lu Yun hesitated. Master, just listen to Sister Kor and hurry up. Leave this fellow to us. Weaving Linger also spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yun's throat knots rolled a bit bitterly. The current encounter with this immortal cloud crane was all because of him. The great battle was already imminent, and he was not even qualified to fight against the other party. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. Every time after encountering dangers beyond expectation, it was the two women who took the initiative to stay behind and fend them off. Lu Yun disliked this feeling, or rather disliked the feeling of only being able to stand behind others in danger. You guys have been with me for so long. You should know what kind of character I have. Lu Yun took a deep breath and smiled at the two women. The two women had different faces, but in the end, they didn't say anything more. They did know Lu Yun's character. In any time of danger, Lu Yun had never been the one to abandon his companions to live on alone. In that case, let's fight together, Long Kor said softly. Alright, side by side. Lu Yun's lips rose as he held the dragon fortress. His entire body's volume building up as a cluster of red-colored flames quietly pulsed out above his fingertips. He was already prepared to fight, but just in the nick of time. Boom! The mutation was sudden, only to see a huge stick shadow suddenly descended from the sky. In front of that stick shadow, Xian Yun, his huge body is as small as a mole cricket. It was actually smashed alive into a bloody mist by a stick. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Lu Yun and the three of them all froze instantly, and before they could react, they saw a teenager striding over at the far end. The visitor wore a long black robe and had long flowing hair, just like a character that came out from the world of martial arts. The teenager was unsmiling, and there were still white bandages wrapped around several times in his palms. The bright red that seeped out was faintly visible. This place is dangerous. Lu Qiushui should have warned you not to enter here easily. The teenager first swept a glance at the two girls, Long Kor, before looking at Lu Yun and said indifferently, You are. Lu Yun frowned slightly, already roughly guessing the identity of the visitor. Lu Qiushui had mentioned in front of him more than once that there was another guy in Easy University besides him and Lu Qiushui, and that guy was more obsessed with power. Now it seemed that if there was no accident, the guy in Lu Qiushui's mouth should be this person. Wu Tong. In a sense, I should be your senior, Wu Tong said indifferently. Lu Yun's surface was unperturbed, but inside, he was raising shockwaves. It seemed that his guess was indeed correct. This teenager was the martial arts nerd that Lu Qiushui was talking about, and this one's strength was no better than Lu Qiushui's. Being able to kill level 30 monsters in seconds, he was at least a level 30 upwards existence. Among the freshmen, it would be considered good to be able to reach level 20 qualification, and level 30 upwards that could be fully called a strong person. Although he wasn't a freshman, looking at his appearance, he wouldn't be much older than himself. Greetings, senior. Lu Yun cupped his fists and said, although he was quite strong in front of outsiders, that was only in front of his enemies. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yun was still rather modest, as he knew that there was a world beyond the human world. There was no upper limit to a transfigurator's level, at least for now. Even a level 100 transmuter wouldn't dare to boast about being invincible, let alone the fact that the Lu Yun at the moment was only level 23. Wu Tong nodded, then he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave, while a voice came out slowly. This is not a place you can come to. Hurry up and leave. With your current strength, at most you can turn around in the periphery. If there are really no monsters to hunt, you can go to other copies. Lu Yun did not refute these words. When he encountered this immortal cloud crane, Lu Yun did realize how weak he was, and indeed he could not go deeper. If he encountered any more terrifying monsters, perhaps he wouldn't be so lucky. If Wu Tong hadn't appeared in time, Lu Yun would have probably fallen here. After figuring all of this out, Lu Yun retreated back to the outer perimeter of the copy with the two women. Right at this moment, Lu Qiushui hurriedly arrived here, apparently also sensing the previous fluctuations, and only after seeing that Lu Yun was fine did he let out a sigh of relief. Did you just go to the inner circle? Lu Qiushui asked. Aha! Lu Yun nodded. Thanks to Senior Wu Tong's timely appearance, Lu Qiushui rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner and said, Didn't I say not to enter the inner circle so easily? Lu Yun scratched his head a bit awkwardly. I saw that there were no more monsters in the periphery, so I thought to properly go deeper. Lu Qiushui sighed. I can understand your mood, but the hasty things can't be done anymore. I will send you out now. Your strength is still weak. This place is not suitable for you yet for the time being. The number of copies in Kyoto is the largest in Xia. There are many more copies here. There must be something suitable for you amongst these copies. After bringing Lu Yun out of the copy, Lu Qiushui also admonished Lu Yun. Lu Yun then realized that the number of copies in Kyoto was too large. causing the monsters inside to prosper abnormally. And once the number of monsters exceeds a certain level, there is a danger of them breaking out of the copy and plaguing the city. Therefore, Xia assigned these copies to various labor unions, and each labor union was responsible for copies of corresponding strength according to its size. And the labor unions sent out strong people to enter the copies every once in a while to complete the task of cleaning up the monsters. However, not everyone who was strong within the labor unions had the time to do this kind of thing, so the various labor unions would release the strangling of monsters in the form of a mission. As long as someone could complete the task, they would receive a reward from the union. Simply put, as long as one had the strength, not only could one enter the replica and hunt monsters to gain experience, but one could also gain rewards from the labor union. Something that Lu Yun had never even dared to think about before. After all, although Jinsha City was also a city, it was far inferior to Kyoto in terms of size and other aspects. There seemed to be quite a few copies of the San's defense, but the number is less than a tenth of Kyoto's. After figuring this out, Lu Yun immediately headed to the Union Square to collect his quests. The Union Square was a huge square, somewhat similar to the talent market on Earth. The only difference was that there were recruitment signs hanging all around. The contents on these recruitment signs were about guild missions. When Lu Yun arrived here, he was stunned by the bustling scene on the spot. "This, brother, looks like it's your first time here?" Right at this moment, a teenager with a traitorous face came behind Lu Yun and laughed. "You are?" "To introduce myself, my name is Yellow Pit. You can understand it as an intermediary for union tasks." Yellow Pipe smiled rather brightly. "An intermediary?" Lu Yun was taken aback. There were recruitment signs hanging everywhere here, and there was still a need for an intermediary? It looks like this brother is a first-timer. There are so many copies of Kyoto, and the number of labor unions is also very high. So naturally, many industries have been extended. All you need to do is to give me some fees and I can help you find the right quest for you. Yellow Skin began to skillfully introduce his business capabilities. Lu Yun wasn't interested in Yellow Skin. He had only come here to see if he could pick up any quests in passing. He didn't have to pick up quests. Leveling up was the most important thing, and the gold coins he had now were more than enough to squander for a while. "I'm not interested. Go find someone else." Lu Yun waved his hand and turned to leave. Yellow Skin saw the situation anxious, and hastened to catch up. "Brother, we have good words. Normal people I charge him 300 gold coins intermediary fee. I see that we have fate. I can lose money as long as 100. As a friend." Yet even then Lu Yun remained uninterested. There are a lot of people who come here to look at quests, and there are a lot of quests that you can pick up here. Trying to find the right task for you in this environment is a big job. That's why many people will contact an agent to find the right assignment for them through an agent, which saves a lot of time. But what kind of person was Lu Yun? That had come all the way from moving bricks. Saving money had formed a muscular response. Lu Yun would never waste money that he could save. As he walked, a familiar sound came prominently from the front, and Lu Yun stopped his footsteps, his eyes looking in the forward direction, only to see a group of people gathered in front, pointing at each other, not knowing what was happening. "Why does it kind of sound like that Zhao Qingsong guy's voice?" Lu Yun frowned and whirled over with the intention of finding out. When Lu Yun squeezed through the crowd to see who was inside, he really did see his nemesis Zhao Qingsong. It was just that Zhao Qingsong was not in a good position at the moment. "I clearly got this quest first. What gives you the right to snatch it away from me?" Zhao Qingsong tugged at a quest list in his hand with a stifled face. "Each mission will be written on the mission list. If you want to pick up the mission, you just need to take the mission list. After completing the mission, then take the mission list to collect the rewards. This can greatly save the time consumed in collecting quests, but many disputes occur as a result. Some of the easier quests with rich rewards are subject to looting. The task on the task list in Zhao Qingsong's hand belonged to this category. Originally he was the one who first that to the task list, but when he was about to leave, however, he was surrounded by a group of people who demanded that he hand over the task list. Zhao Qingsong was naturally not happy, so he was threatened by this group of people. "Kid, do you know who we are?" A yellow hair at the head took out the fruit knife at his waist and casually played with it, with a sinister color in his eyes. "We are the people of the Tiandi Labor Union. Who in the whole of Kyoto doesn't know about us? The Tiandi Labor Union? Dare to rob the mission we fancy. I think you kid is tired of living. Hurry up and hand over the mission list, or else I'll beat you to death." "The Heaven and Earth Labor Union?" Lu Yun frowned. Right at this moment, Yellow Skin appeared behind Lu Yun at an unknown time and explained with a hefty smile. "This brother doesn't know. This Heaven and Earth Labor Union is just a third-rate union in Kyoto. It belongs to the civil unions, and it's not as exaggerated as he said, but there are people behind this Heaven and Earth Labor Union, so most of the transmigrants without backgrounds don't dare to offend it." Yellow Pipes obviously knew more about the Heaven and Earth Union. After saying that, He glanced at Zhao Qingsong again and shook his head. This guy is also unlucky. Looking at him, he shouldn't be a local. He doesn't have a dependency in Kyoto. He actually dares to grab a mission with this group of people. He's really confused. After listening to Yellow Skin's explanation, Lu Yun also had a rough understanding of these guys. Kid, the words have come to this. Will you hand in the mission list or not? The yellow hair at the head said with some impatience. He took a step forward and the fruit knife in his hand was directly pressed against Zhao Qingsong's neck. Zhao Qingsong could already feel the coolness coming from the fruit knife, and a wave of fear grew in his heart. But he still tugged at the task list in his hand. I was the first to get this mission list. Why should I give it to you? Yellow hair's eyes shaded suddenly sneered. It seems that you are really refusing to eat the wine. He suddenly waved his hand and said indifferently, break his legs? I'm going to make him never be able to stand up again. That's the price for going against my heaven and earth labor union. Hearing this, the many followers behind him sneered and stepped forward, showing their teeth and about to strike. The levels of these people were not low. They all had the level of 24, and such strength was not too weak. On the other hand, Zhao Qingsong was just one person, and his level wasn't as high as this group of people. If this group of people really made a move, the only thing he could do was to get beaten up. Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers all shook their heads, thinking that Zhao Qingsong was too confused. Just a single person who actually dared to steal a mission from this group of unionists. Grass, I was supposed to get this quest first, so if you guys have the balls to beat me to death, otherwise I'll never fucking let you guys go. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Zhao Qingsong clenched his teeth and roared loudly. Who had thought that the other party still had no intention of stopping? Seeing this group of people getting closer, Zhao Qingsong was also very scared and spoke once again. I have a brother who is a mythic level professional, or a rare dragon knight. You guys should know about dragon knights, right? There used to be a dragon knight in Gaul. He had swept through 36 countries with one rider and one gun, killing through several knight groups, and was known as the world's first rider. But that dragon knight only had an empty profession, but did not have a dragon as his mount, and this brother of mine's marriage partner is a dragon. If you guys dare to touch me today, that brother of mine will definitely not let you go. Listening to Zhao Qingsong's statement, the group of people stopped their movements, looking at each other and eventually looking at the leader. Yellow hair. A strong look of shock welled up on yellow hair's face. A dragon rider? This unimpressive guy in front of me actually knew this kind of character? The surrounding melon eaters were also shocked, and then their expressions became a bit odd. Mythic level professions were respected existences, and the Zhao Qingsong in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes and was in a mess, so he couldn't see how he could cross paths with a character like that. He's lying. Not only did the crowd feel this way, even the people from the Heaven and Earth Union were filled with disdain. Kid, do you think you can scare me with these 3 words? What big scenes have I never seen before? Yellow hair walked up to Zhao Qingsong and kicked him to the ground. Zhao Qingsong let out a pained frown and got up, ready to strike. Do it. There are so many of us. If we really do it, if we don't beat the shit out of you, I'll have the same surname as you. Yellow hair spit a mouthful of spittle arrogantly. Zhao Qingsong's fists clenched tightly, and he immediately lost his temper. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the other party was indeed outnumbered, and now he could only endure in silence in the face of humiliation. If he fought back, he could only be bullied even worse. Seeing that Zhao Qingsong didn't dare to act rashly, yellow hair appeared even more arrogant and coldly grunted. How can a trash like you be worthy of knowing a mythic level transmigrator? Are you too deep into the drama or do you think I'm a fool? I do know of one dragon knight who came out of Jinsha City, and it seems to be a kid called Lu Yun, but that kid has an empty talent. Head but not, obviously have such a good condition, but joined the university. Even if you know that kid, I'm not afraid, not to mention you. Even if he comes over, he'll have to kneel down and call out to his father. Hearing this, Zhao Qingsong was already filled with despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to deter these guys with Lu Yun's reputation. Now it seemed like he would most likely not be able to keep his task list. At the same time, Yellowskin said to Lu Yun, "This friend, there's nothing to see in the hustle and bustle. Why don't you just go and take the quest? I only need 100 gold coins from you. Just mention the quest requirements and I'm sure I can help you find the right quest." Alas, what are you doing? It's fine to watch the fun, but don't mind your own business. Yellowskin was still planning to advise Lu Yun to spend a wave. Who had thought that halfway through his words, Lu Yun suddenly took a step towards the front. He immediately frightened the yellow-skinned man with such a move. Although this Heaven and Earth labor union was only a third-rate labor union, more labor unions in Kyoto were not even considered third-rate. Third-rate unions were already an unattainable existence for most people. Lu Yun's current move was to mind his own business. In the yellow-skin's opinion, this was causing trouble for himself. Lu Yun, however, ignored Yellow Skin's call and walked straight into the crowd. Making me call my father. You have the qualifications for that too? Lu Yun looked at Yellow Hair with a face like frost, and an invisible overbearing aura around him suddenly swept out like a hurricane. When they saw Lu Yun come out, the scene froze. Zhao Qingsong was the first to react. His eyes instantly lit up. Lu Yun? Lu Yun? Yellow Hair raised his eyebrows and said unexpectedly, "You're the Lu Yun who walked out of Jinsha City and gave up his guaranteed place at the Magic Martial University?" Lu Yun said indifferently, "You have a problem?" Ha ha ha. Yellow Hair let out a loud laugh, as if he had seen a great joke, and said only half a day later, "Originally, I thought that this kid was lying to me, but I didn't realize that he really knew a mythic rank transfigurator. If it was under normal circumstances, I naturally wouldn't mess with a mythic rank transfigurator, but it's just a pity that if this subject was Lu Yun, then it would be a different story." The other party was very arrogant, and Lu Yun's expression was calm and collected from start to finish. "In that case, it seems that I'm easy to bully in your eyes?" Lu Yun said with a wry smile. "Of course." Yellow Hair nodded his head, about to verbally humiliate Lu Yun a bit, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yun threw out a slap, directly jerking the bastard away, and Yellow Hair skidded 3 meters on the ground before coming to a stop. The scene was dead silent at this moment as everyone looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. The yellow-skinned man's spirit was even tighter. He didn't expect that the one in front of him was really that Lu Yun who had walked out of Jinsha City. Even more so, he didn't expect Lu Yun to dare to really make a move. "Lu Yun, you." Zhao Qingsong looked at Lu Yun with a somewhat complicated expression. He also didn't expect Lu Yun to really make a move. "Now things have gotten big. I'm sorry, I'm the one who got you into trouble." Zhao Qingsong smiled bitterly, extremely ashamed inside. "It's none of your business. These people spoke out of turn. Even without you here, I definitely wouldn't sit idly by when I encountered them." Lu Yun's expression was bland. Just as he spoke, Yellow Hair stood up from the ground. "Lu Yun, how dare you hit me?" Surprised, Lu Yun laughed coldly and backhanded the bastard's face with a few more slaps. A few slaps down, Yellow Hair has been heavenly. Incisors have been smashed. One already feel the stars in front of their eyes. It was at this moment that the rest of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union reacted, summoning their respective marriage partners and surrounding Lu Yun. "Lu Yun, I know you're awesome, and a mythic rank profession is indeed dope enough, but you're only level 23 at the moment, while we're all level 24, higher ranked than you, and outnumbered. If we were to fight, even if you were a mythic ranked transmigrant, you would only be trampled under our feet. I really don't know where you got the courage to dare to take on us." Yellow Hair got up with a gloomy look on his face, spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva on the ground, then pointed to the ground and gritted his teeth. "Now kneel down and apologize to me. I can give you a face, and this matter will end today." "What if I don't kneel?" Lu Yun asked teasingly. Yellow Hair's eyes sank suddenly. "If you don't kneel, I'm going to make you a mythic rank transfigurator. Lose face today." Snap! Yellow Hair had only just finished speaking these words when Lu Yun suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the bastard. Yellow Hair's pupils instantly shrunk at the sight of this, and he hurriedly summoned the marriage object, signaling for it to make a move. The object of his marriage was a fat bull with a strong body, a minotaur race. The fat bull's whole body was highly muscular, with large horns on its head, its 2 front hooves possessing a shape similar to a human arm, and its body was covered with unusually dense hair. If they didn't know that the marriage partner would inevitably be of the opposite sex, absolutely no one would have thought that the fatted calf was actually a female. Boom! The fat ox appeared in front of Lu Yun and waved his sandbag-sized fist at him. The fist is alive with wind. One could imagine how powerful this punch was. Just in the nick of time, a set of dragon scale armor suddenly appeared around Lu Yun, and the dragon scale body protection was directly executed. At the same time, Lu Yun pulled out his dragon fortress and slammed it against the fat ox. Bang! -658. The fat cow was instantly knocked out, and its horns were almost broken. Gollum! Seeing this scene, Yellow Hair couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and his entire body was nonchalant. However, he soon reacted and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand with a sinking of his eyes. With the long sword in hand, he stabbed directly at Lu Yun's belly. Buzz! Everyone hadn't expected Yellow Hair to act like this. It was obviously to play with Lu Yun, but just in the nick of time, Lu Yun was holding the dragon fortress to block the attack. Clunk! The long sword stabbed at the dragon fortress, and suddenly fire and light overflowed with ear-piercing sounds resounding through the square. Yellow Hair's pupils suddenly shrunk, not anticipating that Lu Yun's reaction could be so swift, and prepared to continue. However, Lu Yun was one step ahead of him and backhanded Yellow Hair's wrist, twisting it with force. Click! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. Yellow Hair's wrist was twisted alive by Lu Yun, and the long sword in Yellow Hair's hand fell to the ground under the pain. Immediately Lu Yun is another knee top. Yellow Hair instantly face dramatically changed the pain of the face of the iron green. By Lu Yun a foot into the ground. How dare a piece of trash like you take a shot at me? Lu Yun condescendingly looked down on Yellow Hair and stomped his foot hard on Yellow Hair's chest. Yellow Hair's face was twisted. Nearly insane. Lu Yun's kick was not only trampling him to the ground, it was also trampling his dignity ruthlessly. He was a high-ranking member of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union. When had he ever suffered this kind of anger? What the fuck are you all on? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Hurry up and do it. Yellow Hair held back his anger and yelled at the surrounding Heaven and Earth Labor Union crowd. The people of the Heaven and Earth Society sniffed back and prepared to strike at Lu Yun. However, right at this moment, two doors of space emerged behind Lu Yun, and the two women, Long Core and Weaving Linger, appeared on the scene at the same time. There were also many women with good posture present, but they all paled in front of the two women. And when the two women appeared, that kind of nobility as well as their looks were enough to make Heaven and Earth lose their colors. When looking at the two women, the men had a misty-eyed look, and the women were ashamed of themselves. Whoever dares to take a step forward, dies. Long Core remained as domineering as ever, coldly sweeping the group of people, faintly spitting out these words. I'll be the first to kill whoever dares to touch my master. Weaving Linger's body was shrouded in red-colored flames around her, and she also showed her determination. Feeling the two women's terrifying aura, this bunch of mongrels from the Heaven and Earth Labor Union were actually really shaken in place and didn't know what to do. Bunch of idiots. Seeing his own followers being so inept, Yellow Hair was infuriated. Lu Yun. Just then, Zhao Qingsong excitedly ran up to Lu Yun and reached out his hand with a grin, wanting to have a bear hug with Lu Yun. Lu Yun, however, frowned and pinched his nose as he took a few steps back, and Zhao Qingsong's expression froze. What the hell have you boys been through all this time? How long has it been since you took a shower? How did you get yourself into this state? Lu Yun said with a face full of disgust. Zhao Qingsong scratched his head in some embarrassment. Spinning around, he described what had happened during this period of time in general terms. Since the last time after hearing that Lu Yun had joined Easy University, he also wanted to join Easy University, and he even told Lu Yun about this. At that time, Lu Yun just thought he was joking and didn't care. Who had thought that this one was serious? When Lu Yun left Jinsha City soon after, Zhao Qingsong also chose to come to Kyoto to report to Easy University. Unlike other universities that had harsh enrollment requirements, Prosperity University had almost no requirements, but anyone who was a transmigrant could join. Originally, with Zhao Qingsong's professional talent, wanting to join Prosperity University was quite an easy thing to do. Nay, this guy didn't have much gold on him and couldn't afford to sit on an airplane, so he could only take a bus to come to the capital. Although it will take some more time, at least it can reach the destination. But coincidentally, on the way here, the bus passed through a remote place, and suddenly a group of robbers came out and robbed all the valuable things on everyone. This guy can't contact Lu Yun without a cell phone, and after coming to Kyoto, he can only think of a way to make money first, intending to earn enough money for the road, and then go to the University of the Free to find Lu Yun. After asking around, Zhao Qingsong came to the Union Square, thinking that he could make money by taking on quests. And then there was what happened before. The quest he had picked up had been looked at by Yellow Hair and his group. If Lu Yun hadn't appeared in time, Zhao Qingsong would not only have been robbed of his quest list today, he would definitely have been humiliated. This guy. After hearing what happened to this guy, Lu Yun also sympathized a bit. Although he himself was a bit poorer, but that was a thing of the past. Nowadays Lu Yun was almost never short of money with a good head for business. Right during the conversation between the two, the Yellow Hair who was stepped on by Lu Yun suddenly roared. What the fuck do you mean by leaving me hanging here? Who are you looking down on? I'm at least a high-ranking member of the Tiandi Union. So hurry up and loosen your stinking feet, then kneel down and kowtow to me a few times. Or else when my Tiandi Union's president arrives here, you won't even have a chance to beg for forgiveness. Lu Yun glanced down at Yellow Hair, and then he swung his foot onto the bastard's chin, and Yellow Hair immediately grimaced in pain. Who is your union president? Lu Yun was curious. My name is Wang de Cannon. The president of our Heaven and Earth Labor Union is Wang Tian Cannon. My own big brother, Wang de Cannon said with some pride. In fact, his strength wasn't even considered strong in third-rate unions such as the Heaven and Earth Union, mainly because he had a good big brother to become a high-ranking officer. I'll give you 3 minutes to inform your big brother to roll over here and meet me, Lu Yun said indifferently. Watch your fucking mouth. Wang de Gun was a little disbelieving that Lu Yun was so arrogant. Call someone if you don't want to die. Lu Yun's eyes grew colder and colder. This can you is what you said. Wang de Gun gritted his teeth, endured the pain and took out his cell phone and started to call his big brother. Lu Yun, this Heaven and Earth Labor Union is not to be messed with, so even if you beat up this guy, Why did you take the initiative to let him shake people? Zhao Qingsong couldn't understand Lu Yun's approach. In his opinion, now that he had offended others, it was optimal to run away. But Lu Yun was doing the opposite. The people have already been offended. If they run away now, there will definitely be all sorts of trouble in the future. Do you think the gang will just let it go? Lu Yun asked rhetorically. These words really put Zhao Qingsong on the spot, and only after half a day did Zhao Qingsong let out a long sigh and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, this time it's me who got you into trouble." Lu Yun suddenly stared straight at Zhao Qingsong and just stared dryly without saying anything, looking at Zhao Qingsong's body a little hairy. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Zhao Qingsong clutched his chest vigilantly and took a few steps back. His voice was a little shaky. You know me. I don't like boys." Lu Yun instantly rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Since we're brothers, don't say such out-of-the-way words in the future. If this guy dares to touch you, it's the same as provoking me, and it's my own business if I take a shot at him, so you don't need to feel guilty." Hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhao Qingsong did not say anything more, but inwardly, he was touched. However, the good times didn't last long. Just then an angry roar suddenly came from the front. Who is Lu Yun? When this angry roar fell, the crowd in front of them all made a path, only to see a man with a beard, a black dragon tattooed on his right arm, and a ferocious face walk over, with more than a dozen followers behind him. The gang came out with a whole lot of momentum. The people present were scared out of their wits by this momentum. Seeing the visitor, Wang Degun's eyes lit up and he hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, save me." The person who came was none other than Wang De Cannon's elder brother, the president of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union, Wang Tian Cannon. It was only when he heard Wang De Cannon's cries that Wang Tian Cannon noticed the miserable state of his own brother, who at that moment was still being stepped on by Lu Yun as if he were a dead dog. Although he, Wang Tian Gun, wasn't a big shot, he was still able to mix well in the circle of third-rate labor unions. Although his brother was uneducated and not very talented, many people would give him a few points of face. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Swish! Wang Tiangun's anger whooshed up as he looked at Lu Yun and frowned. "You're that mythic-level dragon knight?" "It's me," Lu Yun said indifferently. "Your brother is bullying people. Apologize to my friend and let this matter be over." Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the many watching Guagua crowd couldn't help but laugh. Rumor had it that this Lu Yun was quite arrogant, but now he seemed to be nothing more than a brainless person. The other party is obviously here to make an offense. How dare you ask for an apology when you've put his brother in such a state? What was this Lu Yun's brain thinking? With this brain, it's no wonder he joined Easy University. What a waste of such a good talent. Countless people said this in their hearts. And upon hearing Lu Yun demand an apology from himself, Wang Tiangun was first stunned, then laughed out loud. However, there was a three-quarter chill in that smile. "What are you? How dare you ask me to apologize?" Wang Tian Cannon spat on the ground, his face flabbergasted as he showed his ferocity. "Don't think I wouldn't dare offend you just because you're a mythic rank transfigurator. Don't you look at what kind of pheasant university you have behind you? And just because you have mythic rank talent you think you can stand in Kyoto? What a joke!" After Wang Tiangun finished speaking, he let out a cold laugh and directly pointed at the thick phlegm on the ground. "Lick the thick phlegm on the ground clean, and kowtow to my brother 30 times, and I can forget about it today." It was quite insulting for Wang Tiangun to make such a request, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was already quite merciful. If anyone else had dared to treat Wang Cannon like this, they would probably have been wasted by now. "Who gave you the guts to dare to speak to my master like that?" Before Lu Yun could speak, Weaving Spirit's brows tightened in a cold voice. It was at this time that Wang Tiangun noticed Long Kor and Weaving Linger beside Lu Yun, and a look of envy could not help but appear in the depths of his eyes. It had long been heard that this Lu Yun was not only a mythic rank transfigurator, but also a dual transfigurator, and now it seemed to be true. While the marriage room allows transmutaneers to choose a marriage partner, most people can only do so once in their lifetime, because when a marriage partner is chosen, a contract is established between the two parties, which is like filling a bottle with water. When the bottle overflows, it is impossible to refill it with water. But there are always some people who are special and are able to sign a new marriage partner, and such people are called double transmutants. So far, mankind has not researched how dual transmutators can sign two marriage partners and awaken two professions, but there's no doubt that dual transmutators are geniuses among geniuses. And not only did Lu Yun have two marriage partners, both of these marriage partners were also on the top of their looks. "Lu Yun, didn't you hear what my big brother said? Now hurry up and take your stinking feet away before you kneel down and apologize, or else I..." Bang! Lu Yun lifted his paw and stomped hard. Wang Degun only felt his eyes go black and he directly fainted from the pain. Seeing that Wang De Cannon's forehead had already permeated with hot blood, Wang Tian Cannon couldn't sit still at once. This guy dared to make a move on his own brother even if it was not enough. He actually dared to make a move in front of his own face. Did he really think that he, Wang Tiangun, was a vegetarian? Your brother robbed my brother's mission. He was the one who made the first move. And you're actually asking questions of me without asking about the situation. In that case there's no need for me to talk nonsense with you. Lu Yun drew out a paper towel, lifted his shoes, wiped the blood on his shoes with the paper towel, and said indifferently, "Dare you go to the makeshift ring for a fight?" Temporary rings were specialized in easing conflicts between two parties. When he was at the tea party, Lu Yun had fought with Zheng Hong once. Exactly, Wang Tiangun sneered. Immediately, the two sides arrived at a nearby temporary ring, and when the two men took the stage, more and more people were attracted to them. Looking at the two men with swords drawn, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited. Everyone was discussing who would win. Some people were optimistic about Lu Yun, even though Lu Yun had chosen to join Easy University, and his resources would definitely be insufficient at a later stage. However, the difference in rank between the two sides now wasn't that big. Lu Yun was level 23, while this Wang Tiangun was only level 24, only one level higher than Lu Yun. With Lu Yun's advantages of being a dual transmuter, as well as a mythic rank profession, he could completely make up for this gap. However, there were also many people who did not think highly of Lu Yun. Although Wang Tiangun was only the president of a third-rate union, he hadn't entered many copy battles and was extremely experienced in combat. Not to mention that his level was 2 levels above Lu Yun. The two men in the ring are squaring off. Kid, you should understand the reasoning that too rigid is easy to break. You just arrived in Kyoto. You may not know. Wang Tiangun pointed at Lu Yun and was about to speak. Lu Yun, however, didn't want to beat more with this guy and directly pulled out the Dragon Fortress and charged out. Kagome, Spirit, make a move. Boom. Lu Yun released a pale yellow halo all over his body, instantly enveloping Wang Tiangun. Just as taunt is cast directly, Wang Tian cannon instantly charged towards Lu Yun uncontrollably. At that moment, Lu Yun held the giant Dragon Fortress and directly toppled over. -600. Before Wang Tian cannon could react, he was sent flying out by the top of the Dragon Fortress, spinning several times in the air before falling heavily into the ring. And before the bastard could get back up, Lu Yun stretched out his finger to point in the air. A red-colored fire suddenly burst out. Flaming Dragon Breath Chop. Boom. -800. Wang Tiangun felt blazing hot as if he had entered an oven, and his clothes were almost melted. Blood levels plummeted again. Chao Nima. Not speaking of martial virtues, Wang Tiangun gritted his teeth and violently swung his fist to the ground, using the force of the recoil to get back up. However, he had only just stood up when Lu Yun's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and with one hand, he jerked the bastard away once again. Bang! Lu Yun's play remained steady. He had never been one to take the enemy lightly, so the battle began with direct fire, completely not giving Wang Tiangun any chance to fight back. Wang Tiangun felt suffocated. From the beginning to the end he did not have the opportunity to fight back, and has always been beaten. You're a mythic level professional. Can you have some dignity? I haven't even finished my sentence yet, and you're here for a sneak attack? You don't want to be a billion. I'm 2 levels higher than you. Why am I being pushed around like this? I'm not convinced. Thinking of this, Wang Tiangun also did not pretend to show his cards directly. Behind the back of the door of space emerged, followed by a slender figure walked out from the door. The woman was wearing a veil and could not see her face, but just based on that enchanting figure let people's eyes linger. The woman had a long sword at her waist, and with 3,000 black silks hanging down her shoulders, she didn't look any different from a human. But if you go around behind the woman you can see that she has a short rabbit tail on her back. The woman was from the rabbit people. If Zhao Si from Jinsha one middle school was here, he would definitely be so angry that his blood would spurt wildly when he saw Wang Tiangun's rabbit human marriage partner. The same are all rabbit people. Why is the gap so big? His rabbit race is fat-headed. How come other people's is so enchanting? The woman didn't say anything after she appeared and quickly drew her sword and stabbed it out at Lu Yun, in a vain attempt to get a chance for Wang Tiangun to strike. However, Long Core and Weaving Spirit's strength was no joke either, and both of them struck out to suppress the rabbit human woman. Flames lingered around Long Core, like a goddess descending from the sky, and she waved her hand and a ball of crimson fire covered the woman. The woman immediately let out a wail, and the long flowing skirt on her body began to be melted, and a large area of snow white was directly exposed, attracting attention. Weaving Linger wasn't idle either, raising her hand to coagulate a flame chain to wrap the woman's limbs in place, making it impossible for her to move. The two women could be said to not have the slightest bit of compassion. This rabbit human race hadn't even had a chance to make a move since he appeared. Being directly suppressed was also suffocating enough. Seeing that his marriage partner was so easily suppressed, Wang Tiangun instantly panicked. Is this the advantage of being a double transmuter? The advantage of having two marriage partners is indeed quite obvious. See, you're nothing in front of me. I really don't know where you got the courage to dare provoke me. Lu Yun sneered as he looked at Wang Tiangun in front of him. That's not necessarily true. Wang Tiangun clenched his teeth and suddenly his body was filled with a light. Vidra protector. Boom! As the words fell, Wang Tiangun's armor turned a golden yellow color, and his defense quickly skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the stage was uncertain, and Lu Yun learned through the system parse that this one's defense had actually increased by nearly 50%. Knowing that most of the monsters within the replica, the magnitude of the skill with similar effects was only 15%. This one had a 50% increase, which belonged to a rather perverted one. My profession is adamantine knight. Fighting is not my strong point. My real strong point is defense. I admit that I really can't compare to you in terms of fighting, but you can't get me killed. I can also consume you to death. When you run out of stamina, that's the moment of my performance. Wang Tiancannon's lips could not restrain the upward movement. Inwardly, don't mention how dejected he was. His Vidra bodyguard could enhance his defense by 48% and also boost his blood quantity by 20%, which belonged to an extremely terrifying neat shield skill. Once the skill was on, even monsters whose level was a few levels higher than his would have a hard time shaking him. Aren't you a mythic level transmuter? Aren't you a dragon knight? Come and hit me. If you're a man, come and fuck me. Wang Tiangun stood in place with his arms crossed and began to clamor, as he attempted to provoke Lu Yun to make him fight, thus exhausting his stamina. Lu Yun obviously saw through the other party's intentions as well. The corners of his mouth similarly hooked into a teasing smile. I've never heard such a strange request in my life. Since you're sincerely begging me, I'll mercifully fulfill you. Swish! Lu Yun suddenly rolled up his sleeve and swiped at Wang Tiangun's face. Unlike a normal slap, the moment this slap was thrown out, a residual shadow appeared in the air, and Lu Yun's palm seemed to have instantly turned into a dragon's claw. As the dragon's claw was slapped out, the sound of a dragon's whistle was faintly heard in the air. Ancient Dragon Claw Strike. This was a new skill that Lu Yun obtained after his bond with Long Core reached 40%. Lu Yun had never had the chance to use this. Not that he didn't want to use it, but mainly because the Dragon Knight's own attack attributes weren't weak. He only needed a short time to decide the winner against the enemy, and there was absolutely no need to use such a skill. But now, facing the neat shield like Wang Tiangun, Ancient Dragon Claw Strike was clearly the most suitable skill. Boom! Lu Yun slapped Wang Tiangun solidly in the face. But I have to admit that this bastard's blood shield was really thick. After the slap was thrown out, this bastard still stood in place, just like Tarzan was immovable. Instead, Lu Yun's palms were shaken with some raw pain. Most of the might of this strike had been blocked by the bastard's armor. Ha ha ha! Wang Tiangun still stood in place and laughed loudly. Is that all Dragon Knights are capable of? It doesn't hurt. It can't even break my armor. But I haven't lost a single drop of blood. Lu Yun took a deep breath, and instead of sulking, he was somewhat happy. Thank you, Lu Yun suddenly said. Lu Yun's sudden thank you backfired and confused Wang Tiangun. Is this guy off his meds? What's he thanking himself for? What are you thanking me for? Wang Tiangun asked with a frown. He didn't know why his right eyelid suddenly throbbed. He always felt that something bad would happen later. Thank you for being so patient. Lu Yun rubbed his somewhat reddened right hand to himself and said softly, I have a skill that I've never had the chance to use, and now it's just the right time to try out the power with you. After saying this, Lu Yun no longer hesitated to throw out another slap. Ancient Dragon Claw Strike. This is the second time, so the power comes right up to 12%. However, thanks to his confidence in his attributes, Wang Tiangun still stood still without dodging and directly resisted the slap. Snap! A crisp sound fell. Only this time, Wang Tiangun was no longer as calm and collected as he was at the beginning. Lu Yun's strikes could have been able to break through his armor and cause damage to him. After the slap landed, Wang Tiangun's face was slightly pricked by the pain of needles. Wang Tiangun stared at Lu Yun with a death glare, a little confused. This kind of situation he had never encountered before. Was it his own Vajra body protector that had weakened? Or was it Lu Yun's attacks that had gotten stronger? Why does it feel like the situation is getting more and more wrong? What's going on with Wang Tiangun? It looks like his defense seems to have been broken by this Lu Yun. Some people couldn't help but whisper when they saw that Wang Tiancannon's face didn't look right. However, as soon as he made this statement, it was quickly refuted. I think Wang Tiancannon was just teasing Lu Yun. Back then, Wang Tiancannon had once fought against a legendary grade transmigrator. That legendary transmigrator was an explosive profession. It was rumored that at that time, he was unable to injure Wang Tiancannon with his full strength. Instead, he was defeated by Wang Tiancannon later on due to physical exhaustion. The moment these words came out, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. That battle in the beginning was being talked about even now. one had to admit that Wang Tiangun's occupation was simply a natural meat shield. In terms of defense, even many legendary transmigrators couldn't compare. So many people thought that Lu Yun would eventually be exhausted and lose the battle, and they were more optimistic about Wang Tiancanon. Big brother, waste this guy and avenge me. Wang Degun, who had originally fainted from the pain, woke up at some point and came down to the bottom of the ring with the help of the union members. He looked resentfully at Lu Yun and roared with forced anger. Scrap his legs. I'm going to make him spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I'm going to make his life worse than death. Scrap Lu Yun. Scrap Lu Yun. Scrap Lu Yun. When the many members of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union heard this, they all followed suit, waving their flags and cheering in solidarity for Wang Tiangun. When he saw the movement on the stage, the corner of Wang Tiangun's mouth was viciously drawn. In addition to not being able to distinguish between life and death in the ring, if he really wanted to waste Lu Yun, it was completely in line with the rules. But it was one thing if he wanted to waste Lu Yun. It was another thing if he could waste Lu Yun. As the battle progressed, he already felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. Are you still a man? Are you just going to keep getting beaten by me and never fight back? Lu Yun in the ring suddenly said with an odd expression. Lu Yun had seen quite a few people with different styles along the way, and this Wang Tiangun definitely counted as an oddball. He threatened to make himself pay with his mouth, but in reality, he had been waiting in place to be beaten. What kind of bullshit operation is this? Humph. Wang Tiangun squinted at Lu Yun and hummed coldly. You want to deliberately provoke me and induce me to strike, right? Lu Yun. Seeing Lu Yun's silence, Wang Tiangun became even more dejected, revealing an expression that saw through everything. I was awakened to a meat shield profession, and fighting isn't my strong suit. If I were to strike out at you, I would only be expending my physical strength for nothing, and I won't do something like this where the gains don't outweigh the losses. You want to purposely provoke me to make me do something drastic. The calculations are not bad. It's just a pity that this move is still too juvenile for me. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, still didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, as long as he really didn't know what to say. He could only say that this guy had a strong brainstorming ability. At the edge of the ring, Wang Tiancanon's rabbit human marriage partner was still being stalked to death by the two girls, Long Core and Weaving Linger. At this moment, the rabbit human woman was already fully clothed, and her appearance was quite miserable. Under Long Core's two women's joint efforts, she was like a doll that could only be manipulated. Taking a look at the situation of his own marriage partner, Wang Tiangun's eyes stared. He knew that he couldn't waste any more time, otherwise he would just keep losing face. It was necessary to exhaust Lu Yun's stamina as soon as possible and then make a move to defeat him. The thought came to this. He suddenly stretched out his index finger at Lu Yun and hooked it. Lu Yun, I'll put my words here today. You beat up my brother. Today I'll make sure to let you know why the flowers are so red. Now you only have one choice. Either be beaten to death by me or beat me to death. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, get me killed now. Very obvious agitation. What kind of calculations this guy was playing? A discerning person could see that he was eagerly hoping for Lu Yun to make a move, wanting to use this to exhaust Lu Yun's physical strength, and ultimately making a move to resolve the situation. The crowd could see it, and Lu Yun could naturally notice it as well. Wang Tiangun's words fell on Lu Yun's ears, but they were exceptionally funny. Although this King Heavenly Canon's defense is very strong, it's just a pity that his combat power isn't high, otherwise he wouldn't be so passive. Someone in the crowd sighed. If Lu Yun has some brains, he shouldn't continue to fight. The best thing for him to do is to continue to stalemate with Wang Tiangun. Anyway, Wang Tiangun's marriage partner has already been suppressed, and continuing to wear down Lu Yun has an advantage. There were also people who looked towards the two in the ring and voiced their opinions. There was no doubt that Lu Yun's best way to deal with the situation right now was to continue to wear out with Wang Tiangun, as long as Lu Yun could keep maintaining his physical strength. Wang Tiangun would not be able to help Lu Yun, but what everyone didn't expect was that Lu Yun had suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Wang Tiangun. Lift your hand. Wave. Snap. Another slap was thrown out, and Wang Tiangun's face was instantly distorted, and he was sent flying far away by a dry slap. Alas, this Lu Yun is still young and exuberant after all, empty of brute strength but without any brains. Such a person can hardly become a great man even if he has great talent. Seeing Lu Yun striking again, many people revealed disappointed expressions, thinking that Lu Yun, the Dragon Knight, was nothing more than that. But soon someone noticed the anomaly. You guys, look at that Wang Tiancanon. The corners of his mouth are already overflowing with blood. A teenager in the crowd stretched out his trembling hand and pointed at Wang Tiancanon. Shivering. At those words the crowd looked closely, and then they all froze in place. Wang Tiangun was lying on the ground like a walking corpse. His entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and the corner of his mouth was overflowing with a touch of blood. The whole person looked a little more haggard, a little less domineering at the beginning. Seeing this, the crowd was instantly confused. Defense was Wang Tiangun's strong point. How could he be injured by Lu Yun? Did they blink? But when the crowd rubbed their eyes, the scene before them remained unchanged. It wasn't that they had misread the situation. This was all really happening. Wang Tiancanon, who was known for his defense, was really injured by Lu Yun. At this time, Wang Tiangun only felt dizzy, and he had already seen the stars spinning above his head in broad daylight. The hot touch on his face came, stimulating his nerves all the time. But compared to the severe pain on his face, his heart was shaken. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. Why did he feel that Lu Yun's slaps were getting more and more violent? It was clear that Lu Yun hadn't used any skill or power in these slaps. How could they be so fierce? Kneel down and apologize. I can forget about it. Lu Yun looked down at Wang Tiangun and said indifferently. Lu Yun never treated his enemies with mercy, because to be soft on his enemies was to be cruel to himself and those around him. He's always been like that. When someone honors him 1 foot, he honors them back 3. On the contrary, if someone dares to go against him, then he will fuck him to death. But this Wang Tiankai opened the game with harsh words, but the result was that from beginning to end, he just stood in place to be beaten. The fire in Lu Yun's heart gradually dissipated. It felt too meaningless. Wasn't this pure bullying? There was even some sympathy for this guy. He was genuinely a little reluctant to keep smoking. Lu Yun had now slapped 3 times, and all 3 slaps contained the ancient Dragon Claw Strike's bonus, which had already reached an 18% power enhancement. If you get another slap, it could be a 24% power boost. He was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to control the force when the time came and directly whip the bastard to death. It was not allowed to kill anyone in the ring. Ha ha, are you this guy afraid of losing to me and ruining the prestige of your mythic rank profession? Wang Tiangun let out a loud laugh and suddenly pointed ahead. If you know you're afraid, go and lick this thick phlegm clean right now. I can still. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yun rushed over once again, raising his hand and swinging out with a slap. This slap carried 24% damage from the ancient Dragon Claw Strike. When the palm was thrown out, a dragon claw was also condensed out, accompanied by the sound of the dragon's whistle. Wang Tiangun suddenly had a heart palpitation, unconsciously reached out to block in front of him. However, under this slap, his hands that were stretched out to block were instantly fractured, and when this slap landed on his face, his entire body actually followed suit and rose up in the air, leaving a parabola in the air before falling heavily onto the ground directly. Lu Yun's expression was emotionless as he looked at Wang Tiancanon, who was like mud on the stage. Even though this fellow's defense was astounding, he was ultimately unable to resist the 4th attack of the ancient Dragon Claw Strike. According to the rules of the ring battle, the battle could only end if one side either voluntarily conceded defeat or if one side was blown out of the ring. According to the rules, Wang Tiangun had already lost, and still lost in a most humiliating way. From start to finish, he had been passively beaten, and hadn't even touched a single hair on Lu Yun's head. Swish! The scene was dead silent for a while, and many people covered their mouths in surprise as they watched this scene for a long time. It's over? They were still waiting to see Wang Tianrun's Jedi counterattack after Lu Yun ran out of stamina. Big brother, Wang Dagun looked dumbfounded and instantly exclaimed in shock. President! The many members of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union also cackled, feeling that something bad had happened. Zhao Qingsong underneath the stage watched as his blood boiled. Looking at the magnificent figure in the ring, Zhao Qingsong's eyes were filled with gratitude. If Lu Yun hadn't appeared in time, the one lying under the ring today would have been himself. How are you doing, big brother? Wang Dacanon said with an extremely complicated face as he came to Wang Tiancanon with the assistance of the members of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union. Can't die. The corner of Wang Tiangun's mouth twitched, inning his words while standing up from the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and the 2 lines of nosebleed were quite blinding. The entire person was in a sorry state to the extreme. And just then, bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out as Wang Tiangun's marriage object, the rabbit human woman, was also blasted out of the ring by the 2 long core women. It happened to land right in front of Wang Tiancanon in an unbiased manner. I'm no match for them. Those 2 women are too strong. The rabbit human race woman clenched her teeth, looking rather unwilling, but under the absolute suppression of strength, there was nothing she could do no matter how unwilling she was. You did your best. Go back first. Wang Tiangun sighed and opened the space gate to let the rabbit human woman go back to the marriage space. After doing so, he then turned to look at Lu Yun on the stage. Lu Yun had one hand behind his back, looking like a man of the world, and in contrast, the muddy Wang Tiangun was in a sorry state. Damn it! Wang Tiangun's eyes glowed red and his chicken turned purple with anger. As much as it was hard to admit it, he had seen the gap between himself and Lu Yun. His profession was indeed very resistant. but Lu Yun was also more capable of fighting than he had imagined. His armored defense was completely invincible in front of Lu Yun, originally wanting to avenge his own brother's death, but in the end he ended up humiliating himself instead. A feeling that made him, who was the president of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union, nearly insane. President, what should we do now? This guy is too strong, worthy of being a mythic rank profession. Let's just withdraw now. These guys from the Tiandi Union are on edge and are beginning to retreat. Even their own chairman was no match for them, so what else could they do? It's me who underestimated him. Wang Tiangun took a deep breath. Just then Lu Yun stepped down from the ring and arrived in front of Wang Tiangun. I admit that you are stronger than me, but this is not the capital that you can be arrogant. Do you know who is behind me? My back is. Lu Yun didn't have the heart to listen to this bastard's nonsense. He directly reached out and pressed down on the other party's head and directly greeted him on the ground. Bang! Wang Tiangun's head came into close contact with the ground, and his mouth just touched on top of the thick spit on the ground. Eat it, Lu Yun said in a single word with a frosty face. Wang Tiangun's eyes were round and full of anger. Lu Yun didn't say anything when he saw this and directly stomped on the bastard's head. Blood had already appeared on Wang Tiangun's head from the violent friction with the ground. It was then that Lu Yun's voice came slowly. When will you eat this thick spit? When will I let you get up? Wang Tiangun was trembling with anger. Being defeated by Lu Yun wasn't actually too humiliating strictly speaking. After all, Lu Yun was a mythic transmigrator. But right now, not only was he defeated by the other party, but he was also forced to eat thick phlegm by the other party stepping on his head, which was definitely a great humiliation. This Lu Yun is too much. Lu Yun, don't go too far. Let the people be spared. You're so arrogant now. You definitely won't have a good ending in the future. Wang Canon said through clenched teeth. I'm arrogant? Lu Yun snorted coldly. Earlier, you were the one who made me eat this thick sputum and made me kneel down to apologize to you. I'm just doing the same thing to you. How am I arrogant? You, Wang Canon wanted to speak, not knowing how to retort. It was true that they had been wrong in the first place in this matter, but they would certainly not admit it due to their face. Not only had they been finished off by Lu Yun, but now they had to admit that they were the ones who were wrong, which was simply worse than killing them. Lu Yun, kill me if you have the guts. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Wang Tiangun roared loudly as anger rolled within his chest. Lu Yun's eyebrows flickered, and then the force under his feet became greater and greater. And later on, Wang Tiangun even felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, and the suffocating sensation caused him to nearly collapse. Eat or die. Lu Yun was like a god of killing his words without any emotion. Don't you dare. I don't believe you dare to kill in public. Wang Degun gritted his teeth, itching to rush up and fight Lu Yun right now. Guess if I dare. Lu Yun revealed a cruel smile as he pushed his foot a little harder. At this moment, he really couldn't breathe. Wang Tiangun's eyes bulged and he was dizzy. He had never felt that death was so close to him. If he allowed Lu Yun to continue stepping on him, he would really suffocate and die. Don't step on it. I'll eat it. I eat. Wang Tianbao was so scared that his liver and gallbladder cracked, and finally put down his dignity, and directly sucked back the thick phlegm that had just been spat out on the ground with his heart hardened and his eyes closed. A soft touch exploded in his mouth, and Wang Tiangun forced his stomach to swallow the thick phlegm. The smell of garlic was so strong that he was close to freaking out. He should have known better than to eat garlic before. Only when he saw the bastard swallow the thick phlegm did Lu Yun lift his foot. Wang Tiangun was also able to get up from the ground. Only his expression was several times uglier than even eating shit. He had really lost face today. Wang Tiangun looked around. The expressions of the people were all unexpectedly odd. Wang Tiangun suddenly had an urge to die. I'm afraid that it won't be long before his honorable deed of swallowing phlegm in public as the president of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union will be spread. Apologize. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Wang Degun. Apologize? You actually want me to apologize? Wang Degun's expression stiffened a bit. Wang Tiangun said in a cold voice, Lu Yun, don't go too far. You've already humiliated me for a while. Do you want to continue biting my brother? Get this straight. Your brother was the one who messed with my brother first, and now you've been taught a lesson. But he hasn't. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Qingsong beside him before saying, go up and slap him. Zhao Qingsong opened his mouth wide. Huh? What? Go up and give him a big pussy fight. Lu Yun said breathlessly. I'm afraid this isn't too good, right? Zhao Qingsong rubbed his palms together with some hesitation. He also wanted to go up and slap Wang Degun to get rid of his anger, but he was afraid that doing so would involve Lu Yun. What are you afraid of? Do you think I would be afraid of retaliation from goods like them? Lu Yun could see Zhao Qingsong's worry helplessly. Lu Yun had said his words to this extent, so Zhao Qingsong naturally did not hesitate any longer. Directly went forward and swung his bladder round to Wang Decannon's face. This blow directly knocked the newly awakened Wang Decannon unconscious again. Blanche, what a fucking relief. Seeing this, Zhao Qingsong clenched his fists was simply exhilarating. Lu Yun, from now on, we are incompatible and will not rest until we die. Seeing his own brother fainted to death, Wang Tiangun was both heartbroken and angry. He couldn't help but vent all his anger on Lu Yun. You wait, this matter is not over today. If you have the guts to stand here and don't go, I'll call for someone right now. You'll definitely not have a good ending, because I, the Heaven and Earth Labor Union, have a backer. As soon as he heard that the other party had a backer, Zhao Qingsong the bastard suddenly panicked again and came up to Lu Yun and whispered, he actually has a backer? I don't know if it's too late for me to take back that slap now. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched without saying anything. Just then, the yellow-skinned man from earlier came behind Lu Yun with his guts. This guy does have a backer behind him, and that backer is the Kyoto's second-rate labor union, the Hidden Sword Villa. Lu Yun frowned. Hidden Sword Villa? What's this about acting out a martial arts novel? Most unions are named in the format of the Clock of So-and-so Union, with naming styles such as Ascendancy and Vault of Heaven creation being relatively rare. Yellow Pie looked deeply at Lu Yun and explained, Brother Lu doesn't know. The professions of the transferees within this Hidden Sword Villa are basically all sword-related. Occupations related to swords are relatively explosive. So even if this Hidden Sword Villa is only a second-rate union in Kyoto, some first-rate unions are also unwilling to mess with them. Hearing Yellow Pie's explanation, Lu Yun had a preliminary understanding of the Hidden Sword Villa. Just a second-rate union was so rampant? Lu Yun thought that this Hidden Sword Villa was a first-rate union in Kyoto. Now you know how powerful the Hidden Sword Villa is, right? Now that you've offended me, the people of the Hidden Sword Villa will definitely not let you go. If you have the guts, don't leave and wait for me to call someone. Wang Tiangun became even more rampant, like a dog with a broken spine, calling and barking furiously. He was determined to take revenge on Lu Yun and get his revenge back. Brother Lu, the waters of Kyoto are deep, and some unions form alliances or affiliations in order to maximize their benefits. This Tiandi Union is a vassal of the Hidden Sword Villa, and now you've beaten up Tiandi Union's Wang Tiangun. When the Hidden Sword Villa learns of this, it will step in, whether voluntarily or under duress. Otherwise, if you can't even protect your own vassal, no one will dare to submit to them in the future. Zhao Qingsong was beside the two men's conversation in his ears, and said with some urgency, then isn't this matter a big deal today? He immediately revealed a look of chagrin. Had he known it was like this, he should have just handed over the mission list. Right now, he had gotten out of this bad breath, but he had caused Lu Yun to suffer. Well, do you dare to stay here and wait for me to call someone? Wang Tiangun continued to yell at Lu Yun. Snap! Lu Yun frowned, really couldn't endure this bastard's mouth full of feces, and raised his hand to throw a slap over. Letting him stay put here and then waiting for the bastard to go and call someone over to deal with himself? These words are like an elementary school student saying to you, don't leave after school if you can. I'm going to get someone to beat you up right now. Just plain retarded. His time was precious and he didn't have the time to waste it here. As for that Hidden Sword Villa, Lu Yun wasn't the least bit vain. He didn't know exactly what kind of strength the Second Stream Union possessed, but he definitely wouldn't regret what he did today. Zhao Qingsong was his sworn friend. Letting Lu Yun watch Zhao Qingsong being bullied but doing nothing about it. He couldn't do it. After giving this slap, Lu Yun turned around with Zhao Qingsong and was about to leave. But just then, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Lu, don't be in a hurry to leave. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master even if you hit a dog. Now you want to leave after hitting my people. Aren't you too disrespectful to my Hidden Sword Villa? Hearing these words, the crowd was shocked. Wang Tiangun, on the other hand, instantly revealed a look of ecstasy on his face. Just by hearing the voice he knew that it was the one who had appeared. Swish! Following the source of the sound, a group of people came out in a huge crowd, led by a young girl in casual clothes. Although the young girl was good-looking, the teasing expression paired with the tricky words invariably gave off a snarky feeling. Lu Yun's gaze followed suit. Only his expression remained calm and did not have any ripples. To introduce myself, my name is Du Jelly. I'm the vice president of the Hidden Sword Villa. Du Jelly smiled bashfully, then she glanced at Wang Tianchao. If Mr. Lu wants to leave after hitting someone, isn't it too much of a disregard for my Hidden Sword Villa? When they saw this person appear, many people showed a watching expression, thinking that Lu Yun was going to be finished. Due to the fact that the president did not show his face in front of outsiders for many years, this one was only the vice president of the Hidden Sword Villa. But in fact, a lot of things within the villa were being handled by Du Jelly. In a sense, her attitude was enough to represent the attitude of the entire Hidden Sword Villa. But what everyone didn't expect was that right after Du Jelly had just finished speaking those words, Lu Yun suddenly stepped forward and smacked him with a big ear. With a crisp ringing sound coming out, the scene once again fell into an eerie dead silence. Lu Yun, who are you? Why should I give you face? While the slap did little substantial damage, it was extremely insulting. An incredulous look appeared on Du Jiali's face as she gradually lowered her expression after feeling the hot touch coming from her face. Who is she? Vice President of Hidden Sword Villa. Although the Hidden Sword Villa was only a second-rate trade union in Kyoto, how did someone like Lu Yun, who had just arrived in Kyoto and had no background connections whatsoever, dare to achieve this level of crazy? This kid is absolutely crazy. The two Wang Tiangun brothers were incomparably shocked. Lu Yun's reaction was beyond their expectations. Originally, he had thought that after Du Jelly appeared, it would be enough to deter Lu Yun, but who would have thought that in front of Du Jelly, Lu Yun would still do what he did? Shocked, the two of them were still gloating more than anything else, with things having developed to this point. A bond had already been formed between Lu Yun and the Hidden Sword Villa. Even if there was no such thing as them, the Hidden Sword Villa would definitely not let Lu Yun go. Bold. You. It was at this time that the several members of the Hidden Sword Villa who had followed Du Jelly reacted, pointing at Lu Yun to ask for punishment. Lu Yun frowned and threw out a slap. Snap. 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 These guys didn't even let out a scream before they were jerked away by Lu Yun. Although they were from the Hidden Sword Villa, their ranks were not very high, and they had followed Du Jelly here purely for the sake of bracing themselves. Lu Yun's speed was too fast for them to react. Seeing that Lu Yun was so arrogant and domineering, the anger in Du Jelly's heart finally could no longer be contained from spewing out. Dare to fight me in the ring? She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails were piercing into her palms, and the hatred in her eyes was infinitely amplified. She could no longer suppress the urge to dismantle Lu Yun. A mythic transmigrator was certainly terrifying, but a mythic transmigrator with no resources and no connections was a different story. Lu Yun didn't answer at first, but instead mobilized his system. System analysis. As a blue light flashed by, all sorts of information about this Du Jiali appeared before Lu Yun's eyes. However, Lu Yun didn't look closely, and just after seeing that Du Jiali was a level 32 legendary transmigrator, Lu Yun had absolutely no thoughts of fighting his opponent in the ring. It's true that he treats his enemies with no mercy, but that doesn't mean that when it comes to trouble he has to be tough to the end. If you can beat them, you can naturally beat them, but if you can't, there's no need to put your face up and take the initiative to get beaten. At level 32, even if Lu Yun gave his all, it was impossible to be his opponent. The difference in level was too great, and it was difficult to make up for it through other aspects. No fight, Lu Yun said indifferently. Du Jiali froze, then laughed coldly. Just now you were so arrogant and domineering. How come now that you're going to get into the ring? You're like a shrunken head turtle. You don't even have the courage to fight with me? Lu Yun stood with his arms folded and said blandly, I can't beat you. Du Jiali's entire body was stunned, and the rest of the people were staggered beyond words. They naturally knew that Lu Yun's rank was categorically no match for Du Jelly, but none of them had expected that Lu Yun would take the initiative to bring this fact to light. Wang Tianbao brothers too was the most confused. You girl earlier that ruthlessness? They had been expecting Lu Yun to touch base with Du Jelly. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would directly admit that he was inferior to Du Jelly? The two brothers were straight away not going to be able to make it. You. Du Jelly looked at Lu Yun wanting to speak, not knowing what to say. You don't need to talk nonsense. You're level 32 while I'm only level 23, so naturally I'm not your opponent. I'm a person who treats my enemies as if I can do it and never beep, but knowing that I can't beat you, I won't be so stupid as to make a fool of myself. Lu Yun stretched his lazy waist and smiled lightly. Anyway, I'm out of breath now. You can either do something to beat me to death now, or stay honest and don't beep. I'm too busy to accompany you guys. Let's go. Do it now? If it is in the ring to do it naturally is okay, but if in the Union Square, this kind of public occasion to do it, that nature can be different. If it is dealing with ordinary people, still can barely deal with it, but now the face of a myth-level professional, or recently the popular Lu Yun, this kind of violation of the rules, will certainly be severely punished by the Xia state. Du Jelly's eyes were on the verge of spewing fire. She was so angry that her liver and gall bled, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only end up watching Lu Yun leave. Lu Yun, right at this moment, Du Jelly suddenly roared, her voice like thunder shaking one's eardrums in severe pain. Lu Yun didn't stop, still leading Zhao Qingsong to walk slowly towards the front. Seeing this, Du Jelly became even more annoyed, feeling like her hallowed Hidden Sword Villa vice president was being ignored. You will regret this. Today's revenge will be avenged in the coming day. You must not be found by me, or I will make you never recover. Du Jelly hissed and roared. Lu Yun sniffed and gave a response without turning his head. Stupid. Pust. Hearing Lu Yun's response, Du Jelly almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood. Being slapped by Lu Yun in public was already humiliating, And now to be called a fool by the other party belonged to being humiliated plus disgraced. Shame on you. Vice President Du. Is it possible to just watch this kid go? Wang Tiangun said with some reluctance. Du Jiali's face has become a pig's liver color? Her anger did not have a place to vent. And now see the two brothers. Is even more furious. On the spot, one person a slap thrown in the face of the two. If it wasn't for you guys, why would I have to suffer this kind of humiliation today? Du Jelly gritted her teeth and was furious. Who are you guys offending but him? Even if he doesn't have any connections, he's still a mythic transmigrant after all. You two are really pig brain. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heaven and Earth Labor Union was a vassal of the Hidden Sword Villa and she happened to be in the neighborhood when this happened, she wouldn't have wanted to meddle in this matter. Being slapped by Du Jelly, the two brothers, however, did not even dare to let out a single fart, and they lowered their heads to pretend to be mute. Poof! Du Jelly snorted coldly, looking towards Lu Yun's back and gritting her teeth. Offending the Hidden Sword Villa. You're not destined to have a good time. Mythic level Transfigurator is certainly powerful, but you don't have any background in Kyoto. It's as easy as a slap in the face for me. The Hidden Sword Villa, want to move you. Just wait, we'll meet again. On the other hand, when Lu Yun and his duo left the Union Square, Zhao Qingsong suddenly took a long breath and turned to Lu Yun with a thumbs up full of admiration too. Lu Yun, you were simply too handsome just now. You don't know. When that woman appeared, my heart was in my throat. Lu Yun didn't want to bother with this bastard and shook his head. Can you be a little bit outgoing? Zhao Qingsong was non-committal. I'm not you. I have neither background nor strength. I'm really scared when I meet this kind of person. If Lu Yun hadn't appeared even though, Zhao Qingsong really didn't dare to think about today's consequences. Are you sure you want to join Easy University? Lu Yun asked with a sudden turn of phrase. Aha. Zhao Qingsong nodded. I'll go wherever you go. Lu Yun nodded his head without saying anything more. Today, he had already offended the Hidden Sword Villa. And although this matter didn't have much to do with Zhao Qingsong, after all, it was because of him. The other party would definitely not let it go. And if they wanted to retaliate, they would definitely retaliate along with Zhao Qingsong. So rather than going to other universities, Zhao Qingsong also came to Easy University. He would be more carefree. Then come with me to report to Easy University now. Lu Yun said. That. I don't know if the threshold of Easy University is high. My career level is also only excellent. And my current level is only level 21. Zhao Qingsong got a little worried. This bastard's worries are completely superfluous. Easy University, this kind of shitty place. But any normal person will not come. This kind of place still need what threshold? Dogs all dislike it. Currently, there were only 3 students at Easy University counting Lu Yun. And now that someone had taken the initiative to join, that old crook's mouth would probably be laughing behind his ears. Lu Yun shook his head. Don't worry. It's nothing. These words fell on Zhao Qingsong's ears but became another meaning. That's when he came to his senses. That's right. His own diehard friend was a mythic level double transfigurator. As long as he gave the word. I thought that Easy University would definitely give this face. So it seemed like he would have no problem entering Easy University. But before that, let's take a look inside the replica. Zhao Qingsong shook the quest list in his hand. I've already taken the quest list. And the time limit for this quest is only 3 hours. Most quest lists have a time limit. Otherwise you will cause a lot of trouble for the Union if you take a quest but delay completing it. In order to put an end to similar situations, the Labor Union would set a time limit. If they failed to complete the task within the time limit, the list would be reset. And even if they finally completed the task, it would be invalid and without any rewards. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. Speaking of which, he went to the Union Square originally wanting to receive a quest as well. But then he met Zhao Qingsong and forgot about it. The copy labeled on the quest list is a 2-star copy, with the name of the copy being Silent City. The monsters here were generally around level 20. It's a copy with horror elements. A very interesting copy, and generally timid female trannies won't set foot here, because the monsters here, level aside, were scary enough in appearance. According to the markings on the quest list, several people quickly found the copy and walked in. Buzz. Upon entering the copy, the surroundings suddenly changed. It was a corner of the city. A corner of a deserted city, to put it aptly, surrounded by skyscrapers everywhere. But these buildings were already decaying and dilapidated. Many of them were even rickety, and most of the walls were already crawling with green moss. The road, which was supposed to be flat, also grew a lot of vegetation, and there were even large trees that broke through the asphalt and grew up from underneath. Not only was this place in disrepair, but there was also a blood-colored moon hanging in the sky, and the reddish-colored halo of light was spread across the entire city, adding a bit more eeriness to it. It's a bit spooky here. I don't know why I'm suddenly covered in hair. Zhao Qingsong looked around and whispered. You're so timid? Lu Yun said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I've never been bold. Zhao Qingsong didn't deny it and suddenly opened the marriage space, summoning the zombie Nyang out and pulling up the zombie Nyang small, temperature-less hand. Zhao Qingsong's panicked heart then calmed down a lot. This wave of operation directly made Lu Yun speechless. According to the quest list, we need to find 30 Phantom Inner Dawn in order to complete the quest, and the Phantom Inner Dawn will only exist within the Phantom of the Night. Zhao Qingsong said softly as he looked at the requirements on the mission list. Let's go. Lu Yun took the lead and walked towards the front while starting to look around. Lu Yun walked in front while Zhao Qingsong slowly followed behind, pulling the zombie lady's hand. It had to be said that this place was indeed quite sinister, with a layer of black mist shrouding the surrounding space, and even if Lu Yun used the power of the flame, he couldn't disperse the black mist, seriously affecting his vision. Only after walking for a short while, Zhao Qingsong and the zombie lady suddenly stopped where they were and didn't move. What's wrong? Lu Yun asked as he turned around after noticing it. You have something in front of you. Zhao Qingsong's throat knots rolled in horror. Lu Yun frowned slightly and turned toward the front. Only a grave mound was seen on the empty ground, and in front of the grave mound stood a worn-out stone tablet. The writing on the stone tablet was already dark and unreadable. Lu Yun had seen it a long time ago, and he hadn't noticed anything else. Just then, click, 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 the mound suddenly shook violently, and with the sound of sliding dirt, a pair of ghastly white palms reached out from the mound's dirt. Blanche. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingsong broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but grip the zombie lady's hand a little harder. It made the zombie lady's face full of shyness, because every time when the human stiffs were fighting, Zhao Qingsong from every time was clutching her with such a great strength, which made her have associations. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and stared at the miserable palms. System analysis. Parsing successful. Spirit of illusion. Evaluation, unranked monster. No combat power. Only function is to scare the transmogrifier. Hearing the system's parsed content, Lu Yun laughed disdainfully. Unranked monsters, not even stragglers anymore. Lu Yun directly stepped forward, bent down and took hold of those miserable palms before lifting them with force. Wow! Accompanied by the sound of loosening soil, an evil ghost with a pale face was lifted out from within the burial mound by Lu Yun. The illusory spirit looked up at Lu Yun, the two of them staring wide-eyed as the atmosphere froze at this moment. Zhao Qingsong in the back was surprised to find a look of dismay on the face of this illusory spirit. Illusory spirit, what the fuck is going on here? Even though I don't have any combat power, I have a knack for scaring people. This guy in front of me is not only not scared, but also directly pulled himself out from within the grave mound. This guy has never seen a ghost movie? You. The illusion spirit looked at Lu Yun, and then his hoarse voice came out just to say something. However, Lu Yun didn't have any nonsense and lifted his other hand to directly give the bastard a big earful. The illusory spirit was smacked dumbfounded. Damn it, he had been a monster for so long and scared away an unknown number of transmutants, but he had never encountered such a ruthless character. The illusory spirit's lips flicked out, yet Lu Yun threw out another big ear. Directly straightening the illusory spirit won't be able to. Seeing Lu Yun raise his hand to fling down another slap, the illusory spirit's last mental defense immediately collapsed. Big brother, please don't fight. Let me go. I know I'm wrong. Just let me go as if I'm a fart. The illusory spirit's hideous ghostly face was filled with resignation. I just fucking came here to scare someone. Who the hell did I invite? Do you know how much damage these two big pussy fights can do to an illusory spirit? Where is the Phantom of the Night? Lu Yun suddenly asked. What? The illusory spirit didn't react. Snap. Lu Yun backhanded and threw another slap. The illusion spirit's originally somewhat transparent body became somewhat illusory, and it was almost smoked to the point of bursting. There was no way around it. Not only did it have no attack power, its defense was pathetically weak. Lu Yun's casual few slaps were something that could really whip him to death. I don't want to say the same words a second time, Lu Yun said indifferently. Seeing Lu Yun making another slap-smacking move, the illusory spirit hurriedly nodded. I know where the Phantom of the Night is. Lu Yun's expression didn't change in the slightest. Lead the way. Immediately, the illusory spirit then honestly walked in front and began to lead the way. More precisely, this thing was floating to lead the way. Lu Yun, you're too awesome. How could you think of letting this guy lead the way for us? Zhao Qingsong once again wanted to give Lu Yun a thumbs up. When he had just encountered the illusory spirit, he had been scared half to death and had long since thrown the matter of the Phantom of the Night out of his mind. It was thanks to Lu Yun that he could still not forget about the mission at this time. He felt that the gap between himself and Lu Yun was too great. As for Zhao Qingsong's yelling, Lu Yun was much more calm. Alas, it's a pity that the system's effect is only parsing and there's no navigation system. Otherwise there would be no need to ask for directions like this. Lu Yun sighed in his heart. If only the system could navigate, then there would be no need to ask for directions. between the two of them moving forward. They did encounter some strange things on the way. There are monsters that clearly have the body of a dog, but have 3 bloody human heads and are very scary looking. There were also spiders that were nearly 5 meters tall, dense spider legs that made one's scalp numb to look at. And even more horrifying was that the legs of this spider were actually human legs. Not only was the environment within this copy uncomfortable, even the monsters here were rare and horrible. The skills of all these monsters were also quite bizarre, like that human-headed dog whose skill was to manifest 30 doppelgangers, so it was easy to get caught in a passive situation if one couldn't recognize the real body. Another example was that spider with human legs, whose skill was to summon a soul body to fight. If it wasn't for the hints from the system, trying to deal with them wouldn't be too easy even for Lu Yun. In the middle of the journey, Lu Yun didn't forget that Little Wolf had been released to move around a bit. Originally, Lu Yun also wanted to release the 2 girls, Long Core and Weaving Linger, to move around as well. As a result, these 2 dead nerdy girls chose to continue playing the game in the marriage space and refused to come out, making Lu Yun quite helpless. But what Lu Yun didn't expect was that the coyote, just after being released, suddenly barked furiously at the illusory spirit in front of him, and that little tail even went straight up to the sky. Mission card, prop save the coyote. Mission description, Coyote is afraid of the illusion spirit and has developed a fear of the illusion spirit. If the demon cannot be dissolved, Coyote's future growth potential will be greatly reduced. Mission, help the coyotes overcome their fear and find 30 illusory spirits to palm their mouths 300 times. Quest reward, Coyote will grow and level up to 20 after overcoming fear. Suddenly tethered quest appeared in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun froze. Has the mission card been triggered again? Saving coyotes? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged, feeling that the current mission was a bit of a ripoff. However, seeing the rewards after completing the quest, Lu Yun was somewhat looking forward to it. The coyote was still small and leveled at only 1. It hadn't formed a fighting force yet. Lu Yun had originally planned to wait for the coyote to grow up a bit more, then he would take it to upgrade. And now just by completing the quest, the coyote would directly reach level 20. Such a speed of promotion was too terrifying. Wait, at that thought, Lu Yun suddenly called out to the illusory spirit in front of him. In fact, ever since the coyote had started barking at it, the illusory spirit had stood still and dared not move. It wasn't afraid of the coyote, but it was mainly worried about scaring the coyote and causing Lu Yun to get angry. What happened? The illusory spirit asked with a trembling voice. Take me to your kind, Lu Yun said. To find my kind? Why? The illusory spirit asked in disbelief. However, just as the question was thrown out, he received another slap from Lu Yun. I'll take you there. The illusory spirit held back its tears and reversed its direction, leading Lu Yun to his own kind. The illusionary spirits all had telepathic senses with each other, and it was easy to find the location of their companions. I sense a familiar aura. There are 5 of my companions up ahead, the illusory spirit whispered as it brought Lu Yun and the others to a deserted corridor. Lu Yun nodded then walked in. The corridor was rather dim and surrounded by moss. The air was filled with a musty smell. At the end of the corridor there were 5 burial mounds. Click, click, click. Right at this moment, an odd sound came from within the 5 burial mounds at the same time, and immediately, 5 ghastly white palms broke out from within the burial mounds. Still coming? At this moment, not to mention Lu Yun, even Zhao Qingsong was not afraid anymore. Does it appear that this is the only way these illusionary spirits can scare people? Right after the 5 ghastly white palms reached out, Lu Yun rushed up with a healthy step and directly lifted the 5 illusory spirits out from within the grave mound. Just as the 5-headed illusory spirit was dumbfounded, Lu Yun raised his hand and flung out a few slaps. Snap, snap, snap. A series of slaps rang out as the 5 illusory spirits were directly slapped by Lu Yun with 50 large ears in a state of confusion. After these 50 big slaps, the 5 illusory spirits' bodies all dimmed a lot, almost killing them on the spot. Let's go. Change to the next one. Lu Yun clapped his hands and turned around with Coyote and the others. The 5-headed illusory spirit was even more confused at the sight, stunned for a long time before leaving behind tears of aggravation. What the fuck did I do in my last life? Why did this happen to me? Finding them all this way just to slap them? For the first time, they felt the malice from humans. In the time that followed, under the illusion spirit's leadership, Lu Yun also found 25 illusion spirits in succession and managed to deliver 300 slaps. What Lu Yun didn't know was that when he was done with this, the entire illusory spirits within the replica had a serious psychological shadow, and they all felt the thick malice of humans. Later transmutators who enter this copy will find that for a long time, there won't be any illusionary spirits to be seen here. The tasks on the mission card were not difficult, and when they were completed, the system's voice came out. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Buzz. A blue light wrapped the coyote. and immediately after, the coyote's size began to rapidly expand, and the coyote, which was originally no more than the size of a palm, had now reached a length of 1 meter. The 4-2 scratches were slim and slender, and quite well proportioned, revealing a touch of gallantry in their cuteness against the light blue fur. At this time, the level of the coyote had already reached level 20. It was stronger than quite a few transmigrators. Lu Yun looked excited. At this rate, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to ride the coyote to catch the road. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Yun suddenly had a question. After taking in this little thing for so long, he still didn't know if the other party was male or female. Lu Yun pondered slightly and then knelt down to pick up the coyote, wanting to see if the coyote was armed or ditched. However, the moment Lu Yun turned the coyote's belly over, a shy female voice suddenly rang out. Flax fall. Master, don't. The coyote struggled to get out of Lu Yun's clutches while taking half a step back, and despite the fact that the coyote had yet to take human form, Lu Yun still heard the slightest hint of petulance from that flax fall. Aha! Lu Yun's pupils suddenly shrunk, not realizing that his own coyote was actually a she-wolf. It still seemed to be from the Sakura country. Crap, why does this battle pet of yours still have a Sakura nation accent? Zhao Qingsong was also startled by the coyote's shout. Lu Yun forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart. Little wolf, you can talk? It wasn't a strange thing for a battle pet to be able to talk, and when the level reached a certain level, it was normal for it to even take form. But there are categories, and it's rare to be able to open your mouth at level 20. I didn't realize that the coyotes, who were the pups of the Snow Wolf Lords, were those few that existed. Thanks to my master's blessing, I'm now level 20 and able to speak. The little wolf nodded slightly, his eyes flickering, not daring to look Lu Yun in the eyes, shyly saying, I am a girl. Please master, don't do this kind of thing in the future. Even if you really want to do it, then you have to wait for me to do it after I have transformed into a form. Human and wolf ordination is not a good thing. Goddamn man-wolf ordination. Lu Yun scratched his head in some embarrassment. He simply wanted to look at the male and female. Who would have thought that the coyote would actually speak at this critical moment? But Lu Yun felt that he couldn't just embarrass himself. Since you can talk now, you shouldn't be able to pee randomly, right? Swish. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the little wolf instantly blossomed her cheeks, shyly wanting to dig a crack in the same spot and burrow in. When she was at the Magic Martial University, she really couldn't help but do that. As a result, he was discovered on the spot, and Lu Yun still managed to get away by bribing the security guard. I didn't expect Lu Yun to actually ridicule himself with this matter. It was really humiliating. Master, you big bad egg, if you make fun of me like this, I won't let you ride in the future, the little wolf ranted. Lu Yun hurriedly rounded up the scene. Alright, I won't tease you. With a serious face, the coyote nodded. Then in the future, when I grow up, I'll let my master ride. Zhao Qingsong watched silently from the side. The conversation between the two was normal, but how did he hear a hint of a juvenile meaning? The next time, the two of them continued on their way. On the way, the coyote rubbed its head against Lu Yun's pants leg from time to time, and several times it almost tripped Lu Yun. This little she-wolf was just too enthusiastic. Right, you're level 20 now. Do you have any skills? Lu Yun asked casually. He could have parsed the coyote's attributes through the system, but the coyote was one of his own, so he could just ask a direct question. I currently only have one skill. The coyote looked a little dejected. The Snow Wolf clan I'm in is a relatively low-level race, and can't compare to those high-level monsters. Not a big problem. Lu Yun laughed. When we have time later, I'll go find some elemental crystal cores for you. Really? The coyote wagged its tail furiously in excitement. Your master never lies, Lu Yun said confidently. Thank you, master. The little wolf could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and directly pounced on Lu Yun and pressed him to the ground, sticking out his pink tongue to furiously lick Lu Yun's face that was so handsome that it made both heaven and earth color. When the coyote grows up, it will let its master ride it every day. Lu Yun, although I know what you said about riding is literal, the word is easy to misunderstand, so I'd better try to say as little as possible in the future. Lu Yun touched the spittle on his face helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to master. The little wolf didn't know why Lu Yun said that, but she knew that Lu Yun was her master, and she obeyed Lu Yun's words 100%. In addition to being used as a material to build equipment, elemental cores are also of great use to monsters. After devouring the corresponding elemental crystals, monsters could obtain the skills within the crystals and gain new skill talents. Therefore, those who had battle pets would also try their best to get some elemental crystals to strengthen the strength of their battle pets. A few people hadn't been traveling for long when they came to an abandoned school. The place was full of dilapidation all around. The plastic flooring on the playground was rotting and gave off an unpleasant stench. There were also a lot of cracks on the top of the school building, and it looked like it could fall down any time with the wind. So this is where the Phantom of the Night is located? Lu Yun asked. Big brother, I definitely don't dare to lie to you. This is indeed the location of the phantom spirit of the night. The illusory spirit at the front said in horror. Ever since Lu Yun slapped 300 slaps on the 30-headed illusory spirit, he was completely convinced of Lu Yun. It's a madman, a pervert. Lu Yun felt that this guy should not have lied to himself, and now that he had arrived at the place, there was no need to keep the other party. You can go. Lu Yun waved his hand. The illusory spirit was immediately relieved and left with 1,000 thanks. There's something weird about this place. I sense an extremely evil aura. Just then the zombie lady beside Zhao Qingsong suddenly spoke. Zhao Qingsong's scalp immediately went numb and he said in shock. Really? Let's go. Lu Yun took the lead and walked towards the inside of the dilapidated school. Soldiers come and go. The things here are always monsters. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Zhao Qingsong nodded his head and immediately pulled the zombie lady close behind Lu Yun. When a few people had just entered the school, a violent explosion suddenly rang out, and the glass windows all around were shattered. Looking with the source of the sound, it was an explosion in a classroom located on the first floor. Terrifying flames poured out of the windows, and several figures flew out in unison like broken kites, landing just in front of Lu Yun. All three were human, and had an identical badge pinned to their chests, which was the union's marking. These three were from the same union. Monster! Monster! The three of them looked horrified. Not caring about the injuries on their bodies, they got up from the ground with their hands in a hurry, turned around and ran wildly towards the outside of the school. But when just rushed out a few steps, one of them suddenly turned to look at the two Lu Yuns and hissed, "Run! There's something dirty here." I could tell that this person was quite scared, and his voice was trembling. After shouting this voice, he directly ran away without a trace. Dirt? Is this an encounter with a ghost? Zhao Qingsong said in disbelief. However, just at that moment, a pair of ghastly white hands suddenly stretched out from the window of the classroom where the earlier explosion had occurred. The owner of the pair of hands was trying to crawl outward. It was a big, rugged-looking man with a muscular body. The big man stretched out his hand with an extremely twisted expression and looked out the window, frantically trying to climb out while hissing and yelling, "Help! Help me!" However, right at this moment, a laugh so flirtatious that it caused reverie suddenly rang out from within the classroom. "Since you're here, don't go away. Let your slave love you well." As the words fell, the big man's body was instantly dragged back into the classroom by an invisible force as he screamed filled with despair. Immediately, a sound of clothes being torn resounded in the classroom. "Rip! Don't do this, please let me go." A terrified yell came from the big man inside the classroom, only to fall silent again moments later. The place was instantly dead silent. Zhao Qingsong froze in place, and the palm of his hand that was pulling on the zombie lady couldn't help but push a few points harder. "Be careful. The evil aura I just felt was released from this classroom," zombie lady warned in a condensed voice. "System, parse." Lu Yun glanced in the direction of the classroom and directly began parsing. Parsing complete. Night Phantom. Level 21. Class, Platinum. Rarity 3 stars. Attack power, 1000. Blood, 10,000. Skill 1. Phantom Field, releasing a field that blinds the enemy and prevents them from summoning a marriage partner. If the person entering the field is not strong-willed enough, they will be gradually swallowed up by the vitality and eventually die a horrible death. Skill 2. Night Hunt. Use the power to make the enemy fall into a state of love and obsession. The enemy in this state will be burned with desire and completely lose the ability to fight. Skill 3. Flattering Whip. Use the long whip to attack forward 3 times in a row. Each attack causes 10% of the enemy's life value damage. Weaknesses. The Phantom of the Night belongs to the evil monster class, has no clear elemental attributes, and is afraid of sustained output professions. Comments. This is the ultimate in monsters, so needy that it tends to drain all male creatures it encounters. And if you're lucky enough to come across the Phantom of the Night, it means you can have an orgy that's as good as it gets. After reading the system analysis, Lu Yun was slightly headstrong. Don't look at the fact that this Phantom of the Night was only level 21, but the 3 skills were more evil than one another. The first 2 skills are not direct damage type skills, and such indirect damage skills are difficult to guard against. As for the third skill, it was also quite perverse, with each swing of the long whip dealing 10% of the enemy's life value damage. This was real damage that directly ignored defense. This Night Phantom Demon's weakness is persistent profession. What does that mean? Lu Yun murmured softly. Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qingsong and was about to speak, but the bastard suddenly pulled the zombie lady's hand and walked inside the classroom. "You're not afraid anymore?" Lu Yun said with an odd expression. "You've been contributing all this way. I feel the need to contribute as well, so let me go and explore the situation." Zhao Qingsong's face showed a determined look, and pulling the zombie lady's hand, he He came to the edge of the classroom window. Then he cautiously probed and looked towards the classroom. Bang! 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 In the midst of his violent heartbeat, Zhao Qingsong finally saw the inside of the classroom. It was then that people went numb. The classroom was a mess. And there were several bodies lying on the floor. Several dry corpses to be exact. Zhao Qingsong also saw the big man from earlier. Only his originally strong body was now dried up and looked like it had been drained of all its fluids. The other several dry corpses were also in the same situation. Not covered with clothes and died in a rather miserable state. It was hard to imagine what tragic things they had experienced before they died. What puzzled Zhao Qingsong was that there was nothing else in the classroom except for these dry corpses. Where's that monster? Why is it gone? Just as Zhao Qingsong was suspicious, the zombie lady seemed to sense something and suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful!" Boom! Almost at the same moment, a ghostly figure shrouded in black mist suddenly poked its head out of the classroom. Before Zhao Qingsong could react, he forcefully dragged the bastard inside. The zombie lady was instantly anxious and followed suit by tumbling into the classroom. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun did not hesitate and jumped into the classroom with little Wolf. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the danger. He only wanted to save Zhao Qingsong the bastard. However, when Lu Yun arrived inside the classroom, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. This was because what he saw in front of him was a chaos. This was not a classroom at all. Phantom fields. Lu Yun came to a sudden realization. It seemed like he should have entered the chimera realm of a certain night demon of the night. According to the system's analysis, those who come to the field will gradually lose their vitality and eventually die a horrible death if their willpower is not strong enough. Lu Yun took a deep breath. His willpower should still be fine, right? Yet just then, Master, Weaving Spirit's voice suddenly rang out, and immediately Weaving Spirit stepped out from the darkness in front of her. What made Lu Yun spurt blood was that the weaving linger in front of him was wearing the classic 3 dots and 1 line. That fair skin was glowing, and her perfect figure and stunningly beautiful face were more than a little seductive in this darkness. Linger, what are you? Lu Yun took a step forward, but quickly took a few steps back. He suddenly realized that the person in front of him was not Weaving Spirit. It wasn't that he was so strong-willed. The main reason was that Lu Yun couldn't remember when he had bought this style of clothes for weaving linger, and if he had, he would have remembered. Secondly, Weaving Linger was a very pure girl, while the woman in front of her was so enchanting and flirtatious. The woman in front of her was not Weaving Spirit. She should have been changed by the Phantom of the Night. Master, are you disliking Linger? Whoops! Seeing Lu Yun retreating, the Weaving Spirit child in front blinked her teary eyes and said, "You're not Linger. My Linger isn't as flirty as you." Lu Yun snorted coldly. Firelight lingered above his fingertips, and he directly threw a flaming dragon breath chop over. Boom! As the flames exploded in front of them, the fake weaving linger also instantly turned into black mist and disappeared in place. However, right at this moment, another figure appeared in front of Lu Yun. "Master, what are you doing?" The person who came was clearly Long Kor's appearance, and the Long Kor in front of her was wearing a strapless long dress, the hem of which was resting on the ground to show a few points of elegance and nobility. Long Kor looked at Lu Yun with a face full of tenderness and suddenly stretched out her white fingers against her pink lips and smiled. "Master, want to play a game with Kor?" Swish! Lu Yun did not respond, and the response was the impact of the giant dragon fortress. The giant dragon fortress came off and instantly crashed into Long Kor, who also instantly turned into black mist and disappeared in place. Apparently this Long Kor is also an imposter. "My Kor is a slutty dragon. Not so innocent. You can't fool me." Lu Yun coldly grunted as he reached out to catch the flying back dragon fortress. "Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so heartless towards your marriage partners? They are all your women." Just then a familiar voice resounded once again as Zhang Qingqing, dressed in professional attire, suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun. "You disappoint me too much," Zhang Qingqing said as she looked at Lu Yun with cold eyes. Lu Yun's lips rose as he once again threw out the dragon fortress. Bang! This fake Zhang Qingqing in front of him also instantly dissipated into black mist. "No need to keep playing tricks. You can't fool me. Show your true self. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting human." Accompanied by the sound of enchanting words, a woman with an explosive figure walked out from the black fog ahead. The woman was dressed in revealing clothes. The picture of the rippling mountains and seas was half covered, and half of a special pattern could be seen on her exposed belly button. This is a representation of auspiciousness that most people refer to as a chimera tattoo, and a lot of girls like to get this tattooed on key areas as it is said to bring good luck. Looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Yun's mouth opened slightly, somewhat infatuated. Truth be told, despite knowing that this woman was supposed to be the Phantom of the Night, this woman was literally indistinguishable from a human except for her exposed phantom tattoos. In the face of such an earthly beauty, I'm afraid most men can't resist, and will be instantly immersed in the gentle land. It was just a pity that the person the night phantom had encountered this time was Lu Yun. Whether it was Long Kor, or Weaving Linger, or Yumi or Jiang Shishir, which of these women could not compare to the phantom of the night in front of her? Lu Yun had been able to stay awake until now, not because of how strong his willpower was, but mainly because he was surrounded by a group of top-notch beauties themselves, and his eyes had long since become tricky to look at. If we really want to compare, the chimera in front of us has a lot more vulgarity compared to a few women. So far, I have mesmerized 38 men, and you are the only human who can crack my phantom demon domain. The phantom lazily stretched out, then revealed an eerie smile and said, "In return, I will let you die a very happy death." How happy? Lu Yun was curious. Happy beyond your wildest dreams, happy enough to die without regret. The phantom of the night sneered. Lu Yun rubbed his hands together and laughed out as well. You saying that about me makes me look forward to it. Without speaking, the phantom of the night suddenly stretched out his hands and made a seal in front of him, and immediately the phantom tattoo near his navel began to release a purple glow. Night hunt. Boom! As the words fell, the phantom of the night actually emitted a purple halo over its entire body, and the clothes on its body instantly disappeared. The perfect ketone body was displayed in front of his eyes, and even Lu Yun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. But at this moment, he didn't have too much heart to appreciate this body, but felt that something big was wrong, because when the phantom of the night's shirt disappeared, the phantom tattoos were all exposed. Upon seeing the tattoo, Lu Yun instantly felt his entire body's blood boiling uncontrollably. Unlike blood boiling, this boiling was not a boiling in battle power, but a sign that the inner desires were being pulled out infinitely. Lust for fire, bordering on insanity. The most primitive desires within Lu Yun began to rise up, and he actually had an uncontrollable desire to rush up and press the chimera in front of him to the ground for 30,000 rounds of battle. No way, I must be firm and not be affected. Lu Yun clenched his tongue, attempting to calm himself down through this bit of pain. This does work, but not as well as it should. It's no use. My night hunt can't be resisted by any but a male animal. You'll gradually lose your mind and eventually be killed by me. The phantom of the night stuck out his tongue and licked his lips while taking a step towards Lu Yun with his bare feet. But you're a special human. I'll let you die with pleasure. Give up your struggle and I'll let you experience the ultimate pleasure of life before you die. No. Lu Yun's eyes turned red as he angrily said, I will not submit to you. Boom. As these words fell, Lu Yun's fingertips lingered with fire, and a flaming dragon breath blasted past. The red-colored firelight immediately illuminated this chaos, but due to the wrong state at this time, this strike fell short for Lu Yun. The night demon of the night sneered and suddenly reached out to grip the black tail behind his buttocks before pulling it with all his might. A long black whip was drawn out by her. With a long whip in hand, the phantom of the night used its third skill, flattering whiplash. Snap! 3 whips were continuously lashed out, and Lu Yun's blood level instantly plummeted by thousands. Directly dropped 30% of the total life value of the blood. Blanche. As his life value dropped, Lu Yun's consciousness gradually became uncontrollable. This made Lu Yun nervous to the extreme. Had I really come to the end of my life? This was the other party's domain, and he couldn't summon out Long Kor and Weaving Spirit to come out and fight. Otherwise this woman would have died 800 times already. Give up the resistance. Just then the voice of the phantom of the night even became incomparably soft, like a lullaby that slowly came out. Give up resisting. I'll let you experience the joy of life. Feel the mingling of flesh, which is the greatest pleasure in life. In the midst of these words, Lu Yun's body gradually became relaxed, and that last remaining shred of sanity gradually faded away into thin air. When the last vestiges of sanity disappeared, Lu Yun's eyes no longer had a luster in them. Instead, the bath fire was burning infinitely. At the moment he was like the most primitive beast, now full of only one thing. Experience the pleasures of the flesh. Feel the mingling of water and milk. Boom! Lu Yun's body was bubbling with heat, and all the muscles in his body instantly bulged, and he actually let out a beast-like roar. The phantom of the night smiled with satisfaction. Men are men after all. In front of their own power after all, things are still powerless to resist. But as the saying goes, dying under a pomegranate skirt is a hell of a thing. It's not a wasted life to die by your own hand. Come here baby, love me so much I'll take you to the clouds. The phantom of the night casually waved his hand and black power transformed into a double bed that landed in the space. Spinning around, she lay directly on the bed and assumed a flirtatious stance and began to follow her lead. As if Lu Yun had heard the call, he took step after step in the direction of the bed. At this moment, Lu Yun still had the last shred of sanity in his heart. I can't. Lu Yun roared angrily, but in the end, it was to no avail. Ugh, is it over? Lu Yun let out such a sigh in his heart, and eventually his consciousness disappeared completely. Also at this very moment, roar! The sound of the dragon's whistle was astonishing. A giant dragon looks like a rising star making a strong recovery. The moment he saw this giant dragon, the Phantom of the Night's winning expression instantly froze, and then endless fear spread out. How can this thing be so majestic? Knight of the Night Demon violently jumped up from the bed, wanting to back away but realizing that his legs had been softened by fear, and he actually directly went limp on the bed. How could she not expect that Lu Yun was not only handsome, but also had such a terrifying capital, which was so deep that it made even an old driver like her liver and gall blown away. No, don't you come over, I can't, count on me please, it'll kill me, I'll die, don't. The Phantom of the Night begged frantically for mercy, already trembling with terror in his soul. It's going to die, it's really going to kill you. Hearing the Night Phantom's pleas for mercy, Lu Yun however became even more excited as hot air erupted from his nostrils and his giant dragon once again tripled in size. Boom! At this moment, the roar of a giant dragon echoed throughout the entire domain. The dragon god descends. The light shines in the 9 states. The greatness of the dragon's body didn't give the Phantom of the Night the courage to look it in the eye. Ah! Lu Yun let out a deafening roar and suddenly leapt high up towards the Night Phantom on the bed. The Night Charmer instinctively wanted to take out her long whip and continue to perform the flattering whip technique, but now that Lu Yun was close at hand, the whip could not be applied. Unable to do anything else, the Phantom of the Night had no choice but to grit his teeth and withdraw the night hunt. The moment the night hunt order was withdrawn, Lu Yun, whose eyes were originally scarlet and shaped like a fierce beast, instantly regained his clarity. Seeing Lu Yun awake, the Night Phantom Demon then breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why the Phantom of the Night had retracted his skills, Lu Yun, who had returned to his senses, wouldn't give his opponent a second chance. Giant Dragon Charge. Lu Yun let out a roar and slammed directly towards the Phantom of the Night with his giant dragon fortress in hand. Bang! The Night Phantom had only just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yun charging at him, and before he had time to react, he was knocked out. Under the tremendous force, this large bed condensed by the power of the Phantom of the Night instantly became nothing. It was also at this moment that Lu Yun once again let out a roar as a pale yellow halo spread out all over his body. Justice Mockery. Boom! The Phantom of the Night was blown away and was just about to cast Flattering Whip when she stood up and was affected by Justice Taunt. Her skill was interrupted, and her body went uncontrollably towards Lu Yun. It was also at this moment that Lu Yun's fingers came together to directly deliver a flaming dragon breath slash. Boom! Boom! The firelight instantly enveloped the Phantom of the Night, and a scream like that of a severe ghost rang out from the scene, but it didn't last long before it dissipated. Might of the Green Dragon achievement unlocked. Gain level +1. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 24. Lu Yun, LV 24. Stamina, 421. Blood, 12,000. Power, 350. Agility, 200. Mental strength, 230. Skills, Fiery Dragon Breath Slash. Lance Mastery. Dragon Scale Protection. Life Regeneration. Justice Taunt. Ancient Dragon Claw Strike. Looking at his attribute panel, Lu Yun froze in place on the spot. Upgraded? What the fuck is going on here? Even if he killed the Phantom of the Night in front of him, the other party's experience wouldn't be able to upgrade himself, right? Lu Yun suddenly looked at the previous system prompt. The power of the Green Dragon? Unlocking achievements? What the hell is this? A new way to play the system? System? What's going on? Lu Yun was curious. The host has completed the achievement of Green Dragon's Might, and gained the corresponding experience reward. There are still 999 plus achievements waiting to be unlocked by the host. The rewards for each of them are greatly unused, so I hope that the host will keep up the good work. The emotionless voice of the system rang out, but it instantly aroused Lu Yun's interest. After activating the system for so long, Lu Yun had always assumed that the system's role was to parse the information on equipment and monsters, but he had never expected there to be achievement rewards. Completing an achievement would raise a level. It was so much easier than fighting monsters and upgrading on his own. System. What are the completion conditions for this Green Dragon's Might? Although Core is also a dragon, she's a fire dragon instead of a green dragon. What exactly does this Green Dragon's Might mean? Green Dragon's Might achievement unlock requirements. Challenge the Phantom of the Night. Use the Green Dragon to inflict collapse-level psychological trauma on the Phantom of the Night, and prove that you're a man of steel who's tougher than iron and stronger than steel. Lu Yun couldn't help but look down, only to realize that his giant dragon had awakened at some point, and its scale had startled him. Immediately, Lu Yun hurriedly discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind, and only then did the giant dragon gradually become docile, thanks to the fact that there was no one else here. If there was a man here, he would have been devastated and had an incredibly low self-esteem. Lu Yun was a bit thankful that thanks to this time, he had completed the rewards by mistake. Otherwise he was afraid that he still didn't know that the system had achievement rewards. So system, what conditions are required to unlock all the other achievements? Can I take a look? Lu Yun asked. The system didn't answer. Lu Yun was not surprised by this. It seemed that he could not directly view the requirements for achievement triggers, so he could only slowly grope for them later. When the Phantom of the Night died violently, the field of the scene began to dissipate as well, and Lu Yun rejoined the dilapidated classroom. Inside the classroom, Lu Yun saw Zhao Qingsong standing on the ground, his gaze dull and motionless. In front of him hovered a woman dressed in a revealing outfit with a special tattoo tattooed on her navel, another Phantom of the Night. The zombie lady, on the other hand, was lying on the side covered in wounds, her breath very weak. It could be seen that the zombie lady had already fought with the Phantom of the Night, and Zhao Qingsong had apparently fallen into the Phantom of the Night's phantom realm. When the Night Phantom Demon saw Lu Yun suddenly come out from within the realm, he shivered at that moment. Aren't you locked up in the realm? How did you come out? The silhouette trembled and asked. Want to know? Lu Yun sneered and directly executed the flaming dragon breath slash. Boom! The red-colored fire covered the shadow with lightning speed, and soon burned the shadow alive. Only when the virtual shadow was incinerated did Zhao Qingsong's originally dull gaze become clear again as he looked at Lu Yun in front of him and wondered. What happened to me just now? Lu Yun walked forward and said indifferently. You were just confused. It's fine now. Ah, Zhao Qingsong was still a bit confused. Lu Yun recounted what had happened roughly once, and Zhao Qingsong was shocked. He didn't remember much of what had just happened in the realm. He just remembered that someone had been serving him. Oh, it was actually quite comfortable. He just didn't expect such a moist body to contain such a great danger, but fortunately Lu Yun appeared in time. Otherwise the consequences were unimaginable. Is everything alright? After Zhao Qingsong came back to his senses, he rushed to Zombie Lady and worried. I'm fine, as long as you're okay with it. Zombie Lady shook her head. Zhao Qingsong's face was filled with a guilty look as he softly said, You can go back to the marriage space to rest first. After putting the Zombie Lady away, Zhao Qingsong suddenly said, Brother Lu, since these two phantom demons are dead, have you seen the phantom demon Inner Dan? Lu Yun looked towards the place where he had trapped himself earlier, where many beads that shimmered with a lavender light, and on the ground in front of Zhao Qingsong, a dozen purple beads also appeared. These beads were obviously the inner elixir of the Night Phantom Demon. Unlike monsters that only had a single crystal core in their bodies, the inner elixir of the Phantom of the Night was a bit special, and they would have one more inner elixir for every enemy they killed. After counting, there were a total of 56 inner elixirs in front of them, so it was obvious that these two Night Phantoms had already killed 56 transmutants. Lu Yun sighed. This was the cruelty of reality. If you wanted to become stronger, you were bound to experience danger. But there is a little consolation in the misfortune. The transmogrifier who died here should have been extremely happy before he died. The mission requirement was 30 Inner Dan, while currently Lu Yun and the two of them had gotten 56 Inner Dan, which belonged to the overfulfillment of the mission. 30 of the inner elixirs they could choose to turn in, and the remaining 26 inner elixirs could be dealt with on their own. The inner elixir of the Phantom of the Night had many functions, and could be sold for a good price when taken out for sale. It just so happened that Lu Yun had also accumulated some useless equipment over this period of time, so he could go and sell them together at that time. The mission has been completed. Let's go. Lu Yun carefully put away the Inner Dan and turned to Zhao Qingsong. Zhao Qingsong nodded his head. Although this trip to the replica was a bit dangerous, it had passed without any danger in the end. But just as the two were about to leave, the coyote suddenly barked furiously at the front of the school. Little wolf, did you find something? Lu Yun asked with a frown as he looked towards the direction where the coyote was barking furiously. Master, I sense a dangerous aura that is rapidly approaching towards where we are. Little Wolf's voice was incomparably grave. Lu Yun's frown deepened as a ball of red-colored fire appeared above his fingertips, which he then threw out towards the school building in front of him. Boom! The flames burned the moment they touched the school building, and the firelight illuminated the surrounding area, but it did not reveal the dangerous presence that the coyote had spoken of. It was quiet all around, with a blood moon still hanging in the sky, and it seemed that Lu Yun, the two of them, and the coyote were the only living creatures here. Little Wolf, are you sure you didn't feel it wrong? Lu Yun asked again. The coyote nodded. I have a good sense of smell. Someone is hiding there. Since the coyote was so certain, it must not be an empty rumor. Lu Yun immediately didn't dare to be careless and pulled out a transparent scroll and directly crushed it. This was a prop that Lu Yun had gotten when he killed monsters within the replica. It's about as good as being proficient in marksmanship in the first place. Hidden within this scroll is archery mastery. When the scroll was crushed, Lu Yun had many more memories in his head out of nowhere, as if he was the god of bow and arrow who had fought many battles. Many of the movements and techniques of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow seem to have been known for a long time. Whoosh! Lu Yun stretched out his left hand, and a bow and arrow actually condensed out of thin air in his palm. Immediately after that, Lu Yun stretched out his right hand and pulled on the bowstring to make a drawing and shooting motion. And the moment his right hand pulled on the bowstring, a transparent arrow appeared out of nowhere. The bow is like a full moon. Lu Yun aimed at the school building in front of him before releasing his right hand that was pulling on the bowstring. Whoosh! The stringed arrow instantly burst out as a light that broke through the air. Boom! The arrow's power was unrivaled, and it even instantly penetrated the concrete wall of the school building, splashing up a cloud of dust. With such a strong attack, even a level 20 transmuter would have to be careful in dealing with this strike head-on. But right now after this arrow fell, it did not cause any movement. Brother Lu, it couldn't be that you little she-wolf is too nervous to create an illusion, could it? Zhao Qingsong couldn't help but say from the side. It's impossible for me to sense wrongly. There's definitely a terrifying existence hidden in this neighborhood. The little wolf glared at Zhao Qingsong in defense. However, just at this moment, a woman's laughter suddenly rang out from the otherwise empty school building in front of them. Although the laughter was nice, it had a few eerie flavors in this weird atmosphere. I didn't realize there was a windfall. Blanche. Zhao Qingsong was startled by the sudden laughter and retreated behind Lu Yun without moving. I didn't think there was really someone. Since you're here, don't hide your head. Just show yourself. Lu Yun was relatively calm. As you wish. The eerie laughter resounded once again, followed by a woman who also walked out from within the school building, condescendingly looking down on Lu Yun and the two of them. The reason she was able to look down on the two Lu Yuns was not because she was standing above the school building. The woman similarly stood on the same level as Lu Yun's two men, and she was able to look down on them mainly because she was 8 feet tall. With the added benefit of height, the woman's development was quite voluptuous, and the size of those waves was actually several times larger than even the stone pier placed in front of the supermarket. And the looks are extremely gentle, as if she were a neighborly sister. When looking at the two Lu Yuns, the woman's eyes even revealed a watery, tender smile. System, parse, Lu Yun said in his heart. Parsing complete. 8-foot demon. Level 40. Class, Diamond. Rarity, 5 stars. Attack power, 4100. Blood, 10,000. Skill 1. Demon tracking. An 8-foot demon can sense males within a 100-kilometer radius, increasing his movement speed by 40% when moving toward them. Skill 2. 8 feet of might. The 8 feet demon man can draw power from the male body and transform it into the power needed for his own upgrades. Skill 3. Unlimited binding. The 8-foot demon is capable of unlimited suppression when facing an enemy whose level is lower than his own. Weaknesses. 8-foot devil's physique is no different from that of normal humans. If they cannot be killed by force through external forces, they can try the way of poisoning. Evaluation. This is a monster of great desire, with the beauty of a human, but anyone she favors will die a horrible death. Hiss. Upon seeing the 8-foot demon's attribute panel, Lu Yun sucked in cool air and directly took a few steps back. Isn't the copy they're currently entering a 2-star copy? How did a level 40 monster appear? It seemed that this 8-foot demon should have been around level 20 at the very beginning, and the reason why it had reached level 40 should have been absorbed through the power of those 8 feet. Now that's tricky. Even if Lu Yun played all his cards, it was absolutely impossible to defeat such an opponent. Coyote, you go back to the marriage space first, Lu Yun said as he looked at the coyote beside him. Master, I want to fight alongside you, Coyote said firmly. Fighting your ass. People are level 40 and you're only level 20. What are you going to fight with? Lu Yun rolled his eyes without any good reason and then said, be good. I'm your master. Be obedient. Hearing Lu Yun say this, the coyote could only end up entering the marriage space unwillingly. Upon putting the little wolf away, Lu Yun then looked at the 8-foot demon and laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you should want to bring us to your territory and torture us, right? The 8-foot demon grinned. It seems you know me quite well. Not bad. Exactly. Lu Yun nodded, then closed his eyes and reached out. Do it, but try to be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. The 8-foot demon's expression was a bit odd. She had captured so many humans, and it was the first time she had seen someone so interesting. Could be. The 8-foot demon nodded his head and stretched out the palm of his hand, which was even bigger than Lu Yun's head, and gently waved it, and a black silk thread suddenly surfaced, which then transformed into a cross to bind Lu Yun to it. Upon being bound to it, Lu Yun instantly felt that he had lost contact with Long Core and the others within the marriage space, and even his levels were suppressed to level 1. After taking care of Lu Yun, the 8-foot demon's gaze fell on Zhao Qingsong. Zhao Qingsong had a question mark on his face, not understanding what kind of operation Lu Yun was doing. As Lu Yun's diehard friend, he still had a better understanding of what kind of person Lu Yun was. Ever since Lu Yun had been transformed into a dragon knight, he had seen one and fought one. Who had he been afraid of? How come he's now tied his hands? This didn't fit Lu Yun's style at all. Brother Lu, What are you doing? You're admitting defeat before you've even fought? Zhao Qingsong's eyes widened as he shouted at Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun was tied to the cross, his mouth was not bound, and he spoke. What else can we do? It wasn't that Lu Yun didn't want to resist, it was mainly because he couldn't fight. Moreover, through the system's description, Lu Yun felt that the other party would not make a move against him in a short period of time, so Lu Yun decided to concede first and wait for an opportunity to strike back. But Zhao Qingsong didn't know what Lu Yun was thinking, and when he saw that Lu Yun really didn't intend to resist, he became anxious then. Human, you want to resist? Just then, the 8-foot demon stared at Zhao Qingsong and said, resisting? It seems that you all have really looked down on me. Zhao Qingsong, very well. Your contempt has awakened something dormant within me. Zhao Qingsong's expression suddenly became serious and his aura changed. He stretched out his right hand, only to see a skeleton mace shining brightly light up in his hand, and the clothes on his body were suddenly changed into a set of dark golden ornate robes. Zhao Qingsong's profession was that of a necromancer, and initially, he could only summon 2 or 3 small skeletons with weak attributes. With the increase in level, Zhao Qingsong was now different from the past. A necromancer, represented by a troop, can be an army in one person. This is the pride of belonging to a necromancer. Today's Zhao Qingsong has long since changed. He is in need of a stage to prove himself to the world. It was also the first time Lu Yun had seen Zhao Qingsong in his current state, and his current behavior stunned Lu Yun. Undead summoning. Zhao Qingsong elegantly waved his skeleton staff and 20 drops of black liquid fell onto the ground. The drops of black liquid on the ground began to wriggle and actually gave birth to a whole 20 skeleton warriors. These skeleton warriors are similar in appearance to small skeletons, but are much larger and the texture of their bones looks stronger. And the skeleton warriors hold several weapons in their hands. There were skeleton warriors holding great swords, and there were skeleton warriors holding shields. More skeleton warriors were holding bows and shooting arrows, already aiming at their targets and ready to fire. With the appearance of 20 skeleton warriors, instantly surrounding the 8-foot demon in the center, the situation was directly reversed. They are puppets, and when I pull the strings, they will dance. Today I will bloom in the midst of the killing, as well as the flowers in the dawn. Before Zhao Qingsong could finish his sentence, the 8-foot demon indifferently swept a glance at the skeleton warrior in front of him, and swung out with a fist, a huge force instantly pouring down. Minus 99,999. Zhao Qingsong? Due to the skeleton warrior's attributes being too low, he was actually killed by the 8-foot demon with a single move. And there was even a case of damage overflow. The 8-foot demon swung his fist again. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. As the 20 skeleton warriors were slapped into smithereens, Zhao Qingsong's heart, too, gradually turned cold from fiery, and with the last round of skeleton warriors falling, the heart was already pulling out cold. Zhao Qingsong's feet went limp and he directly sat down on the ground. His eyes met the 8-foot demon's indifferent eyes straight on, and the whole person panicked a batch. If I tie my hands now, is it too late? You'll be gentle, right? I'll be good and not resist later. Lu Yun. The 8-foot demon didn't speak, but instead slapped down towards Zhao Qingsong. Boom! Minus 6,000. As the red numbers appeared, a palm print appeared on the ground, and Zhao Qingsong was located right in the center of the palm print. The entire person was embedded in the ground. With just a slap, he went straight from a full-blooded state to a major disability. Only then did the 8-foot demon wave his hand, binding Zhao Qingsong to another cross as well, and then he led the two out of the area. Soon after, the 2 Lu Yuns were brought inside a cave by the 8-foot demoness. The cave was large and empty inside, but in the center of the cave stood a huge stone bed carved out of stone. The main reason why I say standing was that this stone bed was really too big for a normal person, but it looked just right in front of the 8-foot demon's huge body. Entering the cave, the 8-foot demon casually placed the 2 in a corner, then went to another room by himself, and after the 8-foot demon went in, the sound of running water immediately came from inside. It was unbelievable that there were even many rooms carved out of the cave, and the room that the 8-foot demon entered appeared to be a shower room. Wipe. This guy is quite good at enjoying himself. Lu Yun skimmed his lips and said. Then he began to observe the surroundings, and Lu Yun was surprised to find that in addition to his and Zhao Qingsong's crosses, there were more than a dozen crosses erected around them, each with a figure tied to it. And among these figures, Lu Yun actually saw a familiar figure. It was none other than the current freshman at Xianling University, Zhang Heng. At this moment, Zhang Heng and the others were unconscious, and there were still many wounds on their bodies. It seems that before they were captured, a battle had broken out with the 8-foot demons, but the result was obviously a defeat. Lu Yun tried to wake up the gang, but it didn't help at all, so he had no choice but to continue surveying the surroundings. Lu Yun's gaze then locked onto the stone bed, which had a lot of unidentified liquid and the entire bed was wet. Lu Yun subconsciously sniffed, and a trace of an indescribable flavor remained in the air inside the cave. Just as Lu Yun was frowning and thinking of a way to get out of the situation, one by one, people next to him began to wake up, including Zhang Heng. Crap, Zhang Heng's pupils dilated the first time he awoke. What the hell is this place? Aren't you clear about what you've come to yourself? Lu Yun said without a trace of anger. Lu Yun, it's you! Zhang Heng froze directly when he looked at Lu Yun. You're here for a quest too? Lu Yun asked curiously. Aha! Zhang Heng nodded his head with a gloomy face. I originally took up a quest and followed a group of people to come here to group up and brush the monsters. Who would have thought that a level 40 monster suddenly appeared? We fought back and eventually fainted when we couldn't defeat it. Without even having to think about it, the level 40 monsters that Zhang Han was talking about must be referring to the 8-foot demon. What is it now? That monster is in there? Zhang Hang asked as he looked in the direction of the shower room. Lu Yun recounted roughly what he had learned from the system parse. Hearing this, the crowd was bad. Although the 8-foot devils were quite good in both figure and appearance, they didn't want to be used by others as a feeder to enhance their strength. For a while, the crowd at the scene was on edge, and some people struggled and tried to get out of their bonds. It's better to save our strength. Our levels are all restricted and we can't use half of our power right now. Lu Yun poured cold water on the group. So what should we do now? What's your best idea? Zhang Heng asked. No. Lu Yun shook his head. There was dead silence. The crowd was desperate. Just then, the sound of running water in the shower room stopped, and the 8-foot demon walked out of the shower room clad in a bathrobe. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. The 8-foot demon's gaze swept over the crowd, and the crowd was so frightened by the look that they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. But in the end, there was still an unlucky person who was chosen, and with a slight hook of the 8-foot demon's finger, that person flew out along with the cross and landed beside the 8-foot demon. Immediately after the 8-foot demon waved his hand again, the stone bed was surrounded by a black mist, making it impossible for the crowd to see what was going on inside. Only two figures could be vaguely seen seemingly writhing, and occasionally a blush-inducing moan or two came from them. Half an hour later, all was quiet. The black mist also gradually dispersed, and the 8-foot demon's face was flushed, as if he had just finished enjoying the spa, and the whole person exuded a kind of lazy flirtation. There was more water on the stone bed, and as for the person who had been chosen earlier, he had no breath at the moment, just like garbage, and was casually pushed off the stone bed by the 8-foot demon. But to our surprise, after this dry body touched the ground, it instantly shattered like porcelain and turned into a puddle of fragments. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Lu Yun sucked in a breath of cool air. This was being drained. There really wasn't a drop left. The 8-foot demon ignored the crowd's horror as she turned around and entered the shower. And within moments, the sound of rushing water came out of the shower. The ritual just now seems to be the 8-foot demon's way of boosting her strength, and I feel that she's gotten even stronger. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Indeed. Lu Yun nodded. He had also discovered it through the detection system. It wasn't long before the 8-foot demon came out of the shower room, his eyes sizing up Lu Yun's several people. This guy is going to pick again. Does anyone have any ideas? Zhang Heng suddenly asked in a low voice. He had just entered a first-class university in Kyoto not long ago, and had a great future. He didn't want to die here so unexplained. The scene was dead silent for a while, and it was obvious that everyone was really not able to do anything at all in the current state. Just then, the 8-foot demon's gaze suddenly landed on Lu Yun. Nima! Lu Yun sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his mentality collapsed a bit. He suddenly felt that sometimes being handsome wasn't always a good thing. This 8-foot demon couldn't be looking at his face value and planning to choose himself next, right? Luckily, the 8-foot demon's gaze only looked at Lu Yun for a moment before moving away. A good dish has to be eaten later to get the flavor. The 8-foot demons then moved his gaze and landed it on Zhang Heng. Blanche! Zhang Heng instantly screamed out in a dark voice, his whole body trembling as he remembered what happened to that unlucky person earlier. Luckily, the 8-foot demon's gaze soon moved away from Zhang Heng as well, eventually locking onto a fellow beside Zhang Heng. This one has colorfully dyed hair and wears pea shoes, and has the same vibe as the spirit boy. The 8-foot demon waved his hand at the spirit boy, and the spirit boy flew up along with the cross. Crap! The mental boy was instantly nonplussed and roared in panic. Zhang, save me! Zhang Heng pursed his lips in silence. This guy was teamed up with him for a mission, and the two sides had some friendship, but in this situation, he was unable to protect himself, so how could he talk about saving this companion? When Zhang Heng was silent, the mental boy's mind directly collapsed, and while stretching out his finger to point at Lu Yun and Zhang Heng, he yelled out, "Don't mess with me first, Mess with the two of them first. One of them is a legend-ranked transmogrifier and the other is a myth-ranked transmogrifier. They are definitely much stronger than what I can do in terms of physical strength. They will definitely make you die of lust. Crap. This dog coin. Lu Yun and Zhang Heng cursed furiously in their hearts instantly in their throats. Fortunately, the 8-foot demon did not pay any attention to him, and soon the spirit boy came to the bed, and the stone bed was once again covered by black mist, followed by a pig-killing scream that rang out from inside. The crowds outside watching this scene were all on edge, afraid that the next target would be themselves. What the hell are we going to do? Keep sitting here and waiting for death? Zhang Heng said in incomparable despair as he glanced at Lu Yun. Currently, their situation was very bad. Not only were their levels suppressed, but their bodies were also restricted, making it difficult for them to implement even if they had a solution. And this was what caused them to despair the most. Lu Yun closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, then suddenly opened his eyes and said, I have an idea. What solution? Everyone's gazes all looked at Lu Yun at the same time, with a look of anticipation on their faces. Poison. Lu Yun slowly spat out these two words. According to the system's parsing, to deal with an 8-foot demon, one would either have to forcefully decapitate it with strength, or it would have to be poisoned. Poison? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and shook his head. Although this is a solution, but Wao is now cut off from the marriage space, so even if we had poison, we wouldn't be able to take it out. And even if we can poison it, but how are we going to do it? I have poison. Lu Yun smiled faintly, then opened his mouth, revealing the glass jar on his tongue, crane red, which Lu Yun had hidden under his tongue when he decided to give up his resistance. The glass jar was very small and looked unimpressive, but it contained poison. This item was exploded from the immortal cloud crane, which was a poison dropped on a level 35 rarity 4-star boss. Lu Yun recounted the source of the poison roughly, and the crowd first brightened up, followed by a frown. Although this thing is good, how are we supposed to get it into the mouth of an 8-foot demon? Zhang Heng sighed. Lu Yun's lips hooked up in a meaningful smile, and the people present were basically all boys who instantly understood Lu Yun's meaning in seconds. You mean? Zhang Heng stared with wide eyes. That's right. Lu Yun nodded. But our hands are bound right now. There's no way to apply it. Zhang Heng sighed. I'll give this bottle of poison to whoever gets chosen later, and then find a chance to apply it after I get into bed. Lu Yun said. The people looked at each other. Although they felt it was a bit risky, it was undoubtedly the best way to go at the moment. Just as the crowd was discussing tactics, the black mist in front of the stone bed dispersed, and the 8-foot demon pushed the spirit boy's body off the bed as well, shattering it into pieces. Looking at the 8-foot demon again, her face was even more flushed and moisturized like a ripe peach, at which point her gaze began to scan over Lu Yun and the others again. Clearly the spiritual youngster just now had not satisfied her. The 8-foot demon's gaze eventually her gaze landed on Zhang Heng. Crap! The corners of Zhang Heng's mouth twitched and he almost exploded in place. There were clearly more than 10 other people here. Why did he just look at lousy? As much as he would like to be a little more charming in front of the opposite sex, it definitely wasn't on this occasion. Brother, I'm counting on you, Lu Yun said seriously. Zhang Heng instantly had the urge to curse his mother. What do you mean by relying on me? This kind of benevolent act of saving the crowd is something he really doesn't want to do. But he also knew that right now he had been chosen by the 8-foot devil, and had no choice but to do so. The only thing he could pray for now was that Lu Yun's poison would work. Is this thing of yours reliable or not? Zhang Heng asked with some apprehension. I don't know. Lu Yun shook his head straightforwardly. I haven't used it either. The corners of Zhang Heng's mouth tugged as he crumbled a little inside. Now we have no choice but to gamble. Lu Yun seized the moment and spat the glass jar into Zhang Heng's hand in one bite. Zhang Heng felt a lot of sticky saliva on the glass jar in his hand, and with a wave of nausea in his heart, he resisted the urge to throw it out and hid the glass jar in the palm of his hand. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Heng. Whether or not they could escape today depended on Zhang Heng's maneuver. Zhang, go for it. Make sure to fulfill her ruthlessly. Brother Zhang, if I can leave alive today, from now on, you'll be an eternal drop of God in my heart. The people around them gave Zhang Heng a boost. Shit. Encouraged by the crowd, Zhang Heng clenched his teeth. Fight. Right after he finished saying this, the 8-foot demon reached out and flicked his hand towards Zhang Heng, and in the next moment, Zhang Heng's body flew towards the stone bed. Immediately afterward, the black mist rose up again, obscuring everyone's sight, and everyone, including Lu Yun, was tense. It's all about winning and losing. The poison was just this one canister. If Zhang Heng could successfully carry out his plan, they still had hope of surviving. Otherwise they could only be buried here. A bed of stone within the black mist. Zhang Heng looked at the 8-foot demon in front of him, and his entire body was filled with tension. The 8-foot demon's one hand was almost bigger than his entire person. and the rippling sea was even more like he was seeing above the ocean. Along with the wild winds blowing, the calm sea surface suddenly set off shocking waves. It's really a glimpse of what's to come. Zhang Hong was also very fond of the rippling sea in his life, but it was the first time in his life that he had seen a sea of such a scale. However, even though the scenery in front of him was good, Zhang Hong did not forget the task on his body. After absorbing your power, I should be able to further my rank. The 8-foot demon narrowed his eyes and sized up Zhang Hong. Immediately, the cross on Zhang Heng's body dissipated, while his clothes also turned into pieces, and at this moment, Zhang Heng's body had regained its freedom, but even so, he had no thought of resisting. Zhang Hong quickly came back to his senses. He did not forget his mission. One hand quietly unscrewed the cap of the bottle. The venom on the glass jar flowed out, instantly staining the palm of his hand. This thing shouldn't have any effect on my second brother, right? Zhang Heng's heart was in a heavenly battle. In the end, reason prevailed. There was no choice but to condemn his second brother. With a cross heart, he reached out and grabbed towards his second brother's body. The venom touched down the second brother. A little bit of coolness. I do not know whether it was the effect of the venom or the psychological effect. Zhang Hong could not help but shiver. The 8-foot demon looked at Zhang Hong, and a ball of blue viscous liquid suddenly appeared in his hand. It's blueberry jam. I like that flavor. The 8-foot demon looked down at Zhang Hong below and smiled to himself before spreading the jam evenly over Zhang Heng's body. Blanche, do you really think you're prey? I can't believe you picked a flavor? Feeling the sticky sensation on his body, Zhang Hong clenched his teeth and forced himself to hold back. Wait, I'll let you die here later. When the preparations were over, it was naturally time for the main meal. Only the 8-foot demon's lips slightly opened, then slowly bent down. When the 8-foot demon's head was completely bent down, Zhang Heng's eyes moistened and he shed tears of humiliation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. All of a sudden, the 8-foot demon, who was originally full of enjoyment, suddenly showed a look of pain as he got up and took a few steps directly back, his entire body swaying. You! The 8-foot demon stared at Zhang Hong in death, his face filled with disbelief, shocked beyond words. Seeing the 8-foot demon in this state, Zhang Hong knew that it was the poison Lu Yun had given him that had taken effect, so he didn't pretend anymore and directly showed his cards. Zhang Hong crossed his arms and shook his head and laughed, but laughed and cried, and still don't know if this poison has any effect on himself. In case, this sacrifice is too big. You actually poisoned yourself. The 8-foot demon pointed at Zhang Hong and said spitefully, I admire your courage. I'm flattered. Zhang Heng's lips rose as a giant steel hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, and holding it, he charged directly at the 8-foot demon. Hammer slam! Boom! After a shocking bang, the mist that lingered around the stone bed slowly dissipated, and Zhang Hong reappeared in the crowd's line of sight. Originally, the crowd was worried that Zhang Hong would turn into a dry corpse just like those two before him, but now it seemed that the plan had worked. They're saved. Many people left tears of excitement when they read this. Lu Yun was also relieved that Zhang Hong did not disappoint him. Next to Zhang Hong, the corpse of the 8-foot demon was lying on the ground, and at this moment, the 8-foot demon's head had been smashed flat by Zhang Hong, and had completely lost its breath. Suddenly a stream of pure experience flew out from within the 8-foot demon's corpse into Zhang Heng's body. Zhang Heng's level came directly from level 22 to level 24. He was only level 21 when he first met with Lu Yun at the tea house, and after all this time, he had improved by 1 level. Now that he had killed the 8-foot demon, his level had unexpectedly risen 2 levels in a row directly. Such a speed of promotion made Lu Yun envious. The experience he needed to upgrade was too much. Even if the 8-foot demon was killed by him, he couldn't get to level 25. After the 8-foot demon fell, the cross that bound Lu Yun and the others also slowly disappeared, and the crowd regained their freedom. Lu Yun felt that his rank had returned and he was also able to communicate with the 2 girls, Long Core, before he completely let go of his heart. What just happened? How come I can't sense you anymore? Long Core and Weaving Spirit asked with concern. Lu Yun recounted the situation outside roughly, and after hearing that it was fine, the 2 women relaxed quite a bit before continuing to play the game. Lu Yun arrived in front of the 8-foot demon's corpse. Just then a light suddenly flashed up, and when the light dissipated, a transparent scroll appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is the skill scroll? Zhang Heng's pupils shrank in surprise. The rest of them were also looking at the scroll with excitement on their faces. Skill scrolls, something that would only drop after killing a monster, were somewhat similar to the lance proficiency and bow proficiency that Lu Yun had gotten before. It's just that something like lance proficiency isn't technically a true skill scroll, whereas this thing right now is a skill scroll in the truest sense of the word. There was a burst of light blue light flickering above the scroll, which should be a platinum grade skill scroll. System, parse, Lu Yun said faintly in his heart. Parsing successful. This scroll is 8 feet huge. Platinum level skill scroll. heavy armor class professions can learn. After using it, the body gets giganticized and the blood volume increases by 25%. After reading the results of the system's parsing, Lu Yun felt that this 8 feet giganticization was a good thing. It was a pity that Lu Yun was not a heavy armor class profession and was not able to learn this skill. Everyone present was interested in this platinum grade skill scroll, although they didn't know the effect of the skill. But skill scrolls are not rare, and platinum level ones are not even lower. Even if you don't learn it yourself, you can sell it for a good price by taking it to the auction. Zhang Hong was also tempted by this, but after glancing at Lu Yun, he still pushed the scroll to Lu Yun with a clench of his teeth. Lu Yun was puzzled by this, and even the rest of the people were unsure. They all couldn't figure out why Zhang Hong would push such a precious skill scroll to Lu Yun when the 8-foot demon was killed by Zhang Hong. Without your poison today, we might have been buried here. Zhang Hong took a deep breath and said, although I was defeated by you at the tea party in the first place, I am a person with a wide-eyed mind and will not complain because of that. This thing rightfully belongs to you. After listening to Zhang Heng's words, the rest of them were pondering. Of course, Zhang Hong could not afford to give away the skill scroll. However, firstly, there was still uncleared venom on Air D, so in case Air D was in trouble, he could only find the source of the venom through Lu Yun and look for a solution. Secondly, Lu Yun himself was a powerful freshman, and Lu Yun's previous performance had said it all. Befriending him before he grew into an expert might be unexpectedly helpful in the future. Thirdly, Lu Yun had a close relationship with Lu Ruthless Man, even if these two individuals pulled it off in the future and couldn't become masters. But currently, these two individuals were definitely the leaders of the younger generation. If he himself encountered any difficulties, by virtue of this life and death friendship, would he, Lu Yun, be good enough not to help? Lu Yun was also quite surprised. This Zhang Hong was different from most of the people he had met. That Linning wouldn't be so obnoxious if he could have such a realization as Zhang Hong. Fine, I'll take it then. Lu Yun naturally wouldn't refuse something that was delivered to his mouth, and reached out to subject it into the marriage space. That poison of yours shouldn't be corrosive to the skin, right? Zhang Hong asked somewhat nervously. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth pulled. I haven't used it like this, how would I know? But taking the hand is short. His mouth comforted, don't worry, nothing will happen. When Zhang Hong heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The worries in his heart were completely lifted, and he was in a good mood. Let's get rid of the tiger today. How about I treat you to a nice drink after we get out? Zhang Hong suddenly laughed. The rest of the people nodded their heads at the words, except Lu Yun, who didn't say anything. Zhang Hong looked at Lu Yun. You guys are actually quite good. Want to go for a drink together? One drink is fine. Lu Yun shook his head and whirled around. Let's settle the expenses for me first. Fees? Zhang Hong was dumbfounded, and the rest of the people also looked bewildered. Without my poison today, it's hard for all of you to escape death. But this time it's also considered our mutual cooperation. So I'll be symbolic and just charge 3,000 gold coins per person. Lu Yun fiddled with his fingers before he said with a serious face. The moment Lu Yun said this, the entire room fell silent. This Lu Yun was also too shameless. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, never expecting Lu Yun to suddenly speak like this. Even though they relied on Lu Yun's poison to get out of the trap, if Zhang Hong hadn't risked his life, the jar of poison wouldn't have worked. I just thought that you guys could be befriended, but now it seems that you're just a fucking fortune hunter. Narrow-eyed. Zhang Hong shook his head inside. Just say give or take. Lu Yun said indifferently. Here. Zhang Heng's face was filled with black lines. It's not like I can't afford to give 3,000 gold coins. After saying this, he turned to his companion beside him and said, Brother Wang, lend me 3,000. Brother Wang? Zhang Hong borrowed 3,000 gold coins from through Brother Wang and gave it to Lu Yun. Seeing that Zhang Hong had taken out money, the rest of the people could only take out gold coins breathlessly. After tens of thousands of gold coins arrived, Lu Yun was in a better mood. Where are you going to eat to celebrate? Count me in too. Lu Yun suddenly said after putting away the gold coins. Can you have some face? You just took our money, and now you want to dilly-dally? Zhang Hong stared straight at Lu Yun with wide eyes. Heaven and earth. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a stingy mythic rank transfigurator. Anyway, don't pay for it. Is it shameful to dilly-dally? Lu Yun said in disbelief. Blanche. Zhang Hong realized that he was not at all on the same level as Lu Yun's three views in this regard. No, don't have to come. I don't fucking invite it, okay? Receiving money from my old man and still dawdling over food and drink. I'm not a fucking ingrate. Zhang Hong waved his hand and hurriedly left with his people, leaving Lu Yun alone at the scene in a flash. Lu Yun sighed. If Zhang Hong also went to experience Lu Yun's previous days once again, he might be able to understand Lu Yun. After Lu Yun left the copy with Zhao Qingsong, He went straight to the Union Square to submit his quest and successfully obtained 5,000 gold coins plus some resources. This too, 500 gold coins is for you. Without you this time, I wouldn't have been able to successfully complete the mission. Let's split these gold coins equally, Zhao Qingsong said as he handed half of the gold coins to Lu Yun. Forget it. Lu Yun shook his head and didn't reach out to take it. Keep this money. I'm not short of money for now. Zhao Qingsong was also considered one of his own people. Lu Yun had opened his mouth wide to outsiders, but he had never done such a thing to the people around him. The two of them were acquaintances in their own right, so Zhao Qingsong wasn't polite with Lu Yun. Let's go. We're done with this side of things. Now come back with me to report, Lu Yun said helplessly as he rubbed his temples. The thought of going back to this shitty place, Easy University, made Lu Yun's head spin, but remembering his beautiful schoolmate, Lu Yun's wounded soul found some solace. On his way back, Lu Yun stopped by a nearby pet specialty store and picked out a few toy bones for the coyote. With Coyote's piss-poor nature, Lu Yun wouldn't dare to release her. These bones should allow her to pass the time. When he was done, Lu Yun took Zhao Qingsong to the University of the Promised Land. On the way to Prosperity University, Zhao Qingsong's mouth didn't stop, and she kept on yakking to make Lu Yun incomparably bored. Lu Yun, you don't even go to the Devil's Martial University, yet you choose to join the Easy University. This Easy University must be very uncomplicated, right? I do really want to see what this Easy University is really like. I've read a lot of novels. Is this Easy University the kind of behemoth in novels that's actually strong but has fallen out of favor? Lu Yun. A few hours later, under Zhao Qingsong's mouth bombardment, the two of them finally arrived at Easy University. Then Zhao Qingsong was dumbfounded. Crap. Looking at the crumbling building in front of him, Zhao Qingsong was as if he was out of this world. And only after half a day did he rub his eyes hard with his hand. The scene in front of him, however, did not change as he rubbed his eyes. Zhao Qingsong was dumbfounded and couldn't wait to gouge out his eyes now and put them in the disinfectant to soak for 77 days. Zhao Qingsong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked dully at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you kid can't be joking with me, right? How can such a shitty place be the University of Escape? Lu Yun actually understood Zhao Qingsong's thoughts, thinking that when he first came here, he also couldn't believe that this was a university. Can't you read? Lu Yun pointed to a few big words inlaid on the teaching building in front of him. Can't you see these 4 big words of Easy University? Zhao Qingsong looked in the direction Lu Yun was pointing and saw the 4 big characters of Easy University. The mind was broken at the time. Crap, it's more than that. Can you call this kind of place a university? Even an unheard of pheasant university is much better than this place. Zhao Qingsong looked at Lu Yun and said seriously, Lu Yun, tell me if your head has been squeezed by the door. If so, even if I smash the pot to sell the iron, I'll help you go to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Yun rolled his eyes without a good reason. He wouldn't come to this kind of place to go to college even if his head door was squeezed. It was mainly because he was forced to do so, and when he thought of that old crook's bullying stance, Lu Yun was tempted to greet him with a slap in the face. Joining Easy University was my own choice. As for whether you want to join or not, it's up to you. There's still room for regret now. Lu Yun sighed and said softly, there's no room for regret. Zhao Qingsong's face was full of convulsions. Now that all universities have suspended enrollment, there's no chance for me to regret it now. Lu Yun gave Zhao Qingsong a sympathetic look and wasn't speaking. However, just at this time, a bright laughter suddenly rang out. Do not need to look at Lu Yun, no, is that old liar debut. Ha ha ha, good boy. It's worthy of being someone I've taken a liking to, bringing your friend to join me at Easy University. I can see that you recognize this place as well. This one is? Zhao Qingsong looked at the old man Lu in front of him in disbelief. Kid, I'm the president of Easy University. Old man Lu was familiar with himself and took the initiative to shake Zhao Qingsong's hand. Then he looked Zhao Qingsong up and down and laughed. You're kind of coincidental. My Easy University is year-round enrollment. Originally, my Easy University is not a place where anyone can come, but seeing as you were introduced to me by Lu Yun, I can reluctantly agree to let you join. The corners of Zhao Qingsong's mouth tugged a bit, not knowing what to say. Alright, I now welcome you on behalf of everyone at Easy University. Now come with me. I'll personally take you to go through the enrollment procedures. Without giving Zhao Qingsong a chance to speak, old man Lu took this bastard and forced him to leave. That look was as if he was afraid Zhao Qingsong would back out. Lu Yun sighed helplessly in place, looked around. Lu Qiushui did not appear. May still be in the copy of the brush monster did not come out. Lu Yun stretched his back and then returned to his room on his own, intending to take a hot bath. Earlier, he had gotten all sweaty within the replica, and now a hot bath was instantly refreshing. Just then Lu Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhang Qingqing. You bastard boy. Teacher, I waited for you for so long at the Magic Martial University. I didn't expect you to come when you said you wouldn't. Zhang Qingqing's voice that was full of grief came just after the phone was connected. Lu Yun was immediately a little embarrassed. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to go to the Magic Martial University. It was mainly because he was cut off in the middle by this old liar. Sorry Teacher Zhang, plans can't catch up with changes. Lu Yun could only smile helplessly and bitterly. Actually, there's nothing wrong with joining Easy University. This principal of yours was once from the Magic Martial University, Zhang Qingqing suddenly said after a moment of silence. Lu Yun was a bit surprised, not realizing that this unkempt, feckless old liar actually came from the Magic Martial University as well. But what Lu Yun didn't understand was that since the other party came out from the Magic Martial University, both his strength and status should be quite honorable. But right now, this old man had opened a free university in this kind of hellish place. Teacher Zhang, can you tell me more about it? Lu Yun asked. This matter is a bit complicated. It doesn't make any sense for you to know the inside story now. In any case, following this old man is quite good, at least as far as I know. This old man has never let his own family members suffer from the beginning to the end. After Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, she continued, I won't gossip with you. I just came to Magic Martial University now. There are still a lot of things I have to deal with. Let's get together some other day when we have time. After saying that, Zhang Qingqing hurriedly hung up the phone. It could be seen that she really had a lot of things to attend to. In his room, Lu Yun was lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind recalling Zhang Qingqing's earlier words. A moment later, Lu Yun sighed and pulled out a yellowed map from his pocket. This map was still the same thing that Zhang Han had lost to himself at the tea party. After obtaining the map at that time, Lu Yun had originally planned to go exploring every other day, and the flying-type props Lu Yun had always longed for. Who knew that once he was busy? He was so busy that this map hadn't had time to explore it so far. Rest first, we'll talk about the map another day, Lu Yun said softly, and immediately covered himself with the quilt and prepared to sleep. But right at this moment, the two teleportation doors suddenly opened at the same time, and Longcore and Weaving Spirit walked out of the doors at the same time. Longcore took the game console, and as if she was familiar with it, she directly laid down on the bed and began to play. As for Weaving Linger, she had a preoccupied look, nervously standing in front of the bed, reaching out and pinching the corners of her clothes, somewhat at a loss for words. You guys are? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged a little, and he almost jumped up from the bed. Somehow, Longcore was impeccable in both temperament and face value, but whenever this bastard appeared in front of Lu Yun at night, Lu Yun would instinctively feel intimidated, probably because he had been ravaged by Longcore out of his psyche. Tonight this place has been commandeered by this young lady. I'm going to play the game here. You take Linger out and find a random place to spend the night, Longcore said without lifting her head as she stared at the game console screen. Lu Yun was instantly filled with black lines. This place is so remote. If I'm not going to sleep here, are you going to let me go out to sleep? You have a problem? Longcore suddenly looked up at Lu Yun, flames flowing within her red-colored pupils. Lu Yun stood still and didn't say anything. Longcore suddenly dropped the game console. Her small white feet plopped down on the bed and she began to undress. Lu Yun's nerves tightened and he quickly asked, What do you want to do? Don't you want to sleep? Longcore seemed to smile and not laugh. I'll undress and sleep with you. No need. I suddenly feel that it's fine to go outside and settle for one night. After saying this, Lu Yun pulled up Weaving Spirit's hand and fled as if he had left the place. I'll die under the pomegranate skirt and be a ghost. That being said, Lu Yun would want to live for a while longer if he had a choice. With his physical qualities in exploring the mysteries of life, it should have been quite a pleasant thing to do. But nay, the object was Longcore. Lu Yun was truly incapable of doing anything about it. Looking at the departing background of Lu Yun and Weaving Linger, Longcore's expression was complicated for a while. Pursing her lips, 1,000 words eventually turned into a sigh. The second occupation should also be awakened. You elm brain, if I don't give it a push, you'll definitely continue to procrastinate. Speaking here, Longcore sighed once again. In a sense, Longcore's actions tonight were tantamount to pushing her man personally to another woman. But Longcore had no choice. She wanted to possess Lu Yun alone, but was aware that this was difficult to do. More than her own selfish desires, she wanted Lu Yun to become stronger. It was no secret that Lu Yun was a dual transfigurator, but Lu Yun was only holding the title of dual transfigurator right now. If she couldn't complete the intermingling with Weaving Spirit as soon as possible, what if Lu Yun was in danger? This time the danger made Longcore very scared. Originally, Longcore felt that it was better for Lu Yun to advance this matter on his own, but after waiting for so long, Lu Yun never responded. In the end, she had to do it herself. On the other side, Longcore had obviously explained what would happen tonight long ago, so Weaving Linger had been distracted the entire time. Even though her small hand was being pulled by Lu Yun, She didn't have that shyness she used to show. Her mind was a mess right now, especially after thinking about what would happen tonight. The two left the room and didn't stop until they came to the back of the mountain. The night was already late, and the moonlight was scattered on their faces, which was quite poetic. Did Kor ask you to come and throw yourself at her? Just then Lu Yun suddenly stopped and turned to look at Weaving Linger as he asked. Ha! Weaving Linger froze, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly at Lu Yun, and she panicked as she tried to find an excuse to gloss over the situation. This was because on her way here, Long Kor had told her to never tell Lu Yun about this matter. But what Long Kor didn't know was that although Lu Yun was emotionally blank, he wasn't a fool, and what Long Kor had done tonight, he had actually seen it all. I don't know what you're talking about. Weaving Linger was at a loss for words for half a day before she finally stifled such words, and after these words fell, she even landed on a big red face. Even someone who didn't know how to read words and colors could tell at a glance that Weaving Spirit's words weren't true and she was lying. Lu Yun sighed and said helplessly, "You don't have to be sophomoric. Although I don't know anything about love affairs, I'm not a fool either." Weaving Spirit bowed her head. Lu Yun was prophetic, and she didn't know what to say. For a while the atmosphere was in an awkward position. Lu Yun suddenly pressed down on Weaving Linger's fragrant shoulder and stared straight at the latter. "Linger, do you know what will happen later?" No. Weaving Linger did not raise her head, gently nodding her head full of shyness. "You're willing?" Lu Yun asked again. "I don't know." Weaving Spirit shook her head and said truthfully, "I'm just like my master. I don't know what feelings are, much less what liking is, and in this regard, it's still humans who are better at it." Speaking here, Weaving Linger paused for a long time before continuing. "But I know that I'm very happy with my master, and I don't hate my master either. So, if master intends to do something to me next, I won't have any resistance." Lu Yun froze directly on the spot at his words. Weaving Linger exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, and not knowing where the courage came from, she actually raised her head to look directly into Lu Yun's eyes. "I've actually always wanted to help you, master." Lu Yun pursed his lips in silence. Weaving Spiritier backhanded Lu Yun's hands and said with affection, "Master, you want me? I want to help you awaken your second profession. I want to help you become stronger." "Why, just because you want to help me?" Lu Yun asked these words a moment later. "It's not just because I want to help master. I also want to be closer to you, master, like Sister Kor." Weaving Linger's voice was like a mosquito, still shy. The words were far from a confession, but being said by a girl, they obviously tasted a little thicker. If Lu Yun still didn't understand the meaning of Weaving Spirit's words, then he would truly be an unintelligent elm. "Then, let's change places first." Lu Yun was silent for a long time and finally sighed, preparing to bring Weaving Spirit Child to a different place. Weaving Linger had poured her heart out to herself so much, Lu Yun didn't want to take someone's first time in a place like this. However, Weaving Spirit is pulling Lu Yun's corner of the coat, lowered her head and whispered, "I want to try playing the field." "Playing the field?" Lu Yun was instantly dumbfounded. "Who taught you that word?" Lu Yun could guarantee that with Weaving Linger's purity, she would never know this vocabulary if no one taught her. "It's Kagome-san. We are in the marriage space. Besides playing games, we are watching small movies. Kor's sister is much better than me. She knows a lot more than I do, and has already learned to download small movies on her own." Lu Yun reached out to cover his face, and a word could not help but surface in his mind. Blanche. Who would have thought that the princess of the hallowed fire dragon divine realm would actually spend her days hiding in the marriage space watching small movies? It's not even a matter of watching a little fucking movie. It's actually teaching the kids. This female hooligan is beyond the pale. No wonder every time he had a small meeting with Long Kor, this niece was able to play with different flowers every time. The feelings originated from this awe. On this night, a fierce wind rose, and a beautiful scene emerged from the moonlight scattered in hectares. 6 hours later, Lu Yun was looking at the moon in the sky with his hands resting behind his head and a dog's tail grass in his mouth. In the past, he was the one who was given the upper hand by Long Kor. This time the roles were swapped and it was completely him who held the initiative, which allowed Lu Yun to experience the feeling that a man should have after a long time. Weaving Spirit, on the other hand, was drenched in fragrant sweat and fell asleep leaning against Lu Yun's side. Congratulations to the host, and Weaving Spirit's bonding degree has reached 5%. The second profession is activated. Buzz. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after that, 4 professions suddenly popped up before Lu Yun's eyes. Professionally bound. Please select the following occupations for the host to bind. Shin Bird Imperial Beast Master, Mythic Level Profession. After choosing this profession, the speed of the host's bond with Weaving Spirit increases, and he gains a bonus to fire elemental damage. Shenling Formation Master, Mythic Level Profession. After choosing this profession, the host can obtain powerful formation power and increase his comprehension of formations. Phoenix slaughtering ancestor, mythic level occupation. This occupation has a strong restraining power against the Phoenix race. The host who chooses this occupation will have a restraining effect on the flying bird monsters, but the degree of fit with the weaving spirit will be decreased. Flying bird boy, mythic level profession. After choosing this profession, the host can obtain flexible wings of inflammation, and have a percentage reduction effect on flame damage. As with the first time he entered the marriage room to select long cour, the career awakening was not about awakening a single career, but rather a variety of careers of his own choosing. Lu Yun didn't know if other people were like this. He was. As his eyes swept over each of the 4 options, Lu Yun fell into a deep thought. The first choice is the Genju Sentinel. Although choosing this profession will allow you to quickly increase your bond with the weaver spirit. However, Lu Yun felt that whether it was a human or a marriage partner, they were all actually equal in nature, and Lu Yun would not get carried away because of his status as a transmogrifier. This was also the reason why even after having Long Cour's 2 daughters by his side, Lu Yun had never forced them to do anything they didn't want to do. So this first career Lu Yun had decisively given up. As his eyes continued to move, Lu Yun swept through the remaining 3 professions before his gaze finally locked onto the Xianling Formation Master. The profession of Array Master itself is relatively rare, and most of the professions that can be seen in the same category are Arcane Array Masters. Formation Masters and Spellcasters were similar in some ways, as in the fact that both sides were able to coalesce formations to block damage, but Spellcasters have a lot more to offer in this regard, such as attacking with spells that can destroy the sky and the earth. Formation Masters, on the other hand, can basically only use formation defense to fend off attacks, positioning themselves as relatively passive. Comparatively speaking, however, Formation Masters possessed a strong defense, and in this regard, they were even comparable to tank-type professions. The reason Lu Yun was looking at this profession was because of the Formation Master's defense. Lu Yun had encountered too many dangers along the way, and if he could become a Xianling Formation Master, he would be given more protection in the future when facing dangerous situations. As for the aspect of means of attack, the Dragon Knights themselves were able to provide Lu Yun with decent damage, so Lu Yun naturally didn't need to pursue anything else. What he wanted most right now was a life-preserving type of profession, and this Xianling Formation Master just perfectly fit Lu Yun's expectations. I choose Xianling Formation Master, Lu Yun said loudly. Buzz. As the words fell, the light curtain in front of Lu Yun's eyes dispersed, and a pillar of red-colored light suddenly descended from the sky to cover Lu Yun in it. When the light dissipated, a rakish robe with flame patterns had appeared on Lu Yun's body. This was none other than the exclusive robe of the Formation Master. It possessed some auxiliary attribute enhancements. As for the staff, Lu Yun didn't have one. There was another point that was the biggest difference between a spellcaster and a Formation Master, and that was the staff. This was because the only person who needed a staff for assistance was the spellcaster. And as for the formations activated by the Formation Masters, they were sent out almost instantly in seconds. If you start from this point, in some special situations, the Array Maker is able to react faster. Lu Yun looked at the Formation Master robe on his body, and a thrill ran through his heart. From now on he was a double transmuter in the true sense of the word. However, since he had only just established a bond with Weaving Spirit, he didn't currently have any relevant skills. It should gradually unlock after more contact with the Weaver Spirit in the future. With a thought, Lu Yun's robes instantly turned into red-colored points of light and dissipated, and the scene once again returned to calm. Lu Yun looked at the sleeping Weaving Linger beside him and also lay down, wrapping his arms around Weaving Linger's soft little waist and gradually entering dreamland. The sky is the blanket and the earth is the bed. After spending the night in such a state of confusion, it was only early the next morning that Lu Yun brought Weaving Spirit Air back to her room. More accurately, Weaving Spirit Air was carried back by Lu Yun. It wasn't that the two of them purposely played a romantic game, but Weaving Spirit Air was truly unable to walk, because Lu Yun had exerted too much force last night. It had caused the lovely Weaving Spirit to be injured, and it would be almost impossible for her to walk on the ground without recuperating for a month or so. What's going on with you guys? In the room, Long Cour had gotten up at some point and was playing a game on the bed. Upon seeing Lu Yun return with Weaving Linger in his arms, her brows furrowed. Then, you bullied Linger? Long Cour instantly put down the game console and came to Lu Yun, reaching out to pinch Lu Yun's ear, her heart even more incomparably irritated. He had carefully arranged everything for Lu Yun, and instead of being ungrateful, this guy had seriously injured Weaving Spirit? This guy is a guapi, right? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to do so. There was no way he could say that his green dragon was too mighty and had sunburned Weaving Spirit, right? Sister Cour, it's none of Master's business. It's Linger who is too useless to withstand Master's virility. Seeing the misunderstanding between the two, Weaving Linger hurriedly spoke out to relieve Lu Yun. It was just that her head was pressed against Lu Yun's chest as she spoke, and she was too shy to face the two. After hearing Weaving Spirit's words, Long Core was messed up. Lu Yun smiled awkwardly at Long Core. Let Linger lie here for a while first. Lu Yun placed Weaving Linger on the bed. You're coming with me. Immediately he was pulled outside the room by Long Core. The weaver in the room didn't think too much about it. She covered her face with her hands and squealed so shyly that she whimpered under the covers. Aha! I still let my master down last night. Weaving Linger, are you still considered a woman? You couldn't even last 6 hours and didn't let your master have all the fun. You really deserve to die. Outside the room, Lu Yun was filled with confusion as he was pulled down the corridor by Long Core. What's wrong? Lu Yun's throat knots rolled a bit, and he said somewhat nervously, you arranged all of this last night? You wouldn't regret it and want to settle scores in the fall, would you? It was said that women were fickle, and Lu Yun was worried that Long Core would suddenly lash out. Long Core rolled her eyes without any good humor and said, am I such a person? Lu Yun was even more puzzled, since it's not for this matter. What are you pulling me out for? Long Core stared at Lu Yun with a deadly stare that made Lu Yun a little hairy, just as Lu Yun could not hold back and was ready to inquire about the cause. Long Core spoke in a shocking manner. Did you hide your strength when you had a small meeting with me, Lu Yun? Long Core only felt her nose sour. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. Why is it that Linger can be broken by you? But you've never broken me. Do you like small flat chests like Linger, and don't like big chests like mine? Lu Yun, you called me here to ask about this? The main reason was that Long Core's physique as a fire dragon clan was really too strong, and Lu Yun couldn't deliver a perfect answer even with his best efforts. Weaving Linger was different, with a physique more akin to that of a normal human woman. It was purely a matter of personal constitution and had absolutely nothing to do with him. It wasn't that Lu Yun was biased at all. He did his best to plow every field. The main thing was that Long Core's piece of land really wasn't good to cultivate. Things aren't the way you think. Lu Yun wanted to defend himself, but Long Core had a Wangba shaking her head. Don't listen stance, and directly reached out to cover her ears. Lu Yun sighed with a deep sense of powerlessness. It was only after a good half day that Long Core recovered some sanity from the slightest bit, and turned to stare straight at Lu Yun. I think it's time for our bonding degree to rise. Lu Yun's throat knots rolled up and down a bit as he said somewhat sheepishly, I think it's already very high. Long Core rolled her eyes and said faintly, either you screw me up tonight, or I'll make it so you can't get out of bed. These words fell into Lu Yun's ears and were tantamount to the cruelest words in the world. I still have something to do tonight, Lu Yun said suddenly as his eyes rolled up and down. Alright. Long Core nodded and pulled Lu Yun's hand and headed out. Lu Yun was shocked, as if a good woman and man were being taken away by force by a strange widow, and panicked. What do you want to do? Don't you have something to do at night? Long Core's lips rose as she said, then let's go get our business done now. Lu Yun was helpless to the extreme. You're at least the princess of the Fire Dragon clan. Don't have these things in your head all day long. This young lady is like this. What do you care? Long Core glared viciously at Lu Yun, with a look as if Lu Yun struggled a little more, she would eat him up on the spot. Lu Yun instantly didn't dare to resist. This was because he knew that with this little mother dragon's temperament, if he pissed this one off, she would truly dare to do something out of the ordinary. And just at this all too critical juncture, a voice came and broke the situation on the scene. Senior Lu Yun, are you guys going to do something? It turned out to be Lu Shui who had arrived here. Is there something that Sister Willow is looking for me for? Seeing Lu Shui, Lu Yun was like seeing a life-saving straw. His face flushed red with excitement and he couldn't wait to rush up and hug the other party's thighs right now. Lu Shui gave Lu Yun and Long Core a strange look in her eyes before she softly said, I don't know if I'm disturbing you guys, but I do have something here. Something big has happened in Silent City recently, and it's rumored that a Starburst-level equipment has appeared in there, and a lot of geniuses from the universities are all excited about it. I'm also planning to go and have a look. I wonder if you're interested in going to have a look. Starburst-level equipment. Lu Yun's heart tightened as his current highest-grade equipment was only the Platinum-grade Dragon Fortress. Don't look at the difference between Starburst and Platinum as just 2 words. The difference is like mud. Of course I'm interested in checking it out, Lu Yun said in a hurry. I knew you wouldn't refuse. This time, besides me, Wutong will also tag along, Lu Shui said with a smile. Wutong? That martial arts nerd that Lu Yun met within the copy a few days ago? Upon hearing this name, Lu Yun couldn't help but recall the image of that Wutong slapping a level 30 monster to death with a stick back in the copy. This one is really strong, even in Lu Yun's opinion. Even if this one's strength wasn't as good as Lu Shui, it definitely wasn't too far off. If I were to level up to his level, I shouldn't be too weak. It's just a pity that my current level is still too low. Upgrading is the top priority, Lu Yun sighed in his heart. Immediately, He let Long Kor take Weaving Spirit Child back to the marriage matching space, while he himself followed Lu Qiushui and left. When the two of them arrived at the tattered square below, Wu Tong had been waiting for a long time, and just like what they had seen at the beginning, today's Wu Tong was still wearing a black robe. It looked rather forced. The two of you have already met within the copy last time. I won't introduce too much here. Let's cut the crap. Since everyone has arrived, let's set off now. Lu Qiushui swept a glance at the two of them and said with a smile. Immediately, the three of them set off in the white spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's marriage space. Weaving Linger lay on the bed and couch condensed by the power of flames, shyly shrinking her head all the way into the quilt, not daring to know the sound. Long Kor burst into a bad joke, suddenly retreated 2 steps back, ran, jumped, rotated in the air for 3.5 weeks, slipped and slid right into the comforter, and backhandedly gripped Weaving Spirit's modestly sized surges from behind. Even though it's soft, this touch isn't as comfortable as mine. Long Kor murmured softly, and gently pinched as she spoke. Does that asshole really like this type? Although men from machismo all like big things, but radishes and greens each have their own favorites, so even if Lu Yun really liked this, it wasn't like Long Kor couldn't understand it, but understanding as it was, there was obviously a bigger one to choose from, but she had a penchant for the smaller one. This fetish still made it very difficult for Long Kor. Kor's sister, what are you doing? Shy death personal. Weaving Linger's whole body is like an electric shock, like a tremor. Shy are almost out of the water. We are both girls. Why are you so shy? Are you still afraid that I will eat you? Long Kor grinned. Immediately, he brought his head to Weaving Linger and inquired, how does it feel? Weaving Linger shyly breathed sharply. Unknown, Kor's sister. What feel? How? I do not understand what you mean. We're the only ones here. Why are you so shy? Hurry up and tell me. How does it feel? Long Kor persistently pursued. This. Weaving Linger Bei Fong clenched her teeth, always feeling that it would be a bit embarrassing to say it after it was done. But Nei Long Kor kept pursuing. Eventually it came out red-faced. It's cozy. Can you stop pretending to be reserved? It's just the two of us here. And say what's truest in your heart. Very nice. Could you be more sincere? Very cool. Hearing this, Long Kor's lips rose, revealing an anti-smile. Just as the air fell into dead silence, Long Kor suddenly asked, do you want to feel better? Weaving Linger herself still had the reserve of a girl, and originally did not want to answer this question, but Long Kor's sentence of wanting to feel better was like a demon's whisper, and it had a great attraction to Weaving Linger. How can it be more pleasurable? Weaving Spirit asked as her mouth went dry and she forced herself to hold back her body's aches and pains. Long Kor let out a bad smile and brought her mouth to the root of Weaving Spirit's ear and blew a hot breath, then whispered something. Hearing these words, Weaving Spirit's pupils suddenly shrunk, her entire body instantly began to burn, and her face reddened like a monkey's butt. Obviously, Long Kor's words once again refreshed Weaving Spirit's perception and 3 views. It was foreseeable that under Long Kor's tutelage, the pure Weaving Linger would drift away and eventually cease to exist. The white spirit spread its wings and flew high to break open the space to roam the sky, surrounded by vast white clouds, overlooking the scenery below. Lu Yun's heart is indescribably comfortable. I also wondered when I would convince Dragon Cole to let myself ride her up into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. By the way, Ryu-senpai, what is this silent city? Is it somewhere in Kyoto? Lu Yun suddenly looked at Lu Qiushui. He had never heard of the silent city. This silent city isn't someplace in Kyoto. In fact, this silent city doesn't belong to any part of the Summer Kingdom. It's a copy. Lu Qiushui covered her mouth and laughed. A copy? Lu Yun was greatly surprised. Seeing that Lu Yun really didn't know, Lu Qiushui then laughed. I thought that you had already inquired about the relevant matters before you came to Kyoto. Spinning around to popularize Lu Yun, it turned out that this silent city was a copy, but there were some differences with the unusual copies. Among the many replicas in Kyoto, there is one that is particularly special, with an area tens of thousands of times larger than the other replicas. In this copy, there existed many regions, each of which was ruled by monsters that had a spirit not weaker than humans. Under their rule, each region has developed its own culture and characteristics. This huge copy is called Kyushu, the Silent City. On the other hand, was a huge city located directly south of Kyushu, and it was here that the starburst level equipment appeared this time. After hearing the cause and effect, Lu Yun was incomparably shocked. It was the first time he had heard of such a special copy. Unusual copies, but any monsters that possessed a spirit would create their own forces and scale, which would pose a great risk to the transmogrifier who came to explore. So for these types of copies, there would basically be labor unions that would send strong people in to clear them out. Not to mention Kyoto, Lu Yun had encountered this type of monster when he was in Jinsha City, but right now it's no longer a matter of having highly intelligent monsters within Kyushu. It's that the whole of Kyushu is ruled by monsters. Normally, Xia's side would have sent strong men to clear this place. Seemingly seeing Lu Yun's doubts, Lu Qiushui laughed. Actually, when I first heard about this matter, I had the same thoughts as you. Why didn't the top echelons of the Summer Kingdom send union powerhouses to clear this place? I later realized that the scope of this Kyushu is bigger than you can imagine, and the monsters here have many powerful existences. They're not even weaker than the top powerhouses of our Xia Kingdom. No weaker than the top powerhouses. Hiss. Lu Yun sucked in cool air. The top powerhouses in Xia should all be infinitely close to level 200 in terms of rank. I didn't realize that there were actually such terrifying monsters within this Kyushu, and it was no wonder that the Xia Kingdom hadn't sent strong people to clear it, because that would inevitably result in huge casualties, and once there were casualties among the strongest members of the Xia Kingdom, other countries would surely take advantage of the situation. If Xia's side didn't send strong people to clear the area, wouldn't the monsters have rushed out of their copies to invade the city? Lu Yun asked again. Although we didn't send strong men to clear the copies, we did send strong men who had communicated with them and reached an agreement. The two sides signed a non-intrusion treaty. We won't send strong people to clear them out, and they can't make a move against us rashly. Since the signing of the treaty, both sides have been very observant, and so far it's been peaceful, and both sides even trade regularly. Trade? Lu Yun was shocked. Lu Qiushui laughed. Many resources within the 9 states are relatively scarce. Many things on our side are rare there. For example, instant noodles are the most popular over there. Houses are also hard currency over there. Many monsters like the houses we build because it's far more comfortable than the caves they live in. There is a farmer surnamed Wang in Xia State, who became the richest man in one fell swoop by going to the high real estate development in Kyushu, and he even made it to the Rich 100 list last year. This world is never short of opportunities. If you also have the relevant business acumen, you can also try going there to do business. Lu Yun took a deep breath, feeling that he needed time to slow down. This damn near turned his worldview upside down. It was only after a long time that Lu Yun calmed down. He didn't need to think much about these things for the time being. His main focus right now should be on that Starburst grade equipment. Thinking about this, Lu Yun suddenly turned his words around and asked, Senior Sister Lu, this Starburst grade equipment, I believe that apart from us, there must be a lot of people who have their eyes on it. If a level 100 powerhouse were to appear, wouldn't this equipment be a handful and there would be nothing for us to do? You don't have to worry about this point. Although Starburst level equipment is rare, it's not precious to this extent. For this kind of commotion level 100 powerhouses don't bother to show up. This time, at most, level 60 or so powerhouses will appear. Lu Qiushui laughed. At best, strong people around level 60 appear? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He was only level 24 right now. It would be difficult for him to deal with even if a strong person around level 60 appeared. The situation of this Starburst grade equipment is a bit special. To get this equipment, you don't necessarily need to put up a fight. Explaining the situation is a bit complicated. In short, just go to the place and you'll know. Lu Qiushui sold Lu Yun a lie. Lu Yun was also very sensible kerosene to ask more questions. The next time Lu Yun looked at the surrounding scenery while closing his eyes, Lu Qiushui also began to recuperate his energy. As for that Wu Tong, it was a bit dull, and he hadn't been heard to say a single word from the beginning to the end. This one had been climbing west to sit on the white spirits back in deep thought from the very beginning. As time passed, soon several people arrived outside a palace. The palace was surrounded by a tightly guarded area, with many strong people patrolling back and forth around the area, and the lowest level starting at level 30. Transfigurants of this level, who already belonged to people of honor in some remote places, were merely existences in charge of patrolling here. It's easy to see that Kyoto really does honor force. At the very front of the palace there were 2 people in union attire in charge of registration, and everyone entering the palace was required to register their details. And in front of the palace, a long line had already formed. It was obvious that all of these people were also preparing to enter the 9 states, and there was a high probability that they were also here for that Starburst grade equipment. Lu Yun roughly swept a glance at the group. The general level was around level 25, and there were some powerful existences at level 30 or even higher. In front of this group of people, Lu Yun didn't have any advantage in any other aspect other than the false reputation of being a dual transmigrator and mythic transmigrator. In front of us are the people from Ascension. They are in charge of the guards here, so we'll just register normally later. Lu Qiushui led Lu Yun to line up and explained. It was only after hearing the words ascend to the peak, Lu Yun's brain, however, instantly short-circuited. There was a direct cry of shock within. Crap! Last time, Lu Yun had been threatened by them because of the fire elemental crystal core, and even though they had left in the end, they had said that the matter was not over. At that time, those two Dingfengji guys asked him to hand over the fire elemental crystal core, explicitly stating that it was stolen by Old Man Lu, who had infiltrated the Dingfengji base camp. However, Old Man Lu denied this. In fact, Lu Yun could guess with his toes that with Old Man Lu's feckless character, this thing was most likely stolen from him. Although he didn't know if the guards within the Dengfeng Deng's main camp were strict, not just anyone had the ability to sneak into it. From this, it could also be seen that there was something about this old crook. Perhaps it was also because of this reason that those two denizens at that time didn't dare to forcefully ask for the fire elemental crystal and nuclei back. However, Lu Yun also knew that things were far from over. If it was a normal situation, Lu Yun, who was a representative of the three views, would definitely not hesitate to return the fire elemental crystal core. But on the contrary, right now he also needed the fire elemental crystal core. This thing was his life-saving card at the critical moment. I didn't expect to meet them here. Lu Yun sighed lightly, rather helplessly. Senior Lu, what's wrong? Lu Qiushui looked at Lu Yun in confusion. It's fine. Lu Yun shook his head and casually found an excuse to try to bolt. That's Senior Sister Lu. I suddenly feel sick to my stomach. I want to go and facilitate first. As he spoke, Lu Yun reached out and covered his stomach, putting on an expression full of pain. He was very interested in this Kyushu, but right now, since the denizen was here, Lu Yun felt it was better not to take any chances. Just hit the road and go home. Even though he wasn't sure if he would be recognized by these two people, Lu Yun didn't dare to gamble because he couldn't bear the consequences of losing. Uncomfortable stomach? Lu Qiushui frowned and looked at Lu Yun with some suspicion. She always felt that there was something wrong with Lu Yun's reaction. But naturally, Lu Yun's acting skills were really high, and Lu Qiushui didn't see anything unusual. Then go and return quickly. I'll take your place here, Lu Qiushui said. Lu Yun nodded, then covered his stomach just as he was about to quickly leave the place. However, there was a sudden commotion ahead. Immediately afterward, everyone made a path, and then everyone saw a group of Dengfengshi powerhouses rapidly rushing this way. Lu Yun inadvertently looked up and was suddenly filled with pallor. More than a dozen members of the denizens were coming towards his direction in great numbers. It looks like it's coming at you. It shouldn't. He had only just arrived here, so it was reasonable to say that even if these people recognized his identity, they shouldn't have found him so quickly. Could it be that they were targeting someone other than themselves and just happened to be passing through? Thinking of this, Lu Yun, just like the crowd, made way for the members of this group of denizens. However, what made Lu Yun despair was that the group of people came to stand directly in front of Lu Yun in an unbiased manner. Lu Yun. At this moment, everyone's gazes were also attracted to this scene, as the crowd's eyes swept back and forth over Lu Yun as well as the members of this group of ascendants. The expressions were unusually strange. Not only was Dengfengji the #1 ranked labor union in Jinsha City, it also ranked at the top of the list in the entire Xia Kingdom, and not many people in the entire Xia Kingdom dared to challenge their authority. And right now this group of people suddenly surrounded a teenager with great fanfare. Could it be that this guy has done something to provoke the authority of the Dengfengs? Are you Lu Yun from Easy University? A big bald man in the ascendant looked at Lu Yun and asked. You guys recognized the wrong person. Lu Yun naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it, and would have wanted to defend himself and then find a chance to bolt. It so happened that at that moment, Lu Qiushui walked over with Wu Tong. What happened to schoolmate Lu? The bald man turned to Lu Qiushui and asked. You guys know each other? Of course we know each other. Lu Qiushui nodded. We're both from Easy University, and he's my schoolmate. 10,000 heads of Cha Nima raced through Lu Yun's mind, and he inwardly cried out that he was finished. Looks like we didn't find the wrong person. The bald man nodded before staring straight at Lu Yun. Hand over the items. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Hand over something? Hand over what things? Lu Qiushui also looked at Lu Yun. Senior Lu, did you take something from them? At this time, she was also surprised. Don't look at the peak of the trade union. The rights of its grasp is not small. Want to join the peak of the trade union, but also need many harsh conditions, but also go through a lot of complicated assessment. In short, its difficulty is no less than joining the Magic Martial University. Lu Qiushui didn't expect that Lu Yun, who had only just arrived in Kyoto from Jinsha City, would actually cross paths with the denizen? Lu Yun scratched his head and didn't know how to explain it for a while. He can't possibly tell Lu Qiushui that it was your grandfather who stole their stuff and gave it to me. Can he? The stuff isn't on me. By now Lu Yun knew that playing dumb wouldn't work, so he immediately said with a twinkle in his eye. Not on you? The bald man stared at Lu Yun, his sharp gaze seeming to see through Lu Yun. It's true that I don't have it on me, Lu Yun said tentatively, or else I'll go back and get it for you here? The bald big man didn't speak, but instead his eyes signaled the many members around him. Numerous members immediately understood. Boom! Shasta! More than a dozen terrifying pressures instantly radiated from more than a dozen people's bodies, and the originally calm surroundings were suddenly surrounded by fierce winds. The terrifying aura pressed down on many people who couldn't lift their heads. Although the members of this group of denizens were not high-leveled, each one of them was also at the level of 30. More than a dozen level 30 transmutators released their breath at the same time, and this oppressive force caused many people to feel a great deal of pressure. Some of the lower-ranked transmigrators even felt that it was difficult to breathe, as if they were being pressed against a rock, nearly suffocating. School brother Lu, what exactly happened? What exactly did you do? Lu Qiushui said with anxious eyes. She never expected things to come to this point. Right now she realized, even if she was stupid, that this group of denizens was not coming from a good place. Lu Yun light lips really do not know what to say, but in his heart is the old man Lu's ancestors are greeted hundreds of times. This old liar has really victimized himself. The stuff was obviously stolen by him. Why should he trouble himself? Let's have a talk. I know GZ. We're all family, Lu Yun said as he squeezed out a smile on his face. Just by virtue of you, you're also worthy of knowing Vice President GZ? You kid doesn't even know how to do a draft when you're bragging. The bald man smiled disdainfully, clearly not believing Lu Yun's words. Lu Yun was suddenly in a complicated state of mind. He was a little happy that he still had some friendship with GZ, and he didn't realize that the other party was not only the president of the Jinsha City Dengfeng branch. It seemed that he also had a not-so-low status within the General Association. But the worry is that the gang doesn't believe they know Himiko. I'll give you 1 minute to hand over the item or suffer the consequences. The bald man had lost his patience and directly issued an ultimatum to Lu Yun. Seeing that the disorder is getting more and more saber-rattling. Right at this critical moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, Lu Yun. Ah, Lu Yun. I didn't expect you to have your day. After the laughter fell, a group of people walked over with their heads held high. It was none other than the two brothers, Wang Tiangun and Wang Degun, of the Heaven and Earth Labor Union. The two were also here for the Starburst level equipment, and because of the large number of people here, they hadn't noticed Lu Yun before. They didn't find Lu Yun until after the Ascendant had found him. When the two realized that Lu Yun had a conflict with Ascendant, they were so happy that they rolled on the ground. It was just that this arrogant kid dared to not give face to the Hidden Sword Villa, but now he had actually offended Dengfeng. It's definitely a succession of lanterns in the toilet. You don't have to be in such a hurry to get yourself killed. Originally, I thought it would be fine for you kid to ignore the majesty of the Hidden Sword Villa, but I didn't expect that now you've even offended the Dengfeng Mountain. You're really something. Wang Decanon came to Lu Yun and said with a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, it seems like you've already been sentenced to death without even needing us to make a move. Almost no one in the entire Kyoto can dare to challenge the authority of the Peak of Ascension. Wang Tiangun was also full of panache. He couldn't tell you how excited he was to see Lu Yun defeated, and most of his previous bad temper had subsided. Lu Yun lightly glanced at the two. I wonder if you have ever heard of an old saying? What? Both asked at the same time. Don't pretend to be a man. You'll be struck by lightning for pretending, Lu Yun said indifferently. Ha ha ha, the two sniffed and let out another burst of laughter, tears coming out of their eyes. You'd better take care of yourself first. Who is not good to offend? Have to offend Dengfeng Jiqi. You are now difficult to protect yourself. Whether we are struck by lightning or not has nothing to do with you. The two men were so proud of themselves. The word dejected was almost written on their faces. Who are you guys? Just then the big bald man suddenly looked at the two and frowned. Wang Tiangun hurriedly laughed. Big brother, we don't have anything to do with this guy. We're just here to watch the fun. We won't bother you guys. You guys continue. The two men stepped back as they spoke, in a stance of watching from the wall. Kid, just go without worry. On this day next year, I will definitely personally go to your grave to pay my respects. Wang Tiangun said gloatingly from the side. Anyway, you are now in the predicament. I see that your two marriage object posture is not bad, or it will be handed over to our two brothers to help you take care of it, so as not to follow you to find a sin? Wang Decanon also incited the fire at the side. Lu Yun's brows were tightly locked, his face indescribably cloudy. Long Core and Weaving Linger had always been one of the two most important people to him. These words of the two had touched his backbone. Lu Yun took a deep breath, the red-colored flames at his fingertips pulsing, already somewhat unable to resist the urge to strike. I don't care what kind of grudge you guys have against each other. Now hand over the stuff first, otherwise there's no room for you to be wild. The bald big man coldly snorted. Obviously he wouldn't allow Lu Yun to just do anything until he handed over the item. Ha ha ha, want to hit us? Come on. We're standing right here. Moving is your grandson. Come and hit us if you have the guts. The two brothers had a villainous demeanor and humiliated Lu Yun even more vigorously. They are really not letting the slightest opportunity to fall on their sword slip away. Lu Yun's fists clenched and his teeth clacked. Cool air. Lu Yun suddenly let out a low roar. Buzz. The marriage space opened and Long Kor walked out with her long smooth legs. These two guys have too many cheap bones. Help me loosen their bones for them, Lu Yun said as he pointed towards the two brothers. Long Kor didn't have any nonsense, and instantly dodged and disappeared in the same place. Before the two brothers could react, they received two slaps on their faces. Snap! Two crisp slaps echoed through the scene, and a slap mark appeared on both brothers' faces at the same time. As for Long Kor, her body flashed back to Lu Yun once again. Big brother, this fellow disregarded your majesty and dared to strike in front of you. This is a great provocation to Deng Fengji. He must be severely punished. The two brothers were furious with their teeth and claws, like two pissed-off baboons on the verge of blowing up. The two slaps didn't bring them much harm, but the physical pain was far from comparable to the mental shame. The bald man also looked at Lu Yun with a frown on his face. Lu Yun grinned. You said you wouldn't let me make a move, and I didn't make a move. The bald big man's frown deepened, although he knew that Lu Yun was forcing his hand. There was indeed nothing wrong with Lu Yun's words. It's true that he didn't put up a fight. You go back first. Just leave the rest to me. Lu Yun let Long Kor return to the marriage space. What happens next can only be resolved by him. There is no way to set this matter right by force, because if they really wanted to fight, not to mention one Long Kor, even 100 Long Kor combined wouldn't be able to solve the trouble at hand. Good. Long Kor glanced at the bald man and the others, and eventually returned to the marriage space as well. I know that the item is on you. It wasn't something that belonged to you in the first place. Hand it over now and you can still suffer less. The bald big man looked at Lu Yun and said again, I also want to hand over the item, but this item is of great importance to me, so can we discuss it, or at worst, I'll just buy it. Yes. The bald big man suddenly nodded his head. Lu Yun was all but directly frozen, originally just casually saying that he wanted to stall for time, but he didn't expect the other party to really agree. Can you really sell it to me? Lu Yun asked incredulously. Naturally we can sell it to you. Although this thing is precious, most people can't use it. We originally planned to take it to auction. If you can afford the price, we can naturally sell it to you, the bald big man said. How much? Lu Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva weakly asked. Fire elemental crystal core this thing, but all individuals know that it is certainly not cheap. The big bald guy held out 3 fingers and 3,000 gold coins? Lu Yun's pupils shrank. The corners of the bald man's mouth suddenly twitched. 3,000 gold coins? Even attribute-less crystal cores aren't at this price. 30,000 gold coins? Lu Yun's body tightened. The bald man's mouth twitched once again. 30,000 gold coins. You're sending a beggar? 3 million gold coins. The bald man said indifferently. Hiss. Lu Yun instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. 3 million gold coins even if he took his waist and sold it. He couldn't get that much money. Since you can't afford to pay, then hand over your things, the bald big man said again. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yun, don't hand it over if you have the guts. If you're a man you'll go head to head with Deng Fengji. TSK. Weren't you quite a drag when you were in the Union Square? Why don't you do it now? The two brothers, Wang Tiangun, were on the sidelines with their pearls and cannons, only to see the world in chaos. Things had come to a head. Lu Yun also knew that if he didn't hand over the fire elemental crystal core, it would be very difficult for him to leave here today. Although this item was important to him, after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yun came to his final conclusion. Right now, the only best option was to hand over the fire elemental crystal core. Lu Yun frowned and let out a long sigh in his heart as he was about to hand over the fire elemental crystal core. Just then a faint voice suddenly came from the side. The person who infiltrated my ascension has been found? As the words fell, the many members of the ascendant present all respectfully looked towards the source of the voice. Even this big bald guy was no exception. As the crowd watched, an unruly-looking teenager stood with his arms folded and walked over with a 6-fold pace. This bastard's every move, all expressing the word arrogant. Normally, an expert pretending to be an expert is not called pretending, but rather the pride of an expert. But it so happened that the guy in front of him was not considered an expert at all, since he was also only level 25. He was only 2 levels higher than Lu Yun. When the teenager arrived at the scene, he first glanced around before his gaze landed on Lu Yun. While the teenager was sizing up Lu Yun was also staring at the teenager, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. This bastard's looks, other than 2 eyes and a nose, he could barely see too many human features on his body. To put it simply, it was ugly as hell. Manager Feng, we found the person. It's this guy in front of us. The bald big man pointed at Lu Yun in front of him and said with a respectful face. The bald big man's rank was clearly far above this teenager's, yet his attitude was exceptionally respectful. Lu Yun could tell even if he was stupid that this teenager's identity was not simple. Nearly and Lu Yun noticed that the teenager had a silver badge pinned to his chest with 3 large words engraved on it. Administrator. You're the kid who stole the fire elemental crystal nucleus from my denjiki? The teenager shook his head and came to Lu Yun's front. Suddenly his tone turned cold and said, "Who gave you the guts?" Lu Yun looked indifferent. "Can't you sense what rank I am? If it's true that a rank like mine can sneak into your Dengfengxingji to steal the most precious treasure, then wouldn't your Dengfengxingji, one of the peak labor unions of the Summer Kingdom, not live up to its name?" Sharp-tongued, the teenager's face became low once again. "That fire elemental crystal core is on you, right?" Lu Yun didn't argue and directly admitted it in a big way. "That's fine." The teenager nodded and smiled. "Since the item is in your possession, even if you didn't steal it, you're still guilty as charged." After saying this, the teenager roared with a wave of his hand. "Come on people, arrest this kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and bring him back. I want to interrogate him personally. To be able to sneak into my Dengfengxingji to steal the treasure, there must be accomplices behind him." The many members of the Ascendancy heard this and surrounded Lu Yun. "I can hand over the stuff now," Lu Yun suddenly said. "You think it'll be alright if you hand over the stuff?" The teenager sneered, clearly not ready to stop, bound to pursue the matter to the end. Phone management. Just at this time, that bald big man came to phone Lanka. Whispered, the above commanded. "This matter involves some people. Let us make sure to deal with it in a low profile." When Lu Yun and his group arrived here, he reported the situation over here, and the reply they received from above was to try to handle the matter in a low profile and not to make things too difficult for Lu Yun. At that time, the bald man and the others were very shocked. The fire elemental crystal core was not a particularly expensive thing for Dengfeng, even though it was not. But after all, the other party had stolen it by sneaking into Dengfengzhuoji, which was a great humiliation for Dengfengzhuoji. If this matter were to spread out, Dengfengzhuoji would definitely lose face. Therefore, the person who started it all should be severely punished as a warning to others. Although they didn't know why they were ordered this way from above, the bald man and the others chose to follow the orders. Thus, after they showed up, they didn't give Lu Yun too much of a hard time, nor did they intend to look deeply into the matter. Asshole. And just as the bald big man finished saying this, that phone Lanka was instantly furious, backhanded a slap on the bald big man's face. "Lay low? Which asshole told you to keep a low profile? Do you realize that the theft of the fire elemental crystal nucleus? And such a bad behavior itself is a great humiliation to me. Dengfengzhuge." The bald big man was angrily slapped, but he did not dare to fight back. Instead, he was somewhat aggrieved, because choosing to keep a low profile on this matter was something Himiko herself told them. The bald big man pursed his lips and was just about to explain, but Phone Lanka was not giving him this opportunity. "Asshole." Phone Lanka roared once again, so furious that his eyebrows went upside down. "This fire elemental crystal core is something that Miss GZ specifically went to a copy to practice and hunted and killed hundreds of level 50 fire elemental monsters before it exploded. It was something she was going to give to a certain big shot. Now that the item has been stolen, since the murderer has been found, not only do we need to get the crystal core back, but we also need to bring the murderer to justice. Do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing?" Facing Phone Lanka's head-splitting scolding, even with the relationship of superior and subordinate, the bald big man's face was somewhat gloomy. "You're just a fucking administrator. So what the fuck? If you have the guts to go in front of the top brass, what's the point of bullshitting in front of me? An administrator is, to put it nicely, a position within the denjiki, but in reality it's nothing more than a few meager rights. But anyone who has contributed in some way to the union gets the position." This Phone Lanka, on the other hand, did not contribute much to the union, and he was able to get the position of steward only because his family donated a sum of money to the union. To put it bluntly, this douchebag is a two-timer, and calling him a dude is flattering. Phone management, this order is G. Kiba. Phone Lanka raised his sword brows and said angrily, "Do you have shit in your ears? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I see you like a Kiriba. I told you to arrest this guy. Are you deaf or are you planning to commit a crime from below?" Hiss. The bald big man was so angry that his face turned blue. His fists clenched and clicked. He had already greeted Phone Lanka's 88 generations of ancestors all over again. This Phone family was somewhat wealthy in Kyoto. How could there be such a stupid descendant? Watching this scene, Lu Yun stood still for a moment, not knowing what to say. Although he had only met this fellow for the first time, he didn't know if it was for psychological reasons, but Lu Yun always felt that this fellow had a great deal of malice towards him. It was as if there was a father-killing feud between the two. "Boy." Just then, Phone Lanka walked up to Lu Yun and put his head in front of him and whispered, "You're unlucky to have met me today. I've always been impartial in enforcing the law. You're dead." After saying these words with a sneer, Phone Lanka once again waved his hand. Are you all deaf? Take the person away from me. The bald man heard this and did not speak out again to explain. He had originally wanted to explain that it was GZ's intention to handle it in a low profile, and since this guy was so arrogant, he should just let him be. Anyway, if GZ asked at that time, he only needed to tell the truth. He originally wanted to follow GZ's order to deal with it, but the official was so powerful that he had to go against GZ. He also had no choice but to compromise. Do it! Retrieving his thoughts, the bald big man waved his hand violently, and with the many members of the Deng Fengji, he surrounded Lu Yun. Seeing that the people from the Ascendant Union were about to make a move, the people who were there to eat the food found a good position and watched from the wall, ready to watch the show. As for the two brothers, Wang Tian Cannon and Wang De Cannon, they were lying on the ground and rolling around in excitement. Stop! Just in the nick of time, Lu Chou Shui stepped forward and blocked Lu Yun. Even Wu Tong, who had been silent all along, silently walked up to Lu Yun. He's from Easy University. Even if he really did something out of the ordinary, he has to let us investigate before making a decision. You want to mind your own business? Feng Lonka said with a smirk. You guys are arresting people now. Do you have any evidence? Lu Chou Shui said in a cold voice, not the least bit weak even in the face of Deng Feng. Once again, Lu Yun had seen the vigor of this sister Lu protecting her calf. Do I need any evidence to arrest someone in Deng Feng? Feng Lonka smiled disdainfully. Besides, the item is on him. This already belongs to the stolen goods. Lu Chou Shui's eyebrows tightened. She was also realizing that the other party obviously wouldn't stop until they captured Lu Yun. Things were getting serious. Sexy sister, Lu Chou Shui, do you know this guy? Lu Chou Shui suddenly used the private chat channel to ask Lu Yun. Lu Yun, first meeting. Lu Yun said truthfully. First meeting? Lu Chou Shui was even more puzzled. Since the two had met for the first time, how could this guy be so hostile towards Lu Yun? Not to mention Lu Yun. Even she felt Feng Lonka's hostility towards Lu Yun. Sexy sister, Lu Chou Shui, what's going on with this fire elemental crystal nucleus thing? Lu Chou Shui asked again, and continued to add after the words. Sexy sister, Lu Chou Shui, I'm your schoolmate. I hope you don't have any reservations about me. I believe that you won't do such a thing. Not to mention that you shouldn't have the ability to sneak into Deng Feng. Lu Yun sighed and confessed old man Lu. Sexy sister, Lu Chou Shui, I knew it was him. Lu Chou Shui sighed, seemingly not surprised by the outcome. Lu Yun, sister Lu, did you already know? Lu Yun was very surprised. He hadn't told anyone about this matter, and he believed that the old crook wouldn't go on a rampage. If that's the case, then how did Lu Chou say he knew in advance? Sexy school sister, Lu Chou Shui, this kind of thing. It's not the first time it happened. I remember that in the past, his old man got into trouble with the people of the Heavenly Vault creation, and as a result, when he was not able to get angry on that day, he stole the people's 1,000-year-old lady out of the house. At that time, this matter was quite serious, and the president of Heavenly Vault creation mobilized all of his veins to prepare to force his hand on old man Lu. Fortunately, at the last minute, the Magic Martial University stepped in to calm the anger between the two sides. Old man Lu handed over the young lady, and the Heavenly Vault creature also promised not to pursue this matter any further. Hiss! After hearing Lu Chou Shui's explanation, Lu Yun's pupils trembled violently and he directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. All he wanted to do now was give old man Lu a thumbs up. This old crook is not simple. Stealing was just a matter of stealing things, but he actually stole even the Heavenly Vault Maker's golden girl. This is real bull. No wonder this old man was able to sneak into the Deng Feng creation to steal the fire elemental crystal and nuclei. People could even steal the Heavenly Vault creation's $1,000 lady. It's easy to steal a small crystal core. Lu Yun, sister Lu, what should we do now? Sexy sister, Lu Chou Shui, I already know the ins and outs of the matter. Don't worry, since the culpability doesn't lie with you, even if the sky collapses, there is still a sister to cover for you. Lu Chou Shui cast a reassuring gaze at Lu Yun, then looked at Feng Lonka. I already know what happened. Give me a little time and I will give you a satisfactory answer. What if I don't give it? Feng Lonka sneered. This matter is of great importance. You'd better not meddle in it, or else do you believe I'll even arrest you together? Lu Chou Shui was about to say something when Wu Tong suddenly shook his head. There's no need to waste words. Lu Chou Shui nodded. Fair enough. The two of them exchanged glances and immediately released their respective powerful auras with a very tacit understanding. Boom! The marriage space behind Lu Chou Shui emerged, and Little White's huge figure instantly exploded out of it, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared above the heads of the crowd. The originally calm scene was suddenly also filled with wild winds. As for Wu Tong, an unimpressive and ordinary long stick appeared in his hand, and there was power entangled on top of the long stick, emitting a palpitating aura. Are you guys trying to go against me? Ascendant? Feng Lonka's face turned white with fear and hurriedly took a few steps back, roaring with color. Although he was arrogant based on his status as a pipeline member, he knew that his strength was far from being a match for Lu Qiushui and the others. So what if it's against you, Dingfeng Jiwei? Lu Qiushui laughed coldly. Since the other party refused to be reasonable, there was no need for her to talk nonsense. Take it or leave it. Just do it and be done with it. Anyway, this matter was caused by his own grandfather. And even if things got out of hand today, I believe that old man Lu would be able to smooth things over in the end. After all, this grandfather of his own was quite special. When old man Lu clashed with the people from Heavenly Vault Creation, that big shot from the Devil's Martial University only stepped in to mediate for old man Lu's sake. Fight up, fight! Seeing the scene of saber rattling, the two brothers next to them, Wang De Cannon and Wang Tian Cannon, were overjoyed and couldn't wait for things to get a little bigger. Originally, Lu Yun had already been sentenced to death for messing with Deng Fengji, but now he had to start a conflict with the other party, which already belonged to looking for death. Lu Yun squinted at the two of them, his heart quite upset, but at this time he did not have the time to take care of the two, but looked at Lu Qiushui and Wu Tong, two people with some complex mood. Looking at the two people who resolutely blocked in front of him, for some reason, Lu Yun for the first time had a slight sense of belonging to this prosperity university. Lu Yun had lost his parents at a very young age, and had traveled all the way from Jinsha City to the present. Even if he encountered any danger, he had always solved it himself. This was the first time he had been in a situation like the one he was in now. So this is what it feels like to have someone in your way. I understand those dudes a little better now. This feeling is really cool and addictive. Lu Yun said softly. What are you waiting for? These three guys are going to commit a crime. Finish them off for me. Feng Lonka suddenly yelled at the bald man and the others. Without hesitation, the bald man took the lead and charged towards Lu Yun. However, right at this critical moment, a magnetic and mature voice suddenly rang out from afar. It seems I'm a bit late. The moment this voice rang out, the bald big man reflexively and rigidly stopped his forward movement alive. Turning sideways in surprise, he looked ahead. The rest of them have done the same. Even that Feng Lonka was no exception. And when to see the person who came, all the people or things changed greatly. Even if arrogant as Feng Lonka is also the pupil of the earthquake, gave birth to a sense of awe. Although the visitor was only a woman, her identity was quite uncomplicated. Vice President of Denge, Himiko, a head of red hair, was extremely obvious. GZ was not far from Lu Yun's first meeting, as well as being that mature and stunning. Today's Himiko was wearing a special tight suit that emphasized the curves of her body. With every step she took forward, the waves in her chest rippled violently. The flowers are all over the place. This magnitude was unattainable even for long core. Himiko-sama. The bald man was the first to react and hurriedly nodded his head in greeting. The rest of the members of the Dengfangs followed suit, nodding their heads and looking in awe, as if they were looking at their idols. No one knew that Himiko was parachuted into Densho and was parachuted in as vice president. And after seeing the newly appointed vice president of their own family, who was just a big-breasted beauty, many people within the ascendancy expressed their displeasure at that time, and even erupted into a great protest. And Himiko is also a ruthless person who doesn't say much, and later directly engaged in a friendly match to dispel the crowd's doubts about her. However, anyone who boarded the stage to spar with GZ was beaten half to death. And there was an unlucky man who was even beaten directly with only half a breath left because of the vicious words he put out before the start of the battle that disgusted GZ. Later still, he was in bed for a year before he could barely walk off the floor. Seeing that this group of challengers all looked like they were dying to be easily taken by GZ, how could the rest of them dare to have any opinions? It wasn't until this moment that the crowd came to the realization that this woman, who looked like she had big breasts and no brain, was truly capable. Shortly after this incident ended, under GZ's leadership, Dengfengji soared in all regions. Ever since then, everyone in Dengfengji had immense respect for GZ, and no longer dared to have any thoughts of underestimating him. Didn't I say that this matter should be handled in a low-key manner? GZ looked at the bald man with a slight frown. Did I not express myself clearly enough? No, that's not true. The bald big man was instantly terrified and rushed to explain. Turning to point at Feng Lonka, he was the one who insisted on looking for Lu Yun's trouble, not giving me a chance to speak at all. Feng Lonka was instantly disorganized, and his legs were already starting to tremble. Nima, after all this time, I'd become a clown instead, and the low-profile treatment turns out to be GZ's intention? If that's the case, why the fuck didn't you say so? Feng Lonka's gaze was shadowy, and he looked at the bald big man with quite a deep resentment, wishing to rush up and take a hard bite right now. The bald big man's surface was unperturbed, but inside, he was already having a blast. Letting your stupid ass play the fool. Now you're happy? As far as I know, the administrator's authority isn't big enough to override me, right? GZ turned to Feng Lonka and faintly said, Phone Lonka has been 6 gods. Speech is not good. Eyeball suddenly said, I am thinking that the fire element crystal core is extremely important. So this is anxious to want to catch them. This fire element crystal core is Miss GZ you prepared for your guests. I want to. This fire elemental crystal core is what I prepared for Mr. Lu Yun. Do you have any questions? GZ interrupted Phone Lonka and said indifferently. Him? Phone Lonka glanced at Lu Yun and was once again confused. Even if this bastard was stupid. At this time he realized that he had kicked the iron plate. This Lu Yun seems to know Miss GZ. And the identity is extremely uncomplicated. It felt like the reason Miss Himiko had gone on a crazy hunting spree for level 50 fire elemental monsters all this time was for this kid. Blanche. Phone Lonka wanted to cry. Hating to slap himself a few times right now. Had he known it was like this? He couldn't even wait to flatter Lu Yun. How could he dare to target him like this? Miss Himiko. I know I'm wrong. Give me a chance. I saw that he was too handsome and became jealous. That's why I wanted to take revenge on him in public. It's my fault. Give me a chance. Phone Lonka knelt to GZ on the spot and said with tears in his voice. And I heard that the fire elemental crystal core was infiltrated and stolen. So I want to. Nonsense. GZ's face sank. And his voice lowered a few points. This fire elemental crystal core was personally handed over by me to fellow student Lu Yun. Where is there any talk of it being stolen? After saying this, GZ waved his hand. Take him down. Strip him of his administrator position. And expel him from my ascendancy. We don't need stupid people here. The bald big man was the first to jump out, picking up Phone Lonka's collar and dragging him out. Foolish bastard. Continue to be wild now. Ha, I'll send you home now. Phone Lonka's eyes were lifeless as he allowed himself to be dragged away by the bald man without even resisting, knowing that things had come to this, and that he had no chance of redeeming himself. But before he was dragged away, he gave Lu Yun a deep look, and that look was filled with an extremely strong sense of unwillingness and hatred. Lu Yun. It's all this Lu Yun. If he had explained the situation to himself earlier, maybe he wouldn't have ended up like this. It was this Lu Yun who had harmed himself. The Phone family had poured in a great deal of resources and costs to send him to Dengphone. And now it's all gone to hell. Lu Yun. I won't let you go. Phone Lonka stared at Lu Yun dead on, already making a secret note of this maddeningly handsome face. When Phone Lonka was dragged away, Lu Yun came to a realization, and immediately after, his expression became somewhat sad. No wonder he always felt that the bastard was hostile to himself. So it was because he was too handsome and struck his fragile heart. Lu Qiushui also had an odd expression on her face, and she was well aware of the reason why this fellow was so hostile towards Lu Yun. Senior Lu, it seems that things have been resolved. Why do you look a little sad? Lu Qiushui teased with her lips lightly parted. I'm lamenting, Lu Yun said. Lamenting what? Lu Qiushui wondered. Lu Yun shook his head and said deeply. They say that red faces are a curse. I now feel that blue faces are also a curse. If I can choose, I really don't want to look so handsome, adding to my troubles in vain, not to mention the fact that I often inexplicably erect new enemies for myself. Lu Qiushui. Wu Tong looked deeply at Lu Yun and turned to Lu Qiushui and asked, this kid is pretending. Can I beat him up? Lu Qiushui. Lu Yun. Right in the middle of a few people's conversation. GZ had already arrived in front of Lu Yun with those 1 meter 3 long legs. Mr. Lu. Can we talk somewhere else? GZ winked at Lu Yun and smiled. Good. Lu Yun nodded. He had always had a pretty good impression of GZ, especially this time when the other party had helped him out. The conversation between the two was simple, but it was so harsh to the ears of the others. Who's Himiko? That is the vice president of the summit. Not only the value of the online, the standard lamps are also countless women cannot dream of. Originally, based on that alone, Himiko would have been able to hang on to countless women. But this one's ability was also quite outstanding. In this circle in Kyoto, GZ's suitors are not a few, and there are many people who want to tend to the trend to hold the thigh. But unfortunately, they are not able to do what they want. And right now Lu Yun appeared to have done it. Something that countless people wanted to do but couldn't. Many people expressed their difficulty in accepting this, especially the two brothers, Wang Tiangun, who directly froze in place, as if their souls had been drained. The two brothers had completely wilted. The only reason they dared to provoke Lu Yun like this was because they relied on the big tree that was the hidden sword villa, and now that Lu Yun actually knew the denizen GZ, this was nothing more than the scariest ghost story to them. If they had known this, how would they have dared to jump in front of Lu Yun? The hidden sword villa was certainly not weak, but it was only a second-rate union, and in front of the Dengfeng mountain, it could not even be considered a mole cricket. Big brother, what should we do now? Wang Degun trembled. His speech was not good anymore. If you don't run now, Do you still want to stay and wait for that Lu Yun to treat you to a midnight snack? Wang Tiangun glared fiercely at Wang Degun. Immediately the two brothers, as if they were thieves, began to tiptoe into the crowd ready to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. However, right at this moment, a faint voice was like a death sentence, instantly making the two brothers stay where they were. Did I tell you guys to leave? Lu Yun's words came, and the footsteps that the two had just taken instantly hovered in midair, feeling lead-filled and heavy. Everyone's gazes, too, landed on the two brothers at this moment with extremely strange expressions. But anyone who was an individual could see that earlier when the atmosphere was in a state of saber rattling, it was these two brothers who had screamed the most, and it was obvious that Lu Yun was planning to settle scores in the fall. Big brother, I'm a bit scared. Wang Tiangun tried to force himself to calm down, but his legs started to tremble indisputably, and the frequency was still getting more and more violent. What's the point of panicking? There's still me to hold the fort when the King of Heaven comes. As the elder brother, Wang Degun acted relatively calm. Lu Yun, don't bully people too much. Wang Decanon turned around and stared angrily at Lu Yun, not even showing the slightest bit of cowardice at this critical moment, making Wang Tiancanon look dumbfounded. For the first time he felt that his big brother's figure was so magnificent. I don't want to bully people too much. Do you think it's reasonable for you to die in front of me? But if I resist a little bit, it's bullying? Lu Yun's lips rose, but the chill in his eyes grew stronger. After teaching these two guys a lesson last time, Lu Yun let them off the hook, but he hadn't thought that these two clowns would still dare to jump in front of him. If this didn't give the two a deep lesson, then they would inevitably continue to trip him up in the future. Wang Decanon stared at Lu Yun dead in the face for a long time before taking a deep breath, prominently turning his head to Wang Tiancanon and angrily saying, "Kneel down." Ha! Wang Tiangun froze in place on the spot. I told you to kneel down. Do I need to say it a second time? Wang Degun said in a low voice. Even though his head was still a bit dazed, Wang Tiangun still fell to his knees with a plop, and just the moment Wang Tianchao knelt down, Wang Decanon directly began to take off his pants. This action of his instantly caused the scene to all fall silent, and everyone stared at the scene in awe, as if they had almost forgotten to breathe. What's this about? Is it that exciting? Big brother, you are my own brother. What are you doing? Not to mention outsiders, Wang Tiangun couldn't get his own big brother's thoughts. The operation of taking off his pants in this large public was really too shocking, scaring Wang Tiangun back and forth, terrified to the extreme. Could it be that my own big brother has a dragon and a yang? Has he been coveting his body for a long time? The more Wang Tiangun thought about it, the more his scalp went numb. Yet the next moment, snap, Wang Decanon drew out the belt around his waist, and the belt printed with 7 wolves arced in the air under Wang Decanon's waving, and finally viciously drew on Wang Tiancanon's body. Wang Tiangun instantly put on a mask of pain and started crying out, but Wang Canon turned a deaf ear. Instead, it was like out of the goat knife. The faster he drew, the more power he had. Snap, snap, snap. After pumping dozens of times one after another, Wang Dazhou also felt his hands were soft. He really couldn't pump anymore, and that's when he stopped his action. On the contrary, Wang Tiangun was already covered in bruises and had turned into an eggplant spirit. Lu Yun stood still and glanced at Lu Qiushui, somewhat at a loss for words. He had originally wanted to teach the two a lesson. Who would have thought that Wang Degun would actually do it himself? What kind of operation is this? Lu Yun won't be able to do it by being whole. Lu Yun, the person who took the lead in provoking you in the first place was my younger brother, and it was only my responsibility as an older brother that I made an enemy of you later. Now that I have taught him a lesson for you, I have also taken a breath of fresh air for you. You can't hit me anymore, yo. Wang Decanon held the belt that had already been smashed and said carefully. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth tugged. Lu Qiushui's face was filled with black lines, and Wang Tiangun, the party in question, had his mind explode. Blanche, big brother, you shut the hell up, Wang Canon said angrily. If you hadn't messed with Mr. Lu Yun in the first place, do I need to be as humiliated as you? Wang Tianbao, shut up. Wang Decanon turned his head to Lu Yun and said with a face full of sincerity. I didn't have a choice before, now I just want to be a good person. Lu Yun looked deeply at Wang Degun and finally waved his hand. Get lost. He originally didn't want to let the two go, but it was because although this wave of Wang Decanon's operation was absurd, it did dissipate Lu Yun's fire. Alright, Mr. Lu Yun really can ride a boat in a prime minister's belly. Let's get out now. Right away. Far away. As if hearing heavenly music, Wang Degun hurriedly fled the scene with Wang Tiangun in a hurry. It was believed that after today, the two men's glorious deed today would spread throughout Kyoto, and they would be reduced to the laughingstock of the crowd after dinner and tea. Brother, why did you do this? I'm your own brother. Only after leaving the scene for some distance did Wang Tiangun open his mouth with a face full of grievances. Stupid. Wang Digun had a look of hatred. If I don't do this and don't allow Lu Yun to take the heat off, we'll have to directly bear all of Lu Yun's anger. At that time, the consequences will definitely be even worse than now. Hearing this, Wang Tiangun opened his mouth and was ultimately dumbfounded, as he also felt that his big brother had a point. Then what should we do next? Today we have suffered such a strange shame. Don't we look for a chance to get back? Wang Tiangun asked, retrieving a chicken bully. Are you all chicken bullies in your head? He's backed by Dengfeng Jiqi. Not to mention us. Even if he slept with Du Jiali on the spot now, he wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. Wang Canon sighed and said quietly, I can only say that we kicked the iron plate this time. Don't get close to this Lu Yun again in the future. Hide as far away as you can. We can't afford to mess with this one. On the other hand, Lu Yun and the others followed GZ to a corner with fewer people. Are you preparing to go to Silent City and compete for that Starburst grade equipment? GZ asked with a smile. Aha. Lu Yun nodded his head. Not only him, I believe that all the people present today were basically here for this Starburst grade equipment. However, what Lu Yun didn't know was that most people were still self-aware and knew that it would be difficult to compete for this equipment with their own strength. That's why most of the people present were there to watch the fun and eat the melons. This Starburst grade equipment is also a treasure of extraordinary value to various universities and guilds. So with various guilds and universities sending out their own strongmen and geniuses to participate, the competition will be fierce this time around. GZ glanced at Lu Yun and laughed. Even though you are a mythic ranked transfigurator, you don't have any backing behind you, so it will be difficult for you to compete for this equipment. But if you choose to join me, Peak Ascension, it will be different. Join the summit. GZ's words were already a bare-bones invitation, and the two of them, Lu Qiushui and Wu Tong, were shocked to hear it. Ascension was one of the pinnacle unions in the Summer Kingdom, and the strongest players inside were said to be infinitely close to level 100 at their highest level. In order to join the Ascendant, one had to go through a series of harsh tests, and not everyone was qualified to participate in the tests. Those who could participate in the examination were all the Pride of Heaven, and the degree of difficulty could be imagined as many of the Pride of Heaven competed. And now, GZ had actually invited Lu Yun to join the Ascension directly, something that had never been heard of before. Even GZ, the parachuted vice president, had proved himself in the first place before being recognized. I appreciate Himiko-sama's kindness, but I don't have any plans to do that for the time being, and I'm fine on my own. Lu Yun politely declined GZ's kind offer. Joining Deng Fengji was tantamount to having a mountain to lean on. So naturally, there were many benefits. But on the contrary, by joining this kind of big labor union, personal freedom and the like will definitely be restricted, and Lu Yun doesn't want to be tied down. In fact, the most important reason was that with the existence of the system, Lu Yun basically wouldn't lack resources. The system just unlocked the achievement system, so you can just ignore the resources and just let him level up. Hearing Lu Yun's refusal, GZ wasn't too surprised. Although she hadn't been in contact for a long time, she still had a good idea in her heart of what kind of character Lu Yun was. This was a guy who went off the beaten path with his sword. Otherwise he wouldn't have given up the Magic Martial University to join the University of Prosperity in a backhanded manner. You don't have to be in a hurry to reject me just yet. The door to my ascension is always open for you. If you figure it out later, you can always come to me. GZ winked at Lu Yun. The words have been spoken. You follow up and think about it. They are still waiting for me, so I'll take my first step. I'll see you inside the Silent City. Himiko-sama. Just as GZ turned around and prepared to leave, Lu Yun suddenly called out to the other party. GZ turned around and revealed a smile so good that it eclipsed heaven and earth. Lu Yun took out the box containing the Fire Elemental Crystal Core. This Fire Elemental Crystal Core is now returned to its original owner. Although it was hard to part with it, Lu Yun knew that it belonged to Dengfeng. Didn't I say earlier that this is what I prepared especially for you? GZ winked at Lu Yun. Specially prepared for me? Lu Yun froze in place. Although I don't know why you need the Fire Elemental Crystal Core, but I can feel that this thing is very important to you. So some time ago I went to the copy within the casual brush some monsters, and it just so happened to burst out. Originally I wanted to find an opportunity to personally hand it over to you, but I didn't think that your principal's love for talent brought it out in advance. Lu Yun scratched his head in immense embarrassment. He also didn't expect that old crook to be so crazy that he dared to sneak into the Ascendant to steal something, and the key to steal it. GZ waved his hand, and immediately left without looking back as he stepped on his hateful head. A special aroma still lingered in the air, and Lu Yun looked at the box in his hand with mixed feelings in his heart. Although he knew nothing about relationships, Lu Yun was not stupid in this aspect of human affairs. There was never any care in this world without a reason. And the reason why GZ did this was undoubtedly to try to win his favor, so that he could easily pull himself in to join Dengfengzhuoji in the future. It was a pity that Lu Yun didn't like to be too bound. He himself was a mythic rank profession, or a double transfigurator, with great potential, not to mention the assistance of the system. So what if you don't have a backer? He is his own backer. I'll keep the favor. As for joining the Ascendant, we'll have to depend on fate, Lu Yun said softly as he put the box away. The scene was silent for a long time before Lu Qiushui reacted and reached out to the back of Lu Yun's head. Senior sister Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yun said with a pained cry. You bastard boy. Is your head kicked by a donkey? The vice president of Dengfengzi took the initiative to invite you to join, and you even refused? As if she was recognizing Lu Yun for the first time, Lu Qiushui circled around him. Do you know how many people dream of joining the peak ascension? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, how dare you not appreciate it? If those geniuses knew about it, a mouthful of spittle from one of them would be able to drown you. It's not that I can't let go of you. Senior sister Lu. Lu Yun hemmed and hawed and said, ascending to the peak is good, but in my opinion, it's still not as comfortable as staying beside senior sister Lu. You mixed up kid. You're getting more and more toothy. Lu Qiushui rolled her eyes in disbelief and put on a disgusted expression, but in her heart, she was happy. Women are vapid creatures, and although they pretend on the surface that they don't care, they are still happy to be complimented inwardly. Let's go. Go to the Silent City first. Lu Qiu said, and immediately, the crowd came to the front of the palace once again. Many people had already entered Kyushu one step ahead of time, and there weren't many people left in the square. Lu Yun's trio hadn't been in line for long, and it was soon their turn. The member of the Ascendancy who was in charge of registration gave Lu Yun an odd look, and then he let the crowd register. After GZ personally intervened for Lu Yun earlier, it was obvious that no one dared to make things difficult for Lu Yun anymore. After a brief registration, the few people smoothly arrived at the interior of the palace, which was spacious but relatively empty. In the center of the palace was a staircase, and at the top of the staircase was a flash of a portal, which was the very passageway to Kyushu. After a few people looked at each other, they bought into the portal at the same time. Buzz! Lu Yun only felt that the sky was spinning and space seemed to have been turned upside down, and when everything returned to normal, the scene in front of him changed directly. It's a quaint city with a medieval feel that is completely out of place in the modern day. This is the largest city in the southern part of Kyushu, Silent City. The Silent City, as the word implies, is very silent, so dead that it is unsettling. Lu Yun's trio appeared about 300 meters outside the city, a high platform built out of stone, an altar-like structure, with a teleportation door standing at the very top of the platform. Lu Yun and the others only needed to raise their heads slightly to see the towering city wall ahead, which was extremely wide in scope and could not be seen at the end of a sweeping glance. With such a short distance, normally, the crowd should be able to hear the clamor within the city, but now they couldn't hear anything. The altar was surrounded by dense jungle, where there should also be many sounds of insects, birds and beasts, but now it was also dead silent. Everything looks normal here, only the atmosphere is incomparably weird, which is exactly what the Silent City is all about. Compared to the nervous Lu Yun, Lu Qiushui looked quite relaxed. Although Wu Tong next to him didn't say anything, he didn't show surprise either. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time that both of them had come here. Senior sister Lu, you guys have been here before? Lu Yun asked curiously. I did come here before. There are also many unintelligent monsters here. It's a good place to practice. The effect is better than the vast majority of copies. Lu Qiushui's words stirred Lu Yun's curiosity. What does that mean? Lu Yun stared at Lu Qiushui. I wonder if anyone has ever told you that the later a transmigrator gets, the more they rely on resources and background? Lu Qiushui didn't answer directly, but asked in return. Heard that? Lu Yun nodded his head. He had already lost count of how many people he had heard say this. In Lu Yun's opinion, with the system he had, even if he didn't have an organization with a background to provide resources, he could still upgrade by relying on the system. The monsters that rule here have trade dealings with us humans. I've already told you about this point. Due to the fact that the trade between our two sides is multifaceted, coupled with the fact that after both sides signed a peace agreement, there are often a lot of human transmutations that come here to explore. Gradually a mercenary profession has been extended here. Certain powerful monsters here will choose to form mercenaries, specializing in protecting the human transmutants who come to practice. They would step in and beat the monsters to the point of bloodshed, and in the end, you would wrap it up and gain all the experience. However, although this will allow you to upgrade without any injuries, the cost required is also very high. Hiring a mercenary group itself is not cheap, and the stronger the mercenary group is, the higher the cost of hiring it will be. After listening to Lu Qiushui's narration, Lu Yun had frozen in place. It was only after a few moments that he had to inwardly sigh. Money really is a big man these days. People were fighting to the death to brush monsters and upgrade. But here you could easily upgrade as long as you had money. It was simply two different lifestyles. Lu Yun was a little envious. He kind of hated why he wasn't born into a family of great wealth. If he was, he would have been able to completely level up lying down. Your kid also don't think too much. Although it's good to raise the level like this, but it also has disadvantages. Some people's limit is here. Even if they force the level up, they can't fully master the power. Some people whose talent is too poor. Even if you force the level up, it is difficult to use the skills. In short, it is a paper tiger. Not useful. So basically, but anyone with some talent won't do this kind of thing. It's the same as pulling the plug. It doesn't mean much. Lu Yun nodded, suddenly feeling much more balanced in his heart. Let's go. Enter the city first. Don't forget our goal today. Lu Qiu said, and then led Lu Yun and Wu Tong towards the city. The closer he got to the city, the more Lu Yun was able to feel the enormity of the place. It was no exaggeration to say that even the tallest building in Kyoto was relatively ordinary here. A few people had just arrived at the entrance of the city when they saw two humanoid monsters stationed at the entrance. These two humanoid monsters looked extremely monstrous with a bird's head and bodies that were undoubtedly human. Apparently they were not humans, but monsters within the replica. System, parsing complete, bird head beast, level 32, class, gold, rarity 2 stars, attack power, 1000, blood, 12,000, skill, birdhead roar. The bird-headed beast unleashes a sonic attack that reduces the enemy's movement speed by 15% and applies a critical injury effect. Weaknesses: bird-head beasts have a low blood volume and can be perfectly restrained by explosive professions or skills. Evaluation: this is one of the more common intelligent monsters in the silent city of Kyushu. Due to the low-level ceiling is not high, most of them are basic battle power. Even the gatekeeper is level 32. Lu Yun was viciously shocked. Level 32 could already be considered a small leader in a small place if it was placed in a small place. But he didn't expect to be just a small Karami here. It was hard to imagine just how strong the strongest monster in this silent city was. It was no wonder that the Summer Kingdom had only sent people to negotiate with the other side instead of directly sending strong men to eliminate this place. Once the two sides met in person, there would definitely be massive casualties. Entry fee is 100 gold coins per person. The two bird-headed beasts glanced at Lu Yun's trio and said indifferently, "There's still an entry fee to pay?" Lu Yun was surprised. When they do business with us, they also need money to exchange. The currency on their side is not gold coins, but gold coins are also valuable to them. And there are many places in the city where you can buy and sell things that can be traded with gold coins. Lu Qiushui explained for Lu Yun while pulling out 300 gold coins and handing them over. After getting the gold coins, the two bird-headed beasts then moved out of the way to let them go. After passing through the city gates and coming inside the city, Lu Yun was once again shocked by the surroundings. The architecture here is quite distinctive. Yet in many places shades of modern human society can be seen, clearly influenced by human styles. Let's go. First find someone to inquire about that starburst grade equipment, Lu Qiushui said, and immediately led Lu Yun through the streets. The streets were full of pedestrians, and monsters were everywhere. Some of these monsters were in full monster form. Some of the monsters, on the other hand, retained some of their monster features and were largely human in form. Some of these monsters, some of them were also very good looking. Aside from monsters, Lu Yun also saw many human transmutants on the streets. Monsters had always been the mortal enemies of humans in Lu Yun's impression, but here both sides coexisted peacefully, which had already overturned Lu Yun's three views. Just then, Lu Qiushui suddenly reached out to stop a human man passing by beside him. "Excuse me, wanted to ask you something." Lu Qiushui had a very polite attitude. After all, he had a request. But this human man, as if frightened, frowned and took several steps back, as if he had seen a fierce beast. This one's reaction was normal. Powerful monsters were regulated here. And instead, the threat of their own kind was greater. Being stopped for no reason naturally made people wary. "I don't know anything, find someone else." The man waved his hand in a lifelike manner and turned to get out of there. But right at this moment, Lu Qiushui suddenly spread out her hand and 100 gold coins appeared in her palm. The man froze and whirled around, changing his face instantly. "These are for me?" the man asked as he pointed to the gold coins and swallowed hard. "Answer my question first." Lu Qiushui laughed. "Yes, I will certainly know everything." The man rubbed his hands together with excited flies. "We want to ask you about that starburst grade equipment," Lu Qiushui said. The man suddenly realized. "I knew that you guys also came here for that equipment. This equipment was discovered some time ago in the mountain range north of Silent City. which is called the Heavenly Vault Mountain Range, and there are a lot of powerful bosses in there, which have not reached a peace pact with humans for the time being. Currently both our side and Silent City side have sent strong people to negotiate with the other side, and we should be able to go exploring after the negotiation is successful. This one should have arrived here the first time he got the news, so he was quite a bit more informed than Lu Yun and the others. Lu Yun and Lu Qiushui exchanged a glance. It seemed that if they wanted to obtain that starburst grade equipment, they would need to continue to stay here for a while. These gold coins, can I have them? The man looked at the gold coins in Lu Qiushui's hand and said with eyes wide open. 100 gold coins was not a small amount for an ordinary person. Could be. Lu Qiushui nodded and handed the man the gold coins. The man's chicken turned purple with excitement, bouncing in place for a few moments before flying away from the scene, as if he was afraid that Lu Qiushui would regret it. Since they are still negotiating over there, we can find a place to settle down first, and take a stroll around here. There are a lot of things here that aren't available outside, so you can have a good experience. Lu Qiushui looked at Lu Yun and said, I remember you told me that you have a lot of useless equipment on you and want to take it and sell it. There are quite a few stores here, so you can take a look inside. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. During this period of time, he had indeed exploded many useless equipment, suffering from a lack of time to deal with it. Now was the perfect opportunity. Soon the three of them casually found a good inn to stay. The inn's decoration style is good, with the outside of the Star Hotel is not too different. I think it should be the product of the outside of the human beings to come in and invest in the construction of the product. After settling the accommodation issue, Lu Yun and Lu Qiushui wandered around the city while Wu Tong meditated and closed his mind in his room. Although this didn't directly raise one's level, it made one's state of mind purer. This senior Wu Tong is really desperate. As the two walked side by side on the streets, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. He usually worked hard to level up, but it was really nothing compared to Wu Tong. You don't need to compare yourself with him. Getting stronger is also about moderation. We are human beings, not fairy cultivators in novels. There are many landscapes waiting for us in life other than getting stronger. That guy is just martial arts obsessed. Getting stronger is the happiest thing in life for him. Lu Qiushui sighed and said helplessly. Wu Tong had been like this ever since he came to Easy University, and if he didn't know that this guy didn't like to be too lively, Lu Qiushui would even think that he was a bit unapproachable. The two of them wandered through the streets, and during this time Lu Yun even released the little wolf so that she could get some air. As a result, as soon as this little guy came out, he couldn't wait to run towards the corner of the street in front of him. At first Lu Yun thought that this little guy was too excited because he hadn't come out for a long time and wanted to release his wildness. As it turned out, the little guy came right up to the corner, lifted his hind legs and was ready to spill. This action directly scared Lu Yun silly. This was the Silent City. Although humans could also hang out here, in the final analysis this was also the territory of monsters, not a place like the Magic Martial University. It was too late. Just as the coyote had just raised its hind legs and was about to spread its wings, Lu Yun rushed forward to stop it. Mind your two straights, Lu Yun said in a deep voice. Master, I'm sorry. The coyote also realized that he had done something wrong and lowered his head as if he had done something wrong. Lu Yun sighed, squatted down and gently stroked the coyote's head, and was silent for a long time before asking, do you have any special fetishes? The coyote looked up at Lu Yun in disbelief. Is spreading yourself in public a pet peeve of yours? Lu Yun asked again. The coyote suddenly realized, and then it was filled with shame and anger. This is the nature of our wolf race. Every time we come to a new place, we want to spread out and mark it, so that we can mark the territory range. It is something engraved in my bones, the coyote whispered. It was then that Lu Yun came to a realization, and he told him that coyote shouldn't be this perverted. Try to restrain yourself in the future. Not to mention, you are a girl. You always want to pee in public all day long. It's an immoral thing. Let's be civilized and build a new style. Don't be a leaky fish in quality education. Understand? Lu Yun said with a stern face full of seriousness. Understood, master. It won't happen next time. I will endure. The coyote nodded. After solving the coyote's problem, Lu Yun next followed Lu Qiushui inside a nearby store. The coyote, on the other hand, had been silently following behind the two of them, its slender wolf legs lifting up from time to time and then immediately dropping down again, with a very difficult look on its face. The feeling of obviously wanting to have a good time, but having to hold it in, was very hard for the coyote. However, her master's orders were greater than anything else, and since Lu Yun had said his words to this point, she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. The decoration inside the store had a somewhat retro flavor, and the counter around it was made of wood, revealing a hint of nobility. In front of the counter stood a bird-headed man, the same level 32 monster as the bird-headed beast at the city gates. In fact, it wasn't just the bird-headed beasts here. As he wandered around the city, Lu Yun realized that most of the monsters here were bird-headed. "Hello guest, may I ask what you need to buy? We have everything here. All sorts of equipment and props. As long as you can afford the price, we will be able to find what you want." The bird-headed beast smiled faintly towards Lu Yun and the two of them and said with unrivaled enthusiasm, "I want to sell something." Lu Yun took a step forward, and before the other party could answer, he waved his hand, dumping all the useless equipment and whatnot out of the marriage space in a brainstorming manner, which suddenly piled up into a small mountain. There was everything in this pile of messed up stuff: monster corpses, gauntlets, weapons, props, talismans, elixirs, and so on. Basically, they were all popped out when Lu Yun killed monsters and were useless to Lu Yun, so they had been placed in the marriage space to eat dust. But although there were many things, most of them were not of a high grade and were not too precious. Thus this bird-headed beast was not surprised. After briefly scanning everything, the bird-headed beast displayed the business qualities it should have. "Guest, these things you're selling, I've roughly estimated that they're worth a total of 30,000 gold coins." Lu Yun was secretly surprised in his heart, as the price was far more than he had thought by a bit. "Are you sure you want to sell on your side?" the bird-headed beast asked again, quite polite from start to finish, in such a way that it was very comforting, even though the other party was just a monster. Such an attitude of service was quite a bit better than most people in the human world outside. "Sell it." Lu Yun nodded. The bird-headed beast didn't talk any nonsense, and with a wave of his big hand he first put away Lu Yun's things before handing a card to Lu Yun. "It looks like the guest is coming to Silent City for the first time. This is the bank card on our side. All the gold coins you get in Silent City can be stored in it. When you need to go out, you can directly exchange it for gold coins to take it out," the bird-headed beast said respectfully. Lu Yun nodded his head and reached out to accept the card. "Having this card would be quite convenient. May I ask what other services you require? If you have something you need, you may want to take a look around our place," the bird-headed beast suddenly said. Lu Yun swept his gaze over the surrounding counters, each of which was categorized and held different things. For example, there were some counters that specialized in equipment, and there were also counters that held elixirs that could enhance the abilities of transmutants. However, Lu Yun also withdrew his gaze after just a quick glance, as he realized that everything here was expensive as hell. He wasn't bad for money now, but if he really wanted to spend a wave here and there, he obviously wouldn't have much left. Another time, Lu Yun turned around and left with Lu Qiushui. Upon leaving this place, Lu Qiushui suddenly said, "I do know of a place that might be of interest to you." "What place?" Lu Yun was curious. He knew that the place Lu Qiushui was talking about was definitely not a simple place. "Hardening Tower." Lu Qiushui laughed. "This quenching tower is considered a special place in the Silent City, and every time you pass through a layer, you will be able to obtain many benefits." Immediately after that, Lu Qiushui introduced Lu Yun to this so-called quenching tower. The origin of the quenching tower was unknown, and those who came here couldn't get its origin even after inquiring from many sides, and the monsters here seemed unwilling to mention it. The quenching tower was divided into a total of 9 floors, and depending on the strength of the person who entered, the exact same doppelganger would appear within each floor of the tower. The doppelganger also has all the abilities and skills of the main body, and as the tiers increase, the doppelganger's level becomes stronger. If you could defeat the doppelganger, you would be rewarded with the quenching tower, where some people had obtained diamond-grade equipment, and others had obtained props that could temporarily boost their strength. The rewards are randomized, but the higher the tier you reach, the higher the probability of getting a quality reward. This was a place that almost all humans were bound to experience when they came to the Silent City. "This place is good. You can whore out rewards for nothing. Sister Lu, take me there." Lu Yun's eyes lit up and he was already somewhat eager to try. This place is definitely not available outside, and only places like the Silent City are available. And since he came all the way here, Lu Yun definitely wants to gather a wave of wool. "I already knew that you would definitely be interested. I'll take you there, but you have to be mentally prepared ahead of time. Fighting against one's own doppelganger is also fighting against one's own mind demon in a sense. If you can defeat the doppelganger, the benefits will definitely go beyond just being able to get a reward." Lu Qiushui first instructed, and only after seeing Lu Yun nodding, did he lead Lu Yun in a direction. It didn't take long for the two to appear in front of a tall tower. The tall tower was very spectacular, emitting an ancient and peculiar aura. There were many complex patterns on it that looked very mysterious. The tower was divided into a total of 9 floors, and at the top of the tower stood a statue of a strange creature that Lu Yun could not recognize. And in front of the tower is a square. At this time the square has long been crowded. Gathered many come to see the monster, in which naturally there is no lack of human figure. When the two Lu Yuns arrived, there were already people on the scene impacting the quenching tower. There is also a huge screen in the square, which is divided into 9 levels from top to bottom, with many numbers displayed on levels 1 through 7. Most of the numbers at the moment are on the bottom 1 to 3 levels, with only a dozen or so numbers above the 3rd level, and from the 5th floor upwards, there were only 5 numbers in total, and among these 5 numbers, the highest number of floors was on the 7th floor. Obviously, each number represents one contestant. Lu Yun briefly swept a glance, and then he also arrived at the entrance to the quenching tower. There were also monsters specializing in registration at the entrance, and there was a requirement to enter the quenching tower. One could not be older than 50 years old. Once one's age exceeded this threshold, the strength of one's doppelganger would far exceed that of one's own body by more than 10 times once one stepped into the quenching tower. When Lu Yun had finished registering, the monster in charge of the guards took out another stone and allowed Lu Yun to inject a sliver of his power into it. There is something special about this stone that releases different colors with age. White represents age under 50, while black is the opposite. Lu Yun injected a strand of power into the stone as the other party said, and the stone instantly released a white light. You can go in. The monster in charge of guarding the area glanced at Lu Yun and said, when you enter it, remember not to be greedy. If you feel overwhelmed by coping with it, leave decisively, or else your life will be in danger. The doppelganger inside this quenching tower would not show mercy. If one still insisted on fighting even after encountering a situation where one's strength was not matched, it was possible to fall inside. Ever since the quenching tower was open to the public, many geniuses had come here in admiration, and some of them had stayed here forever just because of their bravado. Good. Lu Yun nodded his head, and then he led Little Wolf into the quenching tower. And just after Lu Yun walked into the quenching tower, a string of numbers appeared on the big screen. 9,528. Lu Yun was the 9,528th challenger. Back when I entered the quenching tower, I only made it to the 8th floor, and that guy Wutong only made it to the 7th floor. The test within the quenching tower has nothing to do with the level of strength, but is mainly a test of the heart. I don't know how far this brat can go, Lu Qiushui said softly as she looked at the string of numbers on the screen representing Lu Yun. Meanwhile, when Lu Yun arrived at the 1st floor of the tempering tower, he felt a great pressure descend upon him. There was a lot of space within this first layer, and the surrounding area was also relatively wide. And at this time, a fierce battle was breaking out within the first layer. Dozens of challengers were fighting their own doppelgangers to a standstill. These doppelgangers appeared translucent, and other than that, were almost identical to the main body. Just as Lu Yun was observing the crowd fighting, suddenly the space in front of him trembled violently, followed by 2 silhouettes appearing out of thin air in front of Lu Yun. These 2 shadows appeared translucent, but both their outlines and demeanor were extremely similar to Lu Yun and Little Wolf. These 2 in front of them were none other than Lu Yun and Little Wolf's doppelgangers. It does have a few of my charms, but an imposter is an imposter after all. Lu Yun shook his head and smiled, and his gaze instantly blazed. He had encountered many opponents along the way, but he had never attempted to fight himself yet. If both sides possessed the same skills and strength, was there a possibility that there would be an even match? The only way to know the answer is to experience it for yourself. Master, this guy actually looks exactly like me. It's incredible, Little Wolf said as he stared at his doppelganger in amazement. Lu Yun was about to speak when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded from beside his ears. It wasn't the system's voice. The sound was resounding from the top of the quenching tower. The first layer of the bilocation is weak. The bilocation not only masters the same skills as the main body, even the fighting style and personality will be perfectly copied. The road of experience has just begun. Use your blood to write a passionate chapter of your own. It's time to say no. This opening line is a bit of a hot mess. Boom! Right at this moment, the silhouette in front of Lu Yun suddenly clenched both of its fists and charged directly at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's lips rose as his entire body was boiling with fervor, and then he also rushed out directly. Bang! 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 Soon both sides were engaged in a fierce battle at the scene, and despite being only physical combat, both sides were still indistinguishable in terms of strength, because both sides' fighting styles were surprisingly consistent, like they were born from a mother's womb. No one could break a move, and no one could find a break in the other. As the battle began on Lu Yun's side, the Void Shadow on Coyote's side also launched a brazen attack. Ow! The coyote tilted its head and let out a wolf howl, and then it followed suit and rushed up. The 2 light blue coyotes fought on this, and were actually indistinguishable from each other. But this didn't last long. This was ultimately the first layer of the void separation, and the intensity wasn't very high. Therefore, Lu Yun soon found his opponent's crack and unleashed a killing blow. Lu Yun's right hand stretched out and a long spear condensed out of thin air in his palm. Holding the spear, Lu Yun's feet stamped on the ground and directly rushed out. The lance waved out residual shadows in his hands, and the air was all instantly filled with a murderous intent. That virtual shadow immediately also pulled out a long spear, and even did not dodge, perfectly inheriting Lu Yun's battle style of bravery and fearlessness. Boom! The two lances violently collided in the air, and as sparks flashed, the lance in the hands of that doppelganger actually instantly shattered apart. Lu Yun struck the iron while it was hot, his lance arcing in his hand as he stabbed out with a sideways shot, back to the horse. Boom! The shot pierced directly into the chest of the doppelganger, but since the doppelganger was illusory, it did not see blood. -960. As a string of damage numbers jumped out, Lu Yun's hand holding the barrel of his gun shook violently. With a bang, the split was directly blasted into nothingness. The opponent did possess the means that Lu Yun had mastered, probably because the current tier was low and the opponent's persistence wasn't strong. Lu Yun easily found a breakthrough and crushed it. Meanwhile, the battle on Coyote's side was nearing its end. Much like Lu Yun's side, the split on Coyote's side also lacked durability, and it didn't take long for them to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Coyote flying kick. After the two coyotes fought a great battle and pulled away from each other, just then the coyote body suddenly leapt up high and lifted up one of its legs and kicked fiercely at the opposite doppelganger. Caught off guard, the coyote doppelganger was kicked in the face and disappeared into pieces without even having a chance for the damage numbers to pop up. Not bad, Lu Yun said as he walked over. It's all because Master taught me well. The coyote smiled unusually brightly. This smooth-talking character is to let Lu Yun quite like. Unlike Long Keir overbearing to death, Bed under the bed is either haughty or strong. With Long Keir get along with Lu Yun will often produce a kind of illusion they are the little girl. It was good that the appearance of weaving spirit child in the back had somewhat soothed Lu Yun's heart. In the future, with the addition of the little wolf, I believe that the days ahead would definitely get better and better. And just after the two ended the battle on their side, the crowd that was fighting their own doppelgangers next to them were stunned. There were human transmutants as well as monsters in the group, and when they saw Lu Yun's side end the battle so quickly, they all stared in disbelief. Crap, this guy isn't hanging, is he? It's only been less than 5 minutes, right? A bald middle-aged man said dumbfounded. The rest of the people are also full of shocked colors. The gang of them which came in the earliest, have been fighting with the doppelganger for several hours, and the chicken bar is almost purple, and they have not yet been divided into winners and losers. Lu Yun's side was over in a few minutes, and this comparison was really too devastating. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded, followed by the appearance of a box in front of Lu Yun's heels. The box was made of a simple wooden box, but there were colored rays of light released from within the cracks of the box, which was naturally Lu Yun's reward for passing the first level. Lu Yun was also curious about what was in the box and reached out to gently open it. When the box opened, a burst of 7-colored light emanated from inside, and immediately, this 7-colored light transformed into a fist-sized mass that entered Lu Yun's body. Buzz! Lu Yun instantly felt warm and indescribably comfortable all over his body. And then his level increased. It directly came from 24 to level 25. This is accompanied by the growth in various attributes. Lu Yun was frozen in place, somewhat unresponsive. Crap! Right at this moment, the bald middle-aged man once again burst out in foul language. This is the highest level reward of the first floor, the 7-colored experience cluster. It said that this thing can make one break through a level directly. I didn't expect it to be true. Each layer has different rewards, and these rewards are also divided into high and low. There are the best rewards and naturally there are also the most garbage rewards. Right now, this thing that Lu Yun had gotten was the best reward in the first layer, and it was said that the probability of it appearing was not even 1 in 10,000. As the bald middle-aged man roared out this voice, those who hadn't cared too much about Lu Yun's side were also shaken. After reacting, they were all sour. Many of them were not here for the first time, but the rewards they received were not comparable to Lu Yun at all. Is this guy so lucky just because he's handsome? It's not fair. Not fair. I'm not convinced. Why do you get such a good reward while I get a big pantsuit every time? Right at this moment, the bald middle-aged man roared out his heart's discontent once again. However, he had only just roared out this voice when the doppelganger in front of him smoothly found an opportunity to slap at the bald middle-aged man. Snap! The bald middle-aged man was jerked away at the sound of the voice, just like the remnants of leaves in the wind smashed heavily into the corner of the wall. Seeing the miserable state of the bald middle-aged man, the rest of them came back to their senses. But they were still fighting with their doppelgangers. There was no time to envy Lu Yun, as they turned their heads and continued to deal with the doppelganger in front of them, once again plunging into a fierce battle. As for Lu Yun, he was staring at the bald middle-aged man whose face was rather odd as he was jerked out by his own doppelganger. Before coming in, Lu Qiushui popularized the situation here for him, and also told him something interesting. When Lu Qiushui came here for the first time, she met a bald man when she challenged the 3rd floor of the tempering tower. Listening to the people around him, This bald man's reward for each layer was a pair of red underwear. But these weren't just any panties. They were panties with special attributes that had an effect similar to armor. The sub-underpants needed to be worn externally to have the triggering attribute. Wearing these underpants would enhance the defense by 15%. And if the underpants were worn on the head, the attribute magnitude could be increased to 20%. Such a gain effect could be said to be quite unbelievable. But the point is, it's a pair of red panties. It's quite a shameful thing to wear either externally on your body or on your head. This, coupled with the fact that this equipment is disposable, leads to the fact that even if this equipment has a high enhancement benefit, it is difficult to take it out and sell it for gold. But keeping it for your own use is also quite a shameful thing to do. Later, Lu Qiushui said, this bald man in the third floor after the opening of the red underwear, on the spot began to sell. The result is surrounded by all the people watching the crowd, but not a single person to buy. The bald head felt that this could not go on, so he decided to take the initiative to sell. And I don't know if this bastard has some brain problems. Actually, like a girl recommended red panties. The language is quite disgusting. And this girl's level is not low. The temper is also relatively grumpy. On the spot this goods as a hooligan, brutally beat up. Luckily, at the critical moment the bastard put a pair of underwear over his head to enhance the candor, which led to not being killed alive. But since then, the bald man had also become famous within the Silent City. He was nicknamed the Panty Monk because he was bald and had opened 3 pairs of underwear in quick succession. The bald middle-aged man in the front just got up from the ground donkey punch, and realized that his own doppelganger had already killed over, and rushed to answer the enemy after a cry of crouch. Perhaps it was because the heart of jealousy was transformed into the power of valor and fearlessness, and with this power, the bald middle-aged man unexpectedly ended the fight immediately. A wooden box also appeared at his heels. Damn, there should be something good this time. Right? The bald middle-aged man rubbed his hands together before carefully opening the box. Buzz! After a flash of light, a pair of red panties appeared inside the box. Blanche! The bald middle-aged man was so angry that his chicken was raw, and he felt that his internal organs were roaring, and he was about to explode with anger. This is already the 4th one. So far, he was coming to the quenching tower for the 2nd time, opened the treasure chest 4 times in total, got 4 pairs of red pants. Why? Isn't that fucking bullying honest people? Seeing this scene, Lu Yun also had an answer in his heart. It seemed that the guy in front of him should be the pants monk that Lu Qiushui was talking about. Are you the pants monk? Lu Yun asked as he walked up. Woolly pants monk. Sabin glared fiercely at Lu Yun. How do you talk like this kid? I like red pants, but I'm not a monk. Lu Yun. It's also thanks to the fact that the reward is red pants. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered to ask for it. Despite the stifled feeling in his heart, Sabin forced himself to be calm and silently put these brand new red pants into the marriage space. Although he still had 2 more of these things, it was better to have them than not to have them, and since they were open he had no reason not to want them. I don't believe I can only drive to the red pants, Sabin muttered in his mind, and then he dashed off to the 2nd level. Seeing this, Lu Yun didn't stay here for long, first sweeping the surroundings, then he followed suit. Meanwhile, Lu Qiushui in the square had been watching the number 9528. In just a few minutes or less, the string of numbers came from the 1st level to the 2nd level, and immediately the slightest hint of a smile surfaced on his absolutely beautiful face. This kid is quite fast. Back then I also fought for close to 10 minutes to pass the 1st layer, but this kid only used 5 minutes. Lu Qiushui felt more and more that Lu Yun joining Easy University was a heavenly opportunity. Lu Yun himself was a mythic rank profession with an unlimited future, and with this terrifying talent and strength, his future accomplishments dared not be imagined. This 2nd level is a bit trickier. It took me about 15 minutes to finish the battle back then. I don't know how long it will take this kid. Just as Lu Qiushui murmured, Lu Yun had already arrived at the 2nd level of the tempering tower. The 2nd level was not essentially different from the 1st. It was empty all around. And when Lu Yun arrived, he found quite a number of people here fighting against his alter ego. It was just that the number of people on the 2nd level was obviously not as large as the 1st level, and those who could come here would only be stronger. Lu Yun briefly swept his eyes and also spotted Sabin, who was already fighting with his own doppelganger. Before Lu Yun had the chance to observe too much, the space in front of him shook and rippled like a wave of water. Immediately afterward, the 2 doppelgangers reappeared, and it was the doppelgangers of Little Wolf and Lu Yun. Master, I won't hold you back. The coyote glanced at Lu Yun, turned around, and rushed at his doppelganger. Look at my crow in the airplane. Boom! The battle began on the coyote's side. Lu Yun also glanced at the doppelganger in front of him, and his whole body's battle spirit boiled up once again. He could actually completely take the coyote back into the marriage space so that the coyote wouldn't have to fight with his own doppelganger. However, Lu Yun didn't do so, The little wolf spent most of her time in the marriage space and rarely ever engaged in combat. This trip to the quenching tower was also just the right time to hone her combat level. The second layer's doppelganger was stronger than the first layer's doppelganger just by its aura. But Lu Yun wasn't going to continue wasting time here. After all, his goal was the top floor. So Lu Yun didn't engage in physical combat like he did at the beginning and directly cast his skills. Buzz! Lu Yun put his fingers together, red-colored flames dancing above his fingertips. And then Lu Yun waved his big hand and directly pointed out towards the front. Flaming Dragon Breath Slash! Boom! A crimson crescent moon suddenly coalesced and chopped at the shadow in front of him. Flaming Dragon Breath Slash! The doppelganger was also not the least bit weak, and similarly pointed his fingers together towards the front, and actually executed the Flaming Dragon Breath Slash as well. The two red-colored crescent moons clashed in the air and actually cancelled out perfectly. Lu Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that wanting to pass the level as quickly as possible wasn't as easy as he thought. Kind of interesting. I hope you can hold out a bit longer. I want to experience a good fight. The corners of Lu Yun's lips rose, and with his backhand, he pulled out the Dragon Fortress. What Lu Yun didn't expect was that the doppelganger on the opposite side of the room, seeing this, also reached out and pulled out the exact same giant Dragon Fortress. Not only did they look the same, even the power released from them was the same. Interesting. Lu Yun's lips rose and he charged out with the Dragon Fortress in hand. Dragon Charge. Boom. Dragon Rush is a skill that invokes the power of the dragon. It cannot be interrupted in the middle, and the target hit will be stunned, also knocking back based on the power gap between the two sides. This skill can be quite counterintuitive. Seeing this, the doppelganger also gave a low shout of Giant Dragon Charge, and his tone and accent were practically twins with Lu Yun, so it was impossible to tell the real from the fake. Boom! After an ear-piercing roar, the two also violently collided together. -300. -568. Two damage numbers jumped out. Lu Yun lost 300 blood and the doppelganger lost 568. Even though the other party was able to perfectly simulate all the means that Lu Yun possessed, this was after all only the second layer, and there was still a gap between the strength of the doppelganger and Lu Yun's main body. When the collision ended, each side was stunned and froze in place at the same time. The only difference was that Lu Yun was only knocked back by less than a meter, while the doppelganger was knocked back by nearly 5 meters away. As 6 seconds passed, Lu Yun rushed up again with the giant Dragon Fortress in hand, which was like a giant axe smashing heavily towards the doppelganger. The doppelganger didn't sit still in place either, but raised the Dragon Fortress to block the attack as best he could. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly put away the giant Dragon Fortress and coalesced an illusory spear with his backhand. Lance Proficiency. Boom! With his long spear in hand, Lu Yun was like Zilong in the world, a set of powerful spear techniques directly approaching towards the doppelganger. The doppelganger held the giant Dragon Fortress and methodically blocked, while the other hand also condensed a lance shadow. Holding the lance in one hand, the other hand held the shield and killed towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun's eyelids jumped. His opponent's fighting style was really too similar to his. It was practically carved out of the same mold. If it was himself facing such an attack, he would definitely do the same as the doppelganger. However, Lu Yun wasn't too shocked. Instead, his lips couldn't help but rise. Just a moment the doppelganger rushed over with the giant Dragon Fortress and the lance in hand. The lance in Lu Yun's hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a bow and arrow. Lu Yun held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right hand. The bow was like a full moon. Only a whooshing sound was heard as an arrow instantly broke through the air, and wherever it passed through the space, a burst of buzzing came out, carrying a terrifying force that exploded towards the doppelganger. Even if the doppelganger possessed Lu Yun's means, it would be difficult to react in such an environment. And at that moment, the arrow penetrated his head, instantly dissipating into a point of light. The fight is over. Lu Yun moved his limbs, slightly bored. He hadn't even begun to warm up before the fight ended, so it seems that this second level of detachment isn't very good either. Lu Yun shook his head and turned to look at the battle on Coyote's side. The battle was still going on. The two coyotes were fighting indistinguishably, but at the moment, it seemed that the coyote's main body side still had the advantage, and I believed that it wouldn't take too long to end the battle. Lu Yun didn't have any intention of stepping in to help the coyote. This battle was not only a refining exercise, it also had great benefits for the coyote, and it would be best for it to solve the problem on its own. Immediately, Lu Yun looked around at the battle of the rest of the group, which was not too far off from the group on the first floor, all of them struggling quite a bit in the face of the split attack. Even though the doppelganger at the second level was not as strong as the main body in a sense, but the group was too lacking in basic education, which led to even facing a doppelganger that was equal to themselves. It was also difficult to deal with, let alone defeat. Only Saban's side of the battle is quite intense. Sabin out is full force. This goods are covered by a layer of silver armor, and a set of boxing gloves on top of both fists. The gloves emitted the same silver-colored light, releasing a terrifying power. The doppelganger on the opposite side did the same, and was also equipped in the same way. The two of them were holding iron fists, as if they didn't want to die in a frantic sparring match, their fists reaching the flesh. This unimpeded sense of striking, even Lu Yun, who was an onlooker, watched as his scalp tingled. This isn't a battle, this is clearly a life for a life. But while the two fought soundly, not much blood was dropped. -188, -213, -99, Blitz 255. A series of damage numbers kept jumping out along with the two of them blasting each other, but the highest was only about 200 damage. It seemed that this bald man's profession should be a meat shield class, not the kind of meat shield warrior with a certain level of candor, but a pure tank meat shield. This kind of professional damage is extremely low, but the defense is absolutely strong terrible. Put in the copy as the proper tank position. Can a person bear a group of monsters to hit the kind of red pants, my ardent horse, Sabin chanted under his breath with every punch he threw, actually getting more and more courageous as the fight went on. Perhaps it was because of the thought that he had opened several pairs of red pants one after another. The bastard actually gradually reddened his eyes. Although the doppelganger could replicate all the skills of the main body, it could not replicate the emotions of the main body at this moment. Therefore, in terms of aura, the bilocation had already lost, and it began to lose ground. Seeing the smallest of things, it was predictable that as time went on, the split's defeat was a foregone conclusion. As expected, after a few minutes, the doppelganger gradually ran out of stamina, and Sabin found a break and started popping hammers directly on the ground. A punch, bang, -168, another punch, bang, -166, punch after punch, though the damage wasn't high, and the doppelganger lost blood with every punch that landed. Finally the doppelganger was brought to life and the fight was over. Sabin panted violently. The earlier battle, though sound, had taken its toll on him. Just as this one reached up to wipe the sweat off his forehead, a wooden box suddenly appeared in front of him. Sabin's breath stopped for a moment. He knew it was time to test the results. What will be opened this time? Is it the usual red pants, or some other reward? Sabin didn't know it, but he was willing to spend 10 years of his singleness praying for something different to open up. He really didn't want the red pants anymore, and he was satisfied with even the most trashy reward he could open. Open! Sabin took a deep breath and reached out with a slightly trembling palm to slowly open the wooden box. With a flash of light, a brand new pair of red panties gradually emerged. Blanche! Sabin was so angry that he smacked down the wooden box, and under the tremendous force the wooden box instantly turned into pieces, except for the red pants that were still brand new. Lu Yun, pants monk? At this time, the crowd fighting nearby noticed the movement over here and all looked at Sabin in unison with odd expressions. If he had just heard such an address, Sabin would have been furious and would have to greet the other party's ancestors high and low. But now Sabin's whole body was like a lost soul, standing frozen in place, his eyes on the brand new red panties in the wood shavings, like a fish in his throat. Why red pants again? Is he stuck with red pants for the rest of his life? Just as Sabin was skeptical, the coyote fight came to a close. With a final blow, Coyote finally tackled the split and won. Master! The little wolf wagged its little tail and hurriedly ran to Lu Yun, rubbing its head against Lu Yun's pants leg. Compliment me. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged, and when he met the coyote's expectant eyes, he still softened. Bull, Lu Yun said. No master. I'm a wolf. Even if you praise me, you shouldn't bring such perfunctory words. You should say wolf pussy. The coyote tilted its head in a serious manner and then laughed. Master, do you see me as a wolf pussy? Lu Yun. Lu Yun was tempted to ask if there was some other deep meaning to your words. Wolf pussy? You're very wolf pussy, alright? Lu Yun said without a trace of anger. Being praised by Lu Yun, the coyote's tail felt like it had been fitted with a propeller, and it was swaying up to the sky. His heart content. Today's weather is sunny. I went to the quenching tower with my master to practice, and my master praised me for being a wolf. Happy. And just as the two conversed, a wooden box appeared in front of Lu Yun. The moment the box appeared, Sabin's gaze followed. There was a hint of expectation hidden in his eyes. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth couldn't help but twitch once again. He didn't need to think about it to know that this guy must be wishing that he also drove up to Red Pants so that he wouldn't be so upset. However, Lu Yun felt that his probability of opening the red pants was not high, not to mention that the effect of using the red pants was a bit shameful, but its attributes were not weak. It was a higher level reward, and the probability of being able to open it was less than 1%. And this guy in front of me can open out a few times in a row. I have to say that it is also have unusual people envy not come luck. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun reached out and opened the box. At this moment Sabin couldn't even contain the excitement in his heart and directly came forward to take a closer look. With a flash of light, a pair of shoes appeared in the box, with lightning symbols on top of them, and electric currents could vaguely be seen surging inside. Although these shoes were not as precious as the previous colored mass of light, they were still a rare piece of equipment. Lightning Gale shoes, disposable equipment that provides a large amount of movement speed when worn, depending on the user's level, and can be used when fleeing danger at critical moments. For example, Lu Yun was now level 25, and if he wore these shoes, an unusual level 40 transmogrifier wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up. Of course, special types of professions are a different story. Some professions are characterized by speed. If you face this kind of professional transmogrifier to chase and kill, this pair of shoes may not be able to save their lives. This was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Lu Yun hurriedly put the shoes away carefully. "Brother, are you selling this thing?" Just then, Sabin looked at Lu Yun and asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Also both disposable equipment. These shoes were much better than his red pants. At least wearing them out wouldn't be a social death. "Not for sale." Lu Yun shook his head. "Ugh." Sabin sighed. His biggest wish right now was to be able to open different equipment within the quenching tower. Even if it was exchanged with someone else, it would be fine. Now it seemed that this wish could not be realized for the time being. "Don't you just love big red pants? Why are you interested in these shoes now?" Seeing the other party's expression of love, Lu Yun suddenly developed a bad taste and teased. Sabin ignored Lu Yun and instead decisively turned around and headed to the next level. Lu Yun saw this and followed with his coyote. According to senior sister Lu, this guy had only rushed to the 3rd layer last time, so I don't know how many layers he could reach this time. The higher the layer, the stronger the doppelganger, and at the 3rd layer, the doppelganger would transform into a nightmare. It's the thing that one fears in one's heart. Even a level 200 mythic profession powerhouse had something they feared. And the 3rd level of the split was able to materialize this most terrifying of things. This was also the reason why most of the people who came here to challenge each other stopped at the 3rd level. I don't remember having anything to fear. Do I? I wonder what kind of doppelganger will appear. Lu Yun murmured softly. Instead of being scared, he was more or less a little excited. But the coyote fought back. "Master, will the doppelganger later appear to be the most terrifying thing inside?" Coyote asked worriedly. "Aha." Lu Yun nodded and turned to laugh. "What? You're scared? You're an existence that dares to take the public by storm at the Magic Martial University, and you actually have something to be afraid of." The coyote's face slightly reddened. Then it said, "Master, can I temporarily enter the marriage space?" "No way." Lu Yun rejected it outright without even thinking about it. "This trip to the quenching tower is also a rare opportunity for you to practice. You must come along with me." Lu Yun was in a serious mood, but this was bitter for Little Wolf. She wasn't afraid of seeing anything scary later. She was just worried about losing face, because her deepest fear was Lu Yun. But Lu Yun didn't know anything about this yet, and he dragged the coyote up the stairs hard. It wasn't that Lu Yun had to do this. Mainly this coyote was resisting with every hair on his body. Without this guy would definitely not go up. Soon the man and the wolf arrived at the 3rd level, which was the same as the 2nd level, only a bit more spacious. There were still people fighting against the doppelgangers here, just fewer than on the 2nd level. Before Lu Yun could carefully survey his surroundings, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Not a ghost from a horror movie or a demonic creature of some Cthulhu element, but rather a good-looking one, because the silhouette was Long Kor, or Dragon Kur in uniform. Long Kor held a long whip and looked at Lu Yun with a flirtatious face. Her bilocation appearance was incomparably real, and it really did have the horse-forked bug flavor of Long Kor's own body. At this moment, Lu Yun directly flaxed and froze. Lu Yun was struck by lightning and felt like space was frozen at the moment. He'd fantasized about many outcomes before he'd arrived, and he thought that perhaps his greatest inner fear was the ugly, fat, rich women with bills to beg him. When Lu Yun was moving bricks at the construction site, similar things were numerous, but there is a beautiful rich woman is an exception. Once the old boss of the construction site brought his own wife to inspect. The two just came to the construction site. Lu Yun found that the wife of the old boss has been secretly measuring himself. Then the boss went with the management to look at projects elsewhere, and the boss's wife did not follow, but stayed behind. She took advantage of the fact that no one was around, and even directly pulled Lu Yun's hand and told Lu Yun that she wanted to buy out Lu Yun's 3 years of youth. During these 3 years, food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all paid for by her, and the luxury supercars under this lady's name were also at Lu Yun's disposal, and she also gave Lu Yun 100,000 gold coins per month for living expenses. Although this lady was a bit older, she had a plump figure and the unique charm of a human wife, Who knew how to feel sorry for people? In the face of such generous conditions, Lu Yun was indeed very moved. But in the end reason overcame desire. After all, it's only been 3 years, and if she can bag herself for life, then consider saying yes to her. Lu Yun knew in his heart that in this world of the game world, a powerful profession was the real secret to acquiring wealth. And relying on a woman for a soft meal could not last long after all. So he refused the lady's package and made an effort to read psychology writings. During the time he spent reading the psychological works, he cringed and regretted not saying yes every time he recalled his wife's voluptuous figure and tender words. The plump and gentle old bossman's wife is just an example. Most of the rich women who come to him are 200 kilograms level of old woman. That was why Lu Yun thought that the heart demons that arose from this third level might be those rich women. Who would have thought that it would actually be Long Kor, which was too far from Lu Yun's expectations. Long Kor stared straight at Lu Yun and suddenly stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. An action that was exactly the same as Long Kor's. Every time Lu Yun saw Long Kor do this action, it was basically at midnight. And this action meant that Long Kor was about to launch a frenzy of demands on him. So even though he knew that the Long Kor in front of him was a fake, he still couldn't help but feel a chill. It was no exaggeration to say that Lu Yun's legs had already begun to wobble. It turned out that the fear within himself was actually Long Kor. This was too absurd. Lu Yun clenched his fists tightly, already ready to fight. It was precisely at this moment that a shocking sound suddenly erupted from the front. And when it was emitted, the entire third floor shook. Lu Yun swept toward the front, and his entire being was once again sublimely dumbfounded. Panties. He saw a huge pair of red panties flying through the air, and right in front of them, Sabin was bombarding wildly with an iron fist in his hand. This one looks explosive with every punch, but those huge red briefs are intact, not a single tear at all. Cowardly. Lu Yun froze and suddenly came from his heart. Originally thought that his heart demon was Long Kor, already dog outrageous. Did not think that this underwear monk is even more outrageous. Actually red underwear. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yun was just about to fight the Dragon Kor in front of him when a familiar odd laughter suddenly came from the side. GGG, you can't run away. Little wolf, you are my prey tonight. Get ready for the onslaught. Why is this voice so familiar? Recall it carefully. Ha, isn't this your own voice? It was just that compared to Lu Yun's voice, this voice was even more obscene. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged as he had a bad feeling, and when his gaze swept over to Coyote's side, his mind directly exploded. Blanche, only to see a moving figure standing in front of the young wolf, which was exactly the same as himself, only the temperament was very different. But it was more like a perverted version of Lu Yun. This Lu Yun had an extremely aggressive gaze when he looked at the young wolf. Little wolf, give me an explanation. Lu Yun looked at Little Wolf and said with a strong sense of helplessness in his heart. He didn't realize that he had such an image in the young wolf's mind. He was a serious man. When had he ever had such a lewd expression? And that too in the face of a wolf? The little wolf's eyes were evasive, not daring to meet Lu Yun's gaze. The reason why she had requested to return to the marriage space earlier was because she was afraid of this situation. I don't know why this is happening, Coyote said softly. Lu Yun instantly rolled his eyes. The thing that this little she-wolf feared the most inside was actually herself. This was something that Lu Yun had never expected. Never mind. Get ready to fight. You should be fine, right? Lu Yun asked, rubbing his temples. It should be okay, right? Coyote was a little hesitant. Let's fight first. Lu Yun sighed and turned to pull out his dragon fortress to charge towards Dragon Kier. Baby, do you really have the heart to take a shot at someone? Long Kor's lips rose, revealing an evil smile as she said, I'm the princess of the Fire Dragon clan, a noble mythological creature. Flames are my power, capable of incinerating all the enemies in the world. You're no match for me. You're not Dragon Kor, and you can't be Dragon Kor. An imposter is an imposter after all. And you're worthy to call yourself a princess of the Fire Dragon clan? Lu Yun let out a roar and charged forward with a giant dragon clash. Boom! After a loud bang, Lu Yun but stood still in a daze. The dragon crash, which was tried and true against any enemy, actually failed in front of Dragon Kier. Not only was there no knockback effect, even the stun effect didn't appear, and even the opposite side's Dragon Kor didn't lose a single drop of blood. This result was too much for Lu Yun to accept, and he didn't understand what was going on. Don't you understand yet? I'm the princess of the Fire Dragon clan, and this bit of your attack can't do any damage to me. Dragon Kor held a long whip and pressed step by step. Give up your meaningless resistance. Submit to this princess's jade feet, and grant you a painless death. You fart. Lu Yun's brows tightened, and with his fingers together the flaming dragon breath slash directly blasted over. Bang! The red-colored flames instantly filled this space, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, but still failed to cause any damage to Dragon Kor. Lu Yun's frown deepened. The opponent was literally not losing any blood at all. How could this even be a fight? Even when facing an existence with a higher level than his own, Lu Yun's attacks could still deal some damage. This zero damage situation was the first time he had encountered it. This imposter in front of him was a bit weird. No wonder most challengers end up stopping here. It seems that this place is truly extraordinary. Lu Yun pondered in his heart. But he still didn't give up fighting back. Sitting around waiting for death was never his style. Ancient Dragon Claw Strike. Lu Yun let out a roar as he condensed 3 dragon claws throughout the air and blasted them at Dragon Gear one after another. With every strike that landed, Lu Yun was able to boost his attack by 6%. And with 3 strikes landing in a row, the damage increase came directly to a terrifying 18%. However, 3 strikes fell in succession, and the long core in front of her remained unharmed. The ancient dragon claw strike was already the strongest means Lu Yun possessed at the moment, and he still couldn't help his opponent. At this moment, Lu Yun was truly desperate, facing any attack without losing any blood at all. Even if the gods and goddesses come, there is nothing they can do. Give up. Your attacks are ineffective against me. Even your power comes from me. Do you want to reverse the Big Dipper? Dragon Core teasingly looked at Lu Yun, and as she spoke, she had already arrived in front of Lu Yun. The two of them looked at each other, and even though he knew that the long core in front of him was an imposter, Lu Yun still had mixed feelings in his heart. It was true that his power originated from long core, and if he hadn't married her, he wouldn't have been able to switch to Dragon Knight and use long core skills, but his real dependence was the detection system. But in the current situation, the detection system couldn't be of much help. Kneel down. The Dragon Gear did not give Lu Yun time to study his countermeasures, and directly made a domineering statement, which was truly a bit of Dragon Gear's flavor. Before Lu Yun could give a reply, suddenly, the teleportation portal behind Lu Yun opened, and Long Core's original self came out from inside, slapping out at the imposter in front of him. This sudden attack didn't react to even Lu Yun himself, not to mention this imposter. Caught off guard, the imposter was jerked away and rolled dozens of times on the ground one after another, causing the entire third floor to shake. One could imagine just how powerful a blow was. The blow contained her anger. Who was Lu Yun? That was the man she, Long Core, had sworn her sovereignty over, and the guy in front of her was not only impersonating himself, but he was also attempting to make Lu Yun kneel down. Unforgivable. What are you, worthy of making him kneel? The flames within Long Core's eyes rose, and the temperature around her followed suit and climbed rapidly. If her strength wasn't restricted, Long Core could completely incinerate the entire Quenching Tower, and even the entire Silent City could face disaster due to her anger. The imposter got up in a sorry state and looked at Long Core's original body with a face full of scorn. This kind of fear did not originate from the surface, but from the depths of his soul. Don't look at the fact that Long Core was usually in front of Lu Yun, holding onto her game console all day long, but don't forget, this one's level was 119, an existence beyond 100 levels. Such a rank would have to be treated with caution even if that 189 ranked Xinhua female sword goddess of the Sakura Kingdom came. This is the Dragon Clan, the princess of the Honorable Fire Dragon Clan. You are me and I am you. There is no point in you striking out at me because this is a challenge that belongs to him. You can protect him for a moment but you cannot shelter him for a lifetime. The scorn in the imposter's eyes faded a bit, and he grinned coldly. Haven't you realized that your attacks can't do any damage to me either? After the other party's reminder, Lu Yun then realized with hindsight that despite the terrifying power of Long Core's earlier move, it really hadn't caused any damage to this imposter either. This caused Lu Yun to have a headache once again. Could it be that this imposter was invincible? Since it's invincible, how do you break it? Just as Lu Yun was pondering, Long Core suddenly pressed Lu Yun's shoulder and looked straight into his eyes. What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Lu Yun said somewhat unnaturally. Give me an explanation. Long Core faintly said. What explanation? Lu Yun began to feign confusion. Long Core's shell teeth clenched and her eyes were suddenly a little moist. Why is it that your greatest fear deep down is me? Lu Yun's lips slightly opened to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Don't you know why my deepest fear is you? Fucking pulling me up in the middle of the night every day. Even if my kidneys are made of iron, I can't handle it. The two of them had been together for so long. Lu Yun hadn't seen Long Core pee her pants, and was already a warrior with 100 kidney semen. If it were any other man, hacking every day and night, I'm afraid he would have died suddenly. Maybe the grass on his grave would be 3 feet high by now. In fact, some exercises need to be moderate. If you fight endlessly, it will be counterproductive. Lu Yun finally explained after thinking about it. Are you no good, fine dog? Long Core glanced at Lu Yun's bottom and faintly said. Lu Yun almost choked on his own saliva. I didn't say that. Lu Yun rushed to his defense. A man should never say he can't. even if he really can't. Besides, Lu Yun wasn't really incapable. It was mainly because Long Koer was too hard to be satisfied. If you're good, why are you so afraid of double rose? You're just a small gold. I'm a diamond god to take you flying, and you're actually getting psycho? Long Kor was a bit hurt, but then she also began to self-examine. I admit that I do play with flowers a lot of the time, and I will try to restrain myself in the following. After saying this, Long Kor looked at the imposter in front of her again, and turned her words around. Back to the topic. What needs to be done now is to resolve this imposter. Who actually dared to make you kneel down in front of me? It cannot be forgiven. You have a solution? Lu Yun asked curiously. Even Long Kor couldn't do any damage to this bastard, so Lu Yun was truly at his wit's end. The way to overcome fear is to face it, Long Kor faintly said, and after saying this, she directly returned to the marriage space. Lu Yun stood in place in a mess, and after a long time, he also came back to his senses. He felt that he should have understood what Long Kor meant. That woman has already left. Even if I am an imposter, she doesn't have any way to take me. The imposter looked at Lu Yun even more smugly. I thought that Lu Yun should have collapsed in despair at this point, but who would have thought that Lu Yun would be surprisingly calm? After a long period of silence, the two of them looked at each other, and Lu Yun suddenly took the initiative to walk towards the imposter. You, what do you want? Are you coming here to get yourself killed? Just so impatient? The imposter was a bit unsure. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly walked up to the imposter and reached out to hug the other party. At this moment, the imposter's entire body stiffened, already at a loss for words by Lu Yun's entire maneuver. How? The imposter's entire body trembled as his body began to dissipate little by little. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. I've got my thoughts straight now, so you naturally have nothing to fear in my eyes, Lu Yun said expressionlessly. You. The imposter's face was filled with horror, and he wanted to say something, but unfortunately, his body had already completely dissipated. When the imposter dissipated, Lu Yun's battle ended. At this moment, quite a few people had witnessed Lu Yun's side of the battle. Seeing that Lu Yun had defeated the heart demon by doing so, they all followed suit, and soon afterward, they had actually all defeated the heart demon as well. Many people here had been stuck at the third level, defeated by their own heart demons here every time, and had been searching for a solution. Right now, they had actually found the problem through Lu Yun's battle, and each of them was thrilled. Sabin on the other side also noticed Lu Yun's situation, and immediately thought of a way to crack it. Turning to look at the big red pants in front of him, a flash of hatred suddenly surged in his eyes. Kid, Sabin suddenly called out to Lu Yun. Lu Yun twisted his head. Watch it. Sabin took a deep breath and was full of vigor. I will strike next. This strike, it will be awesome. As he said this, Sabin suddenly pulled out a pair of red panties and put them over his head. This can't be. When Sabin made this maneuver, the huge red pants in front of him, which had been visualized by Sabin's deepest fears, was actually spitting out incomparable pain. The way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. Ali gives. I have penetrated that, and it's time to end it. Sabin took a deep breath. Red Panties wanted to say something else, but his body had gradually become illusory and eventually disappeared. Thanks to you this time, otherwise I would have folded here. Count me as Sabin owing you a favor. Sabin said to Lu Yun. The last time he was here, the heart demons were still dogs. I was bitten by a dog because I was mischievous as a child and flicked the dog's balls with a rubber band. That time, facing the group of dogs, he relived his childhood feeling again and used his underwear as a slingshot to flick the dog's balls, resulting in the stray dogs on the third floor, all experiencing the sorrow of the balls. More than a dozen stray dogs disappeared overnight and Sabin managed to get through to the third level, which had thought that this time is not even a stray dog, actually turned into a red pants. And this red pants also invulnerable to knives and guns. After half a day of fighting hard without losing much blood, if he hadn't been inspired by seeing Lu Yun's side of the battle, Sabin would have been ready to admit defeat and run away. It's all your own doing. It doesn't have much to do with me. Lu Yun shook his head and said. Even though Sabin only found a way to break the game through his own battles, the ability to adjust his mindset in time even after knowing his weaknesses was something that outsiders couldn't help him with. Saying that this item was able to defeat the red pants in front of him, Lu Yun had only played a supporting role. You're still weirdly modest, kid. Words notwithstanding, thanks are definitely needed. Sabin, never owe favors. Sabin thought for a moment and suddenly pulled a pair of red pants out of his arms. Since you and I are so destined to be together, these red pants will be gifted to you. Sabin handed the pants to Lu Yun and smiled. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged as he had wanted to reject this thing. He himself had many suitable skills, not to mention that he was now an Xianling formation master, and there was no longer a lack of defense. These red pants, while they boosted Tan and were very effective, It was really humiliating to fight with these things on. Lu Yun boasted that he didn't have the courage to do so, but on second thought, this was also the other party's intention. So in order not to hit the other party's self-esteem, Lu Yun still accepted it. Seeing Lu Yun accept the red pants, a smile appeared on Sabin's face. Just then, a wooden box suddenly appeared in front of them, which was the reward for passing the third level. I have conquered my fear, and whatever rewards open to me will never shake me again. Sabin smiled dashingly, then reached out and opened the box, and after a burst of light, a brand new pair of red pants was introduced to his eyes. In an instant, the entire third floor of the quenching tower echoed with Sabin's hiss. Blanche, the corners of Lu Yun's mouth tugged frantically, wanting to shout 666. This guy's 3 boxes in a row were all red panties. Whether he had stepped out of the shadow of the red panties Lu Yun didn't know, but this guy was really connected to the red panties. 100% of the rewards were opened by him one after another. Who can do this? After a few moments of sadness, Sabin finally accepted the result and silently put the red pants away in the marriage space. After settling things on Sabin's side, Lu Yun headed towards the battle of the coyotes. Coyote's side of the imposter Lu Yun is also impervious to swords and spears. At first Coyote was also clueless, but later after seeing Lu Yun's side of the operation, he also thought of a way to crack it. In the face of the imposter's attack, the Coyote simply stopped resisting and let the other party strike. The Magic Martial University is a sacred place in the eyes of the summer transmigrants, yet you dare to spread your wildness anywhere you like here. Your crime is unforgivable. Imposter Lu Yun was filled with anger, suddenly picking up the little wolf and lifting his hand towards his butt. A slap output. The Coyote's face showed a look of pain, but there was clearly a few hints of enjoyment amidst that pain. Master, I know I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Please don't hit. The Coyote began to beg for mercy. However, the imposter Lu Yun fought even more vigorously, and when Lu Yun saw this scene, his entire third view was strongly impacted. What kind of image did he have of himself in Coyote's mind? Along with every slap that fell on imposter Lu Yun, his body became more and more illusory, and eventually, after a dozen slaps fell, imposter Lu Yun disappeared into thin air. The battle was over, but the Coyote still felt somewhat unfulfilled. Although he knew that the guy in front of him was an imposter, being spanked by him really had a strange feeling, as if Lu Yun had done it himself. It was also thanks to the Coyote's exuberant fur, or else Lu Yun and the others would have been able to see that somewhere there was already a flood. Master, I want to go back to the marriage space. I'm a little physically uncomfortable, please. The little wolf came to Lu Yun and begged bitterly. Originally, Lu Yun was not going to agree, wanting the little wolf to continue the next battle, but seeing that the little guy was really struggling, he simply agreed. Upon re-entering the mating space, the Coyote then let out a long sigh of relief and directly plopped down on the ground. It was also fortunate that imposter Lu Yun disappeared in time. If she had continued to come a few more times, her dam would have burst. I'm going to get stronger as soon as possible, and when the time comes, I'll manifest a human body and be with my master forever. The young wolf clenched his wolf paw and swore up in his heart. Meanwhile, after the Coyote returned to the marriage space, a box also appeared in front of Lu Yun's heels, and he opened it to find that it was the experience cluster. However, it wasn't a colored experience group, and although it added a lot of experience, it wasn't enough to allow Lu Yun to upgrade at once. The battle on the third floor ended, and Lu Yun followed Sabin onward to the fourth floor. The fourth tier of the doppelganger was even stronger, but it was obviously easier to deal with than the previous sword impenetrable heart demon, and after some battles, Lu Yun and Sabin also won their battles one after another, and this time, Lu Yun was still getting the experience group. This is the most common reward within the Hardened Tower, with equipment having a relatively low probability of appearing. And for once, Saipan's side broke the mold by finally not being red pants, even though it was also a normal experience group, but it made the guy howl with excitement. After taking a break, the two came back to the fifth floor. The doppelgangers here were much stronger, but they were still defeated by the two of them, and the reward was an experience group. Soon the two arrived at the sixth floor, and when the two had just arrived here, a sudden change occurred. When the two of them arrived at the sixth floor, a great pressure instantly descended on the scene, as if a great mountain had pressed down on them out of nowhere. A strong sense of suffocation arose in Saipan, and his face turned pale. Lu Yun's situation was fine. Although he also felt this pressure, it was still within the range that he could bear. While facing pressure, the feelings of different levels of transmigrators were profoundly different. Perhaps because Lu Yun was a mythic level transmuter, his resistance in this regard would be better. In the past, I would only come to the third floor at most, and this unprecedented arrival at the sixth floor is already the limit. This pressure is too strong. I estimate that under this pressure, I won't even be able to utilize half of my normal strength. After saying these words, Sabin took a deep breath. his forehead veins throbbing. This seemed to be his limit and he couldn't go any further. He casually glanced at Lu Yun beside him. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but his jaw dropped on the spot. His feet were starting to shake, but Lu Yun was acting like nothing was wrong. What kind of operation is this? You didn't feel this pressure? Sabin asked with an odd expression. Feel it. Lu Yun bounced in place for a moment and said, it doesn't feel much more terrifying. The corners of Sabin's mouth twitched up violently, and at the same time, the gang fighting on the 6th floor were all filled with black lines. There were a total of 5 people in this group, and for them to be able to endure the effects of the pressure here and fight with their own doppelgangers already belonged to the category of being quite difficult. Now this guy is actually speaking out of turn, and it doesn't feel that scary? The bull doesn't bring this kind of blowing. Kid, it's true that pretending is not a crime, but pretending is easily struck by lightning, so watch your head. A teenager couldn't help but open his mouth while fighting with his doppelganger. His name was Thunderblade. The teenager held his sword in both hands. His body's power surged crazily, and he even coalesced a thunder barrier around him. He was a legendary level transmuter. Kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Even if you're as strong as Brother Lin, your performance was very strenuous when he came to this level. You're really ignorant. A nearby teenager with dyed yellow hair opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner, although none of the rest of them replied back. It could be seen from the disdainful eyes that they didn't believe Lu Yun's words at all, and they all felt that Lu Yun was blowing smoke. It was important to realize that this place was completely different from the layers below. The 6th layer already belonged to the high-level position in the quenching tower. Many people simply didn't have the qualifications to arrive here, and even if they did, no matter how demonic their talent was, they would be affected by the pressure. The space carries its own pressure, which is exactly what characterizes the 6th level. Facing the group's cynicism, Lu Yun didn't care. The levels were different, he didn't need to prove anything to this group. Just then, a doppelganger suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun and Sabin's followers. This doppelganger was much stronger, but it was still within the ranks of what Lu Yun could deal with. Without hesitation, Lu Yun took the lead and took the initiative to kill towards the doppelganger. As for Sabin on the other side, he was slightly hesitant, knowing that it would be difficult to defeat the doppelganger as his strength was greatly reduced in this environment. But once he thought that it wasn't easy to come to the 6th floor, he immediately gritted his teeth and prepared to give it a try, and soon fought with the doppelganger. The idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel, and less than a few minutes into the battle, the bastard began to lose ground. After just a few rounds of exchanges, this fellow was actually spewed out a mouthful of old blood by the doppelganger. Blanche, looks like this place is really my limit. Sabin shook his head inside. Despite the fact that he still had undercards that he hadn't used, he didn't do so. The current situation was already clear. Even if he used undercard means to pass through this layer, the next layer would also inevitably not be able to pass. So instead of exposing your cards here, you should just abstain. That's just it. I'm already satisfied to have made it this far. That's all. Sabin sighed softly, and immediately dodged and retreated to a corner. This corner is covered by a boundary, which prevents the doppelganger from entering. However, whenever someone enters it, it represents a forfeit. Once Sabin entered inside the boundary, the doppelganger in front of him that belonged to him slowly dissipated. Sabin sighed in relief and sat on the ground with his knees crossed, pulling out a bottle of healing liquid and drinking it all in one gulp. The injuries on his body soon recovered as good as new, and then he began to watch Lu Yun's battle. This kid. It was only upon seeing Lu Yun's fighting style that Sabin's brain instantly went blank. Lu Yun was actually able to gain the upper hand against his doppelganger. One had to know that this was the 6th floor, where there was omnipresent pressure, and a normal person's strength would be tremendously affected after arriving here. And Lu Yun's performance, just like what he said, seemed to be truly unaffected by anything. How is that possible? Sabin shook his head. If that was true, that was crazy. Many top geniuses had come here to challenge, but almost no one could do it as easily as Lu Yun. Not even mythological geniuses. Not only Sabin. Those who had mocked Lu Yun earlier were also extremely shocked, and many felt their faces burning. They had previously packed their bags and said that Lu Yun was blowing smoke, but now Lu Yun had directly proved that he was truly stress-free with his actual actions. This was a live slap in the face. Their faces felt a fiery pain, and their hearts felt even less. It didn't take Lu Yun long to shatter the split in front of him before he quickly ran towards the front. However, Lu Yun had only just run a few steps when another doppelganger coalesced in front of him to block Lu Yun's path. This floor is a bit special. If you want to pass the level, you have to rush to the staircase under the block of the doppelganger. The only way to pass the level, and the doppelganger can't be killed, because after decapitating a splitter, a new splitter would quickly coalesce again. This layer competed in durability and explosive power. This kid is cheating. right? I'm only one level away from a mythic rank profession and I'm struggling so much. How can he make it so easy? The Thunder Blade from earlier, who held a sword in both hands that was covered in lightning, suddenly spoke up. As soon as he spoke, the rest of the group followed suit. He must have cheated. Even I'm struggling so much. What makes it so easy for him? The 6th floor of Silent City doesn't allow for the existence of such an awesome character. There are many props that seem to be able to briefly enhance one's strength, and this kid may have used such a prop. Isn't this kind of thing expressly forbidden? He's provoking the authority of Silent City by doing this. The more the gang talked, the more they felt they had a point, because that was the only way to make sense of why Lu Yun was so relaxed. Suddenly, Thunderblade stepped back and pulled out his nameplate and crushed it. Each challenger who entered the quenching tower could receive a nameplate of their own, which could be pinched and reported when they encountered other challengers cheating. At this point, the teenager had already decided that Lu Yun was cheating and didn't hesitate to crush the nameplate in his hand. At the same moment, the square, Lu Qiushui had been staring at the string of numbers 9528, and initially the first 2 floors Lu Yun had rushed up with a bang. When he reached the 3rd level, he suddenly slowed down, which made Lu Qiushui a little anxious, worrying that Lu Yun would stop here. She had also entered the quenching tower and knew the terror of the 3rd floor. If her mind was not flexible enough, she would probably stop here. Stopping here is just as well, and many people will be haunted by their demons as a result, seriously affecting their subsequent cultivation. But fortunately, Lu Yun didn't disappoint her and didn't have to wait too long before he came all the way from the 3rd floor to the 6th floor. The biggest obstacle on this 6th floor is that invisible pressure. With school brother Lu's strength, I don't think it will be too difficult. At most an hour will pass. Lu Qiushui murmured softly. When she passed the 6th floor, it also took her almost an hour. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A red light was suddenly released from within the 6th layer. The red light was so blinding that it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. A red glow? Someone crushed the nameplate. It's this time of the year, and there's actually someone who dares to cheat within the quenching tower? Which one of these gutsy guys is it? The people watching in the square revealed odd expressions. Cheating was a behavior that was frowned upon no matter where they were. At the very beginning, the hardened tower didn't have a reporting mechanism, and there were a lot of people cheating and using special props to make passes back then. Since there was no rule against using props at the time, this sort of thing was ignored. Later on, Silent City set up a reporting mechanism where challengers were both competitors and monitors of each other. Each challenger who entered the quenching tower could receive a nameplate, but any challenger who was found secretly using props could crush the nameplate to report it. If the report is successful, it can be rewarded, while the behavior of the person being reported will be severely punished if it is carried out. At first there were people who didn't believe it and still used props to get through after this rule fell into place. He was later reported, stripped of all his possessions, and imprisoned in the Silent City for 10 years. Such a punishment could be considered quite large, so no one dared to use props to cheat in the tempering tower anymore after this incident. I didn't expect that after how long had passed, another one who wasn't afraid of death had appeared. Quite a few people revealed their stance of watching a good show. Lu Qiushui was also a bit puzzled as to who dared to cheat within the quenching tower. As a rule, the person being reported will soon be tagged. The number representing their identity will soon turn red, and the answer will soon be revealed. 3 minutes after the red light had risen to the sky, 9528, which represented Lu Yun's identity, suddenly turned gradually red. Seeing the number representing Lu Yun's identity turn red, Lu Qiushui was dumbfounded. Schoolmate Lu cheated? How is this possible? Lu Qiushui's first reaction was that she had misread it, but the string of reddened numbers was unusually conspicuous, so it was impossible for her to have misread it. But how could she not believe that Lu Yun would do such a thing? Inside the 6th floor of the quenching tower, a formation totem suddenly appeared on the ground, followed by a large man with a sturdy build walking out from it. This person had many dense hairs growing on his body and a pair of short ears on his head. The visitor was obviously not a human. This was a monster powerhouse in human form, with his level reaching at least level 40. My lord, it's this kid who cheated. I want to report him, Lei Blade said gloatingly as he looked towards Lu Yun. The big man did not speak, but lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. And in an instant, the space of the 6th floor seemed to be frozen, and all the bilocations were instantly stopped in place, actually temporarily losing their power of action. Immediately afterward, this one's gaze fell on Lu Yun. You're 9528, the big man's voice didn't carry a trace of emotion, and the words didn't sound like an inquiry, but more like a question. It's me, Lu Yun said indifferently. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that sometimes being too dazzling wasn't always a good thing, and he didn't expect his behavior to fall into the eyes of this group of people as actually cheating. You should know very well the consequences of cheating within the tempering tower. Come with me, the big man said indifferently. You're letting me go with you without even investigating? What if I'm wrongly accused? Lu Yun frowned slightly. The other party didn't even ask him a single question before directly asking himself to go with him. Such behavior was too overbearing. What more proof do you need? I'm a legend-ranked transmuter who has to endure great pressure here. But you act like nothing happened. You didn't cheat. I ran naked on the spot, Thunderblade said in a conspiratorial manner. The rest of the group chimed in. Lu Yun's relaxed performance was too obvious. He must have used special props. Are you sure you're not cheating? The big man suddenly asked. No. Lu Yun's expression was bland and his gaze was straight with the other party. Even if he knew that the other party was a superpower, Lu Yun's attitude was not humble. Fine. I'll give you a chance to prove your innocence. Without any nonsense. The big man raised his hand and pressed it against Lu Yun. Boom! In an instant a terrifying pressure erupted from within the big man, instantly enveloping Lu Yun. The intensity of this pressure was a few points stronger than the pressure within this sixth layer. But even so, under the pressure of this pressure, Lu Yun remained unharmed, his body standing straight in place as if he had not been affected in any way. The big man let out a cry of surprise, and although he didn't move on the surface, waves of shock rose within him. This pressure of his couldn't be blocked by even an unusual level 30 transfigurator, and he was bound to be affected. It wasn't normal for Lu Yun to be calm even though he was only level 25. It could be said that this alone was enough to prove that Lu Yun wasn't cheating, and that he truly had the ability to ignore the pressure of the sixth layer. Normally, things could have ended here. However, seeing Lu Yun blocking his pressure so easily, the big man's face was a little embarrassed, and he decided to continue increasing his force to see where Lu Yun's limits actually were. Boom! Say it and do it. The big man's palms trembled as he once again increased the pressure, which was already twice that of the sixth floor. Under this pressure, Lu Yun finally showed some signs of strain, but his body remained straight. Good boy. The big man's eyes lit up. Lu Yun's performance had greatly exceeded his expectations, and immediately continued to increase the pressure again. Buzz! The pressure tripled instantly. Under this pressure, Lu Yun felt a great sense of suffocation, and tiny spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Even the joints of his bones began to click, and he had the feeling that he was going to be crushed at any moment. If it had been a different person, such a situation would have been on the ground long ago. But Lu Yun was different. As a Xianling formation master, he was able to set up a defense formation to isolate this pressure. Only Lu Yun didn't do so. The Xianling formation master was one of his bottom cards, and he wouldn't use it easily unless it came to a life-threatening moment. The pressure continued to linger around Lu Yun, just as Lu Yun was about to lose his grip. Buzz! Instead, the big man suddenly withdrew his pressure and whirled around to give Thunderblade a big forced fight that sent the bastard flying hard. Snap! Thunderblade had been jerked out, but the crisp slap still echoed in the air. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the crowd had not yet reacted to what had happened. My lord! Why is this? It's obvious that this kid cheated. Why are you hitting me? Did I do something wrong? Thunderblade stood up from the ground. His entire face had swollen into a pig's head in aggravation. Could it be that this one had hit the wrong person? But let's not talk about this one's rank. Even if this one's eyes were sewn to his ass, it wouldn't be so bad to see him as Lu Yun. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. Lu Yun also didn't expect the other party to suddenly pull such a stunt, and was also a bit baffled. You're saying he cheated? The big man asked, pointing at Lu Yun. Yeah, he cheated. All of us saw it. Thunderblade nodded. We did see it. This kid obviously cheated. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. The rest of the people also came out in support of Thunderblade. In the entire sixth tier, Sabin was the only one not indicated. The big man swept the group before whirling around to look at Sabin next to him. Did you see him cheat? No. Sabin shook his head. This brother has a good character. I haven't seen him cheat and I don't believe someone like him would cheat. It wasn't that he was brainlessly favoring Lu Yun. Mainly he really didn't see Lu Yun cheating and didn't think Lu Yun would do so. The big man nodded after hearing this. And then he backhanded and jerked the bunch of bites that killed Lu Yun for cheating away, including Thunderblade, who had just climbed up. Thunderblade only felt a blackness in front of his eyes before he plummeted and was jerked away again, his whole being embedded in the wall. The group was jerked around, and to this day they don't understand what this is all about. Obviously the one who cheated was Lu Yun. Why was this one beating them? Could it be that this guy is a big shot, and the background behind him has gotten so big that he's blatantly sheltering himself like this? You guys are saying he cheated? The big man swept a glance at the crowd and laughed angrily. Being a chicken bully, do you guys think I'm stupid? Or do you think you're smart? After saying this, the big man raised his hand and waved it at the group. A pressure was instantly released and swept out towards the crowd. Twice the pressure. Boom! Under this pressure, the ground underneath everyone's feet began to crack, and they all wore pained expressions, feeling unprecedented pain. Many people even bent their knees on the spot and directly knelt on the ground. The fact that they were able to come to the 6th floor was enough to see that none of their talents were weak and their willpower was strong enough, but it was still too much to bear under such terrifying pressure. My lord! I'm not convinced. Leyblade forced himself to hold back his bent knees and looked up angrily at the big man and roared. You're blatantly harboring him, even if this kid is a big shot. You can't harbor him like this, right? Harboring? The big man laughed coldly. Earlier, I released 3 times the pressure on him and he was able to withstand it with ease. Now I'm only releasing 2 times the pressure on you guys. How come you guys can't help yourselves? You guys are saying that he cheated. If someone like him needs to cheat in order to pass the 6th floor, then wouldn't you guys not even have the qualifications to come to the 6th floor? Swish! At this moment, Thunderblade and the others finally understood why the big man had struck out at them. Emotionally, the big man had already been testing Lu Yun earlier, and the result of the test was clearly enough for Lu Yun to prove his innocence. Since a strong person like the big man had said so, it was almost certain that Lu Yun had indeed not cheated. Lu Yun was indeed too much more powerful than them, at least in the aspect of resisting pressure. It was something they could not match. People could even withstand 3 times the pressure in front of the big man, while they were already dying from just twice the pressure. Even though the truth has surfaced, such a truth is really hard for the crowd to accept. Ha ha ha, after half a day you guys are a bunch of jumping clowns. If you can't do it yourselves you think others must not be able to do it either. It really laughs me to death. How in heaven's name can there be people as stupid as you guys? Sabin couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Tears were coming out of his eyes. He was literally gasping for breath from the amusement. Thunderblade and the others were all gloomy, clenching their fists and throats but unable to make a sound. They had thought that Lu Yun had cheated, but in the end, they had humiliated themselves. Indeed, they didn't have the face to speak anymore. I didn't realize the clown was myself. You're very good. You shouldn't have any problem passing the 6th layer, but these later layers are difficult. It won't be easy to pass them. Help you to have all the best. The big man nodded at Lu Yun, his eyes all much kinder. And then he glanced at Sabin. You're already standing in the forfeit area. Since you've already forfeited your right to go out with me, go brother. I'm looking forward to your performance down here. Sabin winked at Lu Yun, and then he followed the big man away. When the big man left, the scene once again returned to its original state, and the doppelgangers that had originally stopped in place began to move once again. Before Thunderblade and the others had time to sigh, the battle had already begun. Just while fighting, all of them couldn't help but have their faces burning. Thinking of what had just happened, a flurry of agitation and shame within them. Kid, you are also at best a little more resistant to pressure. Do you know Lin Ying? This is my brother. In front of him you're not even a piece of shit. Today it's just that you're lucky that you didn't meet him. Otherwise, Leyblade said as he looked at Lu Yun. However, it was these words that caused Lu Yun's body to lurch. You know Lin Ying? Lu Yun said with a strange expression. Thunderblade grunted coldly, as if his status had risen invisibly. Who is Lin Ying? That's a genius who came out of the Magic University. Not to mention Jinsha City, there aren't many people in the whole of Kyoto who don't know him. Lin Ying and I are sworn brothers and have even had dinner together. Thunderblade's head went up and he was just about to pretend, but halfway through his words he felt something was wrong. Lu Yun's eyes had turned red, and his entire body suddenly radiated an endless hostile aura, as if he had seen his father's murderer, completely at odds with his previous state. This bastard wanted to use Lin Ying to pretend to be a pussy. But in reality, he had only had dinner with Lin Ying once by chance, and that meal was still deliberately arranged by him in order to embrace Lin Ying's thighs, a meal that almost emptied all of his family's funds. I thought that from now on, I could hold on to Lin Ying's thighs and get on well, but I didn't think that I could get a single hair. But this didn't prevent him from taking this matter out as a capital to show off. However, he hadn't expected that there was a deep hatred between Lu Yun and Lin Ying. When Lin Ying came to Jinsha City for the sake of Jiang Shishir, he also had some friction with Lu Yun. If it wasn't due to the issue of the occasion, Lu Yun might have already been sent by the other party to meet the Buddha, and it could be said that the hatred between the two had already been unresolvable. When Lu Yun came to Kyoto this time, he was already prepared to be retaliated by the other party at his doorstep, but to his surprise, Lin Ying did not see it, but he saw the other party's brother first. As Lu Yun, who never avenged overnight grudges, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity when he came across it. Immediately, he launched his attack. Mockery of Justice, Ancient Dragon Claw Strike, Flaming Dragon Breath Slash, Dragon Charge. The blood boils. Give me death. Lu Yun was on fire as soon as he stepped out, and in an instant, the entire 6th floor was filled with overpowering killing intent. and for no reason at all. The crowd felt a chill on the soles of their feet, and actually grew fearful. The surrounding people were stunned, and Thunderblade, who was a party to the incident, was even more stunned. He never dreamed that the direction of things would develop to this point. Originally wanted to move out of Lin Ying to pretend, who had thought that ushered in a sudden storm of attacks. This sentence of his, "Lin Ying is my brother," had already sparked Lu Yun's anger. Thunderblade's level was 30, a freshman at Nine Dragons University, and was still the best of the freshmen, and was a legendary transmogrifier himself. With such a rank and strength, normally suppressing Lu Yun wasn't too much of a problem. After all, the rank advantage was here. But for the moment, on the 6th floor of the Quenching Tower, he was under immense pressure, and he couldn't even exert 1/5 of his power in normal times. On the contrary, Lu Yun's side was hardly affected too much. Under these circumstances, Thunderblade was clearly no match for Lu Yun, not to mention the fact that Lu Yun was on fire right out of the gate. "You're fucking sick. Even if you're jealous of me, you don't fuck with me like that." Thunderblade had to tighten his teeth. The muscles of his entire body instantly tightened together, and then he became furious. His own rank was far superior to Lu Yun's, and even if his strength was suppressed here, he could not let Lu Yun stomp on him. Double-edged Hua Chop. Thunderblade held the knife in both hands and violently swung downward and out. At this moment the originally murderous space overflowed with several points of severity again. The body seemed to be frozen, as if it would be chopped in half by this sharp blade at any moment. But in the moment when this blade had only just been swung out, a pale yellow light enveloped from afar, and the Thunderblade instantly changed color. He was shocked to find that when his body was enveloped by this pale yellow light, the skill he had released, Double-Edged Hua Slash, was forced to interrupt. Not only that, his entire body was uncontrollably raising his twin swords and charging towards Lu Yun. The effective Justice Taunt came into play, interrupting the opponent's skills, belonging to as a disguised control skill. Unless the opponent possessed a hegemony-type status, they would all be interrupted by Lu Yun. Just as the Thunderblade charged uncontrollably towards Lu Yun had already rushed over with the Dragon Fortress in hand. Boom! Megalosaurus crash. Thunderblade let out a muffled grunt. His entire body was like a kite with broken strings as he was knocked out by Lu Yun, his body directly hitting the wall at the edge of the 6th floor, with most of his body set inside the wall. -500. Leyblade felt that all of his 5 viscera and 6 internal organs had been impacted to varying degrees, and he had just forced himself to endure the severe pain in preparation for making a counterattack. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would directly raise the Dragon Fortress and slam it towards the bastard's head? Bang! -600. Bang! -654. Bang! 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 -611. -644. -674. A series of attacks directly hit the Thunderblade without the ability to fight back. After a few strikes down, the Thunderblade is already dizzy. "I'm Lin Ying's fucking brother. If you mess up like this, do you believe I'll make you lose sight of tomorrow's sun?" Leyblade roared as he grasped the twin swords in his hands in front of his chest. After he shouted this, Lu Yun actually did stop moving his hands, and Leyblade sighed in relief, thinking that Lu Yun was shocked by Lin Ying's title, even though his level was far above Lu Yun's. This was after all the 6th floor, where his strength was suppressed, and if both sides really fought, he would not be Lu Yun's opponent at all. "Brother Lin Shadow?" Lu Yun's lips rose as he suddenly put away the Dragon Fortress. "That's right, now you know you're scared." Thunderblade raised his head to look at Lu Yun and was about to let loose with his vicious words when he suddenly saw Lu Yun with his fingers together, and the smile on his face grew more and more indulgent. "It's Lin Ying's brother that I'm beating. It's you I'm beating." As soon as Lu Yun said this, Leyblade and the nearby eaters within were instantly dumbfounded. The one who beat up Lin Shadow's brother? What the hell is this? Leyblade felt his mind go blank, and before he could think clearly about what was going on, Lu Yun's attack followed. Flaming Dragon Breath Slash. Boom! A crimson-colored sword shadow instantly erupted from Lu Yun's fingertips and chopped heavily at the Thunderblade. Thunderblade's eyes sank as he hurriedly placed his dual swords against his heels, his body suddenly covered by a barrier of blade awnings. Blade Shadow Shield, which was his only defense-based skill. As a professional who was used to using dual swords as weapons, the style of his attacks was harsh and domineering, and he could often suppress his opponent to the point of being unable to counterattack with a single strike. However, in the current situation, he wasn't able to do so and could only use his skills to block. Right at the moment when the flaming Dragon Breath Slash crashed into his barrier, the originally sturdy barrier instantly cracked out countless tiny lines. Blanche! Thunderblade's eyes were wide with anger, and 10,000 Chao Nimas raced through his heart. Within the 6th floor, his strength was suppressed on all fronts, and even when he used defensive skills, his power was greatly reduced. If it was a normal fight outside, He had a rank advantage and it would be difficult for Lu Yun to break through his defenses even if he used all his strength. But everything changed here. Click. In the end, with a crisp sound, the barrier in front of Thunderblade cracked in an instant, and his entire body was blown away by the tremendous force. His body embedded in the wall once again, and the sword in his hand also fell to the ground. He had already lost all his power to resist, but Lu Yun's attack wasn't over yet. Lu Yun suddenly stretched out his right hand, and the power of flames coalesced in his palm, actually transforming into a long spear. What the fuck do you want? This is the quenching tower. If you kill me, you don't want to live either. Feeling the killing intent on Lu Yun's body, Blade was truly scared. His voice began to tremble, and the previous condescension that belonged solely to a genius no longer existed. Geniuses are naturally the top of the pyramid compared to ordinary people, but geniuses are also afraid of crazy people. And Lu Yun's current behavior was simply 3 times more terrifying than even a madman. 2 people who didn't know each other at all had come up to fight for their lives. Would a normal person do that? Lu Yun naturally knew that he would be severely punished for killing the other party here himself. Not to mention that the person who had offended him was Lin Ying and had nothing to do with the other party. If it was under normal circumstances, Lu Yun would not have been so crazy. The point was that this bastard was just as close to Lin Ying as he was, but earlier he had falsely accused himself. And now he was trying to find superiority in front of himself by virtue of this relationship, which made Lu Yun unable to tense up. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but it's still fine to beat you half to death. Lu Yun's face was filled with frost as he said word for word. Don't you dare. Thunderblade's eyes widened. Lu Yun snorted coldly. Since you think I don't dare, let's try to see if I dare or not. After saying this, Lu Yun's palm violently shook as he directly threw the lance. Whoosh! The long spear was like an arrow that had left the string, and it instantly exploded towards the center of Thunderblade's brow. If this strike was blasted, Thunderblade would surely die. The space at the scene froze, and the crowd looked at the scene in shock, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. No one expected that Lu Yun would suddenly become incomparably crazy after hearing the 2 words Lin Ying, and they even more so didn't expect that even though Lu Yun claimed that he wouldn't kill Thunderblade, he didn't show any mercy at all with this hand. This was clearly a death blow. If Thunderblade was unable to dodge this strike, only death awaited him. Are you the devil? Blade held his head in his hands and collapsed a little. He was now beginning to regret provoking Lu Yun earlier. Had he known that Lu Yun was so crazy, he wouldn't have made a fool of himself even if it killed him. But now that it had happened, it was already too late to say anything. Looking at the lance that was close at hand, Thunderblade knew that it would be hard to block it with his current state. Immediately, he opened the portal and called out his betrothed. The portal opened its mouth and a sexily dressed swordsman stepped out. The swordsman held twin swords and was covered in only a few thin pieces of fabric. The fabric only covered the main areas of the spring, with large swaths of skin being exposed. The woman's skin was a healthy dark brown color, with a pronounced waistline on her belly and an excellent figure without a trace of flab. Compared to the perfectly shaped long core and Zhang Qingqing with exaggerated curves of her breasts and buttocks, this Blade Runner's body had more of a sense of power. This was none other than Thunderblade's marriage partner. A marriage partner from the Twin Blades clan. After the woman appeared, she slashed at the lance in front of her with both hands, the whole set of movements flowing without the slightest delay. After this slash, Lu Yun's lance instantly turned into pieces, but after this slash fell, the woman also seemed to be exhausted as she shook a few times before taking a few steps back. Apparently in this place, both the transmuter and the marriage partner are affected by the pressure in this space. If he were outside, he wouldn't even need Thunderblade to personally make a move. Just this marriage partner would be in existence that Lu Yun couldn't easily shake. But unfortunately, this was the 6th floor of the tempering tower. Do you really want to fucking kill me? Are you out of your mind? Blade had escaped from death, and his entire body was close to insanity. His back was wet with sweat. More than a crowd. Ha! Lu Yun didn't answer positively and opened his portal as well. In an instant, 2 overbearing and incomparable flame powers surged out from within the teleportation portal, causing the temperature of this area of space to rise abruptly. Immediately, the 2 girls, Long Core and Weaving Linger, walked out from the marriage space with their long legs. Long Core naturally needed no introduction, still as domineering and peerless as ever. Both her temperament and face value were enough to hang any female present. Weaving Linger, on the other hand, was slightly tired. After her last battle with Lu Yun, her body had not fully recovered, and now she was barely able to get out of bed and walk. In fact, the physical aches and pains were minor. What she was most upset about still lay in the fact that she had behaved too weakly during the meeting with Lu Yun. Only 6 hours into the battle he surrendered 8 times, and the last time he even went straight to the foam. She hadn't allowed Lu Yun to feel the most extreme experience, so all this time Weaving Spirit had been feeling guilty about this. What are your orders? Master? Weaving Spirit looked at Lu Yun with eyes that were a bit evasive. But she knew that Lu Yun needed himself right now. Kill them. Lu Yun pointed towards the two thunderblades in front of him. The first wife, Long Core, directly and domineeringly tilted her head to look at Lei Blade. That gaze as stern as a sword. Flames rolling within her crimson-colored eyes. This expression was as if she was looking at a dead person. Even though Long Core hadn't said or done anything right now, but this domineering aura was chilling. Being dominant doesn't necessarily require doing anything. Just a look or even an expression is enough to make someone look like an enemy. Long Core was such a character. Her dominance wasn't forced out like most people. Her dominance was something that had always originated in her bones. Immediately after, the second wife, Weaving Spirit, also turned her head to look at Thunderblade, with a cold aura overflowing from the depths of her eyes, and a pair of red-colored feathered wings coalescing behind her back. Among the feathers, hundreds of red-colored feathers seemed to be like arrows off the string, ready to burst out at any time, bringing an extremely strong sense of oppression. As the first and second wives took their stance one after another, Lu Yun's bow and arrow appeared in his hand as well. In this situation, Thunderblade felt like he was on the verge of collapse at any moment. Are you crazy? Thunderblade took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart. Old me and Lin Ying aren't really brothers. You don't have to be so hostile towards me. As a mythic rank transfigurator, he wasn't a fool, and he understood when things had come to this point. The reason that caused Lu Yun to go so crazy was all because of the name Lin Ying. There seemed to be some conflict between Lu Yun and Lin Ying. Didn't you just say that you and Lin Ying are brothers? Why are you suddenly not? Are you stupid yourself? Or do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yun said with a wry smile. You. Thunderblade took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the three youths behind him. These three were all freshmen at Kowloon University with him, his brothers, and had always looked up to him on a regular basis. However, from the time Lu Yun had taken a shot at Thunderblade earlier until now, these three juniors had not shown any sign at all, and they did not even have the courage to voice out a fart. Why are you guys still watching? Come out together. Don't you guys want to hug my thigh? There's a chance right now, Lei Blade said with hatred. That brother Blade. After all, this matter is because of you. I think that there is a beginning and an end to everything, and it is better for this matter to be resolved by you. One of the youths wearing earrings said with averted eyes. I also think it's like this. If we make a move now, wouldn't we be bullying the few with the many? And that would spread out and dishonor Blade Brothers your reputation, wouldn't it? The other two youths nodded in agreement. Thunderblade's eyes gradually turned cold, and he was even closer to vomiting blood inside. Wouldn't it be good to get the word out? Is it better if I work it out on my own? What the fuck am I asking you guys for if I can take care of it myself? What happened to bullying the few with the many? Bullying the few with the many was also much better than him being hacked to death here by Lu Yun right now. However, he also knew that everyone would be suppressed at the 6th level, and even if the three of them put up a fight, it was unlikely that they would be a match for Lu Yun. So he simply didn't pay any attention to the three of them. The two marriage partners, you should be that Lu Yun from Jinsha City, right? Lei Blade asked as he glanced at the two Long Core girls. I don't want to hear you fart right now. If you say you're not Lin Ying's brother, prove it to me, or else you won't end up too well today, Lu Yun said indifferently. Thunderblade was torn for a while, but in the end, he took a deep breath and said, it's hard for me to climb into a relationship with someone like Lin Ying. Even though I'm a mythic transmigrant, I'm too far behind him in terms of level. At that time, I had taken the initiative to invite him for a meal, wanting to take the opportunity to climb into a relationship. But in the end, people didn't give a damn about me. After saying these words, Thunderblade lowered his head. He was merely using Lin Ying to act tough, and now that he was forced to say it, it was too humiliating. Lu Yun's eyes remained unchanged as he continued. If that's the case, then why did you just say that you are brother Lin Ying? This time, Thunderblade's eyes didn't dodge anymore, and he actually raised his head to look directly at Lu Yun. Because I want to act tough. At this moment, space was dead silent, and even the corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched viciously. The crowd had complex expressions when they heard Lei Blade's reply. The three freshmen from Nine Dragons University who arrived with Lei Blade, on the other hand, stretched their hands to cover their faces and couldn't bear to look at them. When they first followed Lei Blade, it was because of Lei Blade's words. Lin Ying is my brother. Lin Ying was Lei Blade's brother, and they were Lei Blade's juniors. So Lin Ying was also their brother. It never occurred to me that Lei Blade had said that in order to act like a bully. I told you, here is the 6th floor. Strength is suppressed. In the case of his suppression is not this kid opponent. How dare you still dare to talk big? After half a day is the fox fake tiger way. Granted, I'm not the one involved, but I'm so embarrassed right now I want to pick out a crack and burrow in. It's so damn humiliating. This guy invited people to dinner, so I guess they've even forgotten what his name is now. Many people who didn't recognize Thunderblade began to whisper. their words filled with mockery and teasing. As a mythological genius, Lei Blade had shone brightly since the moment he joined Nine Dragons University. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He had now become a jumping clown, the laughingstock of the entire audience. Just a friendly reminder, every pussy you put up in life will be repaid in the future, Lu Yun said indifferently. Spinning around, he didn't care about Thunderblade anymore and turned around to go up to the 7th floor. The main reason why Lu Yun had taken action against Thunderblade, aside from the fact that the bastard's mouth was not clean, was because he was Lin Ying's brother. And now, he had already taught the other party a lesson, and had uncovered his hypocritical mask. Lu Yun naturally wouldn't make things too difficult for the other party anymore. Of course, if the other party continues to play dead, that's a different story. Just a short while after Lu Yun left, the three followers who had previously kept quiet reappeared in front of Thunderblade. Brother Blade, we have to get back this revenge, or else we'll definitely be ridiculed. We can go out early and wait for this kid. He has just occupied the ground only. Here Blade's strength is suppressed. When we leave this place, he will only be hanged. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Brother Blade must make him pay for his blood later. The three little brothers fanned the flames of righteous indignation. Yet earlier, when Lei Blade needed them, they didn't dare to utter a single fart. To dare to tune in and clamor only now after Lu Yun had left was pure horseplay. Get lost, all of you. Without saying anything, Thunderblade turned straight around and left the place. The three junior brothers saw this and hurried to follow. But the next moment, bang, 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 three muffled sounds suddenly exploded as three juniors were blown away by Thunderblade one after another. After doing this, Thunderblade left the quenching tower without looking back. The reason why these three guys were able to get here was because of his care along the way, and he accepted these three guys as his little brothers. Besides being able to satisfy his own vanity, he also felt that there was strength in numbers. But after what happened earlier, he was dead to these three guys. Or rather, he suddenly saw through something. The reason the three of them chose to follow him was because they wanted to use his power to gain more benefits. Earlier, they had watched as they were brutally beaten by Lu Yun, yet they were dead set on not making a move. So if they couldn't come up with benefits that would satisfy them in the future, they would surely be decisively discarded as well. He suddenly recalled a saying that the elders in his family had told him before he left, that it was better to rely on others than on oneself. Now it seems that this saying is true. Such a little brother. Don't want it. As for the revenge the gang was talking about, he hadn't even thought about it. This matter was indeed his fault. Although he was conceited, he was not stupid. The fault of this matter did not lie with Lu Yun. There was no need for him to have to fight the other party to the death. Not to mention that Lu Yun's identity was now known. This was a dual transmuter from Jinsha City. There was no doubt that Lu Yun's talent was far superior to his, and as both sides continued to develop, it wouldn't be long before the other side would be able to surpass him. And with such a person as a hostile, he didn't have any benefits. On the other hand, after Lu Yun arrived at the 7th floor, the previous pressure dissipated. But two doppelgangers appeared in front of Lu Yun. Both of these doppelgangers were in Lu Yun's likeness, far superior to the doppelgangers at the 6th level in both power and number. It seemed that even though the 7th floor didn't have that terrifying pressure, the strength of the detachment had gotten higher and there were more of them. Come and fight. Lu Yun gathered the power of flames in both hands and condensed a flaming lance, and with both feet on the ground, he charged at the two doppelgangers in front of him. It was a sound battle, with both sides throwing skills wildly, all sorts of bodily maneuvers coming out of the woodwork. What surprised Lu Yun was that the doppelganger at this level was actually able to copy even his ancient dragon claw strike. However, Lu Yun knew the weakness of the ancient dragon claw strike, which was consuming and unsustainable, so he chose to end the battle with a bang. Despite being traumatized, the battle was won at minimal cost. It was just a pity that there weren't any challengers here, or else they would have been absolutely blown away beyond words by this wonderful fight. After the battle was over, Lu Yun gasped for air, and the blue shirt on his body was already wet with sweat. Lu Yun took out a bottle of green healing liquid and drank it all in one go. A green light lingered around his body, and the injuries on his body slowly recovered. This was healing fluid, a relatively low-level healing prop that many low-level monsters could pop out as equipment. Although the healing effect was among the weakest of equipment with the same attribute, it was more than enough to recover some superficial wounds. After healing his wounds, the rewards of the 7th level appeared before him. This was a white feather. Crushing this feather would be able to condense a layer of defensive boundary in front of his body through space, able to withstand the full force of a level 30 normal transmuter. It wasn't too important to Lu Yun, but don't want it for nothing. After collecting his rewards, Lu Yun once again headed to the 8th floor. With his current condition, he could still continue upwards, and at that moment, as Lu Yun stepped into the 8th floor, the entire square roared with excitement. Both monsters and transmutants looked towards the string of numbers 9528 that represented Lu Yun's identity. This human actually reached the 8th level, and it took less than an hour in total, right? This is fucking terrifying too. It's been a long time since I've seen a human impact at such a high level. Yi Changkong is currently on the 8th floor as well. This kid is actually on par with this demon. In the crowd, Lu Qiushui looked in the direction of the quenching tower, the corner of his mouth revealing a gratifying arc. This elementary school brother of hers was definitely more talented than her, as she hadn't even been able to make it to the 8th floor when she first entered the quenching tower for a challenge back then. Regardless of whether Lu Yun could reach the final 9th layer, there was no doubt that his talent was demonic. However, right at this moment, a bright laughter suddenly rang out from one direction of the square. Ha ha ha, see, this guy who rushed to the 8th floor is my brother. He's called Lu Yun and I'm his big brother. The owner of this laughter was naturally Sabin. This fellow did not leave after being taken out of the quenching tower, but waited here for Lu Yun. At first, he just thought that Lu Yun's limit would be the 6th layer at best. Who had thought that this one would not follow the rules? Not only had he passed the pressure test on the 6th floor, but now he had even come to the 8th floor. There were only 2 challengers on the 8th floor now. Other than Lu Yun, there was only that Yi Changkong, but that Yi Changkong was the son of the city lord of this silent city. For Lu Yun to reach the same tier as this one, the level of bullishness was already self-evident. This loud laugh of Sabin's also instantly caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. Upon noticing the dismayed eyes of the surrounding crowd, the bastard became even more complacent, his chest straightening up a few points. I heard someone else say my brother was cheating earlier. Who was farting just now? Now come out and show me. Damn, I admit my brother is very good, but he is good and deserved to be labeled as a cheater? Didn't your parents teach you the meaning of the phrase, there is a world beyond the human race? Although there were no dirty words in Sabin's words, they were word for word, spraying the group of people who had previously called out Lu Yun for cheating to raise their heads. Just then, a monster powerhouse beside Sabin suddenly asked, is this human really your brother? As in, I just came through with him. Sabin held his head high. Since you're his big brother, you should be more bullish than him. How come he's still continuing to challenge now that you've come out? That monster powerhouse asked once again. As soon as he said this, the gazes of the people in the vicinity also turned towards Sabin, waiting for his reply. However, Sabin was so red-faced that he didn't even know what to say for a moment. He also wanted to continue the challenge with Lu Yun and hit the higher floors off, but strength doesn't allow it. So what can he do? However, this goods is also pretending not to be ashamed of the person. A moment of contemplation will pretend to be serious and low. A mountain cannot be 2 tigers. Flowers are certainly bright and colorful, but less than the green leaves of the layer of support will also appear mediocre. I am sacrificing the small me to achieve the big me. The crowd around them nodded, looking at Sabin with a lot of awe. This is a character who is simple at heart, but has a great mindset of giving up the small for the big. When did my elementary school brother become your little brother? However, just as Sabin was enjoying the adoring gazes of the surrounding crowd, a cool voice suddenly sounded from the side. The moment he heard the familiar voice, every pore in Sabin's body instantly tightened, and when he looked up ahead, he was filled with horror, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. You, the 8th floor of the quenching tower. When Lu Yun arrived here, he realized that there was actually a young man in a black robe here to challenge him besides himself. The youth was a good-looking man, but he gave off a feeling of rejection. On top of the youth's forehead, there was a black feather, and in his hand was a bushel fan made up of countless black feathers. It was obvious that the youth was not human but a monster. But what shocked Lu Yun was not the identity of the youth monster, but the fact that the youth was actually sitting on his knees at this moment, seemingly sensing something. Is there no diversion here? Lu Yun surveyed the surroundings, and then he also stepped forward to curiously inquire. Lu Qiushui also didn't expect Lu Yun to come to the 8th floor, so he didn't tell Lu Yun what was on this floor. However, now it seemed that there didn't seem to be a diversion here. Only when he heard Lu Yun's voice did Ji Changkong look up, his eyes filled with a strong look of shock. He had never expected that there were actually other people besides himself who could ascend to this level, and mainly this one who ascended to the 8th level was not a genius within the Silent City. Instead, it was a human in the district. It wasn't that he looked down on humans. It was really because this quenching tower was originally something within the Silent City. The challenges on each floor here could be said to be tailor-made for the geniuses within the Silent City. For example, the pressure test on the 6th floor, the geniuses in the Silent City were monsters, and their physique was stronger than that of a human transmigrator. Therefore, it would be easier to face. But even so, there weren't many native geniuses of the Silent City who could pass the 6th level test. Because of this, Lu Yun's appearance was shocking. However, Yi Changkong was only shocked for a split second before returning to his senses and said indifferently, The rules of the 8th layer are different, and it requires the sensing of an elemental force. Sense the power of the elements? Lu Yun was puzzled. The challenger needs to have a deep sense of a certain elemental power in order to enter the final 9th level. Yi Changkong sighed and then whirled around. I've come here for the 8th time, and every time I've been stuck at the 8th floor, never able to break through this final test. Is it hard? Lu Yun asked curiously. Yi Changkong was directly silenced by the dry. Sensing some kind of elemental power might not be difficult for most monsters or human transmutants, as many of them would have an elemental power when they just awakened their professions. It was as if Lu Yun's awakened Dragon Knight was a fire elemental type profession, but it was one thing to possess an elemental power. It was another thing to be able to sense it profoundly. Please start your show. Yi Changkong was silent for a long time before suddenly pointing to the wall in front of him. There was a statue on the wall with many grooves around it, each corresponding to an elemental force. As long as the challenger infused elemental power into it, the statue would open, revealing the door behind it that led to the 9th floor, but only if the challenger's elemental power was strong enough. If you think you can, you might as well imbue it with elemental power. Yi Changkong originally didn't think Lu Yun had the ability to pass the test either. As the son of the Silent City's city lord, he had challenged 8 times in a row without being able to pass this level. In his opinion, it was already quite difficult for Lu Yun to come to this level as a human doppelganger, and it was purely a fool's errand to try to enter the 9th level. Lu Yun also sensed the other party's disdain, but did not say anything more. Instead, he came to the front of the statue and extended his hand. Cool air, Lu Yun said softly. Buzz. In the next moment, Lu Yun felt his body blazing as if it was on fire, and the blood in his body was boiling into magma at this moment. Long Core instilled her flame power into Lu Yun by way of power transfer. Even though she was limited by Lu Yun's strength and her level was currently suppressed to level 25, in essence she was still the princess of the Fire Dragon Divine Realm. The Fire Dragon clan itself was a mythological race that used the power of flame to reach the peak. As the princess of the Fire Dragon clan, the purity of Long Core's flame power naturally went without saying. Feeling the surging flame power within his body, Lu Yun didn't waste any time in directly pointing out a finger and instilling his power into it. And just after Lu Yun's flame power was poured into the groove within the statue, a sudden change occurred. A reddish-colored light actually flickered within the lines around the statue at the same time, as if magma was flowing within the canyon. At the same time, a force of flame radiated out from the statue, and the temperature within the entire 8th floor rose steeply, the dry heat causing Yi Changkong to sweat profusely. This kid actually made it. Yi Changkong looked at Lu Yun incredulously. His brain instantly went blank. He had not thought that this fellow was really capable. He had tried for I don't know how many times, but he hadn't managed to open this final gate. Lu Yun, on the other hand, opened it with ease. Lu Yun in front of him suddenly took a few steps back, and as the power of the flames flowed, the statue suddenly trembled violently, and then it even slowly shifted its direction, and a door leading to the 9th floor gradually opened. It's not that hard. Lu Yun turned to look at Yi Changkong and reached out to touch his nose and laughed. Yi Changkong was like a fish in the throat. His face was red and he held it for half a day, but he couldn't say a word. He had previously sworn that opening this door was quite difficult, and that even a demon like him couldn't do it. In the blink of an eye, this thing that he, a demon, couldn't even do was easily done by Lu Yun. What could he say after what had happened? Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Lu Yun didn't linger too long and turned around to head inside the gate. Now that he was about to step into the 9th floor, it was time for this trip to the Quenching Tower to come to an end. He just didn't know what challenges awaited him within the final 9th floor, and what kind of rewards would be waiting for him. However, just as Lu Yun was about to turn around and leave, Yi Changkong finally spoke out after a celestial battle within his heart. Wait! Lu Yun turned around and raised his eyebrows. Something wrong? Yi Changkong's face showed hesitation, and finally he hardened his head and forced his shame. Can you take me in with you? Right now the gate was opened by Lu Yun and he was able to follow him in. After all, there was no rule in the Quenching Tower that disallowed this, but the gate was opened by Lu Yun after all, and he wanted to obtain Lu Yun's permission first. In any case, he was ultimately the prince of Silent City, and if the other party did not agree for him to follow, there was absolutely no way he would have the cheek to harden himself. No. Lu Yun balked. Yi Changkong was instantly dumbfounded. I am Yi Changkong, the son of the city lord of Silent City. Yi Changkong took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. Oh. Lu Yun nodded his head. Son of the city lord. Very impressive indeed. Do you have anything else? I'll leave first if there's nothing else. The corners of Yi Changkong's mouth trembled fiercely, and his back teeth were about to be clenched. Why is this guy so out of touch? If someone else had spoken to him like that, he would have left the place a long time ago. As the son of the city lord he also had pride. But the situation at hand was different. He had never been inside this last layer before, and he was truly eager to go along with Lu Yun so that he could see what was on the ninth layer. In this case, the arrogance of genius can be temporarily discarded. I also want to visit the ninth floor. I can promise I won't compete with you for the final reward. I simply want to visit. After a long time of silence, Yi Changkong finally chose to give up his arrogance and open the door. Oh, but who would have thought that Lu Yun would still nod calmly before asking, "You want to go to the ninth floor?" Aha! Yi Changkong nodded his head. "But I don't want to take you." Lu Yun turned around and left. Yi Changkong was once again cluttered in place. "Blanche, slow down. What's wrong with you again? I can give you gold if you let me follow you." 0.01 seconds passed. Lu Yun suddenly revealed a gentle smile and walked over to Yi Changkong to affectionately shake the other party's hands. "Brother Yi, what are you talking about? I've long heard of Brother Yi's great name. Who in the entire Silent City doesn't know your name? Since Brother Yi wants to go to the ninth floor to get a glimpse of what's going on, I naturally have no reason not to bring you along. This has nothing to do with gold coins. It's just purely from my personal admiration for you." The corners of Yi Changkong's mouth twitched viciously, and his expression spiraled into an odd one. This guy was a bit abnormal. As soon as he mentioned gold coins himself, this guy was like a different person. That. Lu Yun Sangwei rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, "I wonder how many gold coins Brother Yi intends to offer." 3,000 gold coins. I'm just going up with you to have a look. 3,000 gold coins is quite a lot. Lu Yun shook his head and extended a finger. 1,000 gold coins? Yi Changkong frowned, thinking that although this guy's back and forth contrast was a bit big, he was still a naive person in the end. However, just after this thought was born in him, Lu Yun's words in the next moment directly caused him to explode in place. 100,000 gold coins. What did you say? Yi Changkong's eyes were wide with disbelief. 100,000 gold coins. This is a robbery, isn't it? Even if he went to the biggest nightclub within the Silent City and double flew every day and night, it would take more than a month if he wanted to spend all 100,000 gold coins. He only wanted to follow him up to take a look at the ninth floor. And this guy asked for 100,000 gold coins. This is no longer as simple as a lion's share. It is already a blatant robbery. Why don't you go and grab it? Yi Changkong said angrily. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. The gold coins aren't the main factor. The main thing is that I want to make a friend with you, Brother Yi. Lu Yun shook his head and said regretfully, Brother Yi, as the son of the city lord, wouldn't be able to take out even 100,000 gold coins, right? Yi Changkong's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Lu Yun's heart flooded with mutterings. Could it be that this time, he had misjudged himself? This guy, as the son of the city lord, really couldn't even take out 100,000 gold coins. At this moment, Lu Yun really desperately hoped that the system would come out with a function to detect the opponent's financial strength, so that it would be easier for him to implement his wealth balancing plan. Just as Lu Yun was pondering whether he should ask for less, Yi Changkong's teeth clenched, as if he had made some major decision. Good. 100,000 gold coins is 100,000 gold coins. Lu Yun's eyes lit up and he almost jumped up in place. 100,000 gold coins in hand. This guy really said yes. The whole thing didn't take long to dwell on. While excited, Lu Yun suddenly regretted it very much. It seemed that he was still too kind. If the other party could come up with 100,000 gold coins without a second thought, he could definitely come up with more. Sloppy. I should have ordered more. It still seems like you don't have a big enough picture. If Yi Changkong knew what Lu Yun had in mind, he would definitely fight Lu Yun on the spot. I'm just going up with you to have a look, and I'll lose my living expenses for a few months. It wasn't true that he was the son of the city lord, but that didn't mean that he could spend unlimitedly, and 100,000 gold coins wasn't a small amount for him. Immediately, Yi Changkong also kept his word and took out a bank card unique to the Silent City and handed it over to Lu Yun on the spot. There's only $90,000 on this card. Lu Yun took the card and pocketed it, smiling. Then it's fine to give me the remaining 10,000 when I get out. I'm not in a hurry. The corners of Yi Changkong's mouth once again jerked viciously, but he didn't say anything more at that moment. Immediately afterward, the two of them walked through the gate side by side, heading to the ninth floor of the tempering tower. It was only when the two arrived at the ninth floor that they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. The environment of the ninth floor wasn't too different from the previous floors. All around was an empty piece of land, except for the two behemoths standing in the center. The two behemoths resembled a combination of a lizard and a dinosaur, with many bone-like substances growing on the surface of their bodies. Just standing there, the immense sense of oppression was chilling, and both Lu Yun could not help but freeze. This is the ninth level of the test? Finally, I've waited for you. I just didn't expect any surprises. Just then an applauding sound suddenly rang out. After hearing this familiar voice, Lu Yun's pupils suddenly shrunk. It's him, that dark transmuter. As Lu Yun's eyes turned in the direction of the source of the applause, he saw this familiar figure, Hawkeye. When Lu Yun first came to the capital, this guy had made a move against him. But fortunately, at the critical moment, the strongest person from each university came over to pull him in, and by mistake, stopped the other party's plan. If not, Lu Yun would definitely be killed by the other side after he refused to join the other side's camp. After that incident had passed, no one had mentioned the relevant information. Lu Yun gradually forgot about it, not thinking that this guy would actually appear here. It was obvious that the two monsters were under Hawkeye's control. This guy's words, he seemed to know he was here and had been waiting for a long time. However, what puzzled Lu Yun was that the Hawkeye body in front of him presented a semi-transparent state, and there was also if anything a black gas permeating around it. It looked similar to the first few layers of the doppelganger. Not an entity? Eagle Eye's sharp gaze looked towards Lu Yun. The corner of his mouth curved up as he said, "As you can see, the current me is not the main body and I don't have any combat power. At best, it's just a projected detachment. It seems that you are really a thief. There are so many people under the sky you don't go looking for. You have to get into a fight with me. Are you sick?" Lu Yun sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "You know each other?" Next to him, Yi Changkong was in a cloud of confusion. Lu Yun didn't give Yi Changkong an explanation. When the higher-ups of the universities had instructed him not to vocalize the information about the Dark Transfigurator, or else it would cause the group to panic. He is the son of the Lord of the Silent City. Meeting Yi Changkong's eyes, Lu Yun suddenly backhanded this one and pushed him out. In terms of talent, this one is definitely above me. So if you need talent, look for him. Yi Changkong. I thank you. Although he didn't know what Lu Yun's relationship was with the guy in front of him, he knew that he was not in a good position right now. You are very special. And your marriage partner is also very special. Because of this, you are destined to reach heights in the future that are difficult for many people to reach. We are pulling you in. That's because we think highly of you. I'm giving you one last chance now. Join or die. If a genius such as you cannot be used for us, then we can only drive you to extinction in order to eliminate future troubles. Hawkeye snorted coldly, his deep eyes looking straight at Lu Yun. I can give you a minute to think about it now, and give me an answer after a minute. The scene fell into silence, but the invisible atmosphere became more and more tense, and Lu Yun's brows were furrowed as he was already considering how to escape. Your enemies? Yi Changkong asked. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He really hoped that this guy was just his enemy. If so, he wouldn't have to be in such a mess. Seeing Lu Yun's expression grow more and more grave, Yi Changkong knew that the other party was coming from a bad place and suddenly said on his private channel, Together? Together? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched once again. This guy was a level 50 dark professionist. He must have many unexpected tactics. The two of them could join forces, but they were not joining forces against the enemy. They were joining forces to send them to their deaths. Fighting was definitely not an option. The difference in strength was too great, and the only thing they could do now was to escape and then tell the people outside about what happened here as soon as possible. There must be a strong person whose level exceeded 50 within the Silent City, and the only way to solve the immediate dilemma was for such a strong person to step in. System parsing. Lu Yun forced himself to stabilize himself. The more dangerous the moment, the more he panicked, the more dangerous it would be. Parsing complete. Godzilla Jr. Level 45. Class, Diamond. Rarity, 6 stars. Attack power, 10. 000. Blood, 50. 000. Skill, Slasher Ray. Godzilla Jr. opens his mouth and spews out rays of destruction, dealing 50% extra damage and sustained poisoning effects. Weaknesses. Godzilla is a special monster created by darkness and is afraid of light. Attribute skills. Evaluation. This is an extremely rare mutated monster, currently only in its juvenile form, and when it reaches adulthood, its blood volume will reach a horrifying 80,000. After seeing the content of the system parse, Lu Yun's entire body gave a jolt and almost didn't scream. This thing is only level 45 now and it has 50,000 blood. This is not a juvenile form. This was simply the reincarnation of a titan. Even the weaving spirit at the time didn't have such a terrifying amount of blood. It seems like this guy has been prepared for a long time. Sure, he didn't descend in his true form, but these two little Godzillas are enough to deal with me. Lu Yun murmured in his heart as the atmosphere became more and more gloomy. Time's up. Just then, Hawkeye looked up at Lu Yun and said with a smirk, Give me the final answer. Will you join us, or head for destruction? Lu Yun took a deep breath and was about to reply. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly looked at Yi Changkong beside him. You go first. Yi Changkong, although we just met, You also pitched me 90,000 gold coins. But I, Yi Chong Kong, am not someone who casually abandons his teammates. I am the son of a hallowed city lord, and I have a bottom line and a sense of propriety. At the moment, how can I leave you behind to live on alone? Lu Yun was deeply touched and heavily patted the guy's shoulder, his eyes already hidden with tears. Brother Yi, you've touched me. Since that's the case, I'll leave first, so you can stay behind and pad for me. But don't worry, I'll have a strong person come to your rescue right after I get out. Yi Chong Kong. He had a million tsunami words he wanted to get out of his mouth right now. It's better for me to find a strong person. I can travel by electricity. I'm fast, and I'm also familiar with the environment here. I'll notify the rescuers, and you'll hold the other side, so it's more reasonable to divide the union. Yi Chong Kong made a seal with both hands, and a purple thunder suddenly appeared under his feet, and then the bastard stepped on the thunder and left the scene. He had thought about teaming up with Lu Yun to deal with the two behemoths in front of him, but when he noticed Lu Yun's reaction, he could probably understand that it was something the two of them couldn't fight against, and he decisively gave up. Facing the departing Yi Chong Kong, Hawkeye did not stop him. His target was only Lu Yun from the beginning to the end. Well, he's already left and it's time for you to give me an answer. Hawkeye looked at Lu Yun with his hands on his knees, his eyes as if he was a hunter looking at his prey, which made Lu Yun very uncomfortable. Lu Yun looked up at the other party and pursed his lips. I choose. Hawkeye stared at Lu Yun, waiting for his final answer. Just at this critical moment, Lu Yun however suddenly turned his wrist as he pulled out the Dragon Fortress and smashed it against Hawkeye's head. Buzz! The Dragon Fortress carried a whistling wind and went straight through Hawkeye's body. The other party was a projection. Lu Yun's attacks couldn't harm the other party. His attacks couldn't even touch the other party. This was something Lu Yun certainly knew. He was just trying it out, and it made sense that it would turn out this way. He had originally thought that by trying to break down the other party's doppelganger, he might be able to cause the two little Godzilla to lose control, and then he would be able to escape from here in the process. The idea was good and the result was brutal. Lu Yun failed. It seems that you have made your choice. Hawkeye looked at Lu Yun with a smirk, but the coldness around his body was getting thicker. I've already given you 2 chances, and since this is your choice, there's no need for me to say anything more. At those words, Hawkeye took several steps back. Roar! The two small Godzilla in front of them threw back their heads and whistled, actually opening their bloody mouths at the same time and rushing towards Lu Yun. The two behemoths stepped out with their feet, and not only the 9th floor, but the entire quenching tower shook violently. The contestants who were challenging on the other floors all looked up at the top of their heads with puzzled expressions. What's wrong? They've never heard of a quenching tower that can also quake. Inside the 9th floor, seeing the two little Godzilla charging towards him, Lu Yun didn't dare to be careless and directly pulled out the white feather to crush it, which was the reward he had obtained from the 7th floor. The instant the feather was crushed, a stream of pure white energy coalesced in front of Lu Yun's heels to form a white barrier. Bang! Right at the moment the barrier coalesced, the attacks of the two little Godzilla heads had already descended. In an instant the light of the barrier dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and many tiny cracks like cobwebs surfaced on the barrier. The cracks spread quickly and covered the entire barrier in the blink of an eye. Not so much. Lu Yun's pupils shrank, secretly screaming that it was not good. The next moment there was a click. The barrier instantly shattered open, and the two little Godzilla opened their bloody mouths and rushed at Lu Yun, looking as if they were bound to swallow him up. Lu Yun's scalp was numb, suddenly stretching out his hands to make a crazy seal. As the seal was struck, the power of flame flowed in front of Lu Yun. It actually instantly formed 18 barriers to protect Lu Yun in it. This was the power of Lu Yun's second profession, Xianling Formation Master. Right now, Lu Yun's bond with Weaving Spirit wasn't high enough for him to be able to execute the skills unique to Xianling Formation Masters, but he could still set up some basic defensive boundaries. Don't look at the fact that there were only 18 layers of barriers at the moment. It was these 18 barriers that nearly emptied Lu Yun's body. However, even so, these 18 barriers were still unable to block little Godzilla's attacks. Click, click, click. In front of little Godzilla's attack, the barrier Lu Yun had gathered with all his might had shattered successively as if it were paper mache. In just the blink of an eye all 18 barriers shattered, and Godzilla Jr.'s attack descended once again. Pust, caught off guard, Lu Yun didn't have time to react, and was directly knocked out by the two little Godzilla heads, smashing hard on top of the wall. His entire body set into the wall. Sliding down the wall slowly, Lu Yun spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body shriveled up considerably. As for the giant dragon fortress, it was shaken out of its hands by the tremendous force and flung out a long way. An ant trying to shake a big tree. Ridiculously insouciant. Hawkeye's sorrowful words rang out in the background. full of mockery and teasing. Originally, with Lu Yun's talent, if he was willing to join them, he would definitely be able to receive focused training. But it was a pity that Lu Yun didn't grasp these two opportunities. Lu Yun covered his chest with a face full of pain and lay on the ground against the wall. This was the second time he felt so close to death after leaving from Jinsha City. Last time it was because of meeting Hawkeye, and this time it's because of Hawkeye. Just then, the two little Godzilla stopped attacking at the same time, and instead of rushing to kill Lu Yun, they took the initiative to retreat to the side. Hawkeye, on the other hand, idly walked up to Lu Yun, condescendingly overlooking the Lu Yun in front of him, the arc of this one's mouth rising higher and higher. That lord can look up to you. It's your honor. Normally speaking, the people that our Dark Evil Alliance looks at have only one chance to choose to join us, and that lord is extremely optimistic about you. Even though you rejected me last time, he still chose to send me again to re-give you a chance to abandon your darkness. It's just a pity that you still failed to grasp it. Lu Yun looked at Hawkeye breathlessly, blood gushing out from the corner of his mouth, looking like he no longer had the strength to fight. But just then, Lu Yun suddenly roared. It's now! Buzz! The two teleportation doors in front of Lu Yun opened at the same time, and Long Core and Weaving Linger both appeared one after another, simultaneously launching a blatant attack on Hawkeye. And once they did, they went all out. The power of the flames surged madly, and the restlessness was disturbing. The first and youngest wives united their efforts, and the power of the flames turned into a flood of beasts rushing towards the two little Godzillas. However, the two women's joint attack landed on the two little Godzilla heads without causing much damage. -1,000. -1,500. Blitz 1900. Blitz 1800. Even though the two women were able to blast away more than 1,000 of the little Godzilla's blood with each strike, the two monsters had a total of 50,000 blood. The damage done to them by the two women at the moment was, at best, a nickel. In the face of this trip and this scene, even Lu Yun despaired. Worthy of being a mythic level creature, the damage is truly unbelievable. If it wasn't limited by his level, I'm afraid that you guys could bury these two little Godzillas with just a snap of your fingers. Hawkeye shook his head in praise beside him, his eyes glancing over the two girls, Long Core and Weaving Spirit. Eventually, his gaze fell on Lu Yun once again. What's wrong with choosing to join my Dark Evil Alliance? Human nature is inherently hypocritical, so as long as you join us, when my Dark Evil Alliance rules the entire Blue Star, everyone will fall into our slavery. At that time you can do whatever you want and get whatever you want. Even if you just want a grass bee, you can choose and fuck any woman under the sky. 1, 2, 100, or 1,000, as many as you like, as many as you want at once. Could there be a better deal than this? Lu Yun shook his head, revealing a weak smile despite the extremely bad situation. I'm a human being. Naturally I have desires as well, but a gentleman loves his wealth and takes it in his own way. And the biggest difference between me and you might be that I'm still a human being, while you're a complete beast. After saying this, Lu Yun raised his right hand tremblingly, and with a firm hand on his palm, he sank his chi into his dantian and raised his middle finger towards Eagle Eye. Seeing Lu Yun's movements, Hawkeye was furious, his last ounce of patience finally being exhausted at this moment. Kill! With a wave of Hawkeye's big hand, the two small Godzilla in front of him actually opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and there was a horrible light condensing in their mouths. The two little Godzilla released their skills at the same time, and it was obvious that Hawkeye really wanted to kill Lu Yun. The two little Godzilla's levels were far higher than Lu Yun's, plus the fact that Lu Yun had just drained all of his strength in order to instantly condense 18 barriers. In Lu Yun's current state, it was tantamount to a fool's errand for him to block the attacks of the two little Godzillas, but waiting for death had never been Lu Yun's style. He was more desperate for life than anyone else, since he didn't choose to join the other side's camp. It was naturally because Lu Yun still had means of self-preservation left. Kagome, Linger, Lu Yun suddenly looked at his two wives. Both come back. The two wives looked at each other and without the slightest hesitation re-entered the marriage space. After doing so, Lu Yun looked up as two terrifying beams of light had exploded towards him, the light releasing an extreme destructive force that distorted even the surrounding space. Lu Yun's scalp tingled as he immediately pulled out a pair of shoes with lightning symbols, which was one of the rewards Lu Yun had received earlier, lightning gale shoes. After wearing these shoes, Lu Yun's speed would increase to a rather terrifying level, and this was exactly the bottom card that Lu Yun kept. Lu Yun did not hesitate to put the shoes on his feet, and suddenly felt an abundant power rush from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, and then Lu Yun forced himself to get up and gently took a step forward. It was just this step, but it instantly arrived at the exit of the 9th floor. It might be an exaggeration to say that it was 1,000 miles in an instant, but right now, Lu Yun's speed definitely far exceeded that of a level 25 transmuter. Shit! Seeing that Lu Yun still had this kind of card, Eagle Eye frowned and secretly screamed that it was not good. This was the second time he had struck out at Lu Yun, and he had seen the changes in Lu Yun in his eyes. If Lu Yun escaped again this time, it would be troublesome to find an opportunity in the future. Can't leave anything to chance with this kid. With that thought, Hawkeye waved his hand. After them. Immediately, he took the two little Godzilla and chased after Lu Yun in the direction he had left. And since then, both sides had been engaged in a chasing battle. Lu Yun ran in front while Hawkeye chased behind him with two small Godzilla heads. A few seconds later, Lu Yun, who was wearing lightning gale shoes, appeared on the 8th floor, and he didn't hesitate as he continued to run wildly towards the next floor. And just the next moment after Lu Yun's figure disappeared into the 8th floor, Hawkeye also descended here with two little Godzilla heads. Keep after them. Seeing that there was no sign of Lu Yun here, Hawkeye's heart sank lower and lower. Lu Yun's speed was too fast, and at this rate, he might never be able to catch up. Despite knowing this, Hawkeye was unwilling to give up even the slightest chance and chose to continue his pursuit. Anyway, he was currently only an alter ego, not a body that had descended, and even if he encountered the powerhouses of the Silent City later, there was nothing he could do about it. Soon, Lu Yun appeared in the 7th floor. There wasn't a single person on the 7th floor, so Lu Yun didn't make much of a stop and charged straight towards the 6th floor. Inside the 6th floor, more than a dozen challengers looked at the ceiling with a dumbfounded expression. They were the closest to the 9th floor and could clearly feel that the previous vibration had come from the top of their heads. What is happening up there? How do I feel like the entire quenching tower is vibrating? And the vibrations are getting bigger and bigger. A person looked up above in disbelief and asked. The rest of them were uncertain and looked at each other. Zira. Just then, a sound of electricity suddenly resounded through the scene, and before the crowd could understand what that sound was, Lu Yun appeared in front of them. It's him. Seeing Lu Yun, the expressions of the many challengers were all a bit odd. Didn't this guy go up already? Why is he back again? Could it be that the 7th floor was too difficult and he failed the challenge, so he returned in defeat? The challengers within the tempering tower didn't know that Lu Yun had long passed through the 7th floor and had even arrived at the final 9th floor. Run! Lu Yun swept a glance at the gang and left these two words before disappearing once again. Run? The many challengers looked at each other, not knowing what Lu Yun meant. Run for what? What does this kid mean? I guess he's drunk. Bullshit. Who would drink while challenging the quenching tower? I guess he was scared by the levels above. It's unheard of to be intimidated by that. The gang looked at each other wide-eyed, each failing to come up with a solid reply. Suddenly one man reached out to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then he closed his eyes to carefully sense it. Why do I feel like the vibrations have gotten bigger again? And just as the man's words fell, with a loud boom, the two little Godzilla heads rushed to the 6th floor. The scene was quiet to the extreme for a while, and the crowd looked at each other with the two little Godzilla heads, all of them instantly stunned. Monsters above level 40? Someone felt the oppression brought about by the little Godzilla, and their horrified words were tinged with trembling. How can there be such a horrible monster here? Roar! The little Godzilla also noticed the group of challengers and suddenly threw back his head and let out a roar, scaring the crowd almost out of their wits. However, it was fortunate that little Godzilla was targeting Lu Yun and did not launch an attack on the group. Instead, he turned around and charged towards the 5th floor. Just then, Hawkeye's figure appeared in the middle of the field, and he just coldly swept the group of challengers. The group felt very different after seeing Hawkeye's physical state. However, they weren't Lu Yun. Without the system's parsing, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to notice that Hawkeye was a dark transmuter, and even if they could sense Hawkeye's specialness, they wouldn't understand what was going on. This was because throughout the Blue Star, there were very few people who knew that dark transmigrators existed. Two fools! Hawkeye ignored the group of challengers and turned to the two little Godzillas in a rage. How long are you guys going to chase after them like this? Hawkeye pointed at the ground and said, use the skill to blast the ground. Let's go straight down. The two little Godzilla heads understood, and immediately opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and two terrifying rays of light instantly gushed out, ruthlessly slamming into the ground. Even though the ground of each floor of the quenching tower was reinforced with special seals, under the terrifying attacks of the two level 45 monsters, it was still as fragile as possible, and dense cracks soon surfaced. Immediately afterward, under the horrified gazes of the many challengers on the 6th floor, the ground of the entire 6th floor instantly collapsed, and the two little Godzillas, along with all of the challengers on the 6th floor, directly fell down in a burst of ghostly cries and wails. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had only just escaped to the 5th floor and was about to continue on to the 4th floor when he suddenly heard movement coming from above his head, looked up and was outright dumbfounded. Crap, it still works like that? As far as the eye could see, the two little Godzillas fell at the same time as the upper ceiling cracked, along with the many wailing challengers in the confusion, and all of them fell heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain for a while. Kid, where to run? Hawkeye in his split state was not affected in any way and lightly floated down from above to angrily stare at Lu Yun. Kill. This was followed by a light parting of the lips and another order. Roar. The two little Godzilla heads threw back their heads and roared, their mouths gushing with light as they were about to continue releasing their skills. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun didn't dare to stay and immediately shook his legs once again to quickly run towards the next floor. In the meantime, the challengers on the 5th level had been dumbfounded and stood in place completely messed up. What the hell was all this? Chase. Seeing Lu Yun flee, Hawkeye once again roared in a low voice. The two little Godzilla heads simultaneously opened their mouths and spewed out 2 rays of destruction at the ground below. Rumble. Soon under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the ground of the 5th floor also crumbled, and before the crowd could let out a single scream, they fell downward together with the shattered ground. Having learned from his previous mistake, Lu Yun also learned the hard way this time and didn't stop after arriving at the 4th floor, continuing to rush towards the 3rd floor. And Hawkeye didn't waste any time on his side, as the two little Godzilla's light attacks continued to crash into the ground. Boom! The many challengers on the 4th level, who were still fighting with their doppelgangers, suddenly felt a blur before their eyes as a man appeared to appear before them. Run! Lu Yun yelled towards the crowd and then hoofed it off without stopping, leaving only the confused crowd in place. Click! Immediately after that, the crowd was shocked to find that the ground on the upper level cracked, and countless stones accompanied by numerous panicked figures fell down at the same time. And without waiting for them to return to their senses, the two little Godzilla's light skills continued to blast the ground, and the ground of the 4th floor cracked. Crap! Enthusiastic horses! What the hell happened? I miss mommy. The scene was in chaos. Amidst the confusion of the crowd, Lu Yun made his way to the 1st floor. The 1st floor had the most challengers, all of whom were originally still fighting with their own doppelgangers, and they were all shocked to see the sudden appearance of Lu Yun. Didn't this kid go up? How come he's back again? Someone said in disbelief. Must have failed the challenge and come down. TSK. Human body strength is inherently inferior to us monsters. He already has some skill to pass the 1st floor. I reckon he should have failed to challenge the 2nd layer. This is why he came down. Can't be able to last this long on the 2nd layer? This is quite a talent. Kid, this is a place where only my monster clan can challenge. You humans are already weak, so don't come here to humiliate yourselves. Most of the people who came to challenge the Tempering Tower were mainly monsters, and human challengers were not unheard of, but they were basically genius demons who were confident in their own talent, and there were very few of such people. And at this moment, seeing Lu Yun come back again, most of the monsters felt that Lu Yun had failed in his challenge for the 2nd floor. Originally, Lu Yun wanted to remind them of a few words to hurry up and run away, but when he heard the cynicism of this group of people, he was suddenly at a loss for words and rushed towards the outside without a word. With the long hours of running, the lightning gale shoes under Lu Yun's feet had lost their luster and were about to lose their effectiveness. This equipment is expendable, and when the power runs out, the item is of little use. But the good thing was that this was already the 1st level, and once we got out of here we were saved. It was also unknown how Yi Changkong's side was doing, and whether he had notified the powerhouses of the Silent City. If Hawkeye dared to chase him out of the Quenching Tower, and the powerhouses of the Silent City didn't come by then, it would be a bad thing. Ha 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 ha. Look at him. He's such a wimp. He doesn't even dare to fart. TSK. It looks like the challenge must have failed. I'm sure he's furious by now, right? Seeing Lu Yun leave without a word, the guys cracked their mouths and laughed crazily, but laughing they all felt something was wrong. Why did it feel like the entire Quenching Tower was shaking violently? Boom! In the next moment, the ceiling above the 1st floor suddenly cracked, and countless miserable screams rang out. The chaotic crowd smashed into the ground with the two little Godzilla heads, splattering a cloud of dust. Except for the topmost floors, the entire Quenching Tower was almost penetrated, and at this point, the floor of the last floor was nearly collapsed. The entire Quenching Tower lost its point of support and began to crack from the inside out, and cracks soon spread throughout the entire Quenching Tower. The original Quenching Tower, which was solid as gold, was already shaking and in danger of collapsing at any time. For all of this, the people who were inside the Quenching Tower were still unaware. Meanwhile, after smoothly leaving the Quenching Tower, Lu Yun was finally relieved, his taut nerves finally soothed. Upon seeing Lu Yun come out, the many melon eaters in the square were stunned. They had been watching the big screen earlier, watching Lu Yun and Yi Changkong arrive at the 9th floor at the same time, and were still cheering, because the Quenching Tower had stood here for so long. No one had ever entered the 9th floor, and this time they were witnessing history. The crowd was still looking forward to seeing what kind of rewards the two could actually obtain when they suddenly saw Yi Changkong's tear rapidly drop. and it wasn't long before Yi Changkong actually ran out. Then in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Then, Lu Yun also came from the 9th floor to the 8th floor. Originally, the crowd thought that it was because the two were unable to face the test within the 9th floor, so they chose to withdraw. However, the follow-up gradually realized that something was wrong because not only Lu Yun, but even the challengers from the other tiers were all falling at the same time. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Lu Yun ran out of the quenching tower in a hurry. "Schoolmate Lu, what are you?" Lu Qiushui hurriedly greeted him with quick steps. "Something's wrong." Lu Yun took a deep breath before he could elaborate. Right at this moment, several figures walked over in front of them. The leader was none other than Yi Changkong, and behind Yi Changkong were several monster powerhouses. The general cultivation of this group of people was around level 40. "You're okay?" This group of people rushed to the scene in a hurry, and when they saw Lu Yun appear here, Yi Changkong froze. "I'm blessed with a great life. I'm sure to be a long-lived lord, and I won't be getting my box lunch so soon." Lu Yun grinned as he took off the lightning gale shoes on his feet. What exactly happened here? Just then a powerful man with a bull's horn on his head asked in a condensed voice. Apparently the incident had happened suddenly, and Yi Changkong was just in a hurry to find strong people to rush to the scene, and hadn't had the time to inform them of the situation. Lu Yun looked solemn and his voice was heavy as he said, "The quenching tower is going to collapse." After hearing Lu Yun's words, the many powerful people but suddenly threw back their heads and laughed, even the many watching Guagua crowd in the square. What is the hardening tower? That was hand-built by the first generation of Silent City's city lord, which featured many seals and was incredibly sturdy. So how could it collapse just like that? Kid, you don't want to talk nonsense. There are many ceiling formations set up inside the quenching tower. Will it not be? Before the words of the strong man with the bull's horns on top of his head were finished, he saw that the quenching tower in front of him suddenly began to shake violently, and countless cracks instantly filled the entire tower. The next moment, only heard a rumbling sound. The original lofty quenching tower instantly collapsed into a puddle of waste. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. This sudden change stunned the people in the square. The quenching tower that was in good condition earlier, how come it's now a pile of debris? The monster powerhouse with the bull's horns on his head suddenly looked at Lu Yun, who innocently shrugged his shoulders. Roar! Right at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the ruins in front of them, followed by countless debris being shaken out, along with many of the challengers being thrown out by the impact. Immediately, the two behemoths got up and walked out from within the ruins, and with each step the ground would then tremble fiercely. Behind the two little Godzilla, Hawkeye followed closely behind, his gaze shaded as he looked straight ahead at Lu Yun, greeting the gaze from the opposite side that was about to kill. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged. He was truly surprised that this guy would be so brave as to destroy the entire quenching tower in order to chase after him. It's crazy. According to what this guy said, the Dark Transfigurator was organized, and apparently there should be other people besides Hawkeye in the Dark Transfigurator. It couldn't be that every Dark Transmuter was this crazy, could it? If this is the case, it is definitely a very bad thing. They have already set their eyes on themselves, and there will definitely be a next time if the next time the other party is well prepared. Lu Yun sucked in a breath of cool air and felt that the future was bleak. It seems that this must become as strong as possible. Otherwise, when the time comes to face this gang of Dark Transmigrators again, it is true that there is no strength to fight back at all. He's the one who destroyed the quenching tower. Hurry up and get him, Lu Yun suddenly said as he pointed towards Hawkeye in front of him. The monster powerhouse with the bull's horns on his head frowned and stared straight at Hawkeye and asked, "Who is your excellency? Why are you causing trouble in my silent city?" "Ha!" Hawkeye sneered and arrogantly raised his head, not paying attention to this guy, but instead looked at Lu Yun. "Kid, we didn't play around with this matter. It won't happen again. Next time I won't give you any more chances, and then it will be your time to die." After Hawkeye said this, his hands formed a seal, and a black mist suddenly gushed out wrapping around the two little Godzilla heads. In the next moment, when the black mist dissipated, the figures of the two little Godzilla had already disappeared, and the Eagle Eye stared at Lu Yun as his body gradually became more and more illusory. In fact, Eagle Eye himself knew that the moment Lu Yun left the quenching tower, there was no way for him to kill Lu Yun. Right now the Silent City's powerhouses had already arrived, and there were definitely the rest of the powerhouses on their way. If he continued to stay and force his hand on Lu Yun, it was obvious that he would not be able to kill Lu Yun with just the two little Godzilla heads. Certainly in his heart there are 10,000 unwillingness. At the moment can only do another plan. Sort of dodged another bullet. Lu Yun sighed and his entire body relaxed. It seems that when you go out in the future, you have to be doubly careful. Hawkeye, this guy is simply the maggot of the bones of the soul. It is not possible to tell when it will suddenly appear backstabbing himself. Fortunately, this time there are lightning gale shoes. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. But despite Hawkeye's departure, the crowd at the scene remained in the dark, completely unaware of what was going on. You'll have to give me an explanation as to what exactly happened here. The strong man with the bull's horns on top suddenly looked at Lu Yun and frowned. They should be coming for you, right? I want to see your city lord. Show me the way. Lu Yun sighed. He didn't know what the quenching tower represented in the Silent City, but right now, the quenching tower was destroyed, and although he wasn't the cause, he couldn't escape the blame. This matter definitely couldn't be trivialized, so Lu Yun had to deal with the Silent City lord personally. Go! This bullhorn strongman gave Lu Yun a deep look, and without any nonsense, he was about to leave this place with Lu Yun. The destruction of the quenching tower was no small matter, and he did intend to hand Lu Yun over to the city lord for punishment as well. Elementary school. Just then, Lu Shui anxiously rushed up to block Lu Yun. Don't worry, senior sister Lu. It's just a walkthrough. This matter has nothing to do with me in the end. You go back and wait for me first. I'll be right there. Lu Yun smiled faintly at Lu Shui. Lu Shui pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but after meeting Lu Yun's confident eyes, 1,000 words eventually turned into a sigh, and then Lu Shui took the initiative to step back and get out of the way. It didn't take long for the news of the quenching tower collapsing to sweep through the entire Silent City like a plague, and for a while, countless people in Silent City were shocked. Although he didn't know what was going on, monsters had their own feelings and curiosity just like humans. Seeing Lu Yun being taken away by the city lord's mansion's powerhouse, the story was soon spread by word of mouth. In later years, there were even rumors that the guy who destroyed the quenching tower was Lu Yun, a human kid. After this news was spread out, it once again triggered an uproar, and the people within the entire Silent City were nonplussed. Inside a certain tea house in Silent City, the people from Nine Dragons University were all drinking tea and chatting inside the tea house. Just then a person suddenly said, "Have you heard? The quenching tower collapsed, and it is said that a human did it." When these words came out, everyone became curious. Is it really the work of humans? I heard them all say that. That guy was personally taken away by the city lord's mansion, and if it's true, that kid most likely won't be able to come back alive. TSK, 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 although I don't know why he's doing this, but to be able to make the quenching tower collapse, this person is also really awesome. Ugh, so damn bad luck. I was thinking of challenging the quenching tower today, but it turns out the tower is gone. The group's purpose was the same as Lu Yun's, waiting for that starburst grade equipment to descend. In the meantime also wanted to whore out rewards at the quenching tower, but now it was out of the question. The quenching tower had collapsed. The crowd was discussing hotly, but only Thunderblade in the front was silent. When he heard that the quenching tower had collapsed, he was in disbelief because he had only just come out of the quenching tower not long ago, and when he heard that the matter had started because of a human teenager, he hesitated and muttered, "This guy can't be Lu Yun." Thunderblade murmured softly, not knowing why he thought of Lu Yun in the first place, but then he shook his head as if mocking himself. Although this kid is a strong man, he is only level 25. It seems that in the 6th floor I was really messed up in his mind. If he is really so bullish, even without the influence of the pressure of the 6th floor, I will definitely not be his opponent. While the crowd was divided over the originator, Lu Yun had already been brought to the city lord's mansion long ago. It was built in a modern urban style, obviously invested in by human businessmen from outside. Not only does it have electric lights and TVs, but even the floors are marble grouped in layers. So if you don't know, you'd think it's a star hotel. Wait here. After bringing Lu Yun to a room, this strong man first gave some instructions before turning around and leaving. This person did not talk too much nonsense from start to finish, nor did he say the purpose of bringing Lu Yun here, causing Lu Yun quite a headache. Sweeping his surroundings, Lu Yun went straight to the sofa and sat down. A rebound force came steeply, causing Lu Yun's entire body to sway. Lu Yun's expression was a little strange. Apparently this sofa was also a product of modern industrialization. It seemed that the cooperation between Xia and Silent City was very broad. It was unknown how much oil those rich people were raking in here. Silent City is a monster copy. There are not so many dazzling industries here. Even if the sunset industry is placed here are mostly potential stocks. For the first time, Lu Yun felt jealousy. Why he couldn't know about this place earlier? Why he didn't have any money? If he had the money and knew about this place much earlier, then he could definitely make a fortune by making some investments here as well. Just as Lu Yun was lamenting, footsteps suddenly came from outside the room door, accompanied by the door to the room being pushed open. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Lu Yun got up, only when he saw the face of the visitor. His lips slightly opened, and he was actually petrified in place on the spot. The visitor had thick hair and a bird's head, and more crucially actually had a center parting. And in a trance, Lu Yun seemed to see the appearance of his former friend from the past. Birdhead wears a suit, and this look feels a little awkward anyhow. The good thing is that this one comes with an air of superior authority, and although his looks are somewhat at odds with the suit, his temperament is perfectly capable of holding up the field. No need to be formal. Sit down. Yi Tiansong reached out his hand in a gesture, acting rather casually. Lu Yun was not overly polite. He nodded then resumed his seat. He had already roughly guessed the identity of the outsider. Unsurprisingly, this should be the mysterious city lord of the Silent City. It was just that what Lu Yun didn't expect was that this city lord was actually wearing a bird's head. Lord City Lord. I don't know what the reason for finding me here is. If there's nothing, I'll go back first. There are still 2 wailing wives at home waiting to go cook. They can't do without me. Lu Yun knowingly asked, rubbing his hands together and smiling coyly. The corners of Yi Tiansong's mouth twitched, and his eyes became odd. He had heard about the news of the Quenching Tower's collapse, and even though he knew that Lu Yun wasn't the one who started it, he could not escape blame for this incident. So that's why he had him brought back for personal interrogation. I thought that the teenager who could stir up such a big basket should be a supreme pride showing his demonic nature. Who had thought that he would actually be so devoid of modesty, which was something he had never expected. I already know about the matter of the hardening tower. That person who is chasing you should be a dark transfigurator without any surprises, right? Ha! Lu Yun's eyes widened as he tentatively said, Lord City Lord also knows about dark transmigrants? Yi Tiansong nodded his head, unable to stop the sadness welling up in his eyes. The dark transmigrant had also appeared in the Silent City, when several of the celestial pride within my Silent City also disappeared inexplicably because of this, and so far there has been no news. Since then the Silent City has strengthened the defense. Originally thought that preparedness will not be drilled again. Who had thought that this time actually appeared again? Or in the case of the entire Silent City are unaware of the situation mixed into the Quenching Tower. Thinking about this, Yi Tiansong's face became very unpleasant. These dark transmigrants are far more mysterious than we thought. Yi Tiansong said softly, I think Lord City Lord's words are reasonable. Lu Yun gave a thumbs up, deeply agreeing. These guys' hearts can be put to death. This time they actually sneaked into the Quenching Tower, causing the entire Quenching Tower to fall into ruins. Even if I'm not a native, I still feel pained and saddened by this. Just as Lu Yun was trying to be melodramatic, wanting to squeeze out a couple of tears with force, and skimming off his responsibility in the process, Yi Tiansong said indifferently, if the intelligence is correct, that guy should be coming for you, right? Lu Yun. It directly silenced Lu Yun dry. Shit. It's not easy to fool this bird-headed man. He really didn't want to have anything to do with it, and it wasn't even his fault that it happened. Hawkeye suddenly appeared and summoned 2 little Godzilla heads to deal with him, and all he could do was to run like crazy, or else he would have to report to Hades on the spot. As for the Quenching Tower eventually collapsing, he really didn't expect Hawkeye to be so crazy. Lu Yun pondered for a long time and was about to argue. Yi Tiansong waved his hand to interrupt Lu Yun's lines that had been brewing for a long time and was ready to be spoken. Sighing, I naturally know that this matter is not your fault, but after all, this matter is due to you, and if I can't give an answer to the people in the city, I, as the city's lord, may lose the hearts of the people. Hearing this, Lu Yun instantly became nervous. This guy isn't going to behead himself, is he? Lu Yun couldn't help but recall many of the dramas he had watched in the past. There was some kind of dripping torture, Trojan horse torture or something like that. These things made his scalp numb even just thinking about them. The collapse of the Quenching Tower was not a small matter, and now that the other party could not catch Hawkeye, they might actually take out their anger on themselves. Thinking this way, Lu Yun became even more nervous, and his palms involuntarily gripped the necklace around his neck. This thing is that old crook gave himself an entrance fee in the beginning. Life and Death is able to activate the power of space to take himself away. Yi Tiansong lightly glanced at the necklace around Lu Yun's neck and laughed. This necklace is a good thing, but I'm afraid that it will be difficult to utilize its effects as I'm isolated by a seal within my city lord's mansion. Hearing this, Lu Yun's heart tightened. You don't need to be nervous. I've already said that this incident is not your fault, and I'm not trying to do anything to you. I just want to give an explanation to the people in the city. Lu Yun was a smart man. If the other party wanted to punish himself, he would have paid for it long ago. There was absolutely no need to waste words with himself here. The reason why the other party had said so much should be because he had a request. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Yi Tiansong didn't beat around the bush and directly opened the door. I know that you're here for that starburst level equipment. From now on, I will announce to the public that you have been expelled. This is your punishment. Of course it is not true that you will be expelled. You only need to hide your identity. And during this period, my city lord's mansion will also send out strong people to assist you in capturing that starburst grade equipment. I wonder what your excellency would like to do. Ignoring the matter of the hardening tower and just expelling himself under false pretenses, and backhandedly helping himself compete for great equipment? Lu Yun stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and despite being a little restless inside, he wasn't too happy. Instead, his brows gradually furrowed. He knew that the sky would not drop pies for nothing, and the other party was bound to be profitable for doing so. Lord City Lord, let's get something straight. What do you want from me? Yi Tianxong looked straight into Lu Yun's eyes, and his originally smiling eyes instantly became a bit more serious. In return, when the matter of that starburst equipment comes to an end, I will need your excellency to fight in place of my silent city in the Realm Heaven's Pride battle. Realm Heaven's Pride battle? What does that mean? Lu Yun wondered. Yi Tianxong smiled faintly and slowly stretched out 2 fingers. There is no need for you to know so much right now, fellow Lu Yun. You only have 2 choices now. Either you choose to participate in the Realm Heaven's Pride battle in place of my silent city. The matter of the quenching tower will be written off, and in return, I will fully assist you in capturing that starburst grade equipment. The location of that piece of equipment is very special, and with our help, it will definitely be in your possession. If your excellency refuses, then you will only be responsible for the collapse of the quenching tower to the end. Lu Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked weakly, what will be the cost if I choose the second option? Yi Tianxong smiled gently and said, it's actually not a big deal. The quenching tower is one of the symbols of my silent city. Right now it's destroyed, you'll only be temporarily imprisoned, and won't be in danger of your life. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This punishment was not as horrible as he had imagined. But after hearing Yi Tianxong's next words, Lu Yun's mood took another sharp turn. It's nothing more than being incarcerated for 50 or 60 years. 50 or 60 years. Listen, is this speaking human? Dig, I forgot. This bird-headed man is not human. Lu Yun's eyelids tugged. Was this what was called temporary imprisonment? Even though transmigrants, with all the power boosts, have a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people, they only live a few years longer than ordinary people. Those ranked powerful transmigrators could live for a few hundred years instead, not more than 1,000 years, similar to the old monsters that could easily live for 1,000 years in immortal cultivation novels. It was impossible. Right now, Lu Yun wasn't a high-level transmigrator, and at best, he would only live to be over 100 years old. If he really wanted to be locked up for 50 or 60 years, almost half of his youth would have to be spent in an iron cage. There's something about this bird-headed man. Words are peppered with gunfire and rigidity, worthy of a city lord. Lu Yun sighed in his heart and then looked up. Then I choose to participate in the Realm Heaven's Pride battle. The other party appeared to have placed the choice in his hands, but in reality, Lu Yun had no choice at all. Yi Tianxong was not surprised by Lu Yun's answer. Everything was expected. Lu Yun's experience was certainly rich and far beyond that of his peers, but in front of an old fox like Yi Tianxong, who had an extremely deep city, he was still as powerless as a child. Then let's have a good cooperation. I'll send someone to contact you when this side of things is over. After saying this, Yi Tianxong left, to reach his goal and leave directly. Such a decisive style of action once again left Lu Yun speechless. He felt that since the moment the quenching tower collapsed, he appeared to have entered the other party's calculations. If he didn't know about the special nature of the Dark Transfigurator's identity, Lu Yun would have even wondered if this was a setup that Hawkeye had teamed up with Birdhead. I also don't know what that Realm Heaven's Pride battle is. Could it be a confrontation between geniuses? Although I'm a mythic rank transfigurator, I'm still at a low level, so participating in this kind of confrontation seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Lu Yun murmured softly, but didn't think too much about it. Since this bird-headed man didn't even mind his low level, there was no need for him to think about that. The water was naturally straight at the end of the bridge. Then Lu Yun left the city lord's mansion, and just before Lu Yun left, a powerful man within the city lord's mansion made a special trip to find Lu Yun and handed him a mask. It is? Lu Yun looked at the mask in his hand with a strange expression. The mask was as thin as a cicada's wing and felt quite comfortable in the hand, like a piece of warm jade. This item is called the 100 Changes Mask. It is a piece of starburst grade equipment in my city lord's mansion. After wearing this item you can change your face and hide your own breath. Even the power you possess and the person you are married to will change a little. This is the lord of the city lord deliberately explained me to bring you. After leaving the city lord's mansion, you can't show your face to the public. Later the city lord will declare to the public that you have been expelled from the silent city. This matter concerns the face of my silent city. During this period of time you should not show your true face to others. Even if you meet someone close to you you cannot reveal your identity. This one repeated his instructions and made sure Lu Yun understood before handing over the mask to Lu Yun. Lu Yun took the mask in his hand and played with it for a while. Not only could this thing change his face, it could also change his breath. Even the marriage partner could be camouflaged? Is it that evil? Lu Yun muttered and put the mask on his face. There was no feeling of dissonance. It was like a part of Lu Yun's body. And the moment the mask was put on, Lu Yun's appearance changed. The original handsome batch is now a little more gangly and badass, despite being handsome as well. Lu Yun pulled out a mirror and looked around, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It's a bit of a domineering president. Since I decided to change my face, I'll be called Long Aotion from now on. Immediately after that, Lu Yun released his own flame power, a red-colored flame dancing at Lu Yun's fingertips. Although it was the same flame power, this power was slightly different from the flame power that Lu Yun usually released, and even the power was camouflaged. As long as Lu Yun didn't apply his usual trademark skills, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. Immediately afterward, Lu Yun opened the marriage room and called out the first and second wives, and when he saw how the two wives were dressed up at the moment, Lu Yun's mouth opened as if he had seen a monster. The original domineering and peerless Long Core, actually topped with a cat ear and a fluffy red cat tail behind her. The domineering and arrogant little princess changed into a gentle little wildcat in seconds. As for the weaving spirit, it was a human body with a snake's tail and a flame symbol flowing in the center of the eyebrow. Isn't this a proper Medusa? The two women were also slightly surprised to see that they had suddenly turned into this appearance, and at the same time, they looked at Lu Yun in puzzlement. Lu Yun explained this side of things roughly with the two women, and then reintroduced the two women back to the marriage space. After doing so, Lu Yun wore a brand new face and strutted out of the city lord's mansion. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lu Yun pondered a little and went to a nearby store to buy a white paper fan. Not for any other reason. With such a gangly face, if there is not a paper fan to pretend to be a bully, it always feels almost interesting. It was just that what made Lu Yun's flesh hurt was that this fan, which topped out at a few dozen gold coins outside, actually cost nearly 100 gold coins here. It should be caused by the difference in prices between the two places, and spending so many extra gold coins made Lu Yun very needy. For the city lord's mansion to be able to directly take out a piece of starburst grade equipment to hide its identity for itself was enough to see the city lord's mansion's broad-mindedness. If only he had so much money. They say that money makes people empty, lonely and cold. He is not afraid of awe. Sometimes Lu Yun wondered if he was actually still very kind deep down. If gold coins were a sin, he would absolutely be willing to bear that sin in place of everyone else in the world. Meanwhile, Lu Qiushui had already returned to the inn where he had previously landed and found the meditating Wu Tong, explaining what had happened earlier. After hearing what happened, Wu Tong was also shocked beyond words. Could that mysterious guy be a dark transmigrator? Wu Tong was surprised. It shouldn't have gotten away. I didn't expect school brother Lu Yun to be targeted as well, but it's normal for him to be targeted with his talent. Lu Qiushui sighed, unable to stop the sadness in her eyes. Throughout the Summer Kingdom, many of the top geniuses had encountered dark transmutants. Most of them were firm in their hearts and were not compelled. A few, on the other hand, sank in and became part of the dark transmigrants. For the defection of the geniuses, Xia made great efforts to conceal it in order not to cause unnecessary panic. As long as there was something about the dark transfigurator, the Summer Kingdom prohibited the major guilds from making any noise about it. There are highs and lows among the transmogrifiers, and it's very real that many transmogrifiers have a hard time achieving much throughout their lives. If they were to learn of the existence of the dark transfigurator, it would inevitably set off too many chain reactions. So the matter of the dark transmigrator was not known by too many people for the time being, and even those who knew about it would be asked to keep it extremely secret. In fact, it was thanks to the people of the Dark Evil Alliance not being able to look at those ordinary transmutants. Otherwise, if they chose to draw in this group of people, they would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. It's hard for these people to accomplish much, and the probability of choosing to fall into darkness for the sake of power is naturally higher than that of a genius. But all the same, it was difficult for them to accomplish much. Even if they chose to join the darkness, it was still the same situation. At best, they were cannon fodder. The people of the Dark Evil Alliance naturally wouldn't look at them. I don't know how primary school brother is doing now. Lu Qiushui worriedly came to the window and looked at the pedestrians below with a worried expression on her face. Lu Yun had been gone for several hours now, and so far there had been no news. She was worried that something had gone wrong with Lu Yun. After all, the matter of the quenching tower was too much at stake. Wu Tong silently looked at Lu Qiushui. He wasn't a person who was good at words and couldn't comfort people, so at this time, he was also unable to help. Just then there was a knock on the closed door of the room. Lu Qiushui subconsciously thought that it was Lu Yun who had returned and went to open the door with a heart full of excitement. However, when the door opened, there was a strong man with goat horns standing outside. "You're Lu Yun's schoolmate, right?" This powerful man opened the door. "It's me." Lu Qiushui frowned slightly, feeling a little bad, and swept a few glances towards the door. And sure enough, She didn't see Lu Yun's figure, so she couldn't help but become even more anxious, and hurriedly asked, "Where's my elementary school brother? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The collapse of the quenching tower has nothing to do with him. Although the main responsibility does not lie with him, it is still hard to escape the blame. He is now temporarily imprisoned in the city lord's mansion, and will soon be banished back. After saying this strong man turned around and left. He had only come here to deliver a message. When this one left, Lu Qiushui was like a lost soul, and only after half a day did she let out a long sigh. She knew that this matter would not be resolved so easily. However, it was only a temporary imprisonment for a period of time and then expulsion, which should be the best outcome. She just didn't know if her elementary school brother would suffer during this period of time in the city lord's mansion. This matter is not his fault after all. The people from the city lord's mansion shouldn't make things too difficult for him. Just relax. It'll be fine. Wu Tong pursed his lips and spoke out. Aha. Lu Qiushui nodded her head. That being said, there was still uncontrollable worry in her eyes. Wu Tong took it all in and sighed silently. When Lu Yun hadn't come to Easy University yet, Lu Qiushui was just as obsessed with becoming stronger as he was. But ever since Lu Yun came here, everything had changed. Lu Qiushui became more and more sentimental, and she was very attached to anything related to Lu Yun. Even though Wu Tong was a martial arts nerd and knew nothing about feelings, he could vaguely sense that Lu Qiushui treated Lu Yun a little differently from the others. It was a pity that Lu Qiushui, who was the person in authority, did not notice the change in himself. What are your plans now? To go back? Wu Tong retrieved his thoughts and looked at Lu Qiushui and asked. There's no problem on my little brother's side for the time being, but if we go straight back now, it'll be a wasted trip. So let's try our best to fight for the starburst level equipment. If it happens to fit with little brother, we can take this equipment and use it for little brother. Lu Qiushui said. Wu Tong nodded his head and did not say anything more, but only sighed in his heart. There is no woman who does not think of sex. Open mouth is the elementary school brother. Lu Qiushui this is completely trapped, but she seems to have not yet realized all this. At the same time, the collapse of the quenching tower and Lu Yun's temporary imprisonment spread throughout the silent city like a plague. Many people were discussing this matter after dinner and tea. Some felt that Lu Yun was really bullish. How many years had it been since the quenching tower was established? And it was actually gone when he said it was gone. However, there were also people who felt that Lu Yun was too bold. Although this incident was not his fault, if not for the magnanimity of the city lord's mansion, 100 deaths would not be enough to thank him for his offense. In a certain inn, a young girl was sitting on the bed with her bare feet hanging around, and despite the fact that the silent city was always in dimness, these feet were still pink and red, adding a bit of spring to this boring place. The young girl was sitting on the bed looking out the window at the pedestrians coming and going on the street, looking out of her mind. Just then the door of the room was pushed open and a young girl with a delicate figure walked in. Can't see that one. Ginger sighed. Yumi froze, and after putting on her pink compromise she bumbled over to Jiang Shishir and sat down in front of her, saying in horror, Sister Shishir, do you mean that guy has already been killed by 1,000 cuts and lynched? Lu Yun, who was still wandering around the city at this moment, suddenly sneezed for no reason. Being handsome is really a sin too, and I don't know which girl misses me. Lu Yun touched his nose and smiled faintly as he shook his paper fan and continued shopping. What's going on in your dead girl's head? This guy is only being temporarily imprisoned and will be deported soon. Jiang Shishir said as she reached out and gently knocked her hand into Yumi's head. It's okay. Yumi breathed a sigh of relief and some regret at the same time. I was thinking that I could meet up with this guy, but I didn't realize that this guy had stirred up such a huge hornet's nest. After leaving Jinsha City, both women chose to join the Magic Martial University, and both women came here shortly after Lu Yun and the others arrived in the Silent City. After coming here, as a woman's nature, the two women naturally strolled up in the city, buying and eating all kinds of things. They also knew of the existence of the Quenching Tower, and had originally planned to try it out every other day, but it turned out that they had just heard the news that the Quenching Tower had been destroyed by a hanging hare. The two women were initially still resentful, which one of them had the audacity to do such a thing, causing them not to be able to whore out their rewards for nothing. It was only later that I realized that this grifter, named Lu Yun, but it turned out well enough that he only ended up being punished like this after committing such a big offense. Yomi got up and went to the window and sighed once more. She didn't know about the dark transmogrifier. Those in the know knew that the dark transmigrant was the main culprit, but the matter of the dark transmigrant couldn't be made public. So the news that most people received was that although the Quenching Tower collapse wasn't the work of Lu Yun, it couldn't escape from him either. Such an explanation was tantamount to Lu Yun's responsibility alone in the eyes of the crowd. After committing such a big offense, in the end, they were only temporarily imprisoned and then expelled. Such a result made many of the Silent City's powerhouses unconvinced, and they all felt that the punishment was a bit too light. Jiang Shishir went up to Yumi and teased. Are you a little girl pining for spring now? Sister Shishir, what are you babbling about? Yumi's pretty face flushed crimson, fiercely glaring at Jiang Shishir. I, Yumi, am motivated to become a strong person. Pining for sex is a sign of weakness. The road of a strong person is bumpy and lonely. I've long since had no desire to be a strong person. Yes? Jiang Shishir's expression became even more ambiguous. Her hands encircled in front of her firm mountain. Smiling and laughing. Last night we stayed in the same room. Don't think I don't know that in the middle of the night your bed started to shake slightly. Towards the end of the night, you even softly shouted the name of fellow student Lu Yun. Hearing Jiang Shishir's words, Yumi's eyes flickered, and a flash of panic immediately surged on her small, powdery face. Done. He or she clearly did a seamless job. Still, he acted while Kang Shishir was asleep. I can't believe I'm still being discovered. Jiang Shishir's lips rose as she said triumphantly. Can you give me an explanation regarding this matter? What's wrong with that? Yumi is not only pining for sex, he's also learning to make his own food. Yumi was 100 times shy. She should have changed places if she had known she would be found out. It's alright now. Shame on you. I couldn't sleep that night. It's normal for me to toss and turn in bed. I didn't do anything strange. Even if I wanted to do something strange, it definitely wasn't that Lu Yun guy. Yumi grunted coldly, eventually choosing to keep her mouth shut to the end. The smile on Jiang Shishir's face increased, and she suddenly stepped forward to take the little girl's hand. What are you doing? Yumi was instantly alert. Since you didn't do anything weird, let me smell the odor. After Jiang Shishir finished speaking, she placed Yumi's little pink hand on the tip of her nose and gently sniffed it. Yumi pretended not to care, but inside she had already tightened up. Jiang Shishir frowned slightly. It smells. How can it be? I've already washed it. Annoyed, Yumi hurriedly drew her small hand back to the tip of her nose and sniffed it, then froze directly in place. Her hands didn't smell. She'd been tricked herself. Yumi came to a realization and looked at Jiang Shishir with tearful eyes, her sense of shame exploding once again. TSK. I knew that you girl has been doing some strange things. Seeing that Yumi had indeed fallen for the trap, Jiang Shishir smiled smugly and patted her shoulder. You're not too young anymore. It's normal to do this kind of thing. There's no need to hide. I won't despise you. Yumi became even more aggravated and blinked. Then next time I'll do it in front of you. Ginger. On the other hand, Zhang Qingqing brought the Demon Martial University's Heavenly Pride to stay at an inn within the Silent City. The many Heavenly Prides of the Devil's Martial University have specialized training programs. The Starburst level equipment is certainly precious, but not all the Heavenly Prides are interested in it, and the ones that come are only a small part. This was because they knew that the Starburst level equipment appearing in the world would inevitably cause all kinds of strong people to scramble for it. It was true that they were geniuses, but genius was not the same as strong, and the probability of being able to obtain this equipment was very low. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to remain in the school and level up. The night was late, and the sky of the Silent City was dark without any starlight. Zhang Qingqing stood on the balcony with her hands propped up on the fence in front of her, and was enjoying the cool breeze blowing in her face. Just then, a voluptuous woman came behind Zhang Qingqing. The visitor had the beauty of a teacher from the Sakura country. She was wearing a simple style lace nightgown. The nightgown was semi-transparent. With the cool breeze blowing, the skirt dancing, the blood-spurting scenery was hidden. Zhao Mei came to stand next to Zhang Qingqing and looked at the drying rack next to her, which had 3 small pink underwear hanging on it. Like Zhang Qingqing, she was also a tutor of the Magic Martial University, and the two of them were in charge of leading the team for the Starburst Great Equipment Descent. Have you had something on your mind lately? Zhao Mei suddenly asked. Zhang Qingqing twisted her head to look at Zhao Mei oddly. She did have something on her mind during this time. It's all that Lu Yun kid. Originally, according to the plan, Lu Yun joining the Magic Martial University was the nail in the coffin. She left Jinsha City first to join the Magic Martial University, and subsequently, when Lu Yun came to report, the two of them would be able to get along with each other as teachers and students again. In order to be able to teach in Lu Yun's class, she had even purposely applied to the above, and it was not easy for the above to agree. But it turned out that Lu Yun, this brat, had run away to Easy University. Upon learning of this news, Zhang Qingqing became restless and hasn't been able to rest for a while. Could it be that the other party had seen this little bit of his own plan? Zhang Qingqing's lips slightly opened and was about to speak. Zhao Mei looked to the side of the drying rack. The look suddenly became serious. Said, Teacher Zhang, if you have a physical problem, must be reported in a timely manner. The school side will give you the best arrangements for the treatment conditions. There is a disease we treat. Cannot avoid medical treatment. You can't go on like this. In my opinion, you should just take a leave of absence to go back to see a doctor. and leave the situation here to me. No. Zhang Qingqing shook her head and denied it. Zhao Mei, however, gruffly said, Teacher Zhang, you've changed 3 pairs of underwear in one day. What is this not being sick? Tell me honestly which part of your body is uncomfortable. Don't ever hold on to it here. The body is the greatest capital. Zhang Qingqing's pretty face rarely crossed an imperceptible blush. Originally, she was not supposed to lead the team this time. She had specially applied for it after hearing that Lu Yun would also be coming here. She was harboring excitement in anticipation of her meeting with Lu Yun. Who would have thought that just a short while ago she had suddenly gotten the news that Lu Yun had messed up the quenching tower, and that he had been temporarily imprisoned by the city lord and would be expelled from the city in the future. Zhang Qingqing was so disappointed that she initially went to visit, only to be told that she was not allowed to do so. The intense thoughts turned into rushing waters that directly invaded her 3 pairs of panties. Now that she no longer had a change of underwear to wear, and was now all but hanging in neutral on the road. That's why she took the 3 pairs of panties out to dry and wash them. MS. Zhao Mei misunderstood. Mr. Zhao, I know my body. I'm fine now. It's getting late. I'll go back to rest first. Zhang Qingqing waved her hand and left in a hurry. Looking at the departing Zhang Qingqing, the Zhao Mei in place was speechless for a while. No wonder, as a single 38-year-old yellow flower girl, she had certainly reached the realm of sitting on the ground and sucking up dirt, but it did not mean that she could understand Zhang Qingqing's feelings. 3 days passed like this, and during these 3 days, everyone was waiting for the Silent City side to release the news. Everyone knew that the Silent City had been negotiating with the Heavenly Vault mountain range during this period of time, but no one knew that this news was all deliberately announced to the public by the Silent City. There were certainly a lot of bosses within the Heaven's Vault mountain range, but in terms of both number and strength, they were far from being able to compare to the powerhouses of the Silent City. Starburst level equipment was also a rare treasure for Silent City. Seeing that such a treasure had appeared in their own territory right now, they naturally didn't want outsiders to come and explore it. But nay, the commotion of this equipment coming out was too great, and they couldn't do it even if they wanted to hide it. In fact, even with this development, Silent City could still get this equipment. They only needed to send their top powerhouses to the Heavenly Vault mountain range to deter them, and the guys in the Heavenly Vault mountain range would definitely not dare to disobey them. But they didn't. A piece of Starburst level equipment wasn't worth all the trouble. But on this very day, the Silent City side finally made a move as a level 50 powerhouse delved deeper into the Heavenly Vault mountain range on his own. The Sky Dome mountain range was surrounded by jungles that could not be seen, in which the clouds were dense. The visibility was extremely low, and the air was revealing a slight coolness. When this Silent City powerhouse arrived at the edge of the Sky Dome mountain range, 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. These 5 figures were all level 50 powerhouses, and they were none other than the 5 bosses within the Heavenly Vault mountain range, each in charge of a realm. When they saw the Silent City's visitors, all 5 of them were incredibly respectful, their bodies standing straight as if they were elementary school students. What are the orders from above, my lord? One of the bosses rubbed his hands together and said with a naive smile on his face, as long as your excellency gives the order, we will definitely make sure that the humans who come here have no return. There are orders from above that this place will be opened in a day's time, and at that time, all you have to do is to let a teenager named Lu Yun get this equipment. The Silent City's powerhouse looked proud as he suddenly took out 5 crystals and handed them to the 5 people. Lu Yun used the equipment for camouflage, but this crystal can detect his presence. After encountering him, no matter what you guys do, you must let him get this equipment, okay? All 5 of them held the crystals with somewhat strange expressions. Starburst level equipment wasn't so scarce for Silent City, but Silent City actually gave up to let outsiders get this equipment, and also wanted them to help them secretly. What was this guy called Lu Yun's origin in the end? Got it. The 5 retrieved their thoughts nodding in unison. As for the others, it's best not to cause any deaths. We in the Silent City have cooperation with the humans. Just know what to do in your hearts. After a brief explanation, this powerful person from Silent City left, and the 5 bosses also collected their crystals and left immediately afterward. Under the darkness, there was silence all around, as if the earlier conversation had never occurred. Next day, the Silent City then announced to the public that its dealings with the Heavenly Vault mountain range had failed, and that in order to obtain this Starburst grade equipment, the people would need to go there in person. However, the risks involved would require the treasure hunters to bear the consequences on their own. When this news spread out, some timid people directly gave up the idea of competing for this equipment. It's not worth the risk for a piece of equipment that's hard to get. Most people, though, still haven't changed their minds. Almost on the same day, many people started heading towards the Sky Dome mountain range at the same time. Lu Yun also mingled in the crowd, and under the disguise of the 100 Changes mask, Lu Yun's identity was not recognized. It didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at the outskirts of the Heavenly Vault mountain range. Looking at the towering mountains and dense jungle in front of them, the crowd didn't continue to go deeper, but instead chose to sit in place, scanning the scene, densely packed with silhouettes. There are tens of thousands of people present, but it's that many people, and not one of them is a standout. Anyone who knew that there were 5 powerful bosses within the Heavenly Vault mountain range didn't want to risk their lives, and were waiting for the others to act first so that they could scout the way for them. However, among these people, they were basically in teams. The Heavenly Vault mountain range was full of dangers, so the people naturally chose to go in teams. Lone wolves like Lu Yun were not unheard of, just relatively rare. Lu Yun shook his paper fan and swept a few glances in place, and soon saw many familiar figures in the crowd. Sissy Kong, Yumi and Xiao Shui Lu. However, Lu Yun didn't greet them. He was now a prisoner being held. If he just waltzed out in front of the crowd, wouldn't it be like slapping the Silent City's face? And then maybe he would really be imprisoned. Handsome boy, are you alone? Do you want to team up with your slave? Just then a delicate voice suddenly came, only to see a young girl with 3 men coming straight to Lu Yun. The young girl was wearing a JK with a pair of fox ears on her head and a fluffy fox tail on her back. The slender legs on her lower body were covered with a pair of black silk, and a leg ring was clipped to the upper side of her right leg. The young girl had a pure lust appearance, and her eyes were thickening as she looked at Lu Yun. Just a quick glance showed that the young girl was not human, but a monster. The man who followed the young girl was not human either, and they all had the characteristics of monsters as well. Lu Yun looked around and whirled around to point at himself. You're talking to me? Not talking to you? Is slave talking to the air? The young girl giggled and looked at Lu Yun with an ambiguous expression. Little brother, do you want to join slave's team? It's too dangerous for you to enter the Heavenly Vault mountain range alone. It will be much safer with us. As soon as the young girl said this, the other 3 men all glared angrily at Lu Yun, and there was even a hidden murderous intent in those eyes, as if Lu Yun had some kind of extended hatred with them. Seeing this, how could Lu Yun not understand that these 3 guys were interested in the young girl and didn't want him to get too close to the young girl? But he didn't dare to open his mouth. Isn't this a proper boiling goat? I don't seem to be familiar with you, do I? Lu Yun frowned. Upon hearing Lu Yun say this, the expressions of the 3 licking dogs eased slightly, and then they opened their mouths one after another. Miss Lu Yun, since this guy doesn't know how to behave, let's not force it. This guy doesn't look like much at first glance. He's only level 25. Pulling him in will lower our overall strength. He's just a drag. Shut up. Lu Yun glared fiercely at the 3 of them and said indifferently, where is the turn for you guys to judge what I'm going to do? If you guys are not happy with it, you can leave on your own now. Hearing Lu Yun say this, the 3 of them looked at each other and all fell silent once again. It was just that the eyes that looked at Lu Yun once again became fierce, as if saying again, kid, if you dare to agree to Miss Liu Yun's invitation, you're dead. Originally, Lu Yun really didn't want to join the other party. He didn't know the other party, and he wasn't at a high level, so there was no reason for the other party to invite him to join them in the team, and he suspected that there was some ulterior motive. However, Lu Yun was not used to seeing the character of these 3-headed licking dogs, so he immediately raised his lips and smiled. Since Miss Lu Yun personally invited me, is there any reason for me not to say yes? Hearing this, a flash of surprise flashed across Liu Yun's eyes. The 3-headed licking dog, on the other hand, looked as if he had eaten a fly. His face instantly turned iron blue, and fire was about to come out of his eyes when he looked at Lu Yun. Kid, are you looking for death? You don't take a piss and look at your own virtues either. How dare a trash like you get so close to Miss Lu Yun? For fuck's sake, it's not too late for you to get the hell out of here, or else we'll have a chance to get you killed when we enter the Heavenly Vault mountain range. The 3 of them were so furious that they even used their private channels to swear at Lu Yun, threateningly, but what they didn't know was that the thing Lu Yun was most upset about was being threatened. What they didn't know even more was that Lu Yun was a man without integrity. MS. Lu Yun, who are these 3 guys for you? Lu Yun suddenly asked Lu Yun by pointing at the 3. They're all my suitors. What's wrong? Lu Yun blinked at Lu Yun, and Lu Yun's heart tightened at the sight. This woman is a fucking demon, a fox no less, really good at seducing people. So that's how it is. Lu Yun nodded his head and then said, I think it's better if I don't trouble you guys here. I think they are right. My strength is humble. Joining you guys will only drag my feet. Hearing Lu Yun say this, the 3 of them snorted disdainfully and coldly at the same time. It seemed that this guy was also a bully. They all felt that Lu Yun was afraid of them before he chose to withdraw. Did something happen, pretty boy? Quicksilver asked with a slight frown of incomprehension. This one had obviously just agreed to join his team, so why did he suddenly back out now? Lu Yun suddenly looked up at the 3 of them, who hurriedly revealed pleasing-like smiles. It was evident that they were already 3 mature licking dogs. Lu Yun's lips rose as he looked at the trio in feigned fear. They said that they would find a chance to get me killed if I dared to join you, so I think I'd better act on my own. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the 3 licking dogs froze in place on the spot. They completely did not expect Lu Yun to make their private chats public. Was he still a man? The 3 of them simultaneously clenched inwardly and looked at Lu Yun nervously. And just as they wanted to explain, they realized that this one's expression was gloomy. MS. Lu Yun. Shut up. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched as he forcefully suppressed the fire in his heart. He is now one of us. Whoever is dissatisfied can come forward now and get the hell out of here on their own. When his own goddess was angry, the 3-headed licking dog didn't dare to let out a single fart, and only glared sorrowfully at Lu Yun while lowering his head to keep quiet. Lu Yun almost laughed out loud as he watched. He had seen a lot of licking dogs in Xia, and he had also seen many women who were selling their names and pretending to be innocent. These women pretend to look innocent and naive, but in fact, they are masters of dog handling, and they don't know how many warbles are captive in the fish pond. And the key is that these warbles don't realize that they're just being fished. And the goblin in front of her, not only did she bring 3 licking dogs at the same time, but she was also able to make the 3 of them honest with a single sentence. So I really don't know how this woman had tempered these 3 guys. But one thing was certain. This woman was definitely not as simple as she seemed. She invited herself to join its ranks, most likely with ulterior motives as well. But Lu Yun didn't care about that. It was indeed dangerous to enter the Sky Vault mountain range alone, and it was quite good to join this group of people for the time being. If he really encountered any danger at that time, he would simply bolt. What's more, he still had the necklace given to him by the old crook, and with this amulet on him, Lu Yun was fearless. Even if this woman really had designs on him at that time, he could still get away in peace. Little handsome, let's wait here now. The situation within the Heavenly Vault mountain range is complicated, so it's best to wait for the others to be the first to make this head start. Lu Yun smiled gently at Lu Yun, and then he sat down and began to rest his eyes. Her purpose of inviting herself couldn't be that simple, but at this moment, she didn't show too much interest in Lu Yun. This point made Lu Yun a bit surprised, and also felt more and more that this woman was not simple. As for the other 3 licking dogs, they gave Lu Yun a hard look one after another and followed suit, sitting in place and no longer bothering with Lu Yun. With Liu Yun's warning, they didn't dare threaten Lu Yun. After Lu Yun glanced at Lu Qiushui and the others in the distance, he also sat on the ground and began to close his eyes. Now it's all about who loses their patience first. As long as someone moves first, the rest will follow, and then you'll be done if you follow the group. Lu Yun knew about the 5 bosses within the Heavenly Vault mountain range, and even if he did encounter a boss when the time came, it would be easier for him to run away with so many people around. And just at the moment Lu Yun closed his eyes, Long Kor's gravely voice rang out. This woman is not simple. She most likely has an ulterior motive for inviting you to join. I know. Lu Yun responded. He knew the woman had bad intentions. He just didn't know the others' intentions yet. The moment this woman saw you, her eyes were dilated, as if she had seen a delicious delicacy. She gave me a feeling of wanting to eat you. Only this woman hid it well. After hearing Long Kor's words, Lu Yun's expression instantly became odd. Want to eat me? Could it be that this woman is very fond of domineering presidents? After all, Lu Yun's current appearance was really evil and gangly, and Lu Yun couldn't help but have some juvenile images floating in his head. On the screen, the Ryun in front of her stood on her heels in a bikini, letting out a jerky, bad joke. Little handsome boy, just obey slave. Slave will definitely be responsible for you. Thinking like this, Lu Yun couldn't help but shiver. If the other party was really plotting against his body, what could he do? As a great benefactor with a compassionate heart, Lu Yun never refused others, and when the time came, he had no choice but to sacrifice his ego to fulfill his greater self. Don't think too much. What I said about wanting to eat you was simply literal. Long Kor's mournful voice rang out. Literally? Lu Yun's brows tightened, and a trace of trepidation welled up in his eyes. Cannibalism? This woman looks flirtatious and attractive. She shouldn't be so perverted. Of all the monsters Lu Yun had encountered so far, but any existence that had a spiritual intelligence to communicate with humans did not have a fetish for cannibalism. I understand. I'll be careful and watch out. Lu Yun took a deep breath and calmed his heart before he said. Long Kor wouldn't deceive herself, so it seemed that she had to be careful. One after another, people were arriving here at the scene, but they were slow to move. Finally, after an hour had passed, one squad finally pressed on. Damn! All of you are waiting for others to explore the path first. Why are you guys so timid and scared? The district boss is just a boss. Is it that scary? A man with a turtle shell on his back slapped the ground and then stood up and said to his companions behind him, Let's go! Since no one dares to go in, we'll be the ones to take the lead. And the more chances we have of getting that piece of equipment by taking the first step. This one spoke, and his companions nodded their heads. They couldn't sit still either. Continuing to wait here would only be a waste of time for no reason. They all had a few moments of confidence in their own strength, or else they wouldn't have come here to compete for that starburst grade equipment. They pride themselves on being able to get away safely even when they are in danger. Thinking this way, the few people quickened their pace and soon went deeper into the jungle. The rest of the people who saw the scene were also somewhat moved. Just as this they said, a step ahead was certainly dangerous, but they could also take the first opportunity. Oftentimes, getting a head start is the same as taking the initiative, and the chances of getting the equipment are higher. As more and more people left, Lu Yun also finally got up, and the three licking dogs were busy following suit when they saw this. It was just that Lu Yun didn't even glance at the three, but instead smiled at Lu Yun and said, "Little brother, let's follow suit." Aha! Lu Yun nodded and the two of them walked side by side. This scene saw the three licking dogs at the back gnashing their teeth, that gaze itching to skin Lu Yun. Damn! I really don't know what Miss Lu Yun sees in him. Is it great to be handsome? The very strange-looking monster clenched his fists and said viciously, "That's right, it's a sin to be good-looking. It's only when you're ugly that you can have an interesting soul." The other two nodded their heads in deep agreement. A sour smell of vinegar gradually filled the air. Originally not good-looking, especially in front of the dragon Aotian. In contrast, the gap is even greater. The three of them muttered and whined for a while in the background, but being loyal licking dogs with mouths to spare and bodies to keep honest, even if they were ignored by their own goddesses, disliked by their own goddesses, and their own goddesses were talking and laughing with other men in front of them, the dog-licking heart in their hearts still didn't die out. Any time, any place, faithful dog lickers on call. There wasn't much sunlight around the silent city, especially since the woods here were unusually dense. This caused the visibility within the Sky Dome mountain range to be even lower. Reaching out for the sky, even though the people were not ordinary people and their eyesight was too much better than ordinary people, they still needed some auxiliary light sources. Anyone who can come here has naturally done their homework in advance. Upon entering the place, someone brought out a professional lighting kit. Some people pulled out flashlights, while others set a few pieces of cloth wet with gasoline on fire, and the outskirts of the Skydome Mountains were suddenly filled with a starry glow. On his side, Lu Yun also pulled out a small portable flashlight, and as for the three lickers, they all pulled out a water bag from their arms. Water bag? Lu Yun was unsure, and then he saw the three licking dogs pouring a bottle of water into the water bag. A few seconds later, an area in front of the water bag actually gave off a somewhat dazzling light. Lu Yun, people are stupid to not be so fancy. Didn't you prepare a light source? Seeing Lu Yun standing frozen in place, Lu Yun was a bit puzzled. I naturally brought it. Lu Yun backhandedly pulled out the things he had prepared in advance from the marriage space. He had purposely gone to the tea house to inquire about the situation over here before he came to the Sky Dome mountain range, so naturally he had prepared for it. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Yun and the three licking dogs, Lu Yun pulled out a box of Cyclone brand wind-resistant matches. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and the three lickspittles fell silent one after another, and then they erupted into laughter. This guy is stupid, right? I can understand even if he brought a lighter, but he only brought a pack of matches. Sure, he's not a monkey's invited comedian? It seems that God is fair. As soon as he opens a door for you, he also closes a window for you. This guy is just good looking. I didn't expect him to be a fool. The three gloated and laughed. Lu Yun also had to admit that she really couldn't understand Lu Yun's operations anymore. What can a match do with a little light? Did you really just bring a pack of matches? Quicksilver was silent for a long time before asking groggily. Yeah, what's the problem? Lu Yun was a bit depressed. Is it really that funny to bring your own matches? He is a man of principle, and does not deliberately save money that should be spent, nor does he waste it indiscriminately on those who should not. He himself was a fire elemental profession, and he didn't need to resort to other items in this aspect of lighting. Lu Yun then stretched out a finger, and red-colored flames pulsed above his fingertip, and instantly a large portion of the surrounding darkness was illuminated. Seeing Lu Yun's maneuver, the smiles on the three licking dogs' faces gradually stiffened. Blanche, this guy is a fire elemental transmuter. No wonder. Lu Yun also revealed a look of dawning realization as he looked at the crimson flames pulsating on Lu Yun's fingertips. A flash of extreme greed suddenly surging from the depths of his eyes. It was just a flash of emotion that was quickly redisguised by her. Lu Yun didn't notice anything unusual either, and the few continued to get back on the road. However, as the crowd continued to go deeper and deeper, few other teams could be seen nearby. It was rumored that the Starburst grade equipment was in the Heavenly Vault mountain range, but it didn't specify exactly where it was located, so the crowd chose to spread out and search for it. Tens of thousands of people wasn't small anymore. but it was still too few compared to the Sky Dome mountain range. I wonder how things are going elsewhere. Lu Yun looked into the distance worriedly. After all, there were 5 bosses here and other monsters. He didn't know how the situation was on the side of school sister Lu and Zhang Shishir. Lu Yun smiled dumbly in the middle of the day. Zhang Shishir was a legend-ranked professional. Her strength was no worse than her own. As for Lu Qiushui, her strength was even far above her own. Instead of worrying about them, she would rather care about her own side of the situation. After retrieving their thoughts, the few people continued to go deeper into the mountain range, and encountered some low-level monsters in the process, but none of them needed Lu Yun's personal attention, and the 3 lickspittles who wanted to perform in front of the goddesses stepped in to forcefully suppress them. But what made Lu Yun speechless was that the 3 lickspittles were actually pretending to be all kinds of handsome in order to be able to win the favor of the goddess. The key was that their opponents were only monsters whose level was less than 20, and it was embarrassing to watch Lu Yun for a while. Liu Yun's pink lips twitched, and when she looked at the 3, a murderous intent vaguely emerged in her eyes. If she didn't need these 3 lickspittles as cannon fodder, why would she be hanging out with these 3 guys? Soon several people continued on their way, and as they continued to go deeper and deeper, several people came to the edge of the outer and inner perimeter. At that moment, many strange plants appeared in front of us. These plants are medicinal herbs. Some of them can be aphrodisiacs. Some can cure injuries, and they have not bad effects. They are all medicinal herbs. A lot of healing fluid type props were concocted through these herbs, and their value was not small. As a serious wealth guardian, Lu Yun was well aware of the preciousness of these herbs, and immediately his eyes lit up as he went up to a herb and squatted down in front of it, about to reach out and pick it. In Lu Yun's eyes, these were not mere medicinal herbs, but loose gold coins. However, right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. "Kid, if you dare to move, I'll cut off your dog's claws on the spot." Lu Yun instantly frowned and looked up towards the front. When he saw a team of people walking over in great numbers, the leader was a human teenager, but there was no oppressive force of a so-called genius in his body. There was only a villainous stance. The rest of the people were all clear of the Silent City's native powerhouses, and these native powerhouses all wore respectful faces in front of the teenager. Lu Yun faintly swept a glance. The teenager's level was only 24, and he was still only an epic transmigrator. With this kind of strength, going deeper into the Heavenly Vault mountain range would be in great danger. Looking at how many native powerhouses were guarding him, Lu Yun knew with his toes that this was bound to be a mercenary group that the teenager had hired. There were many mercenary groups within the Silent City. As long as the price offered was high enough, they could do any job. This matter was still told to him by Lu Qiushui when he entered the Silent City at the very beginning. Lu Yun faintly swept a glance at the teenager. Then he reached out and plucked out the herbs in front of him, directly throwing them into the marriage space. When the young man saw that Lu Yun dared to ignore him, he became furious on the spot. "How dare you ignore this young man's words? Who gave you the guts?" The teenager's face was cloudy, and his voice lowered a few points. "Chop off this dog's paw yourself, and I can spare you." Before the teenager could finish speaking, Lu Yun instantly rushed over. "The medicinal herbs in this place. Whoever sees it is the one who owns it. Obviously he came here first, but this teenager has a look of being above board. Treating this kind of person Lu Yun will not be polite. Not much bleeping. Straight to the point." Boom! When he saw Lu Yun make a move, the teenager was suddenly in his original form and panicked. Although he was level 24, he knew his level well, and this level was all forced up by him relying on resources, without much experience in actual combat. Not to mention against a mythic level dual transfigurator like Lu Yun. Even against an ordinary epic level transfigurator, he was no match. "Take a shot, for fuck's sake. This young man didn't pay for you guys to come here to watch a show." At the critical moment, Zhang Hao suddenly roared at the 3 powerhouses behind him. The 3 powerhouses were a little offended by Zhang Hao's attitude, but adhering to the principle of receiving money for their work, they still took a step forward at the same time. Boom! Lu Yun instantly appeared at Zhang Hao barely, and swung out heavily with a no-frills punch, but the punch was easily blocked by the 3 powerhouses. The 3 were all level 35 monsters, leveled above Lu Yun, and it was an easy task to block Lu Yun's attacks. Lu Yun frowned tightly and instantly took several steps back to distance himself from the other party. If these 3 guys insisted on protecting this guy in front of him, it would be really hard for him to run into the other party. And seeing Lu Yun's attack being easily neutralized, Zhang Hao's original nervousness vanished from his heart, and his lips rose as he once again reverted to his previous arrogant appearance. "Kid, coming out in this world is about power and background. Even if this young man stands here and lets you fight, what can you do? Be a good boy and hand over the medicinal herbs. Then waste this hand. This young man can still be merciful and let you go." Lu Yun looked at Zhang Hao indifferently without saying anything. Zhang Hao coldly grunted without any nonsense and waved his hand. Since he's not willing to do it himself, then you guys go and give him a hand. The three powerhouses immediately walked towards Lu Yun with expressionless faces, while three strong pressures pressed towards Lu Yun. The three lickspittles were gloating and quacking. They had long been looking at Lu Yun with displeasure, and when they saw Lu Yun in trouble at this moment, they couldn't wait for Lu Yun to die here on the spot, and had no intention of stepping in to help. However, Lu Yun was frowning slightly, and a touch of blood color gradually emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Seeing that their own goddess was angry, adhering to the principle of licking dogs, the three of them eventually stepped forward. Get lost, all of you. The three of them took a step forward at the same time, and they were actually all at level 36. Just one level higher than these three native powerhouses. When the three native powerhouses saw this, they also immediately stopped their steps and turned to look at Zhang Hao in a complicated manner. The other party is also three people. The strength is also stronger than them. If they insist on making a move, even if the situation is good, it is only a lose-lose situation. At the moment, this was the depths of the Heavenly Vault mountain range, so if both sides lost, it would be extremely dangerous. Zhang Hao obviously realized this as well, and his face turned blue for a while. Dare you tell this young man your name? Zhang Hao asked as he stared coldly at Lu Yun. Dragon Ao Tian. Lu Yun said word for word. Long Ao Tian. This young man remembers you. Green mountains do not change. We'll see. Zhang Hao snorted coldly and turned to leave with his three bodyguards. Lu Yun was looking at the other party coldly from the beginning to the end. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, with his character, he definitely wouldn't have let the other party leave. He could see the killing intent in that guy's eyes, and if he let the other party leave, the other party would definitely find another opportunity to retaliate back. It was a pity that he was not strong enough to force them to stay. These three lickspittles were also Ryun's people, and he couldn't ask the three to make a move to keep each other. Only when a few people had left did Lu Yun turn to squat down and continue to collect the medicinal herbs. Lu Yun's mood gradually improved when a medicinal herb was pocketed. These things are gold coins. It did not take long for the nearby medicinal herbs to be collected by Lu Yun. Lu Yun patted the soil on his hands. His heart was happy. Another large amount of gold arrived. Just very nice. However, right at this moment, Lu Yun realized that there was something wrong with the way the three licking dogs were looking at him. Suddenly one of them spoke. Kid, you're just waiting to die. Waiting to die? Lu Yun frowned uncertainly. That licking dog smiled disdainfully and continued. That guy's name is Zhang Hao. Although the Zhang family is only a small family in the Summer Kingdom, they took over all kinds of businesses here a long time ago. This guy's father, Zhang has already deeply bounded cooperation with Silent City, and their shadows can be seen in many projects. Their Zhang family possessed a notable status in the Silent City, and if you offend the other party now, you most likely won't be able to leave here alive. He will definitely retaliate against you when you leave the Heavenly Vault mountain range. Hearing this, Lu Yun then showed a dawning realization on his face. Despite guessing that the other party was able to invite these three native powerhouses and that their identities were most likely not simple, he did not expect it to be like this. However, Lu Yun didn't care. If the other party had cooperation with the Silent City, didn't he have cooperation with the Silent City? When the matter of the Heavenly Vault mountain range was over, the Silent City was still waiting for him to replace them in the realm Heavenly Pride battle. He believed that if the other party really came after him at that time, Silent City would not sit idly by. If that guy wants to live, he'd better be honest. If he really doesn't know what's good for him and wants to seek death, I won't be soft at all, Lu Yun said indifferently. The three lickspittles, on the other hand, shook their heads in disdain, all thinking that Lu Yun was blowing smoke. If you were really capable, how could you have come to the Sky Dome mountain range alone, when people were at least able to invite three strong men? After this little incident was over, several people continued to go deeper. Just what Lu Yun didn't notice was that on the road, Liu Yun's gaze landed on him from time to time, and his eyes gradually blazed up. What to do? He's really so tempting. I kind of can't help it. I really want to pounce on him right now and eat him up. Whew. It's been a long time since I've seen such pure flame power. Is Miss Fox here for that Starburst grade equipment as well? Halfway there, Lu Yun suddenly twisted his head to look at Lu Yun with a slightly odd expression. Despite walking at the front, Lu Yun could still feel the iffy gaze coming from behind him. What is this woman doing staring at herself all the time? Even without Long Core's reminder, Lu Yun wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the other party was looking at him. Originally, Lu Yun was on the defensive against Lu Yun, and now that he had been stared at by the other party, his heart was even more wary. This woman definitely had another purpose for inviting herself. It was just that she currently did not know what the other party's purpose was for the time being. I didn't come here for the sake of that Starburst grade equipment. My slave knows how much I weigh, and there are not a few strong people who have been attracted here this time. Slave just wanted to take a chance. I heard that the Heavenly Vault mountain range holds many opportunities within it. Hearing this, Lu Yun nodded. And then the two of them were once again speechless. Right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly laughed. Rather, I hadn't thought that young handsome's name was actually so domineering. Dragon Aotion. The proud son of a dragon. Proud of the sky. That's a good name. I think it's good too. Lu Yun deeply agreed. Brother Long, there shouldn't be anything wrong with me calling you that, right? Lu Yun suddenly asked. Lu Yun, on the other hand, felt like there was an electric current surging through his body, and his whole body was tingling. This leprechaun was truly seductive. These two words spat out from this woman's mouth as if they were endowed with endless temptation. Of course there's no problem. Lu Yun nodded his head, not daring to look directly at the other party, worrying that he would look lost in thought by then Long Kor would be jealous again. Then Brother Long, don't call me Miss Fox in one breath. Just call slave Lu Yun, and if you don't mind you can call me Xiao Yun. Liu Yun's gaze had always fallen on Lu Yun, especially when the words were spoken. It was as gentle as it could be. Little cloud. Lu Yun was a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun then revealed a quiet smile. The three lickspittles on the side saw this and hated their back teeth. They were actually recruited by Ryun, a sort of higher relationship, except that they weren't paid in gold coins. Upon meeting Lu Yun for the first time, the dog-licking souls within the three of them awakened and chose to follow each other without compensation. They had been following Lu Yun for a few days, but they had never been as close as Lu Yun, which couldn't help but make the three lickspittles jealous. And some of them were even already calculating in their minds how to get Lu Yun killed. Only just met soon Xiao Yun are called on. I'm afraid it won't be long before the two can hold hands and get into bed. They absolutely cannot accept this result. Lung. Right at this moment, Long Kor's mournful voice suddenly rang out, causing Lu Yun to be embarrassed for a while. Knowing that it was this little jealous king who was jealous, Lu Yun hurriedly assured, I don't have any feelings for her. It's you and little spirit that I like. Since you don't like it, isn't it okay to blatantly roll with the punches, the kind that doesn't take responsibility afterward? Lu Yun was speechless on the spot. Women's brain circuits were really different from the norm. This topic shift was also too big. Even Long Kor, the princess of the Fire Dragon clan, was not exempted from this. Back to the topic. Did you notice those three lickers? Long Kor's tone suddenly became serious. Lu Yun followed suit and frowned, not moving to glance at the three lickspittles. He only saw that these three lickspittles were staring at themselves viciously, with eyes that were itching to dismantle themselves. Other than that, Lu Yun did not see anything unusual. Ku Air, did you find anything? Lu Yun was curious. Long Kor took a deep breath. All three of these guys have a force of flame in their bodies. They are all fire elemental type transmutants. And this woman also has a force of flame in her body. Lu Yun's pupils suddenly shrunk. And even though Long Kor hadn't been too specific, Lu Yun had sensed something. Could it be that the other party took the initiative to approach him for his fire elemental power? Lu Yun looked deeply at Lu Yun and turned to withdraw his gaze not to think more. Things can only go one step at a time. However, as they went deeper and deeper, Lu Yun became more and more puzzled. It was reasonable to say that they were now in the true inner perimeter of the Heavenly Vault mountain range and should have encountered powerful monsters. But now, after half a day's walk, the hard monster's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Not only were the shadows of high-level monsters nowhere to be seen, even the weaker monsters were nowhere to be seen. What's going on here? Did all the monsters here vaporize out of thin air? Lu Yun had a million questions in his mind. Ryuan's internal activities at this time were similar to his, and both were wondering about this matter as well. What Lu Yun didn't know was that in the shadows the five bosses had been watching his every move. The reason why Lu Yun and the others hadn't encountered any powerful monsters was naturally due to the arrangement of the five bosses. They had already released a message in advance to make all the powerful monsters in the vicinity leave and instructed them not to provoke Lu Yun. The people over at Silent City had instructed Lu Yun to get that Starburst Great equipment, and these were all deliberately arranged by them. Aren't we being too obvious? This is already the true inner perimeter of the Heavenly Vault mountain range. It's impossible that there isn't a single monster. One boss pondered slightly for a long time and said tentatively, or else let's send some people to deliver heads? Forget about giving away heads. Our people are also people. There's no need to make meaningless sacrifices. We just need to let this guy get Starburst level equipment. Another boss shook his head inside. If it wasn't for not being able to reveal his identity, there would be no need to go through so much trouble at all. Just give that piece of equipment directly to this kid and it would be a done deal. It has to be so complicated. Just then, the boss in the center suddenly narrowed his eyes. Have you guys realized that woman is not simple? Upon hearing this, the Demon Kings then looked at Lu Yun in unison, their faces showing a look of gravity. There was an extremely strong flame power within this woman's body, causing them all to be afraid of it. but one must know that they were all level 50 existences. The power within the opponent's body scares them all, and his level is bound to be not much worse than theirs. Let's not talk about this for now. Don't forget our mission. Right now this little friend Lu Yun has already noticed something. We might as well send out some people to create a little trouble. We don't need to fight to the end. If we don't beat them, we'll just bail out. The boss at the very end, who hadn't opened his mouth all along, suddenly said. The rest of them nodded their heads at the words. This method was feasible. It didn't take long for Lu Yun and the others to suddenly stop moving as the ground in front of them suddenly cracked, and between the countless clouds of dust, a huge rock with a diameter of dozens of meters suddenly leapt out from the ground. Carrying a whistling sound, the rock smashed over at Lu Yun and the others, who were still in a daze. Lu Yun's pupils contracted and his mouth opened wide. Crap! Crap! The rock was like there was a lot of vegetation on top of it, and it came crashing towards the several people in a parabolic gesture. Facing this sudden scene, Lu Yun and the three lickers were instantly shocked. Luckily, the few people were not unusual transmutants, and quickly recovered from the shock, quickly bursting backward. And Lu Yun also drove backward to a safe range as early as the first moment. And just as several people backed away, the rock hit the ground where the group had been previously. Dust flew between the violent shaking of the ground, and even a few ancient trees were smashed into smithereens by the tremendous force. When the dust cleared, a deep pit had already appeared on the ground where several people were previously. Enough to see the terrifying power of this strike. If he were to be smashed, even if Lu Yun had turned on the two defensive skills of Blood Boiling and Dragon Lin Knight, he would have to be smashed into flesh and bones on the spot. The trio of licking dogs who had escaped from death looked at this devastating scene. All of them could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and a chill was already traveling down the soles of several people's feet to their temples. There's a monster! The trio of dog lickers came back to their senses and took the initiative to block in front of Lu Yun to act as protectors. Don't worry, MS. Lu Yun, there are no accidents with us here. You just feel free to watch from here. Leave this place to us. The three guys patted their chests and swore. It's superb. Seeing this time three people still do not forget words kneeling Lu Yun wave. Lu Yun mouth corner a pull is completely convinced. Dog licking is certainly frowned upon, but to be able to lick it to this extent is also a real oxymoron. GGG. As the dust cleared, a ponderous figure appeared in front of him. The guy in front of him was clearly a guy with a tiger's head, and the black lines on his brow wandered around, actually coalescing into the word king. But above this one's torso was a brown layer of rocky armor that shielded almost all the important parts of his body. More importantly, this one's aura was exceptionally powerful, and just standing here brought Lu Yun and the others tremendous pressure. The trio of dog lickers frowned and couldn't help but take a few steps back when they saw this. System, parsing complete, Earth Tiger, level 40, class, Diamond, rarity 6 stars, attack power, 5800, blood, 35,000, skill 1, cracking the ground and opening the mountain, the Earth Tiger disappears into the ground, using the power of the Earth element to attack the enemy and inflicting a 20% slowdown effect on the enemy hit for 10 seconds. Skill 2, King of the Underground, Earth Tiger unleashes the power of the Earth element and condenses an Earth elemental ball of light. Enemies struck by the ball of light will be directly decapitated with less than 6% of their life value, but they need to build up their power for 10 seconds. Skill 3, Ramming Shield, Earth Tiger coalesces a reinforced wall of earth to ward off oncoming attacks and weakens its power by 9%. Weaknesses, the Earth Tiger fears the water and wood elements and can be restrained in the elemental aspect. Evaluation, the Earth Tiger is a more powerful monster in the Earth attribute. Defense is its strongest means, but because of the Earth element, the character is more moderate. Lu Yun's expression was grave. He didn't expect that a level 40 monster had actually appeared, but he had to know that even the 5 bosses here were only around level 50 in strength. At this moment, not only Lu Yun, the 3 lickspittles also realized that the guy in front of them was not to be messed with. Their legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and a strong desire to survive suddenly surged within them, giving them the urge to pull their legs out and run away. But when they thought of the goddess standing behind them, the 3 lickspittles summoned up enough courage to stiffly continue standing in place. If he ran now, it was unknown if he could get away successfully, but doing so would definitely leave a negative impression in front of Miss Lu Yun. If they teamed up to fight back, they might still have a chance of survival, and in case they solved the crisis at hand, they might be able to be promoted from dog lickers to bedmates. Thinking of this, the 3 cannot help but swallow a mouthful of saliva at the same time. There are some dry mouth, and even the original fear has dissipated a few points. Actually vaguely gave birth to a will to fight. You guy is so bold. If you don't want to die, get lost or I'll whip your tendons and pull out your skin right now. Licking dog no. One pointed his finger at Earth Tiger and said in a domineering manner. Seeing this, Both Lickdog 2 and Lickdog 3 couldn't help but simultaneously curse in their hearts. You're the only one who's fucking good at this, aren't you? Immediately, the two men followed suit and started putting out harsh words, and Earth Tiger was confused by the three guys. Grandma, is it me or you who have the higher rank? When you see me coming out, according to the script, shouldn't you turn around and run? Why are you still pretending to be pussies here? Earth Tiger was momentarily out of ideas and communicated to the 5 bosses hiding in the shadows using a private chat channel. Earth Tiger, 5 lords, what should I do now? These 3 idiots are not following the rules at all. Not only are they not afraid of me, but I can even vaguely feel them getting more excited. The main purpose of his appearance was to create some tension so that he could assuage a few people's suspicions. Normally, upon seeing an existence of his caliber, a few people should have turned around and scampered away, while he only needed to pretend to chase after them for a while. But as a result, he was hard-pressed by the 3 lickspittles and didn't know how to proceed. The 5 bosses are also a little bit painful. Running is finished. These 3 idiots have to jump out and pretend to be chicken hair. If it wasn't for the fact that a few people were traveling with Lu Yun, these 3 guys would be dead right now. Use your skills. Just scare them off. You don't have to actually do it. After a long moment of silence, a boss replied thus. Earth Tiger immediately understood, then violently backed up a few steps. The whole body covered by rock armor instantly expanded, and even sent out a crackling sound of collision. Immediately after this, one stretched out his hands and raised them to the sky. A brown ball of energy light began to slowly coalesce. When this ball of light appeared, the earth elemental power in all directions was converging crazily, and at first the ball of light was only the size of a palm, but in just a few breaths of time, it instantly skyrocketed to a range of 1 meter, and the might in it grew more and more terrifying. King of the Underground, Earth Tiger cast his skill, trying to use it to scare off the 3 idiots in front of him who didn't know the heights of heaven. This skill of his was extremely powerful, but it was rarely used because the build-up time was too long, a full 10 seconds. But anyone who was a normal person would not be stupid enough to wait for him to finish storing up his power, and would basically take advantage of the openings in his storing up his power to strike early, either by directly running away. But this was already his strongest skill, and he thought he had more than enough to scare off a few people. Sensing the terror of this strike, Lu Yun's eyelids jumped and he immediately had the idea of running away. An existence of this level was far beyond what the current him could deal with, and the 3 lickspittles were similarly born in the same mood. What should we do? Why don't we just bolt? Lickdog 1 scrunched his neck, his scalp tingling. Why are you running? Now is our chance to perform. If we can defeat this guy, our image in Miss Liu Yun's heart will not be instantly raised? Licking Dog number 2 licked the corner of his lips and said with some excitement, but what if we are not defeated? Licking Dog 3 was worried, and the 2 strands of his body warred with the desire to urinate first. If you're not defeated, it's not too late to run. Licking Dog 2's eyes grew hotter and hotter as he turned to look at Lu Yun and laughed. Don't worry, Miss Lu Yun. There are no accidents with us. We'll prove to you that we're much better than some people. Unlike some people, who would only hide behind the scenes and say nothing in the event of a crisis. As he said this, Licking Dog 2 sneered and glanced at Lu Yun. The look on his face was like, can you do it, dog? Engaging Lu Yun for a while, he was speechless. Why did you have to step on me if you're just pretending to be a pussy? Lu Yun also gave the 3 lickers a somewhat dumbfounded look, and just as he was about to speak, the 3 lickers jumped ahead of him and cheered themselves up. Brothers, it's now. Kill him while he's sick. Don't give him a chance to unleash his skills. Lickdog 2 roared. His body was wrapped in a layer of silver armor, and a mighty silver spear also appeared in his hand, only to see his feet stepping on the ground. He instantly rushed out as if he was a humanoid cannonball. Seeing this, Licking Dog No. 1 and Licking Dog No. 2 also clenched their teeth and hearts and rushed out right after them. Even though the 3 of them didn't have a system like Lu Yun's, they could tell right now that Earth Tiger was building up his strength. Obviously the skill that the opponent was casting needed to be guided for a long time, which meant that the back door of the Earth Tiger was wide open in the meantime. If they could take advantage of this period to quickly strike and finish each other off, they might be able to turn the tide and end the fight easily. However, the idea is very rich. The reality is always not so much as one would like it to be. The 3 of them had cast their skills, and also pulled their marriage partner out of the marriage space, while simultaneously erupting with their strongest strikes. In an instant, the scene was wildly windy. A murderous intent filled every inch of space, and Earth Tiger's eyes exploded in shock at this scene. My goodness, what the hell are these 3 idiots doing? Old man is fucking guiding the skill release. You guys didn't take advantage of the effort to run away. You actually took the initiative to rush over. Give away your head? Could he be any more fucking stupid? You guys are fucking sick. Where the hell did you all come out of this stupid shit? This move of Lousy's Falls can completely blast you all to the dregs. Instead of running away, you guys took the initiative to kill over. Have you eaten too much gutter oil and lost your brains? Earth Tiger's mind was a bit blown. Originally it was just a simple appearance to scare away a few people even if the mission was accomplished. Now hard by these 3 licking dogs into this appearance. If not in the way of the orders of the 5 adults above. He ripped open the anus of the 3 people have the heart. However, what made the Earth Tiger even more devastated was that upon hearing his roar the 3 licking dogs first froze, and then actually became even more excited. Ha ha ha, sure enough I guessed it. This guy can't defend when he casts his skills. We just need to make a joint strike. He'll be heavily injured even if he doesn't die. Lickdog 2's eyes glowed, revealing an evil smile. A look of strategizing the world's affairs and seeing through the red dust of all the pale beings. Lickdog number 1 and Lickdog number 3 were also excited beyond belief. They both felt that they had made the right bet. Luckily they didn't run away at the first opportunity but chose to counterattack. Skills like this that require lead time are often used when winding down. And this guy used it right out of the gate. This is gullibility, which indirectly creates opportunities for them. And the price of gullibility, naturally, is death. The Earth Tiger in front of him was no longer so terrifying in the eyes of the 3 lickspittles, but instead became a stepping stone for the promoted lickspittles. Ideas to this, the 3 guys excited wailed. Each make milk strength face redneck thick rushed forward. All want to each other first step to hit the ground tiger, so that the goddess can make them more favorable. Bull. Lu Yun in front of him looked dumbfounded. With the systems parsing, Lu Yun knew the terror of the guy in front of him. These 3 lickspittles are afraid of something big. At this moment, Earth Tiger was also quite dismayed. Fucking stupid. Right. He was completely dumbfounded. It was true that he couldn't counterattack as he was in the state of channeling his skills, but that didn't mean he couldn't cast other defense-type skills. The Earth Tiger still kept his hands upward motion unchanged, and suddenly fiercely stomped his paws on the ground. Boom! After a shocking sound, the ground in front of the Earth Tiger instantly cracked, followed by the ground like boiling water actually crazy writhing up. Immediately, a 3-meter thick stone wall rose up and blocked the ground in front of the Earth Tiger through the air. Rammed Gang Shield. This was the only defense-type skill of Earth Tiger. The moment the stone wall appeared, the 3 lickspittles came roaring down with the offense of their own marriage partner. Boom! The attack crashed into the stone wall, and a loud senatorial sound erupted as a huge force erupted from the center. The ancient trees within a few kilometers radius were shaking violently, and the leaves were instantly shaken free to dance with the wind, forming a spectacular rain of leaves. When everything returned to calm, the Earth Tiger remained unharmed. Only a slight crack appeared on top of the stone wall in front of it. The trio's attack could not even break through this stone wall, not to mention killing the Earth Tiger. Blanche. The 3 lickspittles looked at each other in disbelief and were dumbfounded at the same time. It was only now that they snapped out of it. The other party could not perform other attacks during the channeling skill, but it was still fine to perform defense. Right now they couldn't even break the other party's defense, so how could they talk about killing them? This is tantamount to a fool's errand. And just as the 3 of them froze, the skill channeling on Earth Tiger's side had already ended, and the power of the ball of light condensed by the earth element reached its peak. Feeling the terrifying power released within the ball of light, the 3 licking dogs' expressions turned ironic for a while, and a touch of fear began to spread deep within their eyes. The corners of Earth Tiger's mouth pulled, looking at the 3 with a face full of black lines, having the urge to go forward and slap the 3 to death. What should he do now that the skill guide is complete? The 5 lords hadn't told him to go on a killing spree, but now that the skill channeling was over, wouldn't it be a bit too obvious if he didn't make a move? After a short period of thought, Earth Tiger also had his own decision. Pretend to miss. With the previous lesson, I believe that even if you give these 3 fools 100 guts, will not dare to continue to jump in front of their own, will certainly run wild. A token bit of catching up by myself at that point would end the show. Just do it. The Earth Tiger's eyes glazed over and guided the ball of light to smash out in the direction where the 3 were. However, under the deliberate guidance of the Earth Tiger, the ball of light appeared to be smashing towards the direction where the 3 were. But in fact the final landing point was behind the 3. The ball of light shot out explosively, carrying a strong wind, and the surrounding space actually began to deform. For the first time, the 3 lickspittles felt that death was so close to them, that death was calling, and it was as if they saw their own great-grandmother beckoning to them, in front of life and death. At this moment what goddesses and whatnot are not important. The strong desire to survive drives them to run. Run! If you don't run on the spot, you have to cancel your account. The 3 of them did not look at each other, nor did they make any eye contact, but at this moment, they were like twins with a tacit understanding, turning around and running at the same time. The 3 of them moved at the same pace and in such a neat manner that those who didn't know it would have thought they were practicing students who had trained for 2.5 years. But when he saw the movements of the trio, Earth Tiger's entire body directly stiffened in place. Blanche, not running when it's time to run. Not when it's time to fight. These three assholes are just trying to get at you, aren't they? Now that the attack had been sent, it was too late for him to stop it even if he wanted to. A strong haggard look appeared in Earth Tiger's eyes. Tired. Destroy it. Boom. At that exact moment, the three lickspittles had just run forward a few hundred meters away when the ball of light suddenly smashed straight in the direction of the three, and then quickly expanded and directly exploded. Boom. After a shocking roar, huge ripples of terror instantly engulfed the figures of the three. Lu Yun looked at this scene with an odd expression and suddenly remembered an old saying. Since the old days when licking dogs was not a good idea, it seems that there is some truth in the saying. Under the might of this horrifying strike, the three lickspittles went up in smoke on the spot. It was no longer a matter of whether they ended well or not. Not even a single hair was left behind. Lu Yun was also looking at the black lines on her face. She had wasted a certain amount of time in finding these three lickspittles to be her fighters, even though she hadn't spent too much effort. I was expecting them to stand in for me in times of danger, but I ended up dying here like this. It's obvious that you can run away, but you have to pretend to be tough with others. Isn't that intentionally giving away your head? How can you be so stupid? Just then, the physically and mentally exhausted Earth Tiger looked up in the direction where Lu Yun and the two of them were. Lu Yun's eyelids fluttered, and without hesitation, he turned around and scampered away. And at the sight of Lu Yun suddenly turning around and running away, Lu Yun's eyes went wide. Does this guy know what it means to be compassionate? I'm still here, and you're running away on your own. At least let me know. Spitting after spitting, Lu Yun still shifted her footsteps and quickly followed, while putting on a soft appearance and shouting at Lu Yun. Brother Long, wait for me. Slave is scared. Lu Yun in front of him didn't even look back. Your fear has nothing to do with me. Aren't you afraid of Lousy? And just as the two ran away, the haggardness in Earth Tiger's eyes was slightly dulled. It seemed that these two guys were not stupid and knew to run away. And immediately afterward, they also pretended to chase after the two in the direction they had left. Brother Long, wait for me. I can't run a bit. Lu Yun in the back was still shouting at Lu Yun. Lu Yun twisted his head to look and realized that the Earth Tiger had already caught up with him in the back, while the flowing cloud was doggedly following closely behind him. Run somewhere else. Don't follow me. That guy is catching up. Lu Yun shouted. Liu Yun's eyelids tugged full of black lines, suddenly giving birth to an impulse to tear Lu Yun alive. Slave can't run. Brother Long, help me. Lu Yun continued to shout at Lu Yun, with a look of pity, but any man would not be able to help but feel compassion when he saw her like this. But Lu Yun was no ordinary person. Then you will destroy yourself. I can't help you. Lu Yun responded with a tearful voice from the front. It wasn't that Lu Yun was really greedy and afraid of death. After long course reminder, Lu Yun had long been on guard against this woman. He does not think that the other party is this ability, most likely to hide some strength. Now just take the opportunity to test out the other party's bottom card. Lu Yun had his own little plans, but Lu Yun was unaware of them, and seeing how determined Lu Yun was, a murderous intent arose in his heart. It seems that all men under the sky are the same. They are all no good. I was originally thinking of waiting for a suitable opportunity to savor your taste. Since you are so ungrateful, then I will drain you now. A white light suddenly surged out of Liu Yun's entire body, and 9 foxtails instantly appeared behind him, with runes flowing above the tails as well. Lu Yun, who was in the front, sensed the difference behind him. Level 38. This woman had indeed hidden her strength. Lu Yun did not use the system to parse it and could only sense that the other party was previously at level 25. And now, the other party's level had suddenly changed from level 25 to level 38, obviously deliberately suppressing their strength. Miss Lu Yun, don't be following me anymore. I know you're taking the initiative to approach me because you covet my looks, but I don't like you. I don't have a future with you. To tell you the truth, I like men. Let's part ways on this. You dog, I'm going to tear you alive. Lu Yun was so angry that his face was a burst of iron. The fox's tail waved for a while. He didn't notice it before. I didn't think that this guy would actually be so bitchy and swashbuckling. Very underplayed. Liu Yun's palm spread out, and an orb the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his palm, containing pure power within it. This was her original weapon. Similar to the fire elemental nucleus, most monsters would gather all their power in the nucleus after reaching a certain level. The crystal core was like a heart, capable of delivering a constant flow of power to the limbs and bones, and human transmutants had a similar construction. Only the transmogrifier didn't have a crystal core, but instead incorporated the power into the heart. And if the heart was heavily damaged, there was no way to channel the power. And this ball of origin light was the crystal core of the streaming clouds, with all the power hidden in it. But unlike most monsters, this orb of origin light was both a place for her to store her power and her weapon. Upon offering the origin light orb, Liu Yun's palm exerted force to directly throw the light orb towards Liu Yun. The ball of light cut through the sky, leaving a long trail behind, and as the ball of light approached, a buzzing sound also came from within the ball of light. Liu Yun turned to look, and immediately his eyes stared. This woman really does have a problem, and now she's finally showing her fox tail. It seemed that the other party approached him and really did not have any good intentions, thanks to Long Kor's reminder, or else he really might have overturned the boat in the gutter. But right now was no longer the time to think about that. Liu Yun could clearly feel the terrifying power surging within the ball of light. It was certainly no match for the Earth Tiger in the back, but it was not something Liu Yun could resist. Just as Liu Yun was pondering whether the blood-boiling and dragon scale body protector could be executed together, along with his own formations, to withstand this strike, Long Kor's voice suddenly rang out. So it is? Liu Yun hurriedly asked. Ku Air, did you find anything? I know why this woman approached you, but now is not the time to talk about that. You don't have to care about anything right now. I can block this attack for you. Even though he didn't know where Long Kor's confidence came from, Liu Yun chose to trust the other party. Immediately, he concentrated on continuing to run wildly, without any movement of resistance at all. Seeing Liu Yun's actions, Liu Yun, who was following closely behind, revealed a cold smile. This dog actually had no defense, but whenever he was struck by his own origin light orb, the flame power in his body would be instantly absorbed by himself. This dog is dead. Originally, I was thinking of waiting for a suitable opportunity before slowly absorbing it and trying to refine all the power without loss. Although right now it's slightly different from the process I expected, but as long as the ending remains the same, it's fine. The prey that I, Liu Yun, have set my sights on has yet to be able to pull out of my palm. Liu Yun murmured to himself in his heart, and the curve of his mouth grew brighter and brighter. Next moment, the ball of origin light came close to Liu Yun, and Liu Yun's eyes blazed a few points, just expecting Liu Yun to be drained of his power. Suddenly a bizarre scene appeared. The teleportation portal behind Liu Yun opened and Long Kor stepped out of the portal with her feet on the fire lotus. She reached out and hooked her hand, but she directly controlled the origin light sphere. As Liu Yun looked at the scene in front of him, he only felt his scalp tingle and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although Long Kor was strong, she was limited by her level and was currently only at level 25. So how could she block Ryun's attack? This Liu Yun's level was 38, almost catching up with the Earth Tiger. Not to mention Liu Yun. The Liu Yun in front of him was also astonished, staring dumbfounded at the scene, directly messing up in place. How is that possible? Within his own origin light sphere, he had gathered all of his power, so how could it be blocked so easily? Liu Yun didn't know how Long Kor did it, but at this moment, there was still an Earth Tiger chasing behind her, and she knew that she couldn't continue to delay. Immediately, she reached out her white fingers and gently waved them, wanting to take back the origin light orb, but the next moment her expression was once again messed up. The ball of origin light that was originally one with him was actually out of her control at this moment. Liu Yun's face changed slightly as he once again reached out and waved his hand. She could feel the connection between herself and the origin light orb, but she was unable to take it back. The situation was so bizarre, she'd never encountered it before. Kagome, how did you do that? Liu Yun was astonished, staring radiantly at Long Kor in front of him, who looked like the Queen of Flames had descended. Those jade feet stepped on top of the fire lotus, adding a few more points of temptation. This is an afterthought. This bead is a good thing. Keeping it might be of great use. Long Kor didn't say much, waving her palm out in front of her through the air. A dragon's shadow coalesced and opened its bloody mouth to spit the bead down, and immediately, Long Kor brought the origin light ball back into the marriage space. At the same time, Liu Yun also instantly couldn't sense her connection with the origin light orb anymore, and was instantly scared out of her wits. One's connection with the origin light sphere had been severed? Fortunately, after careful perception, she then relaxed a little. Her connection with the origin light sphere had not been broken. Only this connection has become much smaller. If not carefully perceived, completely undetectable. Think it should be the reason that their own origin light sphere was included in the marriage space. Give me back my origin light pillar. Liu Yan looked up at Liu Yun angrily, and his words were actually both shocked and angry. He had wanted to absorb the flame power within Liu Yun's body, but who would have thought that stealing the chicken would not be enough, and in the end, he would even lose his own origin light orb. It's just a strange shame. The stuff is yours? It has your name or your DNA on it. Since it's already in my pocket, it's naturally my stuff. Liu Yun's lips rose as he continued to fly in desperation while saying, Miss Liu Yun, just don't continue to follow me. I don't like you. There's really no result between us. Quicksilver was truly pissed off to the point of cursing. I don't want to chase after you assholes, but give me back my stuff. How in heaven's name is there still this kind of asshole thing? Simply don't, a little pussy face. the origin light orb was vital to her, and if her connection with the origin light orb was completely severed, her own level would be instantly zeroed out. At that time, she was afraid that she wouldn't even have the strength to maintain her human form and would instantly turn into her native appearance. So at this moment, the Luyun chased after Luyun like crazy, with the appearance that he would not stop until he got the origin light orb. Luyun was also a bit headstrong, so he had to continue accelerating, his feet turning into propellers as he flew madly. Right now, we can't stop. Once we stop and get caught by the other side, then something really big will happen. However, Luyun was only level 25 after all, and even if the flowing cloud's origin light orb was temporarily in his pocket, the opponent's level advantage was still here. As time ticked by, the distance between the two sides was being gradually drawn closer. As this situation continued, it was only a matter of time before Luyun was caught up. For a while Luyun was a bit anxious, and was even already thinking about ripping off the necklace given to him by that old crook and teleporting to a safe range with the help of the power of space. Quickly go help little friend Lu. The Earth Tiger was still hot on the heels of the two, and was just about ready to give up the chase when it suddenly received an order from the 5 bosses in unison. The 5 had been close behind the crowd observing the situation and should have been able to call it a day according to the script, but only now did they suddenly realize that Luyun was actually trying to plot against Luyun. Luyun was an object that the Silent City had explained that they had to focus on protecting, and they wouldn't allow Luyun to make a mistake in their territory. Understood. After receiving the orders from the 5 bosses, the Earth Tiger instantly increased its speed and steeply appeared behind Luyun. Luyun instantly frowned. How did the other party's speed suddenly increase so much? However, before Luyun could be surprised for too long, the Earth Tiger swung his hand, grabbed a large piece of ground and smashed it at Luyun. Luyun's face changed drastically, and under the crisis, he had no choice but to stop chasing Luyun and turn around to dodge the blow. Shit! Luyun's shell teeth clenched as she glanced at Luyun, who was moving away in front of her, and was just about to continue chasing after him when she was suddenly stopped by the Earth Tiger. Earth Tiger stared at Ryun and didn't say anything, just looked like that. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in the bottom of Luyun's heart as he asked, "You're stopping me from chasing after that dog?" Earth Tiger said faintly, "It's good to know." Hearing the other party's answer, Luyun was a million times more surprised, and a complexity arose in his heart, and only after a long time did he ask, "That dog is only a human. Why do you want to help him?" "I won't bother you with that," Earth Tiger said indifferently. Luyun was speechless for a moment, knowing that it was no longer possible to chase after Luyun. He couldn't help but clench his teeth in secret. Incomparably sad, her own origin light orb had been taken away. It was something that concerned her life, and if Luyun had a way to sever the connection between the two, then all her efforts would be lost. Damn asshole, as long as the origin light orb is still on you, I have a way to find you, and when that time comes, I will definitely tie you to a pillar and stab you to death with a stick. Just as the Earth Tiger and the flowing cloud were in a stalemate, Luyun had already run off somewhere. A=half incense time later. Seeing Luyun has been safe, the ground tiger also did not stop straight away. Luyun coldly watched Earth Tiger leave, his deep eyes not knowing what he was thinking. 5 lords, the mission is complete. Earth Tiger came to the 5 bosses and said humbly, an existence as strong as him was as weak as he could be in front of the 5 bosses. Go down. The 5 bosses waved their hands, and Earth Tiger respectfully retreated. Just then, one of the bosses suddenly said, "That woman is plotting against little friend Lu, and judging by her appearance, she's bound to not let up, so why don't we just do away with her to eliminate any future problems? All we have to do this time is to ensure that little friend Lu is as safe as possible within the Heavenly Vault mountain range, and then just let him get that Starburst great equipment. We don't need to care about anything else." A boss with unusually pugnacious legs spewed out a mouthful of hot air and said indifferently. The rest of them nodded at the words. Indeed. Meanwhile, Luyun flew all the way desperately, and only after making sure he was safe again did he find a place to stop, unable to help but mutter a little. With this woman's strength, it's impossible that she can't catch up with herself. She was about to catch up with herself but suddenly disappeared. What the hell are they playing at? Could it be a trick? She shouldn't have followed. I can't sense her aura anymore. Long Kor's voice sounded slowly, and Luyun was completely relieved. Kor, now can you tell me why you were able to force this thing in just now? Luyun asked suddenly as his words changed. He had asked this question earlier. If my guess is right, the thing this woman needs to become stronger isn't experience, but the power of the fire element. The power of the fire element? Luyun frowned. He really couldn't figure out that there were actually people who didn't need experience to level up, but rather the power of the fire element. This was too strange. Luyun was silent for a long time and said, "Since you said so, you should have discovered something, right?" Long Kor softly said, I felt many flame powers within this ball of light. And these flame powers are still exceptionally complicated. I guessed it through this. According to the flame powers I felt, this woman has at the very least absorbed dozens of different fire elemental powers to have her current rank. After listening to Long Kor's words, Lu Yun suddenly had a chill down his back, giving birth to the feeling that he had walked through a ghost gate. No wonder this woman suddenly approached herself. The feeling was that she had sensed the flame power in her body and was hitting on the idea of her flame power. Fortunately, the earth tiger that emerged at the critical moment interrupted the woman's plan, or else she really waited for the woman to take the initiative to reveal her fangs. I'm afraid Lu Yun didn't have much of a chance if he wanted to run away, and the best he could do was nothing more than waste the necklace that the old crook had given him. This necklace was one of his own enrollment cards, so it was naturally best if he could not use it. And how did you force this bead into your body? Lu Yun became curious once again. You've forgotten that I am the princess of the fire dragon divine realm. And although my rank is limited by your rank and suppressed by her, in the final analysis the fire elemental power in my body is still the purest, which simply means that it is of a high rank. This woman dares to use this bead against you. Humph, what an ungrateful person. I'll show her who was the master of flames. Speaking of which, Long Kor was slightly a little proud. With her control over the power of flames, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the queen of flames. As of now, among the people Lu Yun knew, she had never encountered an existence whose attainments in this aspect of the fire element were higher than her own. Among those mythic rank geniuses, there might also be fire elemental professions, and their ranks might also be far above Lu Yun's. But in terms of purely speaking about the strength of her own fire elemental, she was definitely the most bullish existence. I see, but what do you have to say about this bead when you say it's a good one? This bead is that woman's origin ball of light, which contains all of her power, and a similar race exists within my fire dragon divine realm. If we can find a way to completely sever the connection between the two, this bead will be ownerless, and you can use it to fight then. After hearing Long Kor's words, Lu Yun was a bit excited. The only weapon he could get his hands on right now was the Dragon Fortress. Although Lu Yun had been using it as a weapon, the Dragon Fortress was only a defensive shield, not an offensive weapon, and its attributes in terms of attack were very weak. If this bead could be used for oneself, one's strength would increase quite a bit. After all, the bead contained a powerful fire elemental power within it, and Lu Yun's own profession was a fire elemental type. However, excited as he was, Lu Yun did not forget about that slutty fox and said with some concern, if I really did that, would that woman still fight me for her life? You don't need to worry about that. Once the connection between the two sides is severed, her level will also be instantly cleared. Long Kor faintly said. Lu Yun sniffed in relief. Then what should be done to completely sever the connection between the two sides? Lu Yun asked. I don't know, Long Kor said. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged. Isn't this the same as not saying anything? If this young lady's level hadn't been suppressed, she would have been able to cut off the connection with just a wave of her hand. And now that she wants to cut off the connection, perhaps she can find some powerful ice elemental transmigrators to try. Under normal circumstances, the ice element restrains the fire element. If the power of an ice element transmuter is used to isolate the space around the ball of light, it might be possible to completely cut off the connection between the two. Lu Yun nodded. That's a good idea. We can try it sometime. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Yun once again looked ahead and laughed. Right now, the priority is to check out that starburst grade equipment. And just as Lu Yun finished saying this, a golden pillar of light suddenly rose up to the sky from the top of the mountain range in front of him. At this moment, almost everyone who was in the mountain range saw this scene. When this pillar of light rose into the sky, a powerful force surged out with it. And that was precisely the aura of a starburst grade equipment. Feeling this aura, countless people instantly became excited. It's the aura of starburst grade equipment. That's right, it's starburst grade equipment. Starburst level equipment has appeared. It's right above that mountain peak. Hurry over there. First come first served. Ha ha ha, this starburst grade equipment is destined to be mine. Zhao Taiju. The crowds in the Heavenly Vault mountain range instantly became excited and rushed in the direction of the mountain peak. Lu Yun also saw this scene and turned around to head in the direction of the mountain range, but stopped just a few steps away. That slutty fox was still in the Heavenly Vault mountain range, and now that the vision had suddenly appeared, that woman might also rush there. If he followed along, in case he met that woman, then he would still be chased for 10 miles. Just now there was an earth tiger interrupting the rhythm of the other party. If they met again head-on, it would definitely be fierce. Lu Yun knew very well that with his current strength, even if he rushed to the scene, there was a high probability that he would just make a scene, and the probability of obtaining starburst level equipment would be very small. This was because among the crowd that had entered the Heavenly Vault mountain range, there were a handful of existences that were stronger than him. But if he was afraid of that tart fox and left directly, Lu Yun was not willing. After all, he came. Even if he couldn't get it, he had to go and see what the starburst level equipment was like. Lu Yun was torn for a few minutes, but then he clenched his teeth and walked in the direction of the mountain range. The big deal is that I will hide in the dark to make a scene and not show up on the line, so that the slutty fox can't find himself. Several hours had passed since the group had entered the Heavenly Vault mountain range, and during this time, the group had encountered many monsters one after another, even though most of them had eventually managed to kill the monsters. However, there were also a small number of teams that gave up on this opportunity and chose to leave the area. What was originally tens of thousands of people is now less than 20,000 people left. There were a lot of people who left, and there are still a lot of people left. From this, it can be seen that the competition is bound to be very fierce in the end. The road to the mountain range wasn't all that smooth, with many teams encountering monsters only shortly after they'd made their way in. This would not have been a surprise. After all, the crowd had encountered many monsters from the moment they stepped into the Heavenly Vault mountain range. Only those monsters were of a lower level, while the monsters that appeared under the eyes, no matter the level or the combat power, were not at a level with the previous monsters. The weakest strength was even level 30. Fortunately, the crowd's levels weren't low, and they didn't back down because of this, causing fierce battles to erupt nearby one after another, with sonic booms. Seeing the nearby battle, Lu Yun was alert as he held the Dragon Fortress in his hands, ready to fight at any time. Tanks are all at the front, mages output at the back, and warriors find their own opportunities to output. Not far ahead of Lu Yun, a squad of 6 was fighting a giant ape. The 6 people were well organized, and each of them had been assigned a corresponding duty. The moment the battle began, 2 burly tanks took a step directly forward to block the front, holding their shields as they began to fend off the orangutan's attacks. As for the back row, there were 2 mages holding staffs, and the staffs in their hands were waving, and an attack was just like a moneyless madness to the orangutan. However, the orangutan in front of him was not a low level, and his defense was terrifying, and the 2 mages' attacks did not cause much damage. As for the other 2, they were warriors with long swords, and the 2 did not strike the first time, but looked for an opportunity on the sidelines so that they could deliver a fatal blow. Roar! The chimp threw his head back and roared. He couldn't break through the 2 tanks' defense and kept getting attacked by the mages in the back. Even though these attacks were not very powerful, they instantly enraged the chimpanzee. The black-haired gorilla reached out and hammered his chest violently, and then he fell with a roar, and the huge impact instantly blew the 2 tanks away with their shields. Immediately, the black-furred ape charged towards the 2 mages at the back with endless rage. Boom boom boom! The ground trembled violently with every step the black-haired orangutan took, and the oppressive force was pulled straight to full strength. Ah! The 2 mages were both sisters, and when they saw the black-haired orangutan rushing towards them, they were so frightened that their faces turned white, and the staffs in their hands were almost unsteady and fell to the ground. It's now! Strike! However, right at this moment, the 2 warriors found the right time to wield their long swords and cast their strongest skills. Boom! 2 sword shadows cut through space and instantly chopped into the back of the chimpanzee, catching the chimpanzee unawares. A deep invisible wound appeared on his body. Hot blood dripped down the wound, and all the black fur was instantly dyed red, stopping in place to let out a pained roar. The 2 tanks found their chance and rushed to the front once again to draw fire from the chimps with their shields in hand. The 2 mage girls also came back to their senses and once again raised their staffs to begin their attacks. As for the 2 warriors, they were on the sidelines looking for the right opportunity to strike. Now that the black-furred gorilla was already heavily injured, it was only a matter of time before he fell. Lu Yun withdrew his gaze and once again glanced to the side. As it is, situations like this play out over and over again in the field, and those who have managed to keep going this far are either well-equipped teams, either that or they were extremely confident in their own strength. There were hardly any weaklings, and it was still more than enough to deal with these monsters. However, what surprised Lu Yun was that there were many monsters around, but none of them had struck out at him. There was even a level 31 monster that had been aggressively charging towards Lu Yun, who was ready to fight, but the other party ignored Lu Yun and charged straight towards a team not far from Lu Yun. Why does it feel a little weird? So many monsters and not a single one of them came after me? Lu Yun was suspicious, but Lu Yun didn't care. Perhaps his strength was too weak for these monsters to be too interested in him. How could he know that the powerful monsters that suddenly appeared right now were all arranged by the 5 bosses? Under their deliberate arrangement, these monsters didn't even dare to come a little closer, let alone attack Lu Yun. The reason they appeared here to attack the other teams was so that Lu Yun could reach the top of the mountain range as soon as possible and obtain that starburst grade equipment. Lu Yun took advantage of this effort to quickly approach in the direction of the mountain range. However, Yun had only just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and looked violently in one direction when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. You dead fatso. Fucking old me letting you join the team isn't a soy sauce. You fucking put in some effort. A voice of anger suddenly rang out. Immediately followed by a slightly aggrieved voice also came out slowly. I'm fucking scared. I also want to contribute. But I'm only fucking level 26. The whole team is just a tank. How can I resist damage and rush up to let this guy die? That's your reason for hiding behind the nanny? The squad leader twisted his head to look at Fat Hai, who was holding a shield and shivering as he hid behind the milkmaid. His face was incomparably ugly and he was so angry that he was about to curse. You're a fucking tank and you're hiding behind a nanny. Do you want to be ashamed? Is this what a human being can do? It was too late to say more. The monster in front of him had already killed it, and the squad leader could only charge forward with his longsword in hand. Nay, the other party's strength was too terrifying, casually blowing the squad leader away with a slap. With a loud bang, the squad leader was blasted out as if he was a cannonball. The longsword in his hand came out of his hand and was almost slapped into two by this huge force. Captain! Seeing this scene, the rest of the squad members all shouted out in shock. Fatty Hai, are you a fucking human being? You're the only tank in the whole team. If you don't fucking rush up and draw fire, how are we going to find a chance to strike? The milkmaid in front of Fatty Hai opened her mouth angrily. A cloverleaf healer of the excellence level. A profession with a high milk volume amongst the milkmaid. After this one opened his mouth, the rest of the people also looked at Fatty Hai with annoyance and opened their mouths to accuse him. Fatty Hai feels that he is already shameless enough, but it is inevitable that it is still a little difficult to face 1,000 fingers. Being the only tank on the team himself, he really couldn't hide behind his teammates, but the level of the monster in front of him was as high as level 36, and he was only level 26, a difference of 10 levels, and even though his candor wasn't low due to his profession, it was difficult to block the opponent's attacks. Damn! Spell it out! With a roar, Fatty Hai rushed out directly towards the monster with his shield in hand, while opening the portal to call out the marriage partner. A fat and incomparable pig demon holding a shield appeared beside Fatty Hai with a roar as Fatty Hai charged side by side. The squad leader had staggered to his feet. Seeing Fatty C charging, immediately took back his longsword and shouted, "Wait for Fatty C to attract fire. We'll look for an opportunity to strike." Under the expectant gaze of the squad's crowd, Fatty Hai and his marriage partner rushed to the monster. Just then, the monster's angry eyes looked at Fatty Hai and waved his hand and slapped heavily. Boom! This hand fell. Fatty Hai instantly felt a breath of death rapidly approaching towards himself, but the arrow had to be sent, and ultimately still hardened his head, raised his shield in his hand, and made a stance to resist. Boom! Click! In Fatty Hai's horrified gaze, the monster's attack came crashing down, and the silver-ranked shield in his own hand instantly shattered in response. Crap! Fatty Hai's pupils shrunk violently, too late to be distressed by the shield, only to feel every hair of sweat in his body instantly stand on end. This is still a fucking cockblocker. He said that he couldn't block the other party's attack, but these idiots didn't believe him. He was indeed a tank, and tanks were indeed durable compared to other transmutators, but that was only at the same level, and he was a full 10 levels away from this monster. Realizing that the big deal is not good, Fatty Hai quickly reacted and turned around and ran wildly. However, just then the monster's attack had continued to fall towards Fatty Hai. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Fatty Hai was anxious. What the fuck are you guys eating? Hurry over and help! Fatty Hai shouted loudly towards his teammates. The teammates still have a bottom line, and did not abandon the fat C to run for their lives. The squad leader held his longsword and roared, "Go!" Immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the same place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the monster, and raised the longsword in his hand to slash at the monster. Current slam chop, a roar crossed the sky, and a stern purple sword shadow suddenly emerged within the squad leader's longsword, slashing across the sky at the monster. Minus 210. A string of red numbers jumped out, and the squad leader's eyelids twitched. His own full-strength strike had actually only cut down the opponent's blood quantity by more than 200. What's the point of playing? Just as the squad leader froze, the monster's attention was also diverted, immediately stopping its attack on Fatty Hai and turning to slap at the squad leader. His defense was not something that could be compared to a tank profession like Fatty Hai. After being slapped, his entire face was almost twisted out of shape. 3 teeth were slapped out hard, and the rest of his teeth directly shattered in his mouth. Minus 3,600. A string of red numbers jumped out, and the squad leader directly lost half of his life when this slap landed. Captain, let me help you. When the other 2 warriors saw this, they came back to their senses and rushed forward to support them. One of them swung forward fiercely with a large sword in his hand, and the sword split into 8 sword shadows to slash at the monster. Minus 355. The attack fell, and the monster remained where it stood unharmed. Just then, the other warrior's entire body mist rose, and he thought to slash out with his sword in the same direction. As this sword fell, ice elements began to emerge and actually turned into ice to freeze the monster's legs. Done. I've got him under control for now. Everyone hurry and strike with all their might. And take this opportunity to decapitate this beast. This warrior wailed in excitement. However, in the next moment, only a slight force was seen from the monster, and the ice under his feet was shattered, regaining his mobility, and the smile on that warrior's face instantly froze on his face. Roar! The monster let out a roar and smacked out. The bastard transformed into a gyroscope and spun in place dozens of times before collapsing to the ground. Minus 5,600. After doing so, the monster looked at another warrior, who, seeing that the situation was not right, turned around with his feet on lightning and ran. However, before he could run far, the monster landed a direct blow, and the bastard was directly hammered into the ground. Apart from the monster, the only people still standing at the scene were Fatty High and that milkmaid. Grass. Seeing that things were not going well, Nanny simply abandoned the crowd and turned to run. The level of the monster in front of them was too high. They were no match even if they joined forces. Right now the teammates in the team who could fight had all fallen. What could he do as a milkmaid? Running away was the wisest choice. Damn. Just now also said that I hid behind the nurse. Now you don't even care about your teammates. Directly fucking run away. Fatty High couldn't help but shatter his thoughts. However, the words didn't continue to be said before he finished speaking, because the monster's gaze was relocked on him. Master, you run first. Leave this place to me. The pig demon took a step forward, its fat body blocking in front of Fatty High, adding a bit of security. Piggy. Fatty High's face was touched and he was about to say something when the monster's attack suddenly fell. The pig demon held a shield and tried to resist, but as with Fatty High, the shield instantly shattered, and the entire person was sent flying by the powerful force. Piggy. Fatty High hissed and rushed up quickly, wrapping his arms around the pig demon, who was full of pallor between them. Run! The pig demon glanced at Fatty High and instantly lost consciousness due to his injuries. Fatty High clenched his fists, put his little piggy into the marriage space, twisted his head to look at the rear monster, turned to run. However, the monster had no intention of letting Fatty High go. His body moved and directly chased after him. Seeing the distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, Fatty High's heart is full of despair, and he is ready to die. Buzz! However, right at this moment, a flaming sword shadow suddenly surfaced and heavily chopped at the monster, which let out a mournful roar and angrily stared at a figure that appeared in front of it. The visitor was certainly an unfamiliar face, but it gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Seeing Fatty High staring at himself doubtfully, Lu Yun was also too lazy to explain so much, and immediately the 100 changes mask on his face slowly faded away with a thought, and his original appearance was restored. Lu Yun! Fatty High had a stunned expression, not realizing that Lu Yun would appear to help himself in this dangerous moment. Thinking about when the two of them were within the replica of Jinsha City, he had once been severely and violently beaten up by Lu Yun, and he had some shadows over Lu Yun after this incident. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would actually rejoice at the sight of Lu Yun one day. But soon Fatty High came back to his senses and hurriedly roared, "This guy's level is very high. Hurry up and run." Lu Yun dashed to Fatty High's front and said indifferently, "You go first, I'll stall here." Lu Yun glanced at the monster in front of him and naturally knew that he was no match for the other party. But he couldn't just sit back and let Fatty High be buried in the hands of the monster. Although he was not too familiar with the other party, at least he came out from the same place, and it was not an easy thing in itself to meet his former classmate in Kyoto. Not to mention that this guy had cooperated with his own drama and helped him earn some gold coins in the first place. Fatty High looked at Lu Yun in front of him for a while, and his heart was indescribably moved. His relationship with Lu Yun was naturally no better than Zhao Qingsong's, but Lu Yun knew the danger and still stepped forward. "That's so fucking nice. Without further ado, if we can have a life out of here today, you'll be my Fatty High's own father." Fatty High wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes and turned to Lu Yun. Lu Yun froze. "Didn't I tell you to leave? If you can do this for me, how can I run away alone? We'll go together if we have to." After uttering these words, Fatty High actually felt that his entire body's blood was boiling and his battle intent was climbing. "I'll leave if you don't. Since you're so hot-blooded, play by yourself. I'll withdraw first." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth tugged as he turned around and headed back. Chubby Sterling. Right. That's the right flavor. The Lu Yun in front of him was the same as he used to be in Jinsha City. Still so feckless. "Is it alright to leave this place to you?" Fatty High asked after a slight hesitation. He naturally knew that Lu Yun was very strong and was also a dual transfigurator. But the level of the monsters at hand was not low. If anything happened to Lu Yun because of himself, he would never forgive himself in his life. Hurry up and go. Don't be melodramatic here. It's not like it's a fucking life and death parting. There's still an end to it. Lu Yun didn't have the good sense to speak. Hearing Lu Yun say this, Fatty Hai didn't hesitate at that moment and turned around to bolt. Since Lu Yun had said so, he definitely had his own cards. There was one thing that the bastard thought wrong. Lu Yun was only more familiar with him, and the two had only come into contact with each other within the copy of Jinsha City back in the day. If you really wanted to talk about the relationship, it was still far from familiar, and Lu Yun wouldn't bury his life for nothing just because of this guy. He naturally decided to make a move, and naturally he had the means to save his life. Right after Fatty Hai withdrew first, the eyes of the monster that was catching up landed on Lu Yun, and without hesitation, it directly attacked Lu Yun. Lu Yun frowned tightly, not daring to take the enemy lightly, and directly called out Long Core and Weaving Linger. The first and youngest wives looked around Lu Yun left and right while turning into two flames and rushing out towards the monsters in front of them, and Lu Yun followed suit with the Dragon Fortress in hand. Boom! An ear-piercing sonic boom suddenly sounded. -852, -795, -536. The combined attacks of the three of them didn't even amount to 2,000 blood, and Lu Yun's mouth was slightly open, his eyes dumbfounded. Even though he knew that he couldn't shake the guy in front of him with his current rank, how could he not expect it to be this outrageous? Roar! And just after the trio's attack fell, the ripples of flame in the sky gradually dissipated, and the monster's huge body rushed out from it. It looks like it's going to be hard to block this guy, Lu Yun muttered and glanced sideways at the distance. Seeing that Fatty Hai had already run away, this was a relief. Now that the guy is safe, it's time to run off on his own. Lu Yun didn't hesitate and turned around to start retreating after putting his two wives into the marriage space. However, the monster had already set its sights on Lu Yun and did not give him a chance to escape at all. Its huge body flickered rapidly in place and in a few blinks of an eye it arrived in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun only felt a huge mountain appear in front of him, and then a huge shadow descended from the sky and smashed heavily at him. Blanche! Lu Yun's eyes glazed over as a strong wind hit his head, erupting a strong sense of suffocation. In terms of the current might Lu Yun felt, this strike was something he couldn't dodge no matter what, much less fight head-on. Formation. Certainly knowing that he couldn't resist, Lu Yun still didn't give up even the slightest chance of survival in the end, and immediately stretched out his hands towards the front and fiercely pressed, and instantly 18 runic-colored arrays spread all over the place appeared in front of Lu Yun. The moment these 18 formations appeared, Lu Yun's entire body was nearly drained of its strength. This was the strongest means that the current Lu Yun could exert. However, these 18 formations were fragile in front of the monster and instantly shattered one after another. At this moment, Lu Yun's pupils shrunk dramatically. The monster's attack was close to him, death was rapidly approaching, and everything around him seemed to slow down in Lu Yun's eyes. Lu Yun! Seeing this scene, Fatty Hai, who was waiting for Lu Yun to come and join him in the distance, could not help but shout at the top of his voice. With his knowledge of Lu Yun, this guy shouldn't have done such a thing. Sacrificing your life to save your own. What kind of fucking spirit of love is that? His mind couldn't help but conjure up the incident when Lu Yun had extorted points from numerous students within the Jinsha City replica. To put it bluntly, Lu Yun's behavior in the beginning was no different from that of a bandit. And how could such a person do such a thing of sacrificing himself? Fatty Hai was puzzled. His heart clenched. Lu Yun was sweating profusely as he stood in place, having given up on resisting because there was already no need to resist at all. The level difference was too great. No solution. Let's hope the necklace that old crook gave me is reliable. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll really die here today. Lu Yun reached out and grabbed the necklace around his neck and said softly. Just in the nick of time a sudden change occurred. Boom! The monster's fist suddenly stopped less than an inch away from Lu Yun, as if it had suddenly been cast a stasis spell. Lu Yun was stunned in place for a long time, and after seeing that the other party was truly not making any further movements, he immediately burst back while quickly running towards the distance. In order to prevent his opponent from quickly catching up, Lu Yun directly threw out the giant dragon fortress. The giant dragon fortress turned into a parabola and instantly crashed into the monster. Such an attack should have only caused minor damage to the monster, but the situation was unexpected, only to see the monster shocked and flew out. The huge body was instantly knocked out and planted heavily on the ground, and for a moment, he couldn't stand up and lost his mobility. Lu Yun's mouth opened wide and he stood frozen in place for a long time before he looked down at his hands. When did I become such an asshole? A monster of this level, and you actually blasted it out with a casual strike? That's not how you write a fucking novel. Blanche, Fatty Hai, who was worrying about Lu Yun's comfort in the distance, also had his jaw dropped, looking like he had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. Is this Lu Yun still human? How long has it been since he left Jinsha City? It's amazing that he's grown to such a high level. A level 36 monster just blew away when he said so. If I'd known you were this good, I wouldn't have been nervous. Roar! However, before Lu Yun could regain his senses, the monster that had been blown away from the ground once again staggered to its feet, roared at Lu Yun, and then once again ran wildly towards him. The monster's body was already huge, like a mobile bunker, which ran up and made the whole ground tremble violently. Not far from this place there happened to be a small team fighting with monsters, and the previous commotion caught their attention. However, they didn't care about it, and the moment they saw that the ground had all started to shake, they panicked then. What's going on here? Someone in the team curiously glanced in the direction Lu Yun and the others were in, and their pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick and directly exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit, this kid is finished." The rest of the squad also turned to look, and when they saw the monster charging in Lu Yun's direction, they all thought that Lu Yun was dead, alone against a monster whose level far exceeded his own. Lu Yun wouldn't be alive enough even if he had 9 lives, but when the monster rushed in front of Lu Yun, a bizarre scene occurred, only to see Lu Yun's instinctive fist swung out. In the moment the fist contacted the monster, but as if it contained infinite power, it even directly blew the monster away. At this moment everyone in the squad was simultaneously flaxen and frozen. Blanche, you can still play like this? Is this guy on? The monster's huge body contrasted sharply with Lu Yun's tiny body. A monster with such a huge size was blown away by Lu Yun with a single move. It was no less than a newborn baby knocking out a boxing champion with a single punch. A fairy tale wouldn't dare to be written like this. When exactly did I become so strong? Lu Yun once again looked down at his fists and began to doubt his life. If it was a coincidence the first time, then what is the explanation for this time? Is it possible that it's just another coincidence? There's no such thing as coincidence. Lu Yun pulled up the attribute bar again and took a look. He was indeed still level 25 and none of the data on it had changed. Immediately afterward, Lu Yun used the system to parse the monster's level 36. Since neither side's rank is wrong with the data, what factors have come together to create the current situation? Lu Yun scratched his head as he looked at the monster that had just reared up from the ground already in complete disarray. In fact, the monster was also bitter in his heart. Just earlier he was truly intending to lay his hands on Lu Yun, but at the critical moment, he received the content that the 5 bosses had passed on through their private chat channels. The content was for him to unconditionally lose the battle in front of Lu Yun, and still not be able to injure him in the slightest. The monster didn't understand, but could only obey unconditionally. So ever since the moment they received the message from the 5 bosses, the monsters had started to cooperate with Lu Yun's act. Lu brother, you have this book is still afraid of what directly dry dead him The shouts of Fatty High suddenly rang out from the front, and the bastard changed from his previous panic and even took the initiative to wave the flag for Lu Yun. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Honestly even he himself didn't figure out what was going on right now. Everything that was happening right now was too strange. Lu Yun's big hand stretched out, and the dragon fortress that was inserted into the ground in front of him flew back into his palm once again. Holding the dragon fortress, Lu Yun stared straight at the monster. The monster was also looking at Lu Yun at the same time, and the air froze a bit for a while. Have I really gotten good? Lu Yun rubbed his fists together and actually felt like jumping into action, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Things were certainly evil, but all the current factors indicated that he was in no way a match for the guy in front of him. Although he didn't know what was happening, he was clear that the best thing to do at the moment was to run. With this in mind, Lu Yun didn't say anything and turned around to run on the spot. And surprisingly, seeing Lu Yun fleeing, the monster did not chase after him, but stood still and eyed Lu Yun with a much lighter heart. This guy was finally gone, and he really didn't know what to do if this one didn't leave. Is it hard to keep up the act and keep getting beat up by this one? Although he had a higher level than Lu Yun, and his attributes in all aspects were far superior to Lu Yun's, but if he kept standing and getting beaten up, it was still a bit overwhelming. Lu Yun dashed to Fatty High and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Not with Lu's strength. Why don't you just try out this guy? Fatty High was still a little unsure. Why would Lu Yun run when he was so awesome? As things stood, it seemed that this guy was no match for Lu Yun at all. Why don't you kill the monster? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, wanting to explain but not knowing where to start. The scene in front of him was just too bizarre. After the two left, the small group in the distance came back to their senses. They just left? The squad crowd was dumbfounded. The monster with the upper hand in rank was actually no match for Lu Yun, and Lu Yun actually took the initiative to bolt when he had the upper hand. This world was simply too damn fantastical. As Lu Yun left, the 5 bosses hidden in the shadows followed suit, and as for the monster, he was frozen in place. Gone. The 5 bosses were finally gone, and he didn't have to act himself out after all. Just then, the monster seemed to have noticed the gaze of the crowd of the squad in the distance. and instantly turned sideways to look over. Being stared at by the monster like this, the people in the squad shivered in unison, unable to stop the terror in their eyes. Next moment, boom! The monster even opened its thighs and took the initiative to charge towards the direction where the few people were. The 5 people saw this and their livers and guts were almost cracked by fear. Why don't you fucking go after that guy instead of coming at us? We didn't mess with you. How could they know that the forced acting monster had been holding his breath earlier? And now that he saw these few pieces of trash daring to eyeball them, it was even more fiery and decided on the spot to take it out on them. Grass, this guy is really coming towards us. Hurry up and retreat. The squad leader saw the bad situation and hurriedly shouted in panic. The rest of them were panicking as well. They were still fighting a level 30 monster at the moment, and even though the battle was a bit grueling, a few of them were still able to barely overcome it when they joined forces. But right now, before the battle was over, this level 36 monster rushed over again, and they were bound to be no match under the combination of the 2 monsters. Captain, if we retreat now, what about that starburst grade equipment? A squad member reluctantly asked. With our strength, we may not be able to get that equipment even if we succeed in reaching the mountain range. The priority now is our little lives. If you have a way to deal with these 2 guys, you can start your show now. The squad leader looked at the man faintly. He was also very upset in his heart, and it was also quite hard to bear, as if he had just stepped out and stepped on dog shit. It was hard beyond words, but there was no way around it. It had happened and they could only admit it. That team member was also completely silent at those words, and was actually unable to refute them. Immediately, the squad's crowd directly gave up the fight, turned around, and began to retreat towards the outskirts of the Heavenly Vault mountain range. Obviously between the starburst grade equipment and their little lives, they chose the latter. On the other hand, after Lu Yun brought Fatty Hai away from the monsters, he sprinted all the way in the direction of the mountain range, and on the way, he saw many squads fighting with the monsters. But fortunately, these monsters didn't choose to attack the 2 Lu Yuns. Brother Lu, why are you here? Weren't you temporarily imprisoned by the Silent City's people? It was only then that Fatty Hai thought of the key issue and swallowed a mouthful of saliva to ask cautiously. Rub. After the other party's reminder, Lu Yun then realized with a jolt that he had intentionally revealed his formation when he met Fatty Hai earlier, but now he had forgotten to redisguise himself. If it wasn't for this guy's mouthful of Brother Lu, Lu Yun wouldn't even be able to react right now. However, the situation was a bit confusing along the way, and I believe that no one had seen their real faces, so it was not a big problem. Thinking of this, Lu Yun hurriedly sat down in place, pulled out a few bottles of healing liquid and gulped it down. And it was only after a few large bottles of healing liquid went down that his strength was regained. The appearance of his face also changed again, and his breath changed with it. Only after doing this did Lu Yun get up and look at Fatty Hai again, who at this moment was staring at Lu Yun dumbfounded, his mind completely confused. From now on my name is Long Aotian, got it? Fatty Hai nodded his head woodenly and said in a confused manner, I understand. Lu, Long. Although he didn't know why Lu Yun had appeared here, Lu Yun had saved him earlier. So Fatty Hai naturally wouldn't make a big deal out of Lu Yun's identity. Seeing that the bastard agreed, Lu Yun then nodded his head and continued to walk towards the front, while Fatty Hai glanced at Lu Yun before quickly following. That Brother Long, didn't the rumors say that you were temporarily locked up by the guys from the City Lord's mansion? How come you appeared here? Fatty Hai rubbed his hands together and said with some curiosity. Lu Yun twisted his head and blanked the guy. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Okay, it's me being abrupt. Fatty Hai laughed and said, how did you do it in the previous battle? Brother Long, that was a level 36 monster. You actually knocked it down with a single punch. Are mythic level transmutators so heaven-defying? Against all odds. Even he didn't know why this was happening. Lu Yun's perception told him that the monster appeared to be acting earlier, as if it was deliberately cooperating with him. But on the other hand, Lu Yun couldn't figure out why the monster did that. So why exactly it was like that earlier? Lu Yun still couldn't figure it out. I don't know. Lu Yun shook his head and then added in a whirlwind. Maybe it was just luck. He could only explain it this way. Lu Yun was too lazy to think about these things that he couldn't understand. The most important thing at the moment was that starburst level equipment. Without realizing it, the two had come to the direction of the mountainside, an angle that already overlooked the jungle ahead. There were still quite a few people fighting with the monsters ahead, but there were small groups that broke through the monsters' defenses and rushed in the direction of the mountain peaks, only to be stopped by the monsters again before they could go for long. It's really strange. I always feel that our journey is also a bit too smooth. There are actually no monsters stopping us on the way. Fatty Hai scratched his head in puzzlement. Lu Yun couldn't say why it was like this. It was like the monsters here were purposely avoiding them. Could it be that his title of Monster Slayer was in effect? However, the monster slaughterer's effect was only effective on monsters that were close to Lu Yun's level, and these monsters at hand were basically well above level 30, so it didn't make sense at all. These are all afterthoughts. Let's climb to the top first. Lu Yun took a deep breath and nodded his head as he looked at the mountain range in front of him, excitement flashing vaguely in his eyes. Originally, he had also thought that this time, when he came to the Heavenly Vault mountain range, the probability was that he would just make a scene, and the chances of being able to obtain this Starburst grade equipment were quite slim. However, the situation was now reversed, and now everyone was still tangling with the monsters, and only Lu Yun's side of the two were the first to reach the peak. Half an hour later, the two of them, Lu Yun and Fatty Hai, finally arrived on top of the mountain peak. The top of the mountain peak was extremely wide and flat, with nothing around but a long sword stuck in the center of the peak. The long sword looked like it was made of rock, with no light above the blade, and almost half of the blade was inserted into the ground, and around the long sword, there was another formation. There were a total of 18 grooves within the formation. These 18 grooves were all linked together by countless complex patterns, and at this time, they were all in a dull and lightless state. Lu Yun and Fatty Hai took a glance around to make sure that there wasn't any danger in the surroundings before coming in front of the long sword. This is that Starburst grade equipment? I didn't expect it to be a sword, but it doesn't look like there's anything special about it. It's too rough, isn't it? Fatty Hai stared at the sword in the stone in front of him for a long time and finally gave this comment. Whether it was the appearance or the aura, this sword didn't have any Starburst level aura. Could it be that the information was wrong? Lu Yun also stared at the sword in the stone for half a day. The same as Fatty Hai did not see any difference. But intuition told Lu Yun, this sword is not simple. System, parse, Lu Yun mentally chanted. Parsing success. Name, Sword of the Burning Sky. Level, Starburst. Attribute, Fire. Occupation limit, Knight. Warrior. Swordsman with fire element. Passive skill, enemies killed with the Burning Sky sword will be transformed into flaming shadows, which can be summoned to fight together. But all attributes and levels of the flaming shadows will be reduced by 50%. Evaluation, this is a fire attribute Starburst greatsword. Holding this sword can make an army out of one person. After seeing the contents of the parse, Lu Yun's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but breathe much faster. This sword, which was really a Starburst level weapon and came with a passive skill that was quite impressive, was much more powerful than the Dragon Fortress. The Dragon Fortress was only a platinum level equipment after all, while this sword was a Starburst level A. Every enemy killed with the Burning Sky sword in hand would be transformed into a flaming shadow to fight, and this number was unlimited. In other words, if Lu Yun could take this sword and decapitate 100 monsters, then he could summon the flaming shadows of those 100 monsters to help him fight. If you look a little longer, what about 1,000 heads, 10,000 heads? Hiss. Lu Yun sucked in a mouthful of cool air and no longer dared to continue thinking about it. If he could kill a sufficient number of enemies, he would be able to summon a legion of his own with this sword in hand. It was true that the strength of the summoned flame void would be reduced by half, but with the added power of quantity, the might of this sword was enough to defy the heavens. Brother Long, what are you staring at? Seeing Lu Yun suddenly standing still and lost in thought, Fatty Hai said as he reached out and waved his hand in front of his eyes. It's fine. Lu Yun came back to his senses and said with a burning gaze, this sword is indeed at the Starburst level, and its power is very heaven-defying. Really? Fatty Hai was a bit disbelieving, walked to the sword in the stone by himself, suddenly reached out and gripped the hilt of the sword, and then he exerted force with his palm to try to pull the sword out of the stone. But no matter how Fatty Hai exerted his strength, the sword in the stone did not move. Blanche, that won't pull out either. This thing has fused with the ground, hasn't it? After half a day of trying, Fatty Hai gave up out of breath. Lu Yun went forward and also tried to pull the sword out, only to find that it was indeed the same as what Fatty Hai had said. The sword could not be shaken. Soon Lu Yun's eyes noticed above the 18 alcoves around him, and there was a gradual luster in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, in order to pull out this sword, 18 people need to inject their power into it at the same time. These 18 grooves are similar to the energy of a formation, and the sword can only be pulled out after the formation is activated. Lu Yun said. Fatty Hai frowned. I thought that we came here first to occupy the first opportunity, but I did not expect to have to wait for its people. That way the advantage of us arriving here first can be gone. It can't be helped. Let's wait for the others first. Lu Yun sighed and turned to look beneath the mountain peak. As far as the eye could see, there were already people who had broken through the blockade of monsters and were coming in the direction of the mountain peak. The first thing that came into view was Lei Blade's group, and at the forefront of the group were two old white-bearded men, thought to be the instructors of Nine Dragons University. The people were more or less injured, but by and large they still didn't have much of a problem, and at this time they were swallowing healing liquids to restore their blood levels as they walked. Although Xia had reached a cooperation agreement with the Silent City, and there were many trade transactions between the two sides, for their own safety, transmutations that were too strong were not allowed to enter this place unless they were given special approval. Just like the monster powerhouses in the Silent City as well. It's relative that monster powerhouses with too high a level can't enter the Summerland to move around. After Lei Blade and the others, another familiar figure appeared. It was the Magic Martial University's squad led by Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing was located in the front, still with a familiar face, but her face was filled with haggardness. The moment he saw Zhang Qingqing, Lu Yun had mixed feelings in his heart. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't met since he came to Kyoto. And in this team, Lu Yun also saw two familiar figures, the two women, Jiang Shishir and Yumi. The two women ultimately chose to join the Magic Martial University, while Lu Yun, the genius who had been internalized by the Magic Martial University, in the end chose to join the University of Prosperity, which was quite magical to say the least. If it was in the past, Lu Yun would definitely have felt a lot of emotions, but now Lu Yun didn't care too much about such things. Since things had already happened, there was no need to dwell on them too much. What Lu Yun needed to do now was simple. Look up towards the front. Step forward. Do it and be done with it. Could it be that one would not be able to become a strong person without joining the Magic Martial University? The answer was clearly no. In addition to these few people, Lu Yun also saw the two people, Lu Qiu Shui and Wu Tong, who were not far away and were rushing this way. The two represent the University of the Promised Land, and although they are not as good as the other universities in terms of numbers, there is a downside to everything. As his eyes continued to look farther into the distance, behind the crowd, Lu Yun also saw many unfamiliar figures rushing towards the top of the mountain peak one after another. It seemed that there were indeed not a few geniuses and strong people who had been attracted by the Starburst grade equipment this time, and it had only been a short while since so many people had gotten rid of the monsters and arrived here. Half an hour later, the many teams that had gotten rid of the monsters successively arrived on top of the mountain peaks, and when they saw the two Lu Yuns in front of them, they were all a bit surprised. As the strongest university in the Summer Kingdom, Magic Martial University had as many on-geniuses as dogs, and the lineup was definitely the most luxurious. And naturally, they were also the first to arrive here after Lu Yun and the two of them. However, when they saw the two Lu Yuns in front of them, the crowd froze slightly. Someone actually arrived here first. There's really a world outside of people. Zhang Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Zhao Mei came behind her and said softly, in the Kyoto Circle, I have heard of almost every mythic ranked transmuter, but it seems that I have never seen this person. He should only be a legend-ranked transmuter. It was enough of a surprise that the first to arrive here was just a legend-ranked transmuter, and only a party of two. Just as the two tutors were talking, the gazes of the many geniuses from the Magic Martial University also began to scan back and forth over Lu Yun and the others. Some people were bland, while others frowned slightly, but most of the geniuses were still friendly and nodded slightly at the two Lu Yuns. Lu Yun also nodded his head back at the group, while his mood was a bit complicated. It seemed that with the disguise of the 100 Changes mask, Zhang Qingqing and the others had not discovered their identities. Sister Shishir, this guy is a bit uncomplicated. Yumi came up to Jiang Shishir and whispered. Jiang Shishir's lips rose as she teased. Compared to that Lu Yun guy, who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Yumi skimmed her mouth and said indifferently. What does it have to do with me as to which of the two of them is powerful? But that Lu Yun guy is not only a mythic transmigrator, he's also a double transmigrator. So if we really want to make a comparison, I feel like it's still that guy who's more powerful. Dual transmutator that is definitely a national key cultivation object. Basically such geniuses will be hidden by the country to receive the top level of cultivation and treatment. But Lu Yun was different. This fellow did not choose to enter the Magic Martial University. So naturally, he would not be able to enjoy these treatments. Currently, other than Lu Yun, Yumi hadn't heard of any other dual transmuters in Xia. Not that there weren't any. Apparently they were all hidden away. Thinking of this, Yumi suddenly felt a little sad. If Lu Yun could come here, he would most likely be able to reach the top soon as well. It was a pity that this guy's ability to cause trouble was too great, and he had just come to the Silent City not long ago and directly lost someone's quenching tower. Thinking about that guy? Jiang Shishir asked, forcing a laugh. I'm not thinking about that guy. What are you babbling about? Shishir-san. Yumi rolled her eyes with a small red face and said, oops, it's okay. That guy isn't in danger for the time being anyway. Why don't we wait until things are over here and take this opportunity to go and meet up with that kid? There's no need to hide it since you like it so much and chase after it. When she said this, Yumi had long been blushing, and Jiang Shishir gave a bad laugh, pausing for a long time to continue. Going into battle with real guns can always be more comfortable than playing a standalone simulation on your own. Swish! Yumi's entire face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and heat began to rise from the top of her head, and she was so ashamed and angry that she finally stomped her foot fiercely. Shirshir-san, you're making fun of me again. Yumi reached out and pointed at Kong Shirshir. Before you came out today, you should have washed your hands properly, right? Jiang Shirshir let out a light laugh and made a gesture to grab Yumi's small hand. Stretch your hand over for me to smell it. Sister Shirshir, you're so bad. I'm ignoring you. Just as the two women were snickering, everyone else arrived at the scene one after another. Lu Qiushui and Wu Tong, as well as Thunderblade and the others had also arrived here one after another. When the crowd gathered, their gazes were all drawn to the sword in the stone in front of them, and there were some people who attempted to go forward and pull out the long sword, but they were unsuccessful. Soon the crowd also reacted one after another, and their attention gathered on top of the 18 alcoves around them. Everyone, I think you've noticed that in order to pull out the sword in the stone, 18 people need to release their power into the groove at the same time. Right at this moment, Lu Yun stepped forward and said, this gangly and bad appearance with the paper fan in his hand, but there are a few points of dude's sense of vision. Many of the people who had seen Lu Yun were born with jealousy in their hearts. Originally, that Lu Yun was already so handsome that they were ashamed of themselves, and now there was actually another handsome guy. Do you still let them live? Ahead. Lu Qiushui suddenly stared straight in Lu Yun's direction. Wu Tong saw this and laughed. What? Is it difficult for senior sister Lu to be in lust? The corner of Lu Qiushui's mouth tugged and said, when did you become so good at flirting with people? I just feel that this guy is a bit familiar. It always feels like I've seen him somewhere, but I can't recall exactly where I've seen him. After Lu Yun opened his mouth, a gaze of different colors also fell on him at the same time. Fortunately, with 100 changes mask hiding his breath, there were many acquaintances present, but none of them recognized Lu Yun. Almost as good as what I thought. The sword in the stone is surrounded by a formation which is interconnected with this sword. If you want to pull the sword out, you first need to activate the formation. And these 18 grooves, not just anyone's power injected into them will have an effect. It requires 18 fire elemental transmutants to instill their power to do so. The old man at the head of Nine Dragons University took a step forward, stroking his goatee as he spoke solemnly. This was instructor Wang Qing from Nine Dragons University, who happened to be a formation master as well, and easily saw the key to the formation in front of him. Lu Yundu gave this old man a high look. Although he was also a Xianling formation master, he had just activated his profession at the moment and obviously didn't know enough, at least not as much as the old man in front of him. After hearing Wang Qing's words, the people present looked at each other in disbelief and were clearly in deep thought. Everyone had come here, naturally for this starburst grade equipment, and right now there weren't many people who had managed to reach the top, but everyone present was an enemy. First of all, they didn't fully believe in what Wang Qing said, and secondly, even if what Wang Qing said was true, but if the formation was activated, who should own the sword in the end? After all, there was only one sword, and there were dozens of them present. Wang Qing saw the worries of the crowd and laughed. I know what you are all thinking. Everyone is gathered here, naturally for this sword, and I am no exception. But right now, instead of wasting time by staring here, it would be better to be decisive and activate the formation first. And as for who will finally get this starburst grade equipment, it will depend on their respective strengths. If we continue to wait, there will only be more challengers arriving here, and the pressure of competition will be even greater then. These words were not unreasonable. When the following people arrived one after another, the competitive relationship would become even more intense. So many people nodded their heads and showed their approval after hearing this. I believe that all of you have a decision in your hearts. In that case, those of the fire elemental profession, please step forward, Wang Qing said in a loud voice. Immediately, several teenagers walked out from the crowd, and it was obvious that they were all fire elemental professions. After these few walked out, one by one, others came out from the crowd. Lu Yun looked at it for a few moments before he also took a step forward to the front of an alcove, and soon there was a figure standing in front of each of the 18 alcoves. Begin. Wang Chang nodded his head towards the crowd and said softly. The crowd didn't hesitate and released their own flame power to infuse into the groove, and after a slight hesitation, Lu Yun followed suit and released his own flame power. Under the disguise of the 100 changes mask, Lu Yun's flame power was completely different from before, and although it was still dry and hot, it was a different aura from before. The power of the 18 fire elemental transmutators was simultaneously injected into the groove, which was instantly lit up, and this power began to travel along the surrounding lines, actually forming a crimson pattern around the sword in the stone. The moment the pattern was lit up, 18 channels of flame power followed the pattern and surged straight into the sword in the stone that was inserted into the ground. In an instant, the long sword that was originally covered in rocks began to tremble violently. Lines appeared on top of the long sword, and a blinding reddish-colored light continuously erupted from the cracks. Is the true power of the sword in the stone about to burst forth? Everyone present held their breath and stared at the long sword in front of them, ready to make a move to grab it at any time. Under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, the rock above the long sword instantly crumbled, revealing the original sword body. It was a long sword wrapped in crimson firelight, with clear lines on top of the long sword and a faint red color emanating from above the sword. A closer look would also reveal that the sword seemed to have magma flowing through it, and an incomparably hot aura radiated all around. The temperature of all the nearby spaces had risen abruptly, and some people with bad waists were already feeling sweaty. And after feeling the aura of the sword, the crowd was excited. Starburst level. This is indeed a starburst-rated piece of equipment. Lu Yun was not surprised when he stood still and looked at the burning sky sword in front of him, which revealed its original appearance. After all, he had already analyzed it with the system before that. At the same time, the 5 bosses in the dark were also paying attention to the situation over here, and seeing that the formation had been activated, the eyes of all 5 bosses flashed with strange colors. Monsters can also use the power of their equipment. In fact, originally they were planning to draw this sword themselves and then decide the final ownership through a contest of force, but when the Silent City came, it directly interrupted their plans. Weapons tend to give birth to their own consciousness after reaching the Starburst level, and anyone who wants to gain the recognition of Starburst level equipment needs to pass a specific test. It might be dangerous later. A boss spoke up with a soft sigh. This sword originally belonged to their Heavenly Vault mountain range, but now they had to give it away, and they were truly upset. We don't care about the rest. We just need to make sure that the kid is safe and sound. If there is a sudden accident at that time, we can't let anything happen to the kid even if we expose our identities. Another boss said indifferently, and the other 4 bosses nodded their heads at that. In fact, before Silent City sent people to Sky Vault Upper Mac, these 5 bosses were all on their own and had some friction with each other. And now, they were standing together for the same goal. A feeling that was more than a little weird. The top of the mountain peak. Seeing that the formation had already been activated and the burning sky sword had already displayed its own might, there was immediately someone who couldn't wait to step forward and reach out to pull the sword out of the stone. Be careful, Starburst grade equipment all have their own spirits. Danger, Wang Qing hurriedly warned out loud when he saw this. However, that genius from the third-rate university disdained it and felt that the other party was deliberately trying to scare him. Right now, he had the upper hand, and as long as he succeeded in pulling the sword out, the sword would belong to him. Starburst level equipment, he dared not dream of. This level of equipment has a price. Even if he is a mage profession, and cannot use this sword does not matter. Take out to sell. Absolutely can be sold for heavenly prices. However, this one didn't get carried away, and to be on the safe side, he waved the staff in his hand and condensed a huge palm shadow in the air to grab at the hilt of the sword. Buzz! The palm shadow firmly gripped the hilt of the sword, before giving it a hard tug. Click, click, click. The ground where the long sword was located made a crisp ringing sound, followed by the sword swaying up slightly, slowly moving upwards. It's a done deal. It seemed like the sword was going to be able to be pulled out once the formation was activated. Now this sword belongs to me. Wang Daitian. Wang Daitian grinned widely, the excitement in his eyes taking over almost all of his sanity, and immediately urged his palm shadow to exert a fierce force. Swish! The entire mountain peak trembled violently, and this starburst grade longsword was directly pulled out by him. But before he could be happy, a sudden force of flame emerged from within the burning sky sword, instantly engulfing the palm shadow. Immediately after that, the power of the flames actually rushed towards Wang Daitian through the air. At this moment, all 4 seats were shocked, and everyone instantly lost their minds. This sword actually wants to attack me. Wang Daitian was inwardly horrified as he violently recalled what Wang Qing had said earlier. It turned out that the other party did not lie. After the level of the weapon reaches the starburst level, it will give birth to its own will. And at the moment, this starburst level equipment actively attacked himself. Obviously the will in the sword to launch an attack. It's just a pity that he only understands this now that it's already too late. Wang Daitian looked at the flames spreading over in front of him, and with a hard look in his eyes, he directly opened the portal and called out the marriage partner. This one's profession is Deep Blue Archmage, an epic water attribute mage profession, and the marriage partner is the Aquamarine clan. The Aquamarine clan originated from a planet full of oceans, and their bodies were condensed by seawater, without many human features. Still, it was obvious that it was a female, as this one had 2 piles of seawater hanging in front of her. Master, I specified that I can't. This flame power is too strong. I'll die, please. When looking at the monstrous flames in front of him, Shui Lan's face showed horror as he turned his head to Wang Daitian and begged bitterly. This is the sadness of the marriage object. Once both parties establish a contract, the transmigrant holds absolute dominance. No order may be disobeyed by the object of the marriage, or he will suffer great pain, which originates in the soul, and does not take his life directly, but causes him a great deal of agony. Because of this, in the eyes of some transmigrants, the marriage object was just a combat aid, or a tool to vent their desires, and they didn't look at the marriage object as an independent individual. There aren't many of these inner perverts, though, and most transmogrifters treat their marriage partner only as a companion to hitchhike with for the rest of their lives. There are still not many like the same Lu Yun who directly treats the marriage partner as his wife. Wang Daitian gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Block this flame, or I'll kill you now. You bitch." "Master, I don't want it, please." Aquamarine's voice already had a slight sob in it. Wang Daitian raised the staff in his hand and aimed it at her, his voice growing colder and colder. "My patience is limited." In the end, under Wang Daitian's continuous threats, Shui Lan's inner despair was so extreme that he could only turn around and rush towards the sea of fire that was spreading over. Water elements coalesced around Aquamarine, dots of blue lingering around her, instantly transforming into a wall of water up to 3 meters high. However, the moment the flames descended, the water wall instantly boiled under the terrifying heat, and then it directly melted. As the flames broke through the water wall's defense, Aquamarine's face changed drastically and instinctively tried to retreat. However, the flames had already spread down the space to her arm. Zip, zip, zip. Under the constant burning of the flame, the aquamarine liquid body directly boiled, and the face of the pupil issued a miserable scream. "Master, help me." Under this great pain, Shui Lan was wrapped in great fear inside, and actually raised his palms tremblingly to Wang Daitian for help. It was a pity that Wang Daitian didn't have any stance to make a move. Instead, he was shocked to the point of no return by the scene in front of him, seeing the life of his marriage partner in danger. Instead of helping him, he just turned and ran. Aquamarine was gradually scorched into nothingness by the flames under all the pain and despair. Seeing this scene, the onlookers present all frowned. Zhang Qingqing's eyebrows knitted slightly, and although she didn't say anything, the contempt in her eyes was already obvious. This kind of guy who is so greedy and afraid of death that he actually pushes out his marriage partner to block the gun in case of danger is the most shameless. Lu Qiushui and the others' faces were not good either. This Wang Daitian's behavior was too inhuman. It was just like an animal, without any bottom line. Lu Yun's brows also furrowed into a frown. Which one of long core and weaving spirit was not spoiled like a princess by him? It's a shame that this guy is treating his marriage partner like this. But to everyone's surprise, when Aquamarine was engulfed in flames, the burning sky sword rose up in the air and instantly transformed into a red-colored lightning bolt that exploded towards Wang Daitian's direction. Previously, it was Wang Daitian who pulled out the burning sky sword, so it was only logical that this fellow became the primary target of the burning sky sword's attack. Seeing that he was locked, Wang Daitian knew that he couldn't run away from the burning sky sword and panicked as he began to ask for help from the people present. Help me, I don't want to die. Whoever can save me, I'll give him 10,000 gold coins. All the gold coins I have on me." Wang Daitian's voice carried a tremor, but no one present gave a damn about him. Seeing this, Wang Daitian could only continue to run for his life. However, just at this moment, a shield suddenly rose up in the air and landed straight in front of him, blocking the way. It was Lu Yun who struck out. "You're a fucking idiot. I have no grudge against you, and you actually dare to throw stones at me?" Wang Daitian looked at Lu Yun with rage. "You'd better pray that I die here. If I don't die today, I'll definitely find a chance to kill you some other day." Lu Yun's lips rose and he said with a leathery smile, "Then you'll die here." As the words fell, the giant dragon fortress violently crashed towards Wang Daitian. Bang! Shield slam. This was an equipment skill that came with the dragon fortress and could be used on its own without the help of a transmogrifier's hand. And Wang Daitian was knocked out before he could react. His body was like a broken kite, uncontrollably shooting backward explosively, while at the same time the burning sky sword at the back was rapidly shooting explosively in his direction. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, carrying a whistling wind that contained an extremely terrifying might. Grass. Feeling the blazing heat coming from behind him, Wang Daitian's whole body was cold. His heart was already in a state of despair. He looked towards Lu Yun and was about to speak when his body was already penetrated by the burning sky sword. Swish! The flames instantly spread all over his body, directly burning him to slag in death. But in Lu Yun's opinion, letting this kind of scum die so easily was already too cheap. The people present all looked at Lu Yun at the same time, and unexpectedly, they revealed a look of approval for Lu Yun. Even the students of the Pheasant University who had rushed to this place with that Wang Daitian were all secretly shouting inwardly. This guy's previous behavior had already violated the public's anger and lost all popularity, and it would be a sad day for mankind if this kind of scum could really survive. Well done. Lei Blade couldn't help but nod his head. His eyes were glowing as he looked at Lu Yun. Earlier he had wanted to make a move to stop Wang Daitian as well, but he didn't expect Lu Yun to make a move first. For that matter, the two had thought of each other. The same thought made Thunderblade a little more intimate with Lu Yun, who he had never met. Lu Yun naturally saw Thunderblade's recognition of himself, but his expression was a bit odd. If this guy knew his true identity, I don't know if he would still be able to smile so brightly. However, before Lu Yun could react, the burning sky sword in front of him suddenly rose up in the air, while at the same time an indifferent word boomed from within the sword. If you want to be recognized by me and have me worship your master, show your strength first. As long as any one of you can receive a single blow from me, I will recognize him as my master. As long as you can take a hit you can obtain the burning sky sword. In an instant everyone's eyes lit up. Among the people present, there are few tank-type professions, which may not have good attack power, but in terms of defense alone, they are definitely pulling full weight. Even though the burning sky sword in front of them was a starburst level equipment, he didn't have the master's control and his power was limited. As long as he blocked the opponent's blow, they were the most hopeful, and if they couldn't do it, the other professions were even more unthinkable. Beside Lu Yun, Fatty High's eyes followed suit as he was a mad hog warrior, despite not strictly being a purely tank-like profession, but rather a warrior. But the defense of the wild pig warrior is not weak to tanks, especially also comes with the berserk attribute. The combat power even if placed in the warrior is not too weak. Blocking a strike from the burning sky sword didn't seem to be difficult. There's hope. Looking at the excitement flashing in Fatty High's eyes, Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "It's still daytime and you're starting to daydream? Dragon, don't you think I have a chance? If it's just blocking a blow, I think I can give it a try." Fatty High said rather excitedly with both fists clenched. "I have a feeling things won't be that simple." Lu Yun shook his head and turned to sweep the crowd at the scene, only to see many people's eyes light up, especially those tank-type transmuters, their joy overflowing. Lu Yun sighed. These guys were overwhelmed by excitement. Things would never be this simple. "Are you sure this is true?" a transmigrant excitedly said as he stared at the heaven-burning sword suspended in midair. "Of course, as a starburst-level equipment, this grandpa has a bottom line in ethics. A promise is a promise." The arrogant voice of the burning sky sword came out. Then he said faintly, "Are you guys ready? If you want to accept this great master's test, take a step forward." Swish swish swish. As the words fell, many people present took a step forward, including Thunderblade. Lu Qiushui and Wu Tong both frowned and stood in place without moving. They always felt that the situation was a little wrong, but they couldn't tell where exactly it was wrong for a while. On Zhang Qingqing's side, the geniuses from the Magic Martial University also wanted to follow forward, but they were stopped by Zhang Qingqing. "Let's take a look first. There's something wrong with the situation." Zhang Qingqing looked towards the formation on the ground and reminded softly, "Tutor Zhang, we can't wait any longer. If we wait, the opportunity in front of us will be snatched away by someone else." A genius said with an anxious expression. His profession was a tank type. He was confident that he could block this strike. If he succeeded, the starburst grade longsword would be his. Tutor Zhang, with so many people present, how could anything possibly go wrong? And with the opportunity right in front of us, we must fight for it. The others also echoed. And then they all took a step forward despite Zhang Qingqing's obstruction. The two girls, Jiang Shishir and Yumi, glanced at each other. There was a chance to get starburst level equipment in front of them. To say that they weren't moved would definitely be a lie. However, Tutor Zhang also told them not to act rashly for the time being, and the two women, who were at war with the heavenly beings inside, finally made their own decision and also followed the crowd to step forward. For a while, everyone present except for Zhang Qingqing and a small number of others came forward into the formation. Fatty High also wanted to walk in to join in the fun, but he was forcefully tugged by Lu Yun. "Lu, long brother, why don't you let me go in? Even if I don't necessarily get this sword, well at least let me try. Just in case, get that handle as me." Fatty High skimmed his lips a little reluctant to give up this unattainable opportunity. Lu Yun said indifferently, "If you believe in me just stand here honestly. If you don't believe in me, you can go in. But let me tell you beforehand, don't blame me for not reminding you after you lose your little life at that time." The fat assembly fell silent at his words, and after pondering for a while, he eventually clenched his teeth and chose to listen to Lu Yun's words. Earlier, if Lu Yun hadn't stepped in even though He Gugu had already died at the hands of that monster, and he believed that Lu Yun had no reason to harm himself. After seeing everyone step into the formation, the burning sky sword suddenly let out an odd laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, humble human, this master is a starburst level equipment. Just by yourselves you want to become this master's master. Delusional. Funny, you'll die here." When the people present heard this, All of them instantly changed their faces drastically, realizing that something bad was happening. They immediately wanted to retreat. However, right at this moment, the formation on the ground suddenly rotated again, and crimson flames gushed out from the lines, actually transforming into a crimson cover that covered everyone in it. Shit, what the fuck is this sword going to do? The retreat is blocked. Grass. The crowd began to get uneasy. Some people attempted to try to blast the barrier with their power, but the attack landed on the barrier, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea. No movement at all turned up. Right at this moment, rolling flames burned above the burning sky sword, followed by countless red-colored sword shadows coalescing from the sky. The sword shadow was sharp, filled with a dry and hot air, and the sharp tip of the sword was hovering right above the heads of the crowd, as if it would fall at any time. This was a real life hanging in the balance. There were thousands of sword shadows in the sky. If they fell at the same time, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the scene would surely be reduced to a hell on earth. At this moment, the crowd woke up to the fact that they had all been fooled, and had actually been tricked by a sword. There really is a problem. Lu Yun's lips rose. It seemed that his guess was right. This burning sky sword so-called test was fake, and deliberately introducing the crowd into the formation was real. This guy wanted to strike down everyone in the room, and he didn't want to recognize his master. Phew, so there really is a problem. It's a good thing you reminded me, Brother Long, otherwise I'm afraid it would have been hard for me to escape. Fatty Hai had a palpitation in his heart and gave Lu Yun a grateful look. However, he quickly said in disbelief, Brother Long, looking at you it seems like you've already guessed this way. Why don't you say it ahead of time to inform the others? I don't dare to guarantee that my guess will be correct. Not to mention that you didn't fail to see that situation just now. Hearing that as long as they can block a blow they will be able to obtain this sword. These people's eyes are red. If I stand out and tell them that there is a deception in it, do you think that they will be able to listen to it? Fatty Hai nodded, feeling that Lu Yun had a point. Lu Yun was talking to Fatty Hai to himself, but he suddenly realized that Jiang Shishir and Yumi were also inside. Lu Yun's face instantly turned bad looking. Damn, I forgot to remind them earlier. However, with Lu Yun's current status, they might not believe it even if they were reminded. If the two women hadn't gone in, the deaths and lives of the people inside would have nothing to do with him. But right now the two women had gone in, so Lu Yun couldn't just sit back and watch. Not good. Hurry up and save them. Zhang Qingqing also reacted and hurriedly brought the remaining geniuses who hadn't entered the barrier to start attacking the barrier in an attempt to blast it to pieces. The rest of the people who didn't go in did the same thing, trying to get their partners out of the barrier. However, their attacks were completely absorbed just as they landed on the barrier, and were of no use at all. Seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd sank. Those inside the barrier followed suit with gradual despair in their hearts. It's over. They're not gonna die in here, are they? Just as everyone was despairing, Lu Yun was striding to the front of the barrier, staring at the barrier for a long time before he suddenly laughed. And for a while, everyone's gazes fell on Lu Yun. Burning Sky Sword's displeased voice was like thunder exploding in the sky dome. What are you laughing at? I'm asking you what you're laughing at again. I laugh at Zhuge Liang's ignorance, and I laugh at Liu Bei's lack of strategy. Lu Yun said indifferently. The scene was dumbfounded. None of them had ever heard of this character. Lu Qiushui suddenly frowned. I don't know why, but I always feel like I've seen this guy somewhere, and this feeling is even stronger now. I also feel a bit familiar. Wu Tong nodded. He hadn't cared too much when Lu Qiushui had said those words before, but now that Lu Yun had suddenly taken a step forward, he also saw a familiar feeling from Lu Yun. Do even you have a similar feeling? It's really strange. Lu Qiushui shook her head. The doubt in her eyes intensified. Right at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly reached out and pointed at the two girls, Jiang Shishir and Yumi, within the barrier and said, let them come out, and I could care less about you. Both Jiang Shishir and Yumi inside the barrier were stunned at the same time. The guy in front of them was actually helping them? But they were strangers to each other, and there was absolutely no reason for the other party to do this. Fuck, what time is it now? You're still fucking pretending to pick up girls here. Even my tutor is trapped inside. What can you do with a mere level 25? A genius from the Pheasant University roared at Lu Yun with a mischievous look on his face, clearly not believing that Lu Yun was capable of such a feat. Among the people trapped in the barrier, there was no shortage of level 30 existences, but always so could not break through the barrier in front of them. Even a level 30 transmuter was like this, let alone Lu Yun who was only level 25. As soon as this person said this, the rest of the people nodded in agreement, and the hope that had just risen was instantly dashed. Now it seems it's up to them to escape. Guys, right at this moment, Nine Dragons University's mentor Wang Qing took a step forward and said in a loud voice, our situation is very bleak right now. I believe you all can see that we can only let go if we want to survive. Everyone, Don't hold back anymore. Use your strongest skills to attack the barrier at the same time. This way there is still a chance of survival. That's right. Instructor Wang Cheng is right. We might be able to break through the barrier if we join forces. Let's all strike together. None of you should be wasting time. I agree. I agree. Hope was rekindled in the eyes of the crowd as they chimed in. As for Lu Yun, he was directly ignored by the crowd. Immediately, under Wang Qing's organization, everyone began to channel their skills, and a majestic energy began to surge within the barrier, accompanied by a buzzing sound. The red-colored flames on top of the barrier began to beat madly. However, seeing this scene, the burning sky sword let out a disdainful sneer. He was only a starburst level equipment and normally wouldn't have the ability to deal with so many transmutations at the same time. However, this formation underneath his feet was an advanced formation, and there were two types of starburst level equipment. One of them is like him, naturally refreshed equipment. Belonging to is a true starburst level equipment. Refreshing ground will also appear a corresponding guardian formation. If the transmogrifier wanted to take control of him, he had to break the formation first, and the formations for starburst level equipment were usually around level 40. As for the other case, it was starburst grade equipment that was built by a transmogrifier, but this kind of equipment didn't have a spirit, and although the starburst grade equipment that was created also had a notable power, it was still far from being able to be compared to true starburst grade equipment. So this type of equipment would be called pseudo-starburst grade, and since the pseudo-starburst grade equipment was artificially created, it naturally had no so-called protective array. The burning sky sword didn't immediately urge the sword shadows in the sky to launch an attack on the crowd, but instead teasingly surveyed the crowd with an overlooking stance. It was like a hunter on high, leisurely admiring the dying struggle of his prey. The might of everyone's attacks within the barrier was raised to the extreme. It's now. Do it! With a roar from Wang Cheng, all of them pushed their attacks out at the same time, and all of them slammed into the barrier at the same time. The sturdy barrier also rippled, but it remained unharmed. How come? It's over. It's really over. The strongest strike from all of us didn't work. Are we really going to die here? Why is the protective formation of a starburst grade equipment so powerful? Some people hung their heads and shook their heads. Others sat paralyzed as if they were dead, and even more cried out in despair. The scene was chaotic, and everyone had completely lost hope of survival. Just earlier they had childishly thought that there was still hope that they could rush out with the people joining forces, but with the failure of the joint attack, the remaining glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts was also completely dashed. That's all you can do. So you're really letting me down. The burning sky sword's disdainful voice came out, and then he turned to Lu Yun. Kid, don't you want to save someone? Please start your performance. This Grand Master will never stop you. If you can save the person, this Grand Master will count you as capable. Lu Yun took a deep breath and did not reply. And along with the burning heavenly sword opening its mouth, the gazes of all the people on the scene once again landed on Lu Yun at the same time. However, the crowd didn't expect Lu Yun to do anything. After all, the rank was here and all of them couldn't break the barrier when they all joined forces. So naturally, they didn't think that Lu Yun would be able to do that either. The scene was dead silent, and an atmosphere of despair enveloped the crowd. At the same time, the five bosses in the dark were watching every move over here. It seems that something has gone wrong. This kid is not bad. He noticed the abnormality in advance and didn't walk in, but his companion is trapped in it. Should we step in and give him a hand? A boss suddenly said. We just need to make sure that he gets the sword smoothly. The rest has nothing to do with us. Another boss showed displeasure and said, this sword itself belongs to our heavenly vault mountain range. Now we are forced to give it up to this kid even if it's not enough, and we must do everything we can to help him get it. This is already humiliating, and now we're asking us to help him save people? Is there any mistake? We are a boss, an existence that makes the transmigrators scared. When did we become a kind and charitable person? The boss who spoke first nodded. Fair enough, let's take a look for now. I feel that this kid is a little bit uncomplicated. Looking at the way he's swearing, it seems like he really has a way to save people. Just as the five bosses were secretly exchanging words, Lu Yun, who was in front of them, suddenly raised his head and looked straight up at the heaven-burning sword in the sky. Are you sure you're going to let me start the show? And are you sure you won't make a move to stop it? The burning sky sword smiled contemptuously. This Grand Master doesn't care to lie. If you can save the people, this Grand Master will count you as a bully, and even call you daddy on the spot. Lu Yun nodded his head. The corner of his mouth curled up in an arc, and then he extended his index finger and gently pressed it on the barrier. In the next moment, the crowd saw a red-colored flame jump out of Lu Yun's fingertip, and the red-colored flame instantly covered the barrier in front of him. Immediately, under the expressions of the crowd who had seen a ghost, the barrier in front of Lu Yun even disappeared directly into thin air. Is this me blinking? Scratch that, how did he do that? Oh my god. The people inside the barrier looked at each other, instantly dumbfounded, and some even reached out and rubbed their eyes vigorously, suspecting that they had misread the situation. This barrier in front of them, which all of them couldn't break with all their efforts. This kid just stretched out a finger and broke it? It's not letting them live anymore. You can't play like this even if you're hung up. This guy is really capable. Lu Shui also looked dumbfounded and didn't come back to his senses until a large piece of the barrier disappeared. For his part, Wu Tan's eyes narrowed slightly, and although he didn't say anything, the shock in his eyes was no less than Lu Shui's. Hiss. Zhang Qingqing, who was in front of him, also instantly sucked in a breath of cool air, and there was light surging in her eyes as she looked at Lu Yun. She didn't know how Lu Yun had managed to do this, but she had sensed Lu Yun's aura, even though Lu Yun had only released a trace of flame power. As a tutor of the Magic Martial University, Zhang Qingqing was quite sensitive to the aura of a transmogrifier. Just this wisp of flame power was enough for Zhang Qingqing to deduce that the teenager in front of her was a proper mythic rank profession. I didn't expect this kid to actually be a mythic rank profession. Kyoto was really full of geniuses. In a place like Jinsha City, there was almost not even 1 in 100,000 mythical grade geniuses. And recently there had just been a Lu Yun, a mythical grade genius. Ever since he came to Kyoto, Zhang Qingqing was truly surprised to run into mythological geniuses every now and then. No. How did you do that? How did you break through the barrier? Burning Heavenly Sword immediately came back to his senses after a brief moment of stupefaction, and his mind collapsed at that moment. It was just as well that Lu Yun had broken through the barrier, but it was also so easy. The entire process had only taken one finger, which was too damn outrageous. However, Lu Yun did not answer the Burning Heavenly Sword's question, but instead took a step and walked directly into the barrier. And it was at this moment that the gaping hole in the barrier's drains that had originally disappeared was restored once again, and the entire barrier was completely wrapped up again. The surrounding crowd looked at Lu Yun in a daze, half a day without coming back to their senses, not knowing what kind of medicine this one was selling in his gourd. Come over here, you guys. Lu Yun ignored the gazes of the bystanders and reached out to point at the two women, Jiang Shishir and Yumi, and said. The two women were stunned out of their minds, although they did not know why this person wanted to help them, but right now, since they had a chance to live, they naturally would not reject it, and immediately looked at each other before coming to Lu Yun's front. Get out! You guys are safe now. Lu Yun once again reached out and pointed at the barrier in front of him as he spoke, and the barrier suddenly appeared with another 3-meter gap. Why are you helping us? Jiang Shishir asked suddenly after a moment of silence. No reason. I see that you guys are good looking and want to leave an impression, so that I can find a chance to ask you to be my wife in the future. Lu Yun shook his paper fan with his left hand, an evil smile on his face. The two women's expressions froze, so they were looking at them. Although such a result was not expected before, it was also reasonable. After all, the two of them had top-notch beauty, and it was common for them to be favored by young men. As girls, being looked at by someone else should have been something to be happy about, especially since the teenager in front of them was not only able to easily break the formation, but also acted so calmly. However, the two girls didn't have too much excitement, because they already had a shadow in their hearts. Thanks a lot. The two women retrieved their thoughts and thanked Lu Yun before they stepped out, and the barrier was restored once again just moments after the two women stepped out. At this moment, the heaven-burning sword in the sky came back to his senses, and immediately became enraged. Kid, how did you do it? Rain Maiden no melon. Lu Yun faintly said. You just said that as long as I have the ability to save people I won't care about anything. It seems that a certain sword also said that over as long as I can do it, I'll be called a father. As a starburst level equipment, it won't go back on its word, right? The scene of the crowd heard nothing is scalp numb. To people put hard words of the guy they see is quite a lot, or the first time to see someone on the starburst level equipment to put hard words. The burning sky sword was actually speechless for a moment. He did say earlier that he would call Lu Yun his father as long as he could get someone out under his watch, but he hadn't taken Lu Yun seriously at the time. He had just made a casual remark, so how could he have thought that Lu Yun could really do this? Normally, it's no big deal to be willing to bet and lose, but he is a noble starburst level equipment. How can he still mix in the future if he calls out this sentence, Dad? But it would be a shame not to scream. Just as the burning sky sword was caught in a dilemma, Lu Yun quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Don't look at him as stable as an old dog now. In fact, he had already panicked a batch. He had been worried that the other party would directly move under the anger. The main reason why he was able to walk in ignoring the barrier was because he realized that the barrier was condensed by the element of fire, and he just happened to be a fire elemental profession. And Long Core's flame power was at a very high level, far above this formation. That was why when Lu Yun released the flame power, the barrier's flame power would automatically isolate it. The reason why Lu Yun was relieved was because he realized that this sword seemed to be quite innocent and would not jump over the wall in a hurry. That would be nice. It will be easier for you to take the next step in your plan to make money. This vocabulary has been deep into Lu Yun's mind, cannot be erased. As pore over the past, Lu Yun to make money, this word is quite sensitive. But where there is an opportunity to make money, he will never be soft. True to form. He had some savings now, not very short of money. But who could ever be too rich these days? Money may not be everything, but you can't do without it. If you have more money, your back will be a little bit straighter, right? Lu Yun nodded slightly and suddenly said, "You're at least a starburst level equipment, so I can also not make things difficult for you, but I'm going to take them out as well now. Are you okay with that?" The burning sky sword was silent for a long time. Then he whirled around and said, "You can see for yourself." The reason why he made his move was that he didn't want to be taken in by the crowd to be reduced to the other side's equipment. Right now, since the crowd had seen how powerful he was, they naturally wouldn't have any similar thoughts again, so it didn't matter to him if they left. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lu Yun didn't say anything and turned to look at the people present. The crowd looked at Lu Yun, their eyes filled with touched colors. The youngster in front of them was really a great benefactor. Many of them were still looking down on Lu Yun earlier, even acting out their taunts. I didn't realize that the other party hadn't forgotten about them by now, and was going to save them from going out before they even took the initiative to ask. Some of the elderly mentors, whose eyes had long been wet with tears, were even left with tears of emotion. However, just as the crowd was moved and ready to express their gratitude to Lu Yun for his bravery, Lu Yun suddenly stretched out a finger. In the eyes of the crowd of puzzled people, he faintly smiled and said, 10,000 gold coins each, and I'll let you all out. Swish! At these words, the touches on the faces of the crowd stiffened.